God Level Farm Chapter 1076 to Chapter 1122. When the WeChat notification sounded, Lu Dong quickly unlocked his phone and saw a message from Justice is not absent. The target is Westlake residence. The entrance is very strict. I hope you can find a way to enter the community before you arrive. Good luck, Lu Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Duh." He sent the address. Westlake residence. Lu Da immediately said to his subordinate, who was driving, "Go to Westlake residence. Hurry up." Yes. Duh. Lu Dong handed his phone to Lu Da with a worried look and said, "Duh." He said that the entrance control of Westlake residence is very strict. How can we get in with so many people? Lu Da said casually, "Drive in." Do you think a few security guards will dare to stop us? Lu Dong said, "Duh, we can't force our way in. If we make too much noise and startle Fong Chen and that man, we won't be able to catch them in the act." Lu Da frowned and said, "Then I'll think of a way." Lu Dong nodded. Seeing that Lu Da was thinking of a way to enter the community, he didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Lu Da slapped his thigh and said, "How could I forget about him?" Lu Dong quickly asked, "Have you thought of a way?" "Yeah." Lu Da nodded and said, "Let me make a call first." After that, he took out his phone and searched through his contact list for a while before he found a number and dialed it. "Hello? Da Chong. I'm Lu Da." Lu Da asked casually. "There's something I need your help with." On the other end of the phone, a forthright male voice said, "Duh, let's talk." "Are you at home now?" Lu Da asked first. "Yes." Da Chong said, "I just came back from the company." Lu Da asked again, "Is it the house in Westlake residence?" Da Chong couldn't help but laugh and say, "How many houses can I have? Isn't it the Westlake residence?" "Brother Da, don't tell me you're here to drink with your buddies." "No problem, I happen to be free today. Let's get drunk." Da Chong opened a printing company in the Three Mountains. His business wasn't particularly big, but his family was well off. He had a forthright personality and met Lu Da at a dinner party. The two of them hit it off at first sight and had a very congenial conversation. Later, Da Chong's company was blackmailed by a few gangsters. Lu Da helped him solve the problem, so he was very grateful to Lu Da. Of course, one of them was a serious businessman, and the other was a gangster who wandered in the gray area. They were not the same kind of people, so they didn't contact each other very often. Occasionally, they would meet up for a drink, and it felt like a friendship between gentlemen. Lu Da smiled and said, "I really don't have time today. I'll treat you next time." Da Chong, I just want to ask you for a small favor. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Da Chong said straightforwardly. Lu Da said, "I'm going to the Westlake residence to do something, but I heard that the security there is quite strict. I think I'll tell the security guard that I'm looking for you in a while. They will definitely call you to verify it. When the time comes, you can help to verify it." "I see." Da Chong hesitated and said, "No problem." Lu Da said again, "Don't worry, I'm not going into the community to commit murder or arson. It's just that one of my brothers encountered something and wanted to find a property owner here to reason it out." Da Chong laughed and said, "Even if you are going to commit murder or arson, I'm not afraid of being implicated. Anyway, if I'm asked, I'll insist that you did tell me that you were looking for me to drink, but after entering the community, you didn't come. I can't do anything about it." Lu Da couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's right. Just say that. This has nothing to do with you." The two of them chatted for a while. In front of them, they could already see the community gate of the Westlake residence. Lu Da hung up the phone and turned to Lu Dong and said, "It's done." In the rented house opposite the Westlake residence, Su Yugang had been monitoring the situation on Lu Dong's side. When he heard that Lu Da had successfully solved the problem of entering the community, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "They will be in the community soon. Are you all in position? Cave 1 in position. Cave 2 in position. Cave 3 in position." The voices of Wang Chong and the other two came from the walkie-talkie. "Brothers." Su Yugang held the walkie-talkie and said, "It's time for the final battle. Whether we succeed or fail depends on your performance." "Understood." Don't worry, squad leader. At the crucial moment, the soldiers of Tough Bone 3rd Company never dropped the ball. Suyogong's face showed a smile and said, "Everyone, keep the communication line open and act according to the plan." The Jinbei car slowly stopped in front of the main gate of the Westlake residence. Seeing that it wasn't a car from the community, a security guard immediately came over. Lu De leaned out of the window and said with a smile, "We are looking for Chen Xinqiang in Block 1, Unit 1202. Wait a moment," the security guard said. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Check with the owner of Unit 1202. Is there a visitor? The license plate number is 3A. Okay." The security guard's walkie-talkie rang and a voice came out. Lu De saw that the other security guard in the security room had picked up the phone and was making a call. He leaned back in the chair and waited quietly. On the other hand, Lu Dong's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he was a little nervous. He didn't know if he could successfully enter the residential area. On the other hand, there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. Whenever he thought of his wife having sex with another man in an apartment in this residential area, he had an impulse to destroy. Soon, the security guard in the security room opened the window and made an okay gesture. The security guard who came to check immediately took a step back and said, "You can go in now. Thank you for your cooperation." The stop pole slowly rose, and the Jinbei van smoothly drove into the Westlake residence complex. Lu De asked, "Uncle Dong, which floor of the building exactly?" "He hasn't given me any new information," Lu Dong said with a trembling voice. Lu De complained, "I can tell at a glance that he's not a straightforward guy. It's just a small matter, like squeezing toothpaste." As soon as Lu Da's voice fell, Justice is not absent seemed to have heard it. A new message was immediately sent. There were only 2 words, Building 3, Lu Dong silently turned the phone screen to Lu De F***CK. Lu De cursed and then said to the driver, "Drive to Building 3. "Okay, brother De," the driver said. The Jinbei car stopped next to Building 3. Lu Dong, Lu De, and a few of the underlings got out of the car together. Lu De and the others were quite low-key. The things they brought were hidden in their jackets. Only 2 of them were carrying paint buckets, which looked a little weird. The group of people came to the door of the unit. "Damn. We don't know the password," Lu De said. If it was in Building 1, it would be simple. He just had to call De Chong and ask De Chong to help press the button to open the door. But it was in Building 3. Even if he asked De Chong, the owner, it was impossible for him to know the password of the unit in another building. At this time, Lu Dong suddenly shouted, "De," he sent another message. "It's a string of numbers. Could it be the unit's password? Why don't we try it?" Lu De said. Then he gave a look to one of the underlings. The underling understood and took the phone from Lu Dong's hand. He walked to the unit's door and entered the string of numbers. With a click, the unit's door opened. "It really works," Lu De said, "Let's go in." The group of people walked into Building 3 in a line. He didn't say the specific unit number. Lu Dong said, "Where are we going to find it?" Lu De said lazily, "Let's wait. I'm sure that this shady guy must be watching our every move in some corner. Since we're already here, he will definitely let us see the adulterers." Sure enough, after a while, Justice is not absent sent another message. "Turn right and take the stairs. Go to the 8th floor first." "The 8th floor?" Lu Dong said with a trembling voice. "Let's go." Lu De waved his hand and was about to walk to the elevator. Lu Dong quickly said, "De, he told us to take the stairs, there's an elevator and we don't want to take it." "Are you stupid?" Lu De curled his lips and said, "Uncle Dong, ignore him. Let's take the elevator." After that, he was the first to walk into the elevator. Lu Dong and his underlings saw this and naturally followed him in. "The 8th floor, right?" Lu De said as he pressed the button for the 8th floor. There was no response. Lu De didn't believe it. He pressed it a few more times, but the button for the 8th floor still didn't light up. Moreover, the elevator stayed on the 1st floor. At this time, one of the underlings pointed below the floor button and said carefully, "De bro, this. Do we need to swipe a card to use it?" After being reminded, Lu De also saw the black area for swiping cards. He was a little embarrassed, so he hit the underling on the back of his head and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier when you saw it?" The underling was full of grievances, but he didn't dare to show it. He just lowered his head and looked at his toes. Therefore, after a round of trouble, Lu De, who didn't believe it, had to follow the instructions of Justice is not absent and take everyone up the stairs. Continuously climbing up the stairs was actually very physically exhausting. After arriving on the 8th floor, the group of people's breathing became a little heavy. Lu De took the mineral water from the underling and drank 2 mouthfuls. He asked, "You still haven't been given a house number?" "No." Lu Dong said. "I think there are only 2 houses on this floor. Why don't we go and check it out first?" Lu De said. Lu Dong couldn't help but be a little tempted. Especially when he thought that Fang Qinshan and that man might be in one of these 2 houses, he felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Justice is not absent asked them to come to the 8th floor. Naturally, they preconceived that Fang Qinshan and the adulterer lived on the 8th floor. Just then, Justice is not absent sent another message, "Don't act on your own, or you'll never find Fang Qinshan's real residence." Lu Dong's restless heart was immediately scared back. He quickly said, "Little De, wait. There's new information?" Lu De asked casually. "Which house is it?" He didn't say. "He just warned us not to act on our own, or else he won't tell us any more information," Lu Dong said. Lu De subconsciously felt a little disgusted. He said, "What are you bragging about? There are only 2 houses on the 8th floor. We can guard Fang Qinshan until." The more Lu De said, the less confident he became. He thought of the elevator incident just now. So far, the mysterious Justice is not absent hadn't made any mistakes. It was as if he had always been by their side and knew everything that happened there like the back of his hand. "There's another message," Lu Dong said. "Let me see." Lu De took the phone from Lu Dong's hand and read it out loud. "On the top of the fire hydrant on the left. There's a black box. Bring it with you." What the hell is going on? Lu De couldn't help but complain. Although he complained, he still had to pinch his nose and follow the other party's instructions. Soon, they came to the fire hydrant on the left. Lu De personally walked over and reached out to touch the top of the fire hydrant box. He really did find a black box. "There really is something," Lu De said. "Let's see what it is." When the box was opened, there was a piece of equipment that was slightly bigger than a business card. On one side of it, they could faintly see a ring-shaped shadow under the shell. "What's this for?" Lu De couldn't help but ask. "Have you seen it before?" Lu Dong and Lu Da's underlings all shook their heads. They had no idea what it was. At this time, Justice is not absent sent another message. "Okay, you've got the thing. You can continue climbing. This time, go straight to the 17th floor." After seeing the message, Lu De couldn't help but wail, "This is really tiring." Lu Dong said with some embarrassment, "Little De, I'm sorry. Because of me, you and your underlings have been tired." Lu De waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite with us. Let's go. Continue climbing." The group of people climbed up floor by floor, while Su Yugang put most of his energy on the surveillance screen. When Lu Haojuan entered the door, he couldn't wait to have sex with Fang Qinshan. Now, the 2 of them were eating at the dining table. Su Yugang believed that with Lu Haojuan's personality, after eating, even if he wasn't as strong as before, he would definitely roll in the sheets with Fang Qinshan again. On the other side, Lu Dong and the others finally reached the 17th floor with great difficulty. The group was already exhausted. They sat down on the stairs one after another, panting heavily as they chatted softly. Justice is not absent as further instructions didn't come. Lu Dong anxiously sent him many WeChat messages, but Justice is not absent seemed to have disconnected. There was no reply. This time, Lu De didn't have the energy to scold Justice is not absent. After climbing 17 floors, he was exhausted. All he wanted to do was to go back and take a hot shower, then sleep soundly until the sky turned dark. They waited for nearly 20 minutes. Just as Lu Dong was about to lose his patience, Justice is not absent finally sent a message. Go to the 19th floor. Lu De, who saw the message, was also unhappy. Climbing stairs again. He had climbed more stairs today than he had in the past 6 months. Now, he wanted to vomit when he saw the stairs. Under Su Yogong's constant guidance, the group of people finally reached the 19th floor. At this time, he saw on the surveillance screen that Fang Qianqian and Lu Haojuan were already kissing passionately, and they were walking in the direction of the bedroom. Lu Haojuan was very anxious. Fang Qianqian was still wearing the apron. He lifted her up in his arms. Su Yugang saw that the two of them were crazily entangled on the big bed in the bedroom. Then, he sent Lu Dong a WeChat message. They are in room 1902. But I advise you not to knock on the door. Take out the things I left for you on the 8th floor first. At this time, Justice is not absent sent another WeChat message. There is a switch on the side of the device. After turning it on, there will be a short charging process. After 2 or 3 seconds, the green light will light up. Stick it on the password input panel of the fingerprint lock, and the fingerprint lock system will reset. Then, you can use any fingerprint to open the door. In fact, this was the Tesla coil that was popular on the internet. It was invincible in front of various brands of fingerprint locks. Most of the fingerprint lock brands were not spared. Of course, the Tesla coil that Su Yugang prepared was also specially made. The effect was much better than the coils that were secretly sold on Taobao. Lu De picked up the card-shaped Tesla coil suspiciously and looked at it. Sure enough, he found a small switch on the side. He tried to turn the switch to the other side. After a soft beep sound, after 2 seconds, the green light on the top lit up. Lu De tried to move the Tesla coil in the direction of the fingerprint lock, but he retracted his hand halfway. Lu Dong's heart was beating fast at this moment. He felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. At this time, his mood was contradictory. On one hand, he hoped that it was a mistake and that Fang Qianqian was not inside at all. On the other hand, he strongly wanted to catch her in the act. After all, he had now accepted the cruel reality of Fang Qianqian's affair. Lu Da's action also surprised Lu Dong. His tense heart suddenly jumped, and then he looked at Lu De in confusion. Lu De turned his head and said to several of his men, "Get the tools ready, and the phone to record the video." "Start recording now." "Yes, Brother De," the underlings replied in a low voice. Although Lu De had not told them the purpose of this trip, by this time, everyone had already guessed it. Therefore, they did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of disturbing the people in the room. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lu De patted Lu Dong, who looked nervous, and then slowly put the Tesla coil on the panel of the fingerprint lock. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, at first, there was no movement, but after a few seconds, there was a slight buzzing sound. Then, the panel of the fingerprint lock flashed by itself. The system had been disturbed by the strong magnetic field generated by the coil and began to reset automatically. After a while, the fingerprint lock panel showed that it had been reset. Lu De put away the Tesla coil. Then, he turned his head and pointed at one of his underlings. He then gestured angrily at the fingerprint lock. The underling immediately understood and went forward to press his fingerprint. Lu Dong and Lu De watched nervously from the side. They were worried that they would be happy for nothing because they never thought that such a high-level fingerprint lock would be broken so easily. Ding dong, a crisp sound rang out, and the micromotor in the lock made a buzzing sound, connecting the handle and the lock core together. The underling pulled the door handle, and the anti-theft door opened. Lu De didn't hesitate. He went forward and opened the door. Then, with a wave of his hand, a group of people swarmed in. When Lu Dong and the others rushed into the house, Lu Haojuan and Fang Qianqian were doing primitive exercises in the living room. This high-end apartment was like an independent kingdom, and it was also a gentle paradise for Lu Haojuan to seek pleasure. He never cared about the space. It could be said that every corner of this apartment had traces of his and Fang Qianqian's lovemaking. After dinner today, Fang Qianqian went to the bathroom to take a shower, and Lu Haojuan stayed in the living room to watch TV for a while. When Fang Qianqian came out, Lu Haojuan, who had already taken a small pill in advance, was already anxious. He couldn't wait to tear open the bathrobe that Fang Qianqian had just put on. Then, he directly started an erotic battle in the living room. Su Yugang was a little worried that Lu Haojuan's combat power was too weak, and that he would give up before Lu Dong, Lu De, and the others arrived at the battlefield. Therefore, the pace of this segment was very tight. First, they had to wait on the 17th floor, and then rush to the 19th floor in one go. From the 17th floor to the 19th floor, they were delayed for 1 or 2 minutes when the door opened. The whole process didn't take long. In addition, Lu Haojuan had taken medicine in advance, so they didn't screw up. When Lu Dong and the others rushed in, Fang Qinshan was standing in front of the sofa with both hands on the coffee table, and Lu Haojuan was standing behind her. This apartment was very big, and the living room and the entrance were quite far away. In addition, the two people were immersed in making love, so the faint sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking didn't disturb the two people. It wasn't until the group of people rushed into the house that Fang Qinshan, who was facing the entrance, suddenly woke up. The first thing she saw was Lu Dong with a livid face. Fang Qinshan was stunned, and then she let out an earth-shattering scream, and her face became pale. Lu Haojuan was so scared that he almost went limp on the spot. He never dreamed that someone would break into his house. This was the Westlake residence with strict security. And in the Southeast province, where birds don't even shit, in the eyes of the third generation, everywhere was the countryside except for Beijing, who would have such courage. Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan separated in embarrassment. Fang Qinshan's legs were already weak under Lu Haojuan's impact, and now she was so scared that she directly sat on the ground. Fortunately, the carpet was soft, so she didn't suffer any injuries. Lu Haojuan hurriedly pulled a bathrobe to cover Fang Qinshan's naked body, and at the same time, pulled a piece of clothing to cover his lower body. Then he angrily roared, "Who are you? You don't want to live anymore." When Lu Dong and Lu De saw the scene in front of them, their eyes had already turned red. Seeing that Lu Haojuan was still so arrogant, Lu De was even more furious. He gritted his teeth and roared, F***ck. Brothers, let's go. Beat him up. After saying that, he was the first to rush up and kick Lu Haojuan to the ground. Other than the two underlings who were holding their phones to record the whole process, the rest of the people rushed up and punched and kicked Lu Haojuan mercilessly. Lu Haojuan wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, F***ck. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I beg you, stop it. At first, Lu Haojuan tried to use his identity, but Lu De and the others didn't give him a chance to speak. Punches and kicks fell on Lu Haojuan's body like raindrops. These were all people who mingled in the underworld every day, and fighting was a common occurrence for them. Even if their punches and kicks were average, and they didn't know any moves, they were very clear about which part of the body would cause severe pain, and at the same time, it wouldn't be easy to kill someone. Lu Haojuan was a pampered young master. How could he withstand such a vicious beating? Soon, he lost his initial arrogance and began to beg for mercy with snot and tears. Fang Qinshan tightly pulled the sides of her bathrobe and sat on the ground trembling. She looked at Lu Dong, who was standing motionless in the middle of the living room with a desperate gaze. At this time, Lu Dong's eyes were fixed on Fang Qinshan, and the two people's eyes met. Fang Qinshan had never seen Lu Dong reveal such an expression. The deep care in his eyes before had disappeared, and in its place was a coldness that made Fang Qinshan's heart tremble, and that bottomless despair. Lu De only kicked Lu Haojuan a few times at the beginning, and after the underlings went up, he retreated. He glanced at Fang Qinshan and suddenly became angry. He rushed over and forcefully pulled the bathrobe that she was using to cover her body. Lu De scolded, "You have the face to do such an immoral thing, and you're still afraid of others seeing it. Why didn't I see you covered up so tightly when you were having sex with that wild man just now?" Then, Lu De turned his head and shouted to one of the underlings who was filming, "Stand over here, take a few close-up shots of this shameless woman." Fang Qinshan screamed and grabbed her bathrobe tightly, but how could her strength be compared to Lu Da's? Soon, the bathrobe was torn to pieces, and her body was exposed everywhere, covering parts and exposing parts. Fang Qinshan looked at Lu Dong in despair, her eyes filled with pleading. If it was in the past, not to mention Fang Qinshan being treated like this, even if she accidentally sprained her ankle, Lu Dong would be extremely concerned about her well-being. But now, Lu Dong only looked coldly at Fang Qinchen's awkward appearance, and didn't have the slightest intention of helping her out. All of this was clearly recorded by the phone. Lu Haojuan screamed as he shouted, "Stop it, quick! Stop it! I'm Chongping County's Deputy Secretary Lu Haojuan. You're beating up a government employee. You'll go to jail." Hearing this, Lu De separated from his subordinates and walked in front of Lu Haojuan. He scolded, F***CKU. Are you trying to scare me? I don't care who you are, since you dared to steal my brother's wife, I'll cripple you. Then, Lu De grabbed a steel pipe from one of the underlings, and without thinking, smashed it down heavily on Lu Haojuan's leg. Crack, Lu Haojuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. The pain from his broken leg made his whole body tremble, and after a few screams, he fainted from the pain. On the other side, Fang Qinchen's bathrobe had already been thrown away by Lu De. She could only crouch on the ground and curl up into a ball, hoping to cover her sensitive parts as much as possible. The underling in charge of filming was still faithfully recording the scene. When Lu Haojuan's leg was broken, Lu Dong, whose face had been ashen, finally spoke, "Little De, that's enough. Don't kill him." Even though Lu Dong couldn't wait to kill Lu Haojuan, he still had a trace of rationality left. At least he knew that he had to pay with his life for killing someone. Moreover, Lu Haojuan had helped him today, so he couldn't implicate Lu De. Lu De casually returned the steel pipe to his underling, then clapped his hands and said, "He got off too easy. When we get back, we'll find out who this bastard is, and we'll loosen his bones every few days. Unless he runs out of Sanshan and never comes back, he won't have a good time." At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. We're here. Room 1902, right? I think I heard fighting. Quick. Turn on the machine." Then, a group of people appeared at the door of room 1902. They were much more professional than Lu Dong and Lu De. Some of them carried professional cameras, while others carried windproof microphones. After taking a look at the situation in the room, they immediately rushed in. Lu Dong saw the logo of the Southeast Province television station on the camera, and he was stunned. Why is the media here? What he was most worried about now was that this incident would spread like wildfire. Therefore, he had no choice but to look for Lu De. He even reminded Lu De repeatedly that he must keep this a secret. Now that the media was here, and they were from the provincial TV station, if this incident was broadcast on TV, wouldn't everyone know about it? A female reporter in a light blue suit came forward with a microphone. When she saw the scene in front of her, she knew that the informant was probably right. A man was lying on the ground, his thighs were already swollen. There was also a naked woman curled up into a ball, her eyes glazed over. The female reporter felt that the woman looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. They were all from Sanshan's media circle, so they had the opportunity to interact with each other in various situations. Moreover, Fang Qinchen was quite popular in Sanshan recently, so it wasn't strange that the female reporter had an impression of her. However, Fang Qinchen looked very pathetic. When she was fighting for the bathrobe, she was slapped in the face by Lu De. The corner of her mouth was swollen, and her hair was disheveled. It was very different from her graceful appearance in front of the screen, so the female reporter didn't recognize her. She just felt that she looked familiar. The camera had already started working, and the female reporter asked, "What happened here? Why are you guys fighting?" Lu Dong didn't have time to stop the reporter before Lu De said angrily, "Do you still need to ask? This woman is cheating on her husband, and we caught her in bed." Lu De was in a fit of anger, and he had already forgotten Lu Dong's instructions. Of course, the most important thing was that this matter didn't happen to him. So, in his emotions, there was more anger, and Lu Dong was more in deep despair. Similarly, when the reporters appeared unexpectedly, Lu Dong's first thought was to stop them from reporting, and Lu Da's first thought was to expose this adulterous couple and let their reputation be tarnished. The female reporter looked at the camera and said, "Hello, dear viewers. I am Lu Yuan, a reporter from the city's information station. We are now in a residential building. Two groups of people got into a scuffle because of a family dispute. Let us interview the people involved and find out what happened." Then, the female reporter put the microphone close to Lu De and asked, "Sir, can you roughly tell us what happened?" Lu Dong saw Lu Dong's righteous indignation in front of the camera, and he felt like King a dog. He tried to pull Lu Da's clothes twice, but Lu Da shook him off. Lu Da, who was facing the camera, didn't pay attention to Lu Dong at all. Lu Dong felt that everything was out of his control. He looked at the reporters and cameras, and he was puzzled. Why did the reporters suddenly appear? And they came too quickly, right? I rushed into the house for less than 10 minutes, and the reporters had already arrived at the scene. Could it be that they had wings and could fly over? Lu Dong couldn't figure this out. He only vaguely felt that all of this must be related to the justice is not absent on WeChat. Time went back to half an hour ago. Southeast Province TV's Haixi Satellite TV's Urban Intelligence Station program team, the editor on duty, Xiao, was proofreading a news video. As the only TV station in Southeast Province, Haixi Satellite TV's audience was not limited to Southeast Province. In theory, viewers all over the country could watch it. Although Haixi Satellite TV's influence was not as good as Xianxia Satellite TV and other local TV stations, it could be ranked in the upper middle of all the satellite TV channels in the country. The ratings of many programs were quite high, so the review system was relatively perfect. After the editor on duty reviewed and proofread the video, he would mark it backstage and then report it to the deputy chief editor on duty for final review. After the final review, it could be broadcast. Just as Xiaozhu was seriously reviewing the news video, the phone in the news duty room rang. He immediately put down the work in his hand, skillfully recorded the caller ID, and then picked up the phone. Hello, Haixi Satellite TV Urban Intelligence Station program team. I have a news lead here. A low voice sounded. Xiaozhu quickly recorded it. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and found a number and dialed it. This was a social news clue. The woman's affair was discovered by her husband, and the husband brought people to catch her in bed. It was not a very special news clue, but the person who broke the news also said that the woman may be a public figure, and the man brought a lot of people, including steel pipes and other things, so the scene may be more popular. Xiaozhu felt that such news was still worth reporting, and there was a group of reporters who had just returned from the scene, so he decided to inform this group of reporters to take a look at the Westlake residence. After a while, an interview car with the provincial TV station and Haixi Satellite TV logo drove out of the TV station. Su Yugang, who had been commanding in the rented house, received the news from Zhang Aijuan, who had come to the entrance of the TV station in advance, and immediately assigned a task to Xing Liang, who had successfully sneaked into the community. To be honest, there were only 4 of them. To complete the plan set by Xia Ruofei, they were really short of manpower. Every step had to be calculated very accurately, but fortunately, so far, it had been completed well. When Haixi Satellite TV's interview car set off, in fact, Lu Hajuan's car had just entered the Westlake residence. All the time had to be calculated very accurately, and the error was at least less than 5 minutes. When the Haixi Satellite TV interview car was about to arrive at the Westlake residence, the community security captain was leading a security guard on a routine patrol in the community. When they passed by the central square, a young man wearing a cap was looking at his phone while walking. The security captain was used to seeing people with their heads lowered. When they passed by, he purposely moved to the side. The young man in the cap was looking at his phone as he walked. His route was a little crooked. When he met the security captain, he unexpectedly took a step to the side, and the two of them bumped into each other. At this time, the young man in the cap seemed to come to his senses and hurriedly apologized to the security captain. The security captain's attitude was pretty good, and he even specifically reminded him, "Young man, it's best not to look at your phone when you're walking. It's very unsafe." The young man in the cap said repeatedly, okay, thanks for the reminder. It was just a small episode, but the security captain didn't take it to heart. Instead, he continued to patrol with another security guard. He didn't realize that something was missing from his pocket. The young man in the cap was Xing Liang. After he succeeded, he didn't stop at the central square. Instead, he walked along the road in the direction of Building 3. Wang Chong, wearing a mask, walked over. When the two of them passed each other, Xing Liang quickly handed a card over to Wang Chong. Xing Liang took a small detour and walked to the entrance of the community. Of course, he didn't go out. Instead, he sat by the flower pond near the entrance to rest. After a while, the Haishi satellite TV interview car appeared in Xingliang's line of sight. The interview car slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. The interview team's reporter, Lu Yuan, was ready to negotiate with the security guard about letting them in. There was indeed a security guard coming over from the gatehouse. Whether it was Lu Yuan or the security guard, neither of them noticed that Xingliang, who had his hands in his pockets, was holding a remote control in his pocket and pressing it hard. Then, the car stop at the entrance of the community rose. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then she quickly reacted. She quickly said, "Brother driver, let's go straight in." The car stop rose on its own. This surprised Lu Yuan a little, but she quickly realized that this was an opportunity. News clues were often fleeting. Westlake Residence was a well-known high-end community. The management of people and vehicles entering and leaving the community was relatively strict. Even if they stopped to negotiate, they might not be allowed to enter. Since the car stop had risen on its own, Lu Yuan naturally decided to drive directly in. Lu Yuan knew that if she did things according to the rules, she might not be able to enter the community at all. Even if she succeeded in entering, the news clue might have lost its value in the time it took to negotiate at the entrance. Rather than that, she might as well just barge in. Even if she was questioned by the security guard afterwards, she wasn't afraid at all. The identity of a satellite TV reporter was still very useful. Thus, the interview car drove into the community amidst the security guards shouting. In fact, the security guard didn't know what had happened. He thought that his colleague in the gatehouse had pressed the button to raise the car stop. By the time he came back to his senses, the two interview cars had already driven far away. He quickly asked his people to chase after them. "Building 3 is over there." Lu Yuan pointed to the side and said, "Let's hurry up. Otherwise, the security guard might catch up with us. Cameraman, please prepare the equipment we'll be using first. After parking the car, we'll head straight for the entrance." Okay. Soon, the interview vehicle arrived at the entrance of building number 3. Lu Yuan and the cameraman quickly got out of the car and carried their equipment to the entrance of building 3. In fact, she and her colleague were still facing 2 checkpoints, but the considerate Su Yugang had already helped her think of one. Earlier on, Xingliang had not only taken out the remote control for the security guard, but also an elevator card. Unlike the owner's elevator card, this elevator card could only be swiped to a specific floor. It could be swiped to any floor. And just now, Xingliang had already passed this elevator card to Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong was at the entrance of building 3. He had already used the password to open the door in advance. Just like that, Lu Yuan and the others walked directly into building 3. Under normal circumstances, it was naturally impossible for a 2-legged car to catch up with a 4-wheeled car. Thus, the security guards who were chasing after them were still quite a distance away from building 3. After Lu Yuan and the others entered the building, Wang Chong stuffed the elevator card into the cameraman's hand and whispered something into his ear. Then, in a flash, he walked into the stairwell. "Brother Su, who is this? What did he give you?" Lu Yuan was confused. The cameraman, Brother Su, waved the card in his hand and said, "I don't know him. He said that this is the elevator card, and swiping it will take us to the 19th floor." Lu Yuan raised her eyebrows. She felt that there was something fishy about today's incident. First, when they entered the building, before they could even say anything, the bar rose by itself. Then, someone opened the door for them and even stuffed the elevator card into their hands. Lu Yuan felt as if someone was secretly helping them clear the way, but wasn't this service a little too considerate? Through the glass of the door, she saw the security guards getting closer and closer. Without thinking too much, she hurriedly said, "Let's go. Let's enter the elevator." In any case, no matter what, it was best to complete the interview first. At the very least, the other party had been helping them without any ill intentions. Just like that, Lu Yuan's interview team successfully took the elevator to the 19th floor. After Wang Chong completed his mission, he also rushed up the stairs to the 19th floor. When the security guards caught up to them, they only saw the elevator going up continuously. The smart Lu Yuan pressed a few more floors, causing the security guards to see the elevator stop, go up, stop, and go up again. It was impossible for them to determine which floor the reporters had gone to. Before they could obtain more information, they could only go to these floors and check them one by one. This also gave Lu Yuan's interview team more time. Amidst the chaos in room 1902, Lu Yuan's interview went smoothly. Before she came, she had already mentally prepared herself. Usually, the two parties involved in such matters wouldn't be willing to cooperate with the interview. Thus, she could only take a few videos of the scene and then interview a few neighbors. In fact, as long as she could get to the scene in time and take a video of the two parties tearing each other apart, it would already be very eye-catching. Lu Yuan didn't expect the person involved to be so cooperative. She didn't even need to guide Lu De, who was already rambling on. Actually, Lu De was just being impulsive. When he saw the reporters, he wanted to use the media as a weapon to ruin the reputation of Fang Qinshan and the man who claimed to be the deputy secretary. When he was almost done, he finally snapped out of his daze. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, all right. Don't ask so many questions. There's nothing to film, Lu Dong wanted to cry. Wasn't it a little too late to be concerned about the impact of the interview? Through the surveillance footage, Su Yugang saw everything that happened in room 1902. He didn't expect the interview to go so smoothly. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei came up with the plan, he had considered all kinds of contingency plans. He had prepared backup plans in case the media couldn't reach the scene and the interview didn't go well. However, it seemed like those plans wouldn't be used for the time being. Of course, it still depended on whether the interview could be broadcasted successfully. When Lu Yuan's interview came to an end, the security guards finally arrived at room 1902. They were shocked by the chaotic scene, especially the unconscious man. He was obviously the owner of the house. The security captain hurriedly rushed in and shouted, "What are you doing here? You're lawless. Also, those reporters, stop taking pictures. Filming is not allowed here." Then, the security guard captain turned around and said, "Xiao Jia, call the police immediately." One of the security guards quickly took out his phone and called the police. Lu De picked his ear and said, "What are you shouting for?" "I'm here to catch them in the act. This B***** slept with my brother's wife. No matter what you say, we're in the right." "Nonsense," the security guard captain said sternly. "What you're doing is illegal. I'm telling you, none of you can leave. Wait for the police to come." Lu De sneered. "You want to stop me with just the few of you?" Lu Da's underlings also burst into laughter. They patted the steel pipes in their hands and looked at the security guards maliciously. The security guard captain subconsciously took a step back. The security force in the community was not strong. There were only a dozen security guards, and there were only 5 or 6 people who had followed him here. The few people in front of him looked fierce, and they were all holding weapons in their hands. At first glance, he knew that they were not to be trifled with. Even if he called all the security guards over for reinforcements, he might not be their opponent. More importantly, this was just their profession and a way to make a living. No one was really willing to risk their lives for the sake of helping the owners. Lu De curled his lips and said, "Uncle Dong, we've vented our anger. Let's go back first." "Oh yeah, let's hurry up and divorce this woman. We've got the evidence. I heard that in this kind of cheating case, the judge will sentence the guilty party to leave the marriage with nothing." Fang Qinshan couldn't help but tremble. She didn't care about leaving the marriage with nothing, but whether or not Lu Dong would really divorce her. At this time, Fang Qinshan finally remembered how good Lu Dong was. In university, Lu Dong waited for her downstairs in the dormitory on a cold day just to bring her breakfast. After graduation, the two of them studied together for exams, and Lu Dong cooked delicious food for her every day. After marriage, Lu Dong gave in to her in everything and pampered her. Almost all the housework was taken care of. Scenes of the past appeared in her mind. Fang Qinshan felt that she had been possessed during this time. She actually became Lu Haojuan's lover. She had to admit that after being with Lu Haojuan, she had gained a lot of benefits, both materially and professionally. But now, in her opinion, these benefits were nothing compared to a considerate and loving husband. However, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Under Fang Qinchen's regretful gaze, Lu Dong's expression became firm. He nodded and said, okay. After Lu Dong finished speaking, he said to Lu De, let's go. Lu De nodded and waved to his underlings. The group of people swaggered towards the door. The head of security hesitated for a moment, then stood out and stopped them. You can't. He had only said a few words when Lu De pushed him back a few steps. Lu De slowly placed the cold steel pipe on the security captain's neck. With a sneer on his face, he asked, you want to keep us here with just the few of you? If you don't want to break your arms and legs, get out of the way. Lu Da's arrogant eyes made the head of security tremble, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. After 2 seconds of silence, the head of security finally waved his hand silently and signaled for the other guards to move out of the way. Their salaries weren't high, and there was no need to fight to the death for this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, if they really ended up with broken arms and legs, they might even lose their jobs. Moreover, no one would praise their bravery, they would only think that they were stupid. Moreover, even if they tried their best to stop them, would they be able to keep Lu De and his men? The answer was, of course, no. Therefore, the head of security made a wise decision. Only then did Lu De put away the steel pipe and led Lu Dong and his lackeys out of room 1902 in a swaggering manner. Then, Lu De turned back and said, tell the guards at the door to be smarter. Don't block us like idiots. The head of security looked humiliated, but he still nodded silently. After Lu De and Lu Dong left, Fang Qinchen was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Her face was as pale as paper, and there was no trace of life in her eyes. When the reporter Lu Yuan entered the room, she had already put a coat on Fang Qinchen. As a woman, although she despised Fang Qinchen, she still felt that no matter what crime she committed, in a room full of men, at least she had some clothes to cover her body and preserve her last bit of dignity. Now, Lu Yuan's heart had a trace of compassion. She walked forward and gently patted Fang Qinchen, saying, I've already called an ambulance. Let's take your friend to the hospital first. Until now, Lu Yuan still hadn't recognized Fang Qinchen. Fang Qinchen lowered her head and replied in a daze, thank you. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't know what to say. She gave a look to her companions, and everyone put away their equipment and prepared to call it a day. Today's news material was enough. If they rushed back early to edit and organize, they could still make it in time for the 9:00 p.m. news program. Without waiting for the security captain to speak, Lu Yuan spoke first. We are reporters from Haishi Satellite TV. We were informed by the person involved to come here for an interview. Don't tell me you want to keep us here too? Lu Yuan thought that it was Lu De and the others who had made the call. That explained why she was able to enter the residential area so easily and why someone had even given her the elevator card. In her opinion, Lu De, who had a trace of a gangster's aura, should have the ability to do so. The security captain opened his mouth, but changed his mind. He said, we don't have the right to detain people. This reporter, I hope that you will still go through the proper channels when you interview in the future. It will be very difficult for us if you sneak in like this today. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said, okay, thank you for the reminder. They just wanted to find a way out, so Lu Yuan didn't have to give them any face. If they pushed them too far, even if the property management and security couldn't do anything to them, it would still be troublesome. Besides, they were in a hurry to go back and edit the program. After the reporters left, the security captain went forward and looked at Lu Haojuan's situation. Lu Haojuan's breathing was stable, but his leg was swollen. It was obviously broken. He had fainted because of the pain, so there shouldn't be any danger to his life. The security captain secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He went forward and asked, Ma'am, do you need any help? Fang Qinchen's eyes were still dull. She stared at a spot on the floor and said, no. If the ambulance comes, please help guide it, that's not a problem. The security captain said, in that case, we will go down first. If you need anything, you can call the property management at any time. Fang Qinchen nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the security captain led the security guards out of room 1902. The room, which had been in a mess just a moment ago, quieted down again. In the rented apartment across from the Westlake residence, Su Yugang kept staring at the surveillance screen. He was worried that Fang Qinchen wouldn't be able to handle the shock and would commit suicide. This was what Xiao Ruofei specifically told him to do when he made the plan. Although Fang Qinshan wasn't worthy of sympathy, she didn't deserve to die. Even if Fang Qinshan really committed suicide, this matter would be blown out of proportion, and Lu Haojuan would be doomed eternally. Xiao Ruofei didn't have such thoughts. On the contrary, he specifically told Su Yugang to prevent such a situation from happening. Therefore, Wang Chong was actually on standby in the staircase between the 19th and 18th floors. If Fang Qinshan really showed signs of committing suicide, Su Yugang could call Wang Chong to stop it at any time. At the same time, Su Yugang also informed Zhang Aijuan and Xing Liang that they could return to the rented apartment. They just needed to finish up some loose ends and pay attention to Haishi Satellite TV's news program. If today's incident was successfully broadcast on the news, then Xiao Ruofei's plan would basically come to fruition, and the backup plan would be useless. What Su Yugang was worried about didn't happen. Fang Qinshan just sat on the floor quietly with a blank expression. She didn't even look at Lu Haojuan, who was lying motionless beside her like a dead dog. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the residential area. The paramedics used a stretcher to carry Lu Haojuan into the elevator and sent him to the ambulance. Fang Qinshan naturally had to follow the ambulance, so there was no one left in room 1902. Su Yugang immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Apartment 2, you can clean up now, understood?" Wang Chong said crisply. Wang Chong walked out of the staircase and went straight to the door of room 1902. Although the fingerprint lock had been reset by Lu De using the Tesla coil, and any fingerprint could easily open the door, Wang Chong didn't choose to do so. He didn't want his fingerprint to be recorded by the fingerprint lock system. Thus, Wang Chong chose to use the same method as Su Yugang when he first came to room 1902. He used a metal wire to poke the hidden keyhole under the fingerprint lock's control panel. After a few fiddles, there was a click, and the supposedly secure fingerprint lock was easily opened. Wang Chong darted into the room and quickly closed the door. He was here to retrieve the monitoring equipment, mainly to avoid leaving any traces behind. Once Lu Haojuan came back to his senses in the future, he would send someone to conduct a carpet search here. Those monitoring equipment would definitely have nowhere to hide. Although it might not necessarily implicate Su Yugang and the others, it was naturally safer to be cautious about this kind of thing. Besides, the equipment was extremely high-grade and expensive. After retrieving them, he could still use them for similar missions in the future. Wang Chong was well aware of the location of every single surveillance camera and listening device. Su Yugang had drawn a rough map for him, and he had also seen the surveillance footage in the room more than once, so it wasn't hard for him to deduce the exact location of the cameras. Wang Chong skillfully dismantled the surveillance cameras and listening devices in the living room and bedroom before swiftly restoring them to their original state. Su Yugang watched as the image on the computer screen trembled a few times before disappearing completely. A moment later, the voice in the earpiece couldn't be heard anymore. Following which, Wang Chong's voice came from the walkie-talkie, "Boss, it's done. Shall I come back now?" Be careful," Su Yugang said. Provincial television station, Haishi Satellite TV. After Lu Yuan's interview team returned, the first thing they did was to export the footage they had just taken to the computer. Then, Lu Yuan personally sat in front of the computer and began editing. As a reporter, it was far from enough for her to just show her face in front of the camera and write a few superficial articles. The pace of work in the media industry was extremely fast, and there was never enough manpower. Thus, reporters specialized in one area and had many other abilities. Basically, every reporter knew how to edit videos, but their proficiency in it varied. Lu Yuan's work efficiency was very high. Very quickly, she edited a news video that was more than 3 minutes long. Then, she went to the recording room to record a few voiceovers and edited the audio into the news video. This was basically the finished product. Lu Yuan sent the news video to the backstage for review. Then, she called the editor on duty and asked him to quickly review it and add it into the live news broadcast at 10 p.m. tonight. The editor on duty looked through it carefully several times and didn't find any problems. The context of the news was very clear, and the tone was very objective. In addition, the faces of the people involved were thinly pixelated, so it didn't constitute an invasion of privacy. Thus, the editor on duty immediately marked the news video as a pass. This news video was automatically sent to the deputy editor on duty tonight. The deputy editor on duty was in the office. When he heard the message from the backstage for review, he immediately opened it and took a look. This news was very standard and had a lot of solid information. The deputy editor looked at it several times and didn't see any content that violated national policies. Even the privacy of the people involved was protected very well. Therefore, the deputy editor on duty immediately marked the news video as a final pass. At the same time, the deputy editor on duty also commented on the draft backstage for review. Please include this social news in the Urban Intelligence Station segment on the evening news program. In addition, the new media team can push it on the Weibo platform first. Just like that, the official Weibo of Xianxia Satellite TV posted the news video on the Weibo platform 5 minutes after the deputy editor on duty passed the final review. Moreover, the live evening news program that would start in 10 minutes would also broadcast this news. In the emergency department of the provincial hospital, Lu Haojuan woke up again in pain when the orthopedic doctor who came to the consultation was setting his bones. What had just happened in the Westlake residence was like a nightmare. However, the pain all over his body, especially the piercing pain in his legs, told him that it wasn't a nightmare, but something that had really happened. Seeing the busy doctor beside him, Lu Haojuan knew that he had been sent to the hospital. He struggled to reach out and fumbled around on his body, trying to find his phone. The doctor who was working immediately frowned and said, "Don't move if you don't want to be in pain again. Otherwise, your bones will be dislocated again." Lu Haojuan was so scared that he immediately lay down obediently, but his eyes were still looking around. Lao Zhou has already returned to Chongping. I wonder if Fang Qinshan has informed him. Lu Haojuan thought to himself. His heart was filled with anger, and he swore to himself that he would make the gangster who broke his leg pay a painful price. However, no matter how much he gritted his teeth, he could only lie motionless on the medical bed. The orthopedic doctor finished treating his broken leg and put a thick plaster on his leg. Then, the doctor from the emergency department came to help him deal with the external injuries. In addition to the broken leg, he had also been punched and kicked by Lu Da's underlings for a few minutes. His body was covered in bruises, and it was needless to say how embarrassing it was. After a full 30 to 40 minutes, the doctor finished. He left Lu Haojuan behind, pulled open the curtain of the emergency treatment room, and walked out. Fang Qinshan was sitting on the bench outside. When she saw the doctor come out, she quickly stood up and greeted him. "Are you the patient's family?" the doctor asked. Fang Qinshan's eyes showed a hint of a complicated expression. She nodded slightly and asked, "Doctor, how is the situation?" "His leg is fractured, and there are many external injuries." The doctor asked, "Do we need to call the police?" No need, no need," Fang Qinshan said quickly. The doctor nodded. Since the patient did not intend to call the police, they would not be nosy. If it was a gunshot wound, the hospital would immediately call the police. This kind of fighting injury was not mandatory. The doctor said, "We have already dealt with the external injuries. His most serious injury is the fracture of his leg, so I have arranged for him to be transferred to the orthopedic department for follow-up treatment. You go through the procedures and deposit a medical fee of 10,000 yuan in advance." "Okay, thank you, doctor," Fang Qinshan said. At this time, Lu Haojuan, who was in the emergency treatment room, also heard the noise outside. He could not help but shout, "Qinshan, come in for a moment." Fang Qinshan hurriedly said hello to the doctor and then quickly walked in. There were people coming and going in the emergency department. Lu Haojuan asked in a low voice with a gloomy face, "Is it your husband today?" Fang Qinshan nodded slightly, looking particularly bleak. "And those gangsters, were they all called by your husband?" Lu Haojuan asked bitterly, "I will definitely make them regret being born into this world." "Have you informed Lao Zhou?" "Not yet," Fang Qinshan whispered. "Damn it. I will call him myself." Lu Haojuan said, "Where is my phone? Give it to me quickly." Fang Qinshan saw Lu Haojuan's ferocious look and could not help but worry about Lu Dong. However, she thought of another more serious matter and quickly said, "Brother Jun, when you were unconscious, a group of TV reporters came to the house. Lu Haojuan's reaction was so big that the wound on his face was pulled. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he still propped himself up from the hospital bed and pulled Fang Qinshan tightly, asking, "What the hell is going on?" The doctor who was stitching up a patient in the next bed turned around and said with dissatisfaction, "Keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Do you think you're at home?" Lu Haojuan roared, "Shut up. It's none of your business. What's wrong with you?" The doctor couldn't take it anymore. "If you want to quarrel, go home. If you continue, I'll call security." Fang Qinshan said quickly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's in a bad mood. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Haojuan said impatiently, Okay. Tell me. What's the matter with the reporters?" Fang Qinshan said, "I don't know. You. Not long after you fainted, the reporters came in with cameras. Which unit?" Lu Haojuan asked quickly, "Tell me." "The provincial TV station." Fang Qinshan said, "I have some impression of the reporter. He seems to be from Haishi satellite TV, cell phone." "Ah?" Fang Qinshan didn't react for a moment. "Give me the cell phone." Lu Haojuan shouted, "Where's my cell phone? Hurry up." I didn't take it." Fang Qinshan panicked. Maybe I left it at home." "You." Lu Haojuan was angry. "What else can you do? Where's your cell phone?" "Here." Fang Qinshan quickly took out her cell phone and handed it to Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan only remembered the number of the driver, Lao Zhou, and immediately dialed it. "Hello, Miss Feng." Lao Zhou said. "It's me." Lu Haojuan said. "Secretary Lu. Do you have any instructions?" Old Zhou hurriedly asked respectfully. Lu Haojuan lowered his voice and said, "Something happened here. Fang Qinshan's husband brought people here." "What?" Lao Zhou turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked, "Secretary, are you hurt?" "How can I be fine?" Lu Haojuan snapped. "I'm in the hospital. I'll be right there." Lao Zhou said immediately. "Don't rush over yet. Lao Zhou, there's something urgent right now." Lu Haojuan said, "They even brought reporters with them today. I have to coordinate with them immediately. We can't let this news be broadcasted. But I left my phone at home. Send me Uncle Fan's phone number immediately." "Okay, Secretary Lu." Lao Zhou said quickly. He also knew that the matter was urgent, so he quickly hung up the phone. He found Uncle Fan's phone number and sent it to Fang Qinshan's phone. After Lu Haojuan received the message, he immediately dialed it. "Uncle Fan, I'm Haojuan." "Yes. I left my phone at home. I have something to trouble you with today. It's quite urgent." Then, Lu Haojuan didn't dare to hide anything. He told him everything that had happened that day, and then said, "Uncle Fan, that's about it. The reporter is probably from Haishi satellite TV. I hope you can help coordinate with them and remove this news." In the courtyard of the provincial government, a dignified old man hung up the phone. He had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. This young master of the Lu family was really a worrisome person. Before the new year, he had been sent to Southeast Province because of his lifestyle problems. Normally, people at his age should have learned from their mistakes. But Lu Haojuan didn't reflect on himself. Instead, he became even worse because he was far away from the authorities. This time, he actually slept with a married woman and was caught red-handed by her husband. He was even photographed by a reporter. If the old leader knew about this, he would be so angry that he would have a heart attack. To be honest, Fan Tianfeng was really tired of this. He didn't even want to touch this kind of bullshit matter. But, could he just ignore it? No matter how bad Lu Haojuan was, he was still the grandson of the old leader. He sighed secretly. After thinking about it, he picked up the landline phone on the desk and dialed it. "Hello, is this Comrade Xintai? I'm Fan Tianfeng." He called Jing Xintai, the deputy director of the provincial TV station in charge of Haishi satellite TV. When Jing Xintai heard the familiar voice on the phone, he quickly said respectfully, "Hello, Governor Fan. Do you have any instructions?" Fan Tianfeng was the governor of Southeast Province. He was ranked third in the provincial government team, second only to the executive governor. He was also one of the big shots in the provincial party committee. Although Fan Tianfeng wasn't in charge of publicity work, Xianxia naturally didn't dare to neglect his rank and status. Fan Tianfeng said amiably, "Comrade Xintai, I don't have any instructions. There's something I need your help with, please say it, Governor Fan." "I'll do my best," Xianxia said. Fan Tianfeng thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. Today, a female reporter from Haishi Satellite TV went to the Westlake mansion to interview about a family dispute. If possible, I hope you can take down this news and not broadcast it." "No problem," Xianxia said without hesitation. It was just an ordinary piece of social news. It didn't matter whether it was broadcast or not. How could Xianxia refuse a call from a big shot from the provincial government in such a gentle manner? Fan Tianfeng smiled and said, "Thank you, Comrade Xintai. By the way, I was asked to do this. There's nothing wrong with the news itself. You don't have to pursue the reporter who worked hard to interview. It's best to do some ideological work for them. After all, it's very tiring to go to the scene. If the news can't be broadcast after it's collected, it'll be easy to dampen their enthusiasm for work." "You're too thoughtful," Xianxia said. "I'll definitely implement your instructions." "You," Fan Tianfeng said. "I've already said that it's not an instruction. It's just a personal request. Comrade Xintai, there's no time to lose. I won't talk to you anymore." Okay. Goodbye, Governor Fan," Xianxia said. After Fan Tianfeng called Xianxia, he called the director of the provincial hospital and asked him to arrange the best doctor for Lu Haojuan. At the same time, he also asked him to arrange a better single ward for him. This was his area of responsibility. The field of medical and health was one of his areas of responsibility. So, for him, this kind of small matter was just a matter of a word. 10 minutes later, Xianxia, the deputy director of the provincial television station, was sitting in his study with a worried face. As soon as he answered Fan Tianfeng's call, he didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately called Haishi Satellite TV. Although the information provided by Fan Tianfeng wasn't detailed, there was one key piece of information, which was the Westlake Mansion community. The probability of multiple news events happening in the same community at the same time was very low. So, with this information point, it was easy to lock onto the news video. But what Xianxia didn't expect was that his call was already too late. In the live evening news column, this news video had already been broadcast, just about 5 minutes ago. If that's all, Xianxia's face wouldn't be so ugly. After all, Haishi Satellite TV is not a TV station like Xiangnan Satellite TV with heaven-defying ratings. In addition, he also learned that when the news was broadcast, both parties involved were pixelated. How many people who saw this news would recognize the people in the video? In his opinion, this number should not be high. As long as he remembered to delete this part during the replay, the problem shouldn't be too big. But what made Xianxia depressed was that Haishi Satellite TV's official Weibo had already pushed this news video earlier. Xianxia took a look at the Weibo platform. The number of views on this Weibo had already exceeded 100,000. The number of views on Weibo was somewhat inflated, but the reposts and comments were real. The data of hundreds of reposts and comments made Xianxia's head hurt. He quickly instructed Haishi Satellite TV to delete this Weibo immediately. At the same time, he also had to remove this news before the evening news was replayed. After doing this, Xianxia was able to calm down and think about how to reply to Fan Tianfeng. Although the responsibility of this matter was not on him, when Fan Tianfeng called, it was already too late. But no matter what, this was the first time the dignified big boss of the provincial government asked him for help, but the matter was handled like this. Even if he didn't say it, he would definitely have a lot of opinions about him in his heart. Many times, the leaders didn't care about who was responsible. They were more concerned about the results of the matter. Xianxia thought hard, but in the end, he couldn't think of any good ideas. After thinking about it, he could only tell the truth. He sighed and secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he thought that this was a great opportunity to get close to Fan Tianfeng. He didn't expect that the opportunity would become a hot potato, and a hot potato at that. Provincial Hospital. Lu Haojuan, who had been transferred to the advanced ward of the orthopedics department, was anxiously waiting for the news. Fang Qinshan was also sitting in front of the hospital bed in a daze. In fact, Fang Qinshan really missed her daughter, Meng Meng, and of course, her husband, Lu Dong. She was already regretting it to death. If she could turn back time, she definitely wouldn't have made such a choice. After losing it, she realized that the ordinary daily necessities were the original taste of life. Lao Zhou was still on the way from Chongping. Moreover, he had to make a trip to the Westlake residence to help Lu Haojuan get the phone. Therefore, Lu Haojuan could only use Fang Qinshan's phone to contact the outside world. In fact, he also couldn't remember the phone number in the phone book. Luckily, the most important phone call had already been made. Therefore, he wasn't too worried. He felt that the remaining matters would be coordinated by Fan Tianfeng, so there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The melodious ringtone of the phone rang. Lu Haojuan hurriedly picked up the phone and took a look. Seeing that it was Fan Tianfeng's phone number, he hurriedly picked it up. "Hello, Uncle Fan? How is the matter being handled?" "Haojuan, the matter is a bit troublesome," Fan Tianfeng said with a somewhat heavy tone. After the phone call, Lu Haojuan fell into silence. Fan Tianfeng told him that it was already late when he called. The TV station had already broadcast the news video at 9 o'clock. Of course, this was not the most serious thing. What was even more troublesome was that as early as half an hour ago, Haishi Satellite TV's official Weibo had already pushed the news. Fan Tianfeng said that he had already coordinated with Haishi Satellite TV to delete the news video in the replay. At the same time, he had also asked them to delete the Weibo post. However, the impact had already been caused. There were hundreds of reposts on Weibo. Deleting the original Weibo post might not necessarily eliminate the negative impact, because someone must have saved the video and continued to spread it on Weibo and other platforms. This was a news video launched by the TV station. There was no violation of laws or regulations at all. There was no need to worry about the number of reposts reaching 500. Fan Tianfeng made it very clear that he could only do so much for Lu Haojuan. After all, he was not in charge of publicity. Weibo was a national platform. The publicity department of Southeast Province did not have the ability to absolutely affect Weibo. In fact, if they really wanted to coordinate, a provincial publicity department could still do this kind of thing, but Fan Tianfeng was obviously not willing to spare no effort to do it. To put it bluntly, this was not a matter of showing face at all. He had done so much for Lu Haojuan within the scope of his own ability. He had already done his utmost benevolence. Fan Tianfeng also tactfully suggested that Lu Haojuan ask for help from his family Lu, who was far away in Beijing, to eliminate the negative impact of this incident. After all, the current news videos were all censored, and they had not yet become viral, so their influence was limited. Once it became a hot topic of discussion, and then his identity was exposed, then it would be over, and his political future would be bleak. The power of human flesh search has been well known in the internet era, not to mention that this incident also has Fang Qinshan's husband and Fang Jing who are filled with righteous indignation. If they jump out to reveal the information, Lu Haojuan will be very passive. Therefore, Fan Tianfeng also advised Lu Haojuan to deal with Lu Dong as soon as possible. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to make him shut up. Lu Haojuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He held Fang Qinshan's mobile phone tightly, and there was a fierce struggle in his mind. He really didn't dare to ask his family for help at this time. One could imagine how furious the old man in the capital would be if he found out about this. When he left the capital, the old man had made it clear that this was his last chance. If he caused any more trouble, the family would give up on nurturing him. In other words, he had reached the end of the road in the system. But if he didn't ask for help from his family, what else could he do? All of his connections were built on the foundation of his family, especially the connections within the system. It was simply a fool's dream if he wanted to use these connections without his family knowing about it. Fang Qinshan sat silently by the bed and peeled an apple for Lu Haojuan. When she saw Lu Haojuan sitting there in a daze, she handed the peeled apple over and said, "Brother Jun, eat an apple first." Lu Haojuan suddenly became furious. He pushed the apple over and it rolled far away. Then Lu Haojuan slapped her again and scolded angrily, "Get out of here. B***tch. It's all because of you. That's why I'm in such a sorry state." Fang Qinshan covered her burning cheek and stared at Lu Haojuan in a daze. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. From the time they met, Lu Haojuan had always coaxed her with sweet words. Putting aside the guilt in her heart and Lu Haojuan's ability in that aspect, she sometimes had the illusion that she was being pampered. But today, Fang Qinshan saw another side of Lu Haojuan. She was the biggest victim of this incident. Not only did Lu Haojuan not comfort her, but he also put all the blame on her. He was no longer as gentle and considerate as before, and his attitude became so rude. This made Fang Qinshan's heart feel even colder. At the same time, the regret in her heart became even stronger. Lu Haojuan stared at Fang Qinshan and shouted, "Why are you looking at me? Get out of here." Fang Qinshan was full of hatred for Lu Haojuan at this moment. She had come to this point today because of her own vanity. Back then, she had been half pushed into Lu Haojuan's bed. But if Lu Haojuan hadn't come to court her at that time, how could things have turned out like this? She knew very well that Lu Haojuan had been eyeing her since the first time they met. His eyes didn't hide the desire in his heart at all. Now that something had happened, not only did he speak ill of her, but he also kicked her away. He couldn't wait to cut off all ties with her. How could Fang Qinshan not hate him in her heart? However, no matter how much she hated him, Fang Qinshan didn't dare to show it. She had been with Lu Haojuan for a few months, and she knew very well what kind of power Lu Haojuan had. It wasn't something that ordinary people like her and Lu Dong could compete with. Fang Qinshan looked at Lu Haojuan bleakly, got up and walked to the door of the ward. "Wait," Lu Haojuan said coldly. Fang Qinshan stopped and looked back at Lu Haojuan silently. "Take your phone away," Lu Haojuan said. "Also, go back and tell your husband to watch his mouth. As long as this matter doesn't spread out, I can consider letting him go. If he dares to talk nonsense, you know my strength. I don't need to say anything else, right? Your husband. Oh yeah, you also have a cute daughter, right?" Fang Qinshan's body trembled violently, and a bone-piercing chill rose in his heart. She quickly said, "Brother Jun, I'll remind him, get out." Lu Haojuan looked at Fang Qinshan in disgust and said. Fang Qinshan took her phone and walked out of the ward. She felt that her legs were a little weak, and the fear in her heart couldn't be any greater. Although she didn't know how to face her husband who used to love her deeply, she had to go back. Lu Haojuan was lying in the hospital waiting for Lao Zhou. He had to get along with him as soon as possible. At the same time, Su Yugang and the others had already packed up their things and were ready to leave. The entire plan was executed perfectly. Some of the accidents that they expected didn't happen. In fact, the situation was even better than expected. For example, Lu Haojuan actually fainted at the crucial moment, which allowed Haishi Satellite TV's news to be broadcast smoothly. It was already close to 10 at night. Wang Chong and the others were resting and waiting for orders in the rental house, while Su Yugang went to a tea house near Shibin Road. Although it was called a tea house, it mainly provided card tables and mahjong tables for customers to entertain, so it was basically open all night. Of course, compared to the tea houses that could be seen everywhere on the streets of the Three Mountains, this tea house's decoration was more upscale, and the environment was more elegant. Smoke curled up in the room, and sandalwood burned quietly in the incense burner. Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at Su Yugang, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "Old Su, well done. The execution of the brothers exceeded my expectations. Although I didn't go to the scene, I've been paying attention to your actions today. The effect is very good." Su Yugang said modestly, "It's all because of Brother Xiao's good planning. We're just in charge of executing." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The plan is good, but it also needs to be executed properly. After all, the situation is changing rapidly, and the four of you have to keep an eye on so many clues. Without good coordination and super ability, it's impossible to do it. You don't need to be modest anymore." "Thank you for the praise, Brother Xia," Su Yugang said. Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up a backpack at his feet. He casually threw it to Su Yugang and said, "This is the reward I promised you." In order to prevent any possible accidents, Xiao Ruofei was very cautious and chose to use cash. For this, he specially made an appointment in advance and prepared the money early. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also withdrew a lot of cash and stored it in the Ring 2 space. Although mobile payments were very common nowadays, it was more appropriate to use cash, such as this situation. "Thank you, Brother Xia," Su Yugang said gratefully. "Count it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Yes." Su Yugang didn't argue. He directly opened the backpack and took out the stacks of money. After all, this wasn't his money alone. There were 3 brothers who were waiting for the money, so it was better to count it in person. Of course, he couldn't count them one by one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to count them until the middle of the night. The money Xiao Ruofei gave him was directly withdrawn from the bank. It was 10,000 yuan per stack. He just had to count how many stacks there were. To be honest, the feeling of stacks of red banknotes in front of him was very shocking. Especially for Su Yugang, who was very short on money, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. As he counted, Su Yugang raised his head and said with some surprise, "Brother Xia, the number seems a bit wrong. You gave too much." There were 100 stacks of 100 yuan banknotes, which was a total of 1 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei had promised each of them a reward of 200,000 yuan, and he had already paid half of it before the operation started. Now, he only needed to give Su Yugang another 400,000 yuan. "There was too much money here," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You completed the task very well. This is your reward. Including the money previously paid, each of you is 300,000 yuan. The remaining 200,000 yuan is your vacation fund. Tomorrow, you will go to Xianxia for 10 days. This money should be enough to spend. Anyway, I will give you a refund if you overpaid." Su Yugang and the others had taken a great risk to help Xiao Ruofei with this matter, so Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't be stingy with them. Letting them go to Xianxia for a vacation was, on one hand, because their nerves were very tense these few days, and they really needed to relax. On the other hand, it was more or less to go out and lie low for a while. Although Su Yugang and the others were very careful and professional during the whole process of carrying out the plan, and didn't leave any traces, everything was just in case, Su Yugang quickly said, "Brother Xia, this is too much. We can't take it. In fact, Liangzi and I think that 200,000 yuan is too much. We didn't do anything. This." Su Yugang hesitated for a long time, then looked up and said, "Then I will thank Brother Xia on behalf of the brothers." Xiao Ruofei showed a satisfied smile and said, "That's right. Old Su, take the brothers to Xianxia to relax. Don't worry about the money. Adjust your body and mind to the best state. I am still waiting for you to come back and help me." "Yes." Su Yugang said, "Brother Xia, we will sell our lives to you. If you have any instructions in the future, we will follow your instructions." Su Yugang was also very clear that Xiao Ruofei gave them so much money to shut their mouths. After all, if this matter was really exposed, it would be no small matter. Of course, this didn't prevent Su Yugang from feeling that Xiao Ruofei was extremely short of money. Xiao Ruofei's money could be said to be timely help. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, and the others were ready to work for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I am not a bandit who occupies a mountain and claims to be the king. I don't need you to help me conquer the world. It's just that the company will get bigger and bigger in the future, and it will inevitably be inconvenient for me to do some things. When the time comes, I will need you to show your skills." Su Yugang understood and nodded and said, "Brother Xia, don't worry." Then, Su Yugang hesitated and said, "Brother Xia, before I went out, I saw that Haishi Satellite TV's official Weibo had deleted the Weibo post. I am afraid that Lu Haojuan has begun to use his connections to remedy it. Although Lu Haojuan is a bastard, he is not a fool." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is expected," Su Yugang said anxiously, "then we have to find a way to deal with it." I took a look. Although the Weibo post was popular, with hundreds of reposts and comments, once the original Weibo post was deleted, those reposted Weibo posts can't see the specific news video. It is equivalent to cutting off the source. And needless to say, when the evening news is replayed, the news will definitely be removed. "So?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked. Su Yugang gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xia, we still have a lot of videos of Lu Haojuan, and they are not like the news videos that have been censored. How about? Without waiting for Su Yugang to finish, Xia Ruofei immediately said, no, those videos can't be used unless absolutely necessary. Once we use it, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any traces left behind. If the family Lu really finds out about it, it'll be proof that we're plotting against Lu Haojuan. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei emphasized again, you are not allowed to use the videos taken these days without authorization, and you are not allowed to keep any backups. Before you leave tomorrow, give me the laptop that stores the videos. Understand? Su Yugang nodded and said, I know, Brother Xia. But we have to think of something, right? Otherwise, wouldn't our efforts these past few days be in vain? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. You have done your job well. I will take care of the rest. It's impossible for Lu Haojuan to get away so easily. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. Su Yogang's eyes lit up and he asked, Brother Xia, have you already thought of a countermeasure? After this incident, Su Yugang had a kind of blind worship for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's image of a flawless plan had been established in his heart. He subconsciously felt that no problem could stump Xia Ruofei. Su Yugang was deeply involved in this matter, so Xia Ruofei didn't intend to hide anything from him. He smiled and opened the laptop he brought on the table, waving to Su Yugang opposite him. Su Yugang immediately got up and went behind Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei showed him a page on the computer screen. Su Yugang glanced at it and showed a surprised expression. He said to himself, so many posts. This is just one of the forums. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he clicked on a few pages that had already been opened and showed them to Su Yugang after refreshing them. Tianya, Maopu, Weibo, Tuxio, TikTok. Almost all of the largest forums, news aggregation platforms, and short video platforms in the country were covered. In just half an hour, there were suddenly a lot of posts about this news on these platforms. The videos in the posts were extracted from the Weibo posted by Haishi TV on the Weibo platform. When Su Yugang saw the content of these posts, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. These posts weren't simply reposting a video of the person in question with a mosaic. The post clearly pointed out that the person lying on the ground like a dead dog was the Deputy Secretary of Chongqing County, Lu Haojuan. The person trembling and squatting next to him was a married woman, the female anchor of Sanshan TV station, Fang Qinshan. Lu Haojuan could barely be considered a leader, and Fang Qinshan often appeared on camera. The post also found a lot of photos of the two people on the internet and compared them with the people in the video. After all, the news video only had a thin layer of mosaic on their faces, and many of their physical characteristics weren't covered. Even the mobile phone, watch, and clothes scattered on the sofa in the video were screenshotted with red circles. Photos of Lu Haojuan and Fang Qinshan on other occasions were also found, and the corresponding items were also circled. In addition, because the news video mentioned that the incident happened in Westlake Mansion community, the poster didn't know where he found the house registration information. The owner of room 1092 in Building 3 of Westlake Mansion community was Lu Haojuan. The poster also analyzed that from the video, the Ferris wheel with lights on in the distance and a further landmark building, Baofeng Building, could be seen through the balcony. The building's design was very strange, as if it was split in the middle by a knife, so it was very obvious from a distance. Then the poster posted the distribution map of the Westlake Mansion community and the surrounding map. It could be clearly seen that the balcony of Unit 02 of Building 3 was facing the Ferris wheel and the Baofeng Building, and the angle was almost the same as in the video. In the end, the poster concluded that the reason why the news, which was deleted immediately after being broadcast, was so short-lived was because the person involved in the news was Lu Haojuan. At the end of the post, Lu Haojuan's resume, which was envied by all the grassroots civil servants, was posted. Su Yugang was stunned, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Xia, these are all your masterpieces? In Su Yogang's opinion, only Xia Ruofei could analyze so many things from an edited news video. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I provided the material, but the person who posted it wasn't me. There are so many websites and forums, and I have to use different accounts, and there are many accounts to support the post. Even if I am tired to death, I can't finish it in such a short time. That's true. Su Yugang also found that the popularity of these posts was very high, and there were a lot of people replying. If it was said that they were all spontaneous replies from netizens, even if Su Yugang was naive, he wouldn't believe it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "A lot of things can be solved with money. Why should we bother and take the risk? This is also the reason why I don't let you continue to be in charge of this plan, because the premise is that you have provided enough shells. The dangerous work of firing the cannons should be left to people who are not afraid of death." Paid posters? Su Yugang also woke up. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded. "While you guys were busy, I wasn't idle either. I've already contacted 3 water armies in advance. I've given them enough money and they're ready to launch a tidal wave of public opinion at any time." Xia Ruofei paused, then said, "Tonight, after this news was posted on Weibo, I prepared these hot topics, and then sent them to the paid posters. That's all the work." Xia Ruofei said it easily, but in fact, to find so many valuable clues in the video in just half an hour or so, even if it was based on the answers, it wasn't that easy. At least, Su Yugang felt that he definitely couldn't do this job. "Brother Xia, I really admire you." Su Yugang was practically prostrating himself on the ground. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay, now you don't have to worry, right? Tomorrow, you can go and play in peace. You have to be gone for at least 10 days, and you are not allowed to come back before the time is up." "Yes," Su Yugang said. "Also, don't save money for me. You'd better spend all of that 200,000. Stay in the best hotel, eat the best food, and play the best games. Pick the best of everything." Xia Ruofei then said half-jokingly, "But don't mess around outside. I don't want to affect the harmony of your family. If 200,000 was spent at a top club, it would only be a meal. But if 4 people went on a holiday, and it was in China, they could definitely enjoy the best conditions." "I know, Brother Xia," Su Yugang said with a touched face. "Don't forget to deposit the money tomorrow." Xia Ruofei reminded again, "If you need money, use cash first. Try to avoid large amounts of money being transferred into your account." "We will be careful," Su Yugang said. Then, the two of them drank tea and chatted, while paying attention to the situation of the paid posters on the internet. Provincial Hospital. Lu Haojuan finally waited for Lao Zhou. Not only did Lao Zhou go to the Westlake residence to get his phone, but he also brought a laptop. "Secretary, before I came out, I checked the internet. This matter shouldn't have spread much. The main thing is that after the Weibo was deleted, many of the reposts couldn't be seen. I don't think the problem is too big." Lao Zhou analyzed. But we can't let our guard down." Lu Haojuan said, "There are 2 things that are more urgent now." "Give me some ideas." "One is to make Fang Qinchen's family shut up. I understand what Uncle Fan means. Spend money if you can, and try not to cause trouble at this time." Lao Zhou nodded. Lu Haojuan then said, "The other is to eliminate the negative influence on the internet as quickly as possible. It's best to find the Internet Information Office, but we can't let the family know. I don't have any good ideas at the moment." Lao Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Secretary Lu, I think we should try to settle it with money first. I heard that some companies are quite powerful now. They can delete posts with money." When Lu Haojuan heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He was used to solving problems through his connections because this was often the easiest and most convenient way for him. However, old Zhou's words provided him with a new way of thinking. "That makes sense." Lu Haojuan said, "Lao Zhou, go and ask around. As long as there is a company that provides this kind of crisis public relations service, money is not a problem." "Okay. I'll ask around right away," Lao Zhou said. "Be careful to keep it a secret." Lu Haojuan said seriously, "Don't let it slip. If the old man knows about this, I'll be in big trouble." As soon as Lu Haojuan's voice fell, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his little heart couldn't help but tremble. This was really what he said. It was so late, and the old man actually called him personally. What could it be? It just so happened that such a thing happened. Lu Haojuan had a bad premonition in his heart. However, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to not answer the old man's call. So, he made a gesture to Lao Zhou to keep quiet, and then unlocked the phone to answer the call. Grandpa. It's so late. Haven't you gone to bed yet? Lu Haojuan tried to make his voice sound normal, but there was still a trace of tremor in his voice. The majestic voice that made his heart tremble came from the phone. With a good grandson like you, how can I sleep? Lu Haojuan's heart thumped, and he was already panicking. However, at this time, he definitely couldn't admit it. Moreover, the old man didn't say anything specific. If it was something else that made the old man angry, then if he messed up, wouldn't he be admitting it? So, Lu Haojuan braced himself and said, Grandpa, I've been quite well behaved recently. I've been wholeheartedly working at the grassroots level. These few days, I've been busy coordinating an investment project for Chongping County. Once this project can be settled in Chongping, it can bring in thousands of jobs, and the tax revenue will increase greatly. Lu Haojuan. The old man couldn't take it anymore. Enough. I didn't call you to listen to you talk about these useless things. Grandpa, what did I do wrong? Lu Haojuan said innocently. I really don't know. Tell me, I'll definitely change. The old man's voice was cold as he said, You really don't know? Lu Haojuan, let me ask you one thing. Who is Fang Qinchin? Grandpa. Lu Haojuan stammered, aren't you good at talking? Why aren't you saying anything? Grandpa Li said sternly, now our family Lu has become the laughing stock of the whole city. It's all your fault. I've already taken care of it. Lu Haojuan looked incredulous, I've already deleted the Weibo and TV shows. That's why I said you have a pig's brain. Grandpa Li said mercilessly, go online and have a look. Your ugly behavior is everywhere. Are you so desperate that you can't be picky? You even went to provoke a married woman. Grandpa, I was wrong. Lu Haojuan suddenly panicked and didn't dare to argue anymore. The old man sighed. His tone was no longer as angry as before. Instead, there was a hint of desolation. Come back to the capital tomorrow. Grandpa, what do you mean? Lu Haojuan asked in a trembling voice. I'll get someone to take care of the organizational procedures. You shouldn't stay in the system in the future. You are not suitable. Grandpa Li said. Like a bolt from the blue, Lu Haojuan was stunned. The old master was serious this time. Organizational procedures? What organizational procedures? It must be the procedures for him to voluntarily resign. The position of deputy director, with a higher position in the future, was all for naught. He was abandoned by the family just like that? Lu Haojuan felt like he was in a dream. Grandpa, don't. Lu Haojuan begged, I really know that I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Please give me another chance. I will work hard and never embarrass the family, Lu. Haven't I given you enough chances over the years? Grandpa Li asked faintly, when have you ever truly repented? What's more, do you really think you can still stay in Southeast Province after making such a big deal out of it? Do you think our family owns this country? Lu Haojuan's face was ashen, but he was still unwilling to give up and said, Grandpa, I can change places, go to a more difficult place. Enough. Grandpa Li scolded, Lu Haojuan, when have I ever changed my mind? Go back to Beijing tomorrow. Don't force me to send someone to bring you back. Lu Haojuan's face was full of despair, but he still struggled and said, Grandpa, my leg was broken. I can't even get out of bed. He was going to pretend to be pitiful. If the old man felt sorry for him, his heart might soften and he might retract his order. Lu Haojuan knew very well that he would only have a sliver of hope if he stayed in the Three Mountains. Once he returned to the capital, he would be completely abandoned by his family. The family Lu had many people. Even the direct line of descent had many uncles and brothers. His third uncle's son, Lu Haoping, had graduated from university 2 years ago. It was said that he was doing very well in the ministry. Lu Haoping was the eldest grandson of the eldest branch. If he failed this time, the family could turn to nurture Lu Haoping. In the future, Lu Haojuan would have no future. Maybe he could still live a carefree life, but at most, he would be a useless person raised by the family. His status would be even lower than Lu Haofan, who had graduated from university and started a business. However, what made Lu Haofan's heart cold was that Grandpa Li said without thinking, "It's okay if you can't get out of bed. You can apply for medical monitoring and lying down transport services from the airline. I'll get someone to make an appointment for you tonight. It'll definitely be done tomorrow afternoon." It's settled. Passengers with limited mobility could apply for medical services from the airline in advance. For people like Lu Haojuan, who needed to lie down for transport, it would take some time for the seat to be modified. However, there were standard kits, and the modification speed was very fast. It wouldn't be a problem to make an appointment a day in advance. After Grandpa Li finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. He didn't give Lu Haojuan a chance to beg for mercy. After Lu Haojuan heard this, he was completely desperate. Grandpa Li was determined to make him go back. There was a cold, busy tone on the phone. Lu Haojuan was still holding the phone tightly. He sat on the bed with a dull expression. "Secretary Lu, what did Grandpa Li say?" Lao Zhou asked with concern. Lu Haojuan slowly turned his head to look at Lao Zhou. He muttered, "It's over. Lao Zhou, it's all over. Grandpa Li knows everything. He wants me to go back to Beijing tomorrow. In the future, I have no hope anymore," Lao Zhou quickly comforted him. "Secretary Lu, when you go back, admit your mistake to Grandpa Li. You're his grandson. He won't ignore your future." Lu Haojuan smiled bitterly. "That's impossible. Grandpa Li is completely disappointed in me this time. He won't care about me anymore." Then, Lu Haojuan said unwillingly, "Lao Zhou, hurry up and turn on your computer. Didn't you say that there weren't many rumors circulating on the internet? Also, after Haishi TV deleted the Weibo post, the rumors basically stopped spreading? Why did Grandpa Li say that the internet is all over the place? That's not right." Lao Zhou quickly turned on his laptop. Lu Haojuan took it over. He used the navigation website to click on a few of the more popular forums. He was immediately dumbfounded. Almost every forum could see the posts about this news. Basically, they were all popular posts with many views and replies. A few forums even pinned the posts to the top because of the popularity of the posts. Lu Haojuan continued to click on a few more websites. Every time he opened one, his heart sank. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He roared and slammed his laptop on the ground. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Haojuan was like a trapped beast. He shouted with red eyes, "In such a short time, how could there be so many posts on the internet? And they even mentioned me by name." Lao Zhou looked at Lu Haojuan with some pity. He had worked for the Lu family for more than 10 years. He knew Grandpa Lu's temperament very well. When he saw the posts on the internet, he knew that Grandpa Lu must be serious this time. Lu Haojuan's behavior had crossed the bottom line. It was something that Grandpa Lu absolutely could not tolerate. "Young master, someone must be adding fuel to the fire," Lao Zhou said. He no longer called Lu Haojuan Secretary Lu because Lu Haojuan's position as deputy secretary was definitely coming to an end. Now, calling Lu Haojuan Secretary Lu was even more irritating for Lu Haojuan, so he simply changed back to the way he used to address him in Beijing. "Who could it be?" Lu Haojuan said. Then he frowned and said thoughtfully, "Maybe this whole thing was planned by someone behind the scenes. It's definitely not a coincidence." Lao Zhou nodded and said, "If we investigate carefully, we should be able to find some clues. But young master, you're going back to Beijing tomorrow. There's no point in talking about this now." At this time, Lu Haojuan's phone rang again. This time, it was his father. Lu Haojuan didn't say anything and quickly picked up the phone. Lu Bo was even more impatient than Grandpa Lu. As soon as the phone was connected, he couldn't help but curse, "Lu Haojuan. What the f***ck did you do? Grandpa Lu is going to be sick from anger because of you. Can't you calm down a little every day? You unfilial son. Sooner or later, you'll die on a woman's belly." Lu Haojuan said with a sad face, "Dad. You have to help me. Grandpa, he wants to kick me out of the system." Lu Bo said angrily, "Help? How can I help? You've done such a shameful thing. I can't raise my head in the family anymore. Besides, Grandpa Lu has made a decision. When has he ever changed his mind? Dad. This time, I've been set up. Lu Haojuan said bitterly, this is obviously planned by someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could it spread so quickly? Lu Bo snorted and said, do you think your grandpa and I are old and confused? If you can see it, how can we not see it? But no matter how many times you say it, a fly won't bite a seamless egg. If you didn't have sh*t under your butt, how could someone set you up? Lu Haojuan, you're getting worse and worse. Isn't it easy to get a woman? Why did you have to find a married woman? Dad. I know I'm wrong. Lu Haojuan said, I've regretted it for a long time. But I really can't accept it. Could it be that our Lu clan is just going to suffer in silence? Humph. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Bo said, this matter must be investigated. But no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with you. Tomorrow, you'd better come home obediently. As long as Grandpa Lu isn't appeased, you're not allowed to leave the house. Lu Haojuan said pitifully, Dad. My leg is broken. I can't go out even if I want to. Lu Bo heard this, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but tremble. No matter how useless Lu Haojuan was, he was still his son. As the saying goes, father and son are connected by heart. Today, when he heard that Lu Haojuan's leg was broken by Fang Qinchen's husband, he was very distressed. Okay. Lu Bo clenched his teeth and said, the people who hit you will pay the price. The people who planned this behind the scenes will pay the price even more. Don't pretend to be pitiful here. There's no discussion about going back to Beijing. That's it. Then, Lu Bo hung up the phone. Lu Haojuan threw the phone aside and stared blankly at the ceiling, his heart full of despair. Young master. Lao Zhou said softly. Lu Haojuan waved his hand and said, Lao Zhou, go and make the arrangements. I'll be discharged tomorrow. We should go back to Beijing, young master, is there no room for negotiation? Although Elder Zhou had already expected this outcome, he still couldn't help but ask. Lu Haojuan shook his head dejectedly, closed his eyes and said, go. I want to sleep for a while. Yes. Lao Zhou got up and dimmed the lights in the ward. Then, he walked out and gently closed the door. The next afternoon, a Boeing plane headed to Xianxia took off from Sanchon Airport. Su Yugang, Xing Liang, Wang Chong, and Zhang Lijuan were sitting on this plane. At around the same time, an ambulance arrived at the airport. The aviation medical team received Lu Haojuan, who was lying on a stretcher, from the doctors at the provincial hospital. They drove the battery-powered vehicle to the tarmac. Lao Zhou also accompanied Lu Haojuan. On the tarmac, an Airbus plane waited quietly. This plane had undergone necessary modifications in the morning. A row of seats were removed and the device that held the stretcher was replaced. Lu Haojuan was placed in the back of the plane. After the preparations were completed, the ordinary passengers began to board. About half an hour later, the Airbus plane headed to Beijing took off smoothly. Sanchon Airport seemed to have calmed down. What Xiao Ruofei provided to the Water Army team was real and could stand up to any scrutiny. Originally, it was just a normal woman cheating and her husband catching her cheating. However, once it involved a certain level of official, it immediately changed. Plus, with the help of the Water Army, after half a day of brewing, this matter successfully became a national hot topic. Although traditional media didn't participate in the report, online media and self-media all reposted it. Lu Haojuan became famous this time. Chongping County. Secretary Xing Jianzhong sat in his office with an ugly expression. Nowadays, all levels of government and party committees were doing a perfect job of monitoring public opinion. The main reason was that online media was highly developed. If they didn't pay attention to this aspect and accidentally became a hot topic, the leaders wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, when it came to monitoring public opinion, all levels of government spared no expense. This was to be able to discover hot topics as soon as they appeared and respond appropriately. Chongping County's public opinion monitoring was the same as many other county-level units. It was entrusted to a professional company on Heron Island. The company had its own data engine room. Through big data analysis, it continuously captured hot topics on the internet 24/7. Once it matched with a customer, it would trigger a public opinion monitoring alert. The company also had a professional team that would use professional data analysis to form a public opinion monitoring report when public opinion appeared. Chongqing County received the company's public opinion warning around 11 p.m. at night. That time was the time when Xia Ruofei's water army went all out. The company's system automatically triggered an alert mechanism after capturing the keywords Lu Haojuan and Chongqing County. It also notified Chongqing County's publicity department overnight. The publicity department staff didn't dare delay and quickly reported it to Xing Jianzhong. Xing Jianzhong had already gone to bed, but when he heard about it, he immediately rushed back to his office. Presented on his desk was a preliminary report automatically generated by the system provided by the public opinion monitoring company. A detailed analysis report still needed time. A professional team was analyzing it overnight. But just looking at the preliminary report made Xing Jianzhong feel like his head was about to explode. The internet was flooded with posts that named Lu Haojuan and his position. This was tantamount to throwing Chongqing County into the whirlpool of public opinion. This preliminary report also reminded them that from the graph of the popularity of public opinion, it was very likely that a team of paid posters was manipulating this topic. It was recommended that they prepare in advance for the explosion of public opinion topics tomorrow. Xing Jianzhong immediately contacted Lu Haojuan, but no matter how many times he called, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. No one answered. In fact, Lu Haojuan had already muted his phone at this time. Although he saw Xing Jianzhong's call, he didn't have the strength to deal with Xing Jianzhong. In any case, he was going back to the capital tomorrow. In the future, there was a high probability that he would leave the system. Even if he was lucky enough to be forgiven by the old man, he would definitely have to change places. It was impossible for him to return to Chongping. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to care about the feelings of the leaders in Chongping County. Xing Jianzhong spent a sleepless night. When he saw the posts on the internet, he was shocked. His heart was in a mess. Overnight, he gathered the people in the publicity department for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the media. The next day, the company on Heron Island finally sent a detailed analysis report. The situation wasn't optimistic. The curve of public opinion was very steep. This meant that it was in the period of the explosion of public opinion. The pressure of public opinion in the next few days would be very high. In terms of dealing with the situation, the professional team came up with a few plans. But no matter which plan it was, they all had one thing in common: they had to respond to the media's concerns as soon as possible. According to their experience, for this kind of negative public opinion, the faster the response, the better. They also had to be realistic and sincere in disclosing the true information. Because this was the period of the explosion of public opinion, all kinds of opinions would increase exponentially. Many of them were completely unreliable rumors. At this time, the only way to reduce the space for rumors to exist was to release an official and truthful voice. This was also the #1 rule of dealing with public opinion. But what gave Xing Jianzhong a headache was that he had no way of verifying the truth of the matter and the details of the process. This was because at noon, Lu Haojuan simply turned off his phone. A dignified deputy secretary seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Chongping didn't have any useful information. How could they disclose it to the public at the golden window of dealing with public opinion? The publicity department had already reported that since that morning, there had been a continuous stream of calls from the media requesting interviews. At noon, the publicity department's phone was about to explode with calls. They were all asking about Lu Haojuan. Xing Jianzhong couldn't help but feel frustrated. Ever since that playboy Lu Haojuan came to Chongping, he hadn't done a single thing. Instead, he had caused a lot of trouble. Beijing, party school. Wu Liqian, who had just finished her training class, turned on her phone. She immediately received a few WeChat messages. Most of them were from her old colleagues in Chongping County and Sanshan City. They were news links from various platforms. Wu Liqian opened them to take a look. Her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. These news links came from many platforms. The titles were all unique, but the content was mostly the same. They were all about Lu Haojuan's huge scandal. Wu Liqian suddenly felt extremely relaxed. It was as if a huge rock that had been pressing down on her heart had suddenly been removed. She had been in the government for so many years. The most basic judgment she had was that after this mess, Lu Haojuan definitely couldn't stay in Chongqing County any longer. This meant that after she finished her training and returned to Southeast Province, she wouldn't have to endure Lu Haojuan's endless harassment. Thinking of this, Wu Liqian suddenly thought of Xiao Ruofei's figure. Could it be him? Wu Liqian had this thought. The main thing was that the timing was too coincidental. Lu Haojuan had been working in Chongqing County for a few months. There had always been rumors about his lifestyle, but it hadn't become a hot topic of discussion. But this time, after the pharmaceutical factory attracted investment, Xiao Ruofei found out that Lu Haojuan had been harassing him in all sorts of ways. Lu Haojuan suddenly had bad luck. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Wu Liqian's heart was beating very fast. In the days she had been in Beijing, she had also visited the Tian Huilan. Now, she was very familiar with Lu Haojuan's background. She was very clear that if it was really Xiao Ruofei who did it, then Xiao Ruofei would have to take a considerable risk. Thinking of the huge family behind Lu Haojuan, Wu Liqian felt her heart tremble. At the same time, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Her intuition told her that this matter definitely had something to do with Xiao Ruofei. Almost at the same time, in a certain courtyard within a red wall in Beijing, a hale and hearty old man put down the documents on his desk, stood up, stretched, and walked out of the room. The doctor often reminded him to stand up every hour or so to move his muscles and bones. After all, he was already 70 years old. When the old man walked out of the room, his 40-year-old secretary hurriedly put down his pen and followed him out. "Little Wu, has there been any interesting news in the past 2 days?" the old man asked with a smile as he moved his limbs. This was also his habit. Being in a high position, the information he saw and heard was often filtered, so he was used to chatting with the staff around him when he was relaxed. Although the secretary would certainly give him selective information, it was still more down-to-earth than the information in the documents and internal references. Secretary Wu thought for a moment and said, "Sir, this morning I noticed some rumors about Lu Haojuan online." "Oh, Lu Haojuan is Master Lu's eldest grandson." "Oh? Since I have nothing to do, tell me about it," the old man said with interest. He and family Lu's old man were around the same generation, but Master Lu didn't succeed in trying for a higher position and had retired, while the old man continued to work in this important position. Secretary Wu nodded and said, "Lu Haojuan was transferred to Chongqing County in the southeastern province a few months ago." The old man quietly listened to Secretary Wu, then frowned slightly and asked, "How true is this news?" Secretary Wu said cautiously, "At the moment, it should be 80 to 90% true. I noticed that in the afternoon, Chongqing County already responded to the media, saying that Lu Haojuan took sick leave and couldn't be contacted. The specific situation needs to be verified." This kind of response was basically a confirmation. The old man shook his head with a complicated expression and sighed. This old Lu didn't do enough to educate his children. I heard that when Lu Haojuan was in Beijing, it wasn't good to hear about him. Secretary Wu couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect the chief to know about Lu Haojuan, and it seemed that he had heard about the rumors about Lu Haojuan when he was in Beijing. He really didn't know if Lu Haojuan should feel honored or not. Or should he feel sad? Secretary Wu felt that it was more likely the latter. After all, this wasn't something to show off. Sure enough, the old man continued, "You took some time to call old Lu's eldest son. Lu Bo, right? Give him a call and give him a warning." "What's wrong with that?" "Yes, Chief," Secretary Wu said quickly. The old man didn't say anything else. After all, this was just a small matter to him. After chatting for a while, he returned to his room to continue working. Secretary Wu thought about what to say and called Lu Bo. The old man didn't have any clear instructions, so he had to grasp the standard himself. Of course, Secretary Wu had been working by the old man's side for a long time, so he understood a lot of things and didn't need the old man to waste his breath. After Lu Bo received the call from Secretary Wu, his face turned pale. He hurriedly walked to the backyard to report to the old man. Lu Haojuan, who was still on the plane, didn't know that the last bit of hope in his heart had been completely destroyed with this call. After listening to Lu Bo's report, Grandpa Xing, who was already angry, became more determined and decisive. He immediately arranged the matter. As Lu Haojuan's father, Lu Bo didn't dare to plead, he was also frightened by this call. Half an hour later, Chongping County took the initiative to hold a press conference. When Xiao Ruofei saw the news, he was about to set off for Hong Kong. After this period of preparation, the auction in Hong Kong had entered the final stage of preparation. This time, the Taoyuan Company planned to auction ingredients and herbs in Hong Kong, including the best one-headed abalone, caterpillar fungus, iron maple bucket, de hongpo tea leaves, and the best black truffle and white truffle. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also found a few old ginseng in the space and added them to the auction catalog. These old ginseng were first planted in the space by Xiao Ruofei. It had been bathed in extremely rich aura for such a long time. If measured by the standards of the outside world, it was at least 300 years old. It was also an extremely precious herb. This special auction had become a product showcase for the Taoyuan Company. Except for the Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup produced by the pharmaceutical factory, basically all the high-end products of the Taoyuan Company would be featured. Xiao Ruofei also attached great importance to this auction and regarded it as an opportunity to show the Taoyuan Company's image. After more than a year of rapid development, the Taoyuan Company also had the time to show its comprehensive strength to the outside world. After waves of publicity, the auction had attracted a lot of attention from all walks of life in Hong Kong, especially the rich people who had participated in previous auctions. They all expressed great interest in this auction. In addition, people in the food and beverage industry were also paying special attention to this auction. Many Michelin-starred restaurants had sent people to Hong Kong to register in advance at Hengfeng Auction House and paid the auction deposit. Because the value of the auction items was different, the deposit was also divided into several levels. Different auction items could be auctioned at different levels, and the auction house would give out cards of different colors at the time. This was also to lower the threshold. For example, some people only wanted to buy the iron maple bucket, and their financial strength was average. If a high deposit standard was unified, it was equivalent to directly rejecting these people. The highest deposit was 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and any auction item could be auctioned. The lowest deposit was only 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, and the auction range was limited to the iron maple bucket and de hongpo tea leaves. According to the feedback from Hong Kong, the deposit for the auction alone had exceeded 300 million Hong Kong dollars. It was obvious that everyone was very enthusiastic about the auction. While Su Yugang and the others were busy keeping an eye on Lu Haojuan, Xiao Ruofei was already preparing for the auction. All the best truffles for the auction had been packed and stored in the space. Xia Qing had already cultivated 10 pairs of top-grade one-headed abalones using the same method as last time and made them into dried abalones. The de hongpo tea leaves were also the most precious second-generation de hongpo tea tree in the space. Xia Qing went all out to make the tea. There was a total of 1,500 grams. Xiao Ruofei planned to divide the tea leaves into 5 parts and sell them in units of 300 grams. Other items such as caterpillar fungus, iron maple bucket, old ginseng, etc., were also ready. In the past few days, Xia Qing had become the busiest person, especially the caterpillar fungus, which was time-consuming. Xiao Ruofei also took time to go to the space to help Xia Qing dig. They selected about 2,700 of the highest quality. These 2,700 caterpillar fungus weighed 3,000 grams, which meant that every 900 caterpillar fungus weighed 1,000 grams. This quality had far exceeded the previous harvest of 1,100 caterpillar fungus per kilogram, and the standard of 1,500 caterpillar fungus per kilogram was far exceeded. Of course, the planting range this time was much larger than the first time, and the harvest of caterpillar fungus was more. Xiao Ruofei and Xia Qing also specially picked out a head-sized caterpillar fungus to process. It was normal for the quality to be much higher than last time. All the things that were going to be auctioned had been sealed in the Ring 2 space. Except for the iron maple bucket, which was made outside, the rest of the auction items were basically screened and made in the space. As the auction approached, there was still no sign of the auction items. Feng Jing was not in a hurry, because she knew that Xiao Ruofei never fought a battle that he was not confident in, and never made empty promises, so she did not urge him at all. She just did her job diligently and kept communicating with Lu Qian, who was sent to the front, so that the preparation work was done flawlessly. In the chairman's office of the Taoyuan building, Feng Jing walked into Xiao Ruofei's office with a notebook and asked with a smile, "Chairman, Lu Qian just called and said that the auction will be held in 3 days. Is there any problem on your side?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Everything is ready. We can go to the port at any time. Tell Lu Qian that I have prepared the actors. It's up to them to set up the stage." "Okay. Then I'm relieved." Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. "By the way, for this trip to Hong Kong, there are a lot of senior executives who are not busy at home. Let's go together." Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister Jing, you must go too." "Okay, then I'll ask for everyone's opinion." Feng Jing said, "Going to Hong Kong is not a difficult task. Everyone will be very happy to participate. But I don't think factory manager Shui and director Xiao will be able to go. Boss Dong and director Peng should be fine. Just shout it in the group." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "There's no need to send an email for such a small thing." Feng Jing sometimes maintained the habit of working overseas, and she was used to communicating about work matters through email. It was not that she was pretentious, but mainly because she was used to this way of working. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment, then pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Okay." The senior executives of the Taoyuan company and above had a special WeChat group. Xiao Ruofei was also in the group, but he basically did not speak much. Of course, everyone rarely chatted in this kind of work group. It was mainly to communicate about work. Feng Jing simply sat down opposite Xiao Ruofei, took out her mobile phone, and sent a message to everyone in the WeChat group. "The company's auction in Hong Kong will be held in 3 days. The chairman instructed, try to attend if you are free. Sign up now." Xiao Chong from the marketing department, covering face, covering face, covering face, covering face, "I really want to go. Unfortunately, I can't leave." Shui Jinshan from the pharmaceutical factory, covering face, covering face, covering face, covering face, "I'm busy looking at the location of the new factory. Can I give a discount?" Peng Hao from the finance department, "Yeah. Count me in." Asking weakly, "Can I bring a family member?" Except for Dong Yun, everyone replied quickly. Feng Jing was right. Shui Jinshan and Xiao Chong had been very busy with work these days and could not leave at all. Xiao Ruofei saw Peng Hao's reply and could not help but laugh. He picked up his phone and replied, "Peng Hao from the finance department, do you have a family member to bring?" "Show off." Peng Hao from the finance department, "Ah. I forgot that the overbearing CEO is also in the group." "I'm shivering." Feng Jing could not help but chuckle. Everyone was usually serious when they communicated at work or in emails. However, in the environment of the WeChat group, they unconsciously became much more casual. She could not help but think, can I send less cold work emails in the future and communicate more like this? The atmosphere seems to be much more harmonious. Everyone chatted in the WeChat group for a while before they saw Dong Yin reply, "How long will you be gone?" "The administrative work at the headquarters has just been straightened out. If it's not a mandatory requirement, I won't participate." Feng Jing thought for a moment and sent a private message to Dong Yun on WeChat, "Xiao Yun, the chairman means that this auction is very important to the company. It can be considered a landmark auction in the company's development. He hopes that everyone will try their best to participate if their work arrangements are open." Feng Jing knew that Dong Yun was also a workaholic. She probably thought that this was a benefit that Xiao Ruofei gave to the executives, so she did not even think about going to Hong Kong. Sure enough, after Feng Jing sent a private message, Dong Yin quickly replied, "So it's like this. Then I'll arrange the work at hand." "I'll participate," Feng Jing replied, "Okay. That's right. Then I'll reply to the chairman." Feng Jing put away her phone and said, "It's done. Dong Yin will also come with us." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "For this trip to Hong Kong, if you have free time, you can stay there for a few more days. The company will reimburse the expenses. Everyone is working very hard, and almost none of you have a vacation. This is a small-scale team building." "Okay." Feng Jing said, since the members have been decided, I'll ask the administrative department to quickly book the tickets. Ruofei, I'll book a first-class ticket for you. The rest of us don't need to be so wasteful. Sister Jing. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, there's no need to book the tickets. Ah? Feng Jing was stunned for a moment. She was puzzled. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, half of the Taoyuan Company's executive team will travel together. Isn't it too low to take a civil flight? This time, we'll take the Gulfstream business jet. Feng Jing didn't know that Li Yifu had gifted Xiao Ruofei a Gulfstream G650. She couldn't help but laugh and say, oh. This cost isn't low. Chairman, this time you're prepared to spend a lot of money. Are you sure you're not joking? I'll really ask the administrative department to contact the business jet company. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you don't have to worry about the business jet. I'll take care of it. After that, Xiao Ruofei found the phone number of the person in charge of the business jet team, Luan, who was also the more senior of the two captains, and dialed it. Luan and his team had been on standby at Sanshan for the past few days. They were very idle every day. They were staying in a high-end hotel every day, not doing any work, and still receiving such a high salary. They felt a little guilty. Xiao Ruofei called, and Luan immediately picked up the phone. Boss Xia, is there a flight mission? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Captain Lu, you seem to be a little impatient. Luan laughed and said, getting such a high salary without working, everyone feels uneasy, that's just right. Here comes the work. Xiao Ruofei said. Boss Xia, please wait a moment. I'll find a pen and paper to record it. Luan said immediately. After a while, Luan's voice sounded again. Boss Xia, please go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said, 3 days from Sanshan to Hong Kong Island. If you apply for the flight route now, there should be plenty of time. In addition, there will be about 4 to 5 passengers on this flight. You should prepare meals and other security in advance. Luan wrote it down quickly and said, no problem. We'll start preparing right away. Business jets seemed convenient, but in fact, they had to apply for the flight route before flying, contact the airport and the destination airport. The flight attendants also had to prepare meals and other security measures in advance according to the passengers' conditions. After landing, the crew's accommodation and so on. In fact, the preparation work was quite complicated. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if time permits, try to arrange for the flight to take off at 8 or 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Understood. Luan said calmly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows at Feng Jing and said, it's done. Feng Jing wasn't surprised that Xiao Ruofei was willing to use a business jet for travel. Xiao Ruofei had always been very generous to his subordinates, and he didn't lack money. However, what she didn't expect was that Xiao Ruofei arranged everything with just a phone call. He didn't even mention the price, the procedures, the deposit, and so on. It was done just like that. When did the service of a business jet company become so considerate? At that moment, there was a light knock on the office door. Come in. Xiao Ruofei said loudly. The person who came in was a girl in her 20s. She was dressed in professional attire. During this time, Xiao Ruofei had basically been working at Taoyuan Building as usual. Moreover, the work was quite complicated, so Feng Jing had specially arranged for the administrative department to arrange for this girl named Zhou Yu to come over. She was equivalent to a temporary assistant to the chairman. Chairman, the front desk called. They said that Chongqing County Magistrate Zhu Zhihong and his group are here to visit you, Zhou Yu said. Because they didn't make an appointment in advance, the front desk couldn't make a decision. They asked me to come and ask you. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, they actually came uninvited? It seems that Chongqing County is a bit impatient. Feng Jing also laughed and said, they're afraid that this project will go away. They're really anxious, right? I think they're a bit impatient. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He was very clear about the pressure that Chongqing County was facing. Lu Haojuan's matter was simply a shocking scandal. Now that Lu Haojuan, that foppish rich kid, had left behind a lot of chicken feathers that needed to be dealt with by Chongqing County. This negative public opinion was probably enough to make Chongping's team suffer. In addition, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was constantly investigating the location of the factory, but they had no intention of going to Chongping to take a look. How could they not be anxious, if this project was snatched away by another district or county, especially by a competitor from another city? Then they definitely wouldn't be able to explain it to the leaders of Sanshan City. Xiao Ruofei knew that Zhu Zhihong had come personally to visit because he wanted to pull this project to Chongping as soon as possible. When the time came, they would publicize it with great fanfare. With such a high-quality project in Chongping, it would definitely dilute the impact of Lu Haojuan's incident. Ah? Zhou Yu froze. Zhu Zhihong was the second in command of Chongping. Even though he came without an appointment, out of courtesy, Zhou Yu felt that Xiao Ruofei would at least receive him. She didn't expect him to reject so firmly. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and pondered for a moment before saying, "Zhou Yu, don't just stand there. Follow the chairman's orders and reply." Zhou Yu came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Okay. After Zhou Yu left the office, Feng Jing frowned and asked, "Ruofei, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, County Head Zhu." Feng Jing actually didn't support Xiao Ruofei doing this, but in front of Zhou Yu, she still had to protect Xiao Ruofei's authority as the chairman. Now that there were no outsiders, Feng Jing voiced her opinion. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said plainly, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. I don't have a good impression of Chongping County's leaders. So what if we ignore him? It's not like we're begging him." Feng Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. After working together for so long, she understood Xiao Ruofei quite well. Xiao Ruofei usually looked very amiable and didn't put on airs, but when he got serious, he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I've always wanted to ask you. What did Chongping County's leaders do to you? Didn't we think that Chongping County would continue to expand the farm and build a pharmaceutical factory? Ever since you had factory head Shui investigate other places with great fanfare, I felt that something wasn't right." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "These people don't follow the rules." Then, Xiao Ruofei told Feng Jing about the discussion he had with Wu Liqian, but Chongping County changed people at the last minute and openly stole Wu Liqian's political achievements. Then he said, "Jingjia, tell me, how can I have a good impression of these bureaucrats?" Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't mention that Lu Haojuan kept pestering Wu Liqian and even used underhanded methods to push Wu Liqian out. On one hand, it involved Wu Liqian's privacy. On the other hand, he didn't want Feng Jing to think that Lu Haojuan's sudden scandal and resignation. So it's because of his female confidant. Feng Jing thought to herself. She knew about the relationship between Wu Liqian and Xiao Ruofei. She also knew that Xiao Ruofei went to find Wu Liqian immediately after the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory incident. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to give this heavy political achievement to Wu Liqian. But in the end, Chongping County had a problem and someone came out of nowhere. No wonder Xiao Ruofei was so angry. Thinking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy. She thought to herself, if I were treated unfairly like this, would he also be angry? Jingjia. Jingjia. Xiao Ruofei's voice came, bringing Feng Jing back to her senses. Ah? Feng Jing said subconsciously. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and asked, "What's the situation? Why did I get distracted while talking? Did you not sleep well last night?" No. No. Feng Jing said quickly. Now that you mention it, I also think that the leaders of Chongping County went overboard. So, you agree with my approach? Xiao Ruofei asked happily. I think, it's fine to leave it hanging for a while. There's no need to be so extreme. Feng Jing said. For one thing, we don't know the inside story. Maybe County Head Zhu and the others have their own difficulties? In addition, our farm is still in Chongping. In terms of development strategy, the location of the pharmaceutical factory in Chongping is the most suitable. The terrain there is flat and the transportation is developed. The preferential conditions given by the county are also very sincere. The most important thing is that it's very close to the airport. In the future, when the production capacity increases, it will be very convenient for us to ship goods to the whole country. Even if we don't do business in Chongqing County, there's no need to have such a bad relationship with the local government. Peace is the most important thing in business. Seek money, not anger. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Feng Jing. He said, Sister Jing, I think you have the potential to be a political commissar. Unfortunately, our company isn't the army, so there's no such position. Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei playfully and said, I'm talking to you about serious matters. You're not being serious again. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Okay. I've heard everything you said. How should I put it? I partially agree. In the end, you need to be strong to forge iron. The reason why we have so many scruples is because we're not strong enough. Think about it. If it were Mogul Wang, Father Ma, and the others, would they care about offending a county-level administration? Feng Jing smiled and said, that would have to wait until you become the richest person in the country. At least we don't have the confidence now. This is also the situation. If you want to have fewer constraints, you have to compromise. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said lazily, Sister Jing, let's see if they're sincere this time. If they can't take it and just leave, then don't blame me, you. Don't go overboard. Feng Jing said, Okay, I won't persuade you anymore. You take care of it yourself. I'll go back to the office first. I'll be going to Hong Kong in a few days. I have to arrange some work in advance. Sister Jing, take care. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. On the 11th floor of the Taoyuan building, at the front desk of the company. After Shaoli, the clerk in charge of reception, picked up a phone call, she couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhiheng and the others. Her face showed a trace of embarrassment, but she quickly calmed down and said, County Head Zhu, I'm sorry. The chairman is holding a high-level meeting and may not have time to receive all the leaders. Shi Qingyuan, the director of the government office who accompanied Zhu Zhiheng, suddenly said with a gloomy face, What? Did you make it clear that the person who came to visit Boss Xia today was County Head Zhu? Shaoli said, I did report it in detail, but the board of directors' reply was like this. Leaders, I'm really sorry, Shaoli was about to cry. She was just a young girl who had just graduated from college. Facing Zhu Zhiheng and Shi Qingyuan, who had a lot of authority, she was already under a lot of pressure. Shi Qingyuan stared at her, and her little heart couldn't help but beat faster. He's too arrogant. Shi Qingyuan said angrily. Zhu Zhiheng's face also sank slightly, but soon returned to normal. He waved his hand to stop Shi Qingyuan. It wasn't something to show off in front of a receptionist girl. Moreover, Zhu Zhiheng also knew that it was useless to say so much to this young girl. She was just a mouthpiece and couldn't make any decisions at all. Zhu Zhiheng thought for a moment and said to Shaoli with a pleasant expression, Little comrade, when will Boss Xiao's meeting end? Shaoli said, County Head Zhu, I really don't know. I asked just now, but the board of directors said that the timing wasn't easy to grasp. This meeting is very important and related to the company's development strategy. In fact, Zhou Yu had added these words herself. The purpose was naturally to express that Xiao Ruofei was indeed unable to leave because of something very important, so as to reduce the unhappiness in the hearts of Zhu Zhiheng and the others as much as possible. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener had the heart. Zhu Zhiheng's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, related to the company's development strategy? Could it be that they were going to decide on the location of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's branch factory? With Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's terrifying ability to make money, building a new branch factory was indeed a big problem related to the company's development strategy. He was even more anxious because until now, the Taoyuan company hadn't inspected Chongqing County. If they decided on the location now, needless to say, it definitely had nothing to do with Chongqing County. However, no matter how anxious he was, Zhu Zhiheng couldn't do anything. He couldn't possibly force his way in. He thought about it and felt that he couldn't leave today no matter what. He had to wait here. No matter how long he had to wait, he had to see Xiao Ruofei as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they had decided on the location or not, he had to work harder. Chongqing County was currently in a precarious situation. The negative impact caused by Lu Haojuan's problem was too great. The Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory project was like a life-saving straw that had to be grasped at no matter what. Once this project failed, the life-saving straw would become a fatal poison. The Taoyuan company had originally set its sights on Chongqing County. Why did it later invest in other areas? It must be because the investment environment in Chongqing County was too bad. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhihong said pleasantly, "Little comrade, if that's the case, can we wait here for Boss Xia to finish the meeting? Please help me report that we're waiting here. We hope that Boss Xia will find time to meet us after the meeting. We have something very important to discuss with him." Xiaoli also secretly let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhu Zhihong and the others would be furious. She quickly said, "Okay. County Mayor Zhu, please rest here. I'll immediately contact the board of directors." Xiaoli led Zhu Zhihong and the others to the reception room at the entrance and served them hot tea. Then, she returned to the front desk and used the landline to call Zhou Yu. 15th floor, chairman's office. After Xiao Ruofei heard Zhou Yu's report, he revealed an interested expression. He said, "Since they're willing to wait, let them wait." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. He pondered for a moment and said, "In an hour, if they haven't left, go downstairs and bring them up." Zhou Yu was slightly stunned. The company got off work at 12 o'clock, and there was an hour for lunch. Then, work resumed at 13 o'clock. It was already 10:30 in the morning. An hour later, it would be 11:30. Including the time taken for the elevator to go up and down, Xiao Ruofei gave them less than half an hour. Although her mind was racing, Zhou Yu didn't stay in a daze for too long this time. She quickly nodded and said, "I understand, Chairman." She knew that it was impossible for her to understand the boss's intentions. Anyway, she resolutely carried out the order. 11th floor, reception room. As time passed, Zhu Zhihong sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, like an old monk in meditation. However, the director of the government office, Shi Qingyuan, seemed a little anxious. He kept pacing back and forth in the reception room, raising his hand to look at his watch every few minutes. "I say. The Taoyuan company is too arrogant," Shi Qingyuan said to the new secretary, Luo Jingxian, who had accompanied Zhu Zhihong. County Mayor Zhu came personally. "Even if there is something important, can't it be put aside first? It's been almost half an hour, and there's been no movement at all." Luo Jingxian had always been a member of the government office. He was Shi Qingyuan's old subordinate. This time, he was working beside Zhu Zhihong to replace Jing Yuan, who had been sent to be a village leader. It could be said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he had been cautious with his words and actions. On this occasion, County Magistrate Zhu didn't say anything. As subordinates, it wasn't appropriate for them to say anything. As an old comrade, Shi Qingyuan occasionally complained, but if Luo Jingxian chimed in, he wouldn't be able to escape the evaluation of being immature. Therefore, Luo Jingxian just smiled at Shi Qingyuan and said, "Director Shi, please sit down and drink some water." Half an hour, 40 minutes. As time passed, Zhu Zhihong's anxiety grew stronger. He couldn't show it on his face, otherwise, he would lose the dignity of a leader in front of his subordinates. "I don't know when this kind of waiting will end," Zhu Zhihong thought anxiously. He even imagined that in the Taoyuan company's conference room, Xiao Ruofei and the company's senior officials were enthusiastically discussing the location of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory's branch factory. This made him even more anxious. Finally, at around 11:30, the door of the reception room was pushed open. A girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and business attire walked in. "Excuse me, are you County Mayor Zhu?" Zhu Zhihong immediately opened his eyes and said, "Yes, I am." "Hello, County Mayor Zhu. I'm Zhou Yu, the assistant of Chairman Xia. I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Chairman Xia has finished his meeting. He asked me to come and take you upstairs." "This is great," Zhu Zhihong exclaimed in his heart. He was still very calm on the surface, and said very politely, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Assistant Zhou." Zhou Yu took Zhu Zhihong and the others to the 15th floor in the elevator. Zhou Yu knocked on the door of Chairman Xia's office, then pushed it open and said, "County Mayor Zhu, leaders, please come in." Zhu Zhihong and the others walked into Xiao Ruofei's large office. Looking at the spacious and luxurious office, Zhu Zhihong couldn't help but be secretly speechless. There was still some distance from the entrance of the office to Xiao Ruofei's desk in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Xiao Ruofei had been sitting in his seat, flipping through the documents in his hand. When Zhu Zhihong and the others were about to reach his desk, he seemed to have just noticed them. He quickly put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and walked out. Although Zhu Zhihong and Xiao Ruofei had never met face-to-face, Xiao Ruofei was an internet celebrity. Zhu Zhihong was no stranger to Xiao Ruofei and often saw his photos and news on the internet. Even so, when Zhu Zhihong met Xiao Ruofei in person, he was still secretly surprised at how young he was. Zhu Zhihong felt that Xiao Ruofei was about the same age as his son, who had just graduated from university. However, his son was always at home and didn't even have a proper job. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei already had such a big business and his social influence was growing day by day. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Zhu Zhihong muttered in his heart. "You're too kind." Zhu Zhihong said with a smile. "Boss Xia is so busy. It's a bit rude of us to come uninvited. County Mayor Zhu, you're too kind. You're an important guest." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Come, this way please." Xiao Ruofei led Zhu Zhihong to the reception room next door and said to Zhou Yu, "Go make some tea. Use my precious De Hong Pao." "Yes, Chairman." Zhou Yu immediately responded. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had precious De Hong Pao, but they were all stored in the Ring 2 space. There were only De Hong Pao tea leaves in the office for guests. In fact, it was the kind sold in the Taoyuan Company's Tmall flagship store. Although the price and quality were very high, no matter who came to visit, the tea was the same. Of course, Zhou Yu wouldn't be stupid enough to expose him. After responding, she quickly went to make tea. Zhu Zhihong naturally didn't know this and quickly said, "Boss Xia, you're too kind. County Mayor Zhu, you're an important guest." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Come, this way please." Xiao Ruofei led Zhu Zhihong and the others through the large office. After pushing open a door on the side, they saw a completely different world inside. It was a reception room of more than 100 square meters. The reception room was covered with a soft wool carpet, surrounded by a wide and soft leather sofa. Calligraphy and paintings hung on 3 of the walls, and one of the walls was a glass curtain wall. The height of the top floor gave the reception room an excellent view of the scenery. The entire reception room, whether it was the decoration or the style, was very high-end. Zhu Zhihong looked at it and sighed again. This reception room was much better than the reception room of the county government. Moreover, this was only a small part of the chairman's office. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. Xiao Ruofei walked straight to the side of the wall facing the door. There were 2 sofas in the middle of this side, and the rest of the sofas were arranged on both sides like stars surrounding the moon, accentuating this position. Xiao Ruofei and Zhu Zhihong took their seats respectively. Zhu Zhihong's entourage naturally found their seats on both sides according to their positions. Zhou Yu quickly carried a tea tray and served everyone a cup of hot tea. Zhu Zhihong picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, "It's really good tea. Boss Xia, only here can I drink such authentic De Hong Pao." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "County Mayor Zhu, you flatter me. These are all homegrown tea leaves. They're not expensive varieties." "You're too kind." Zhu Zhihong said, "Although the production of Taoyuan De Hong Pao is not high, its reputation is quite good. It can definitely be called a treasure among the high-end tea leaves. Moreover, this is Boss Xiao's private collection." Xiao Ruofei saw that Zhu Zhihong kept exchanging pleasantries, but he was not in a hurry. He smiled and accompanied Zhu Zhihong in circles. Zhu Zhihong was actually quite anxious, but he also hoped to find a more natural entry point. Or Xiao Ruofei could just ask. That way, he could smoothly lead the topic to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. However, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry at all. He also had no intention of taking the initiative to ask. Seeing that a few more minutes had passed, Zhu Zhihong finally couldn't take it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "Boss Xia, I came here abruptly because I have something to discuss with you." "Oh? Please go ahead, County Mayor Zhu," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I heard that your company is preparing to build a new pharmaceutical factory." Zhu Zhihong went straight to the point and said, I wonder how far the project has progressed. Xiao Ruofei naturally expected Zhu Zhihong to ask this question. He smiled and said, "It seems that County Mayor Zhu is quite concerned about the development of our company. I thank you on behalf of the company." Zhu Zhihong thought to himself, this Xiao Ruofei may be young, but he's obviously a sly guy. How could he not know that our Chongqing County has always wanted to bring in this project? I'm afraid that County Mayor Wu has already told him about the benefits. Now he's actually pretending to be ignorant. However, Zhu Zhihong didn't say anything, nor did he show any displeasure. He just smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei, waiting for him to continue. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Our company is preparing to expand the scale of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. We're preparing to build a new branch factory. This project is progressing in an orderly manner, and it's going very smoothly. I think it won't be long before we can start construction." Zhu Zhihong's heart skipped a beat. Start construction. Did they already decide on the location of the pharmaceutical factory during the meeting just now? Does that mean that Chongqing has no hope? For a moment, Zhu Zhihong couldn't help but feel confused. The director of the government office, Shi Qingyuan, saw that Zhu Zhihong's mind was wandering at this critical moment. He couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Boss Xia, may I ask where your pharmaceutical factory project is going to be built?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Shi Qingyuan, then turned to look at Zhu Zhihong and asked, "County Mayor Zhu, who is this?" Shi Qingyuan couldn't help but feel that he was being looked down upon. He was still the director of the government office. Although he wasn't a permanent member, he was still the manager of the government. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei should naturally know him. Zhu Zhihong had already come back to his senses. He said, "Oh. I forgot to introduce him. Boss Xia, this is Director Shi Qingyuan from our government office." "Oh, Director Shi." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Shi Qingyuan and said calmly, "Regarding the location of the project, before my company officially discloses it to the public, it's still a trade secret. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to tell you. I hope Director Shi can understand." Shi Qingyuan suddenly felt awkward. This soft refusal, Zhu Zhihong couldn't care less about being reserved at this time. He quickly said, "Boss Xia, we noticed that your company's inspection team has already gone to several neighboring counties and even to neighboring cities. Why haven't they come to Chongqing County yet? We also welcome and support this project." "County Head Zhu, I didn't ask about these specific arrangements." Xiao Ruofei lied without batting an eyelid. "Our company has a very professional team. I also believe in the team's ability and judgment, so I've always let them do whatever they want. I didn't interfere with the pharmaceutical factory's site selection, so, at this point," Xiao Ruofei shrugged and continued, "I don't know why the inspection team didn't consider Chongqing County, but I think there must be a good reason. I believe in my team on this." That's as good as not saying anything. Zhu Zhihong couldn't help but criticize in his mind. He would rather die than believe that without Xiao Ruofei's approval, the Taoyuan company's inspection team would dare to completely bypass Chongqing County. According to Wu Liqian's feedback, the Taoyuan company's earliest intention was to build a factory in Chongqing County, and Xiao Ruofei had personally discussed it with Wu Liqian. It was very likely that Xiao Ruofei himself wanted to do it. Now, Xiao Ruofei had completely brushed it off as if he didn't know about it at all. Zhu Zhihong was a little anxious. He thought for a moment and said, "Boss Xia, I won't hide it from you. Chongqing County attaches great importance to your company's pharmaceutical factory project. For this reason, we even held a special task committee meeting to tailor a series of incentives for this project. Secretary Zhang also attaches great importance to this and has instructed us many times to form a capable team to specifically handle this project." It would have been fine if Zhu Zhihong hadn't mentioned this capable team. Once he mentioned the matter of the team, Xiao Ruofei was even angrier. "So your so-called capable team is in charge of picking peaches? You directly kicked Sister Qian away, and then openly snatched political achievements. Is this how you do things?" Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "County Head Zhu, first of all, I would like to thank Chongqing County on behalf of the company for its concern and attention. However, I also said that I won't interfere with the specific arrangements for this project. After all, I have to deal with a lot of things every day. The company doesn't only have Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. How about this? You can directly contact the person in charge of this project, which is the factory manager of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, Xianxia. I will also give him a heads up. It will be more convenient for you to directly communicate with him regarding the specific problems. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but how could Zhu Zhihong, who had been in the government for many years, not see that Xia Ruofei was kicking the ball around? Without Xia Ruofei's approval, it would be strange if there was any progress in contacting Shui Jinshan. Xia Ruofei was unmoved by force or persuasion, so Zhu Zhihong was at his wits' end. The others couldn't get a word in edgewise, especially after Shi Qingyuan was rejected. Zhu Zhihong's entourage didn't dare to get involved. Zhu Zhihong's mind was spinning rapidly. This seemed to be a dead end. The only thing that was good for Chongping County was that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on Chongping County at the very beginning. His intention to invest in Chongping County was also the strongest. However, according to his understanding, the preferential conditions given by the other counties and districts were no worse than Chongping County. Moreover, for a technology-intensive enterprise like Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, although transportation conditions were important, it didn't occupy a dominant position. As long as the conditions were right, the increase in transportation costs was nothing compared to the amazing profits of Yuji ointment. Moreover, Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup were very small in size and weight. The cost of logistics for each product was even less. Moreover, the other counties and districts would take the initiative to compensate for these increased costs through taxes. For Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, there was no loss at all. The conversation was in a deadlock. How could they break out of this situation? Zhu Zhihong was thinking hard. Xia Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and drank his tea. At that moment, the clock on the wall showed that there were still 10 minutes before work ended. Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. If Zhu Zhihong was still talking about these useless things when it was time to get off work, then he would not hesitate to chase them out and waste his time here with them. At that moment, an idea flashed through Zhu Zhihong's mind. He thought of the saying, "Whoever started the trouble should end it." Although Wu Liqian had used her party's personality to guarantee that she didn't take personal revenge or obstruct the project, Zhu Zhihong had always suspected that the reason why the Taoyuan company's attitude had changed 180 degrees was because Wu Liqian had been kicked out. Perhaps Wu Liqian knew the big picture and wouldn't take the initiative to sabotage the project. However, there was no guarantee that Xia Ruofei wouldn't stand up for Wu Liqian. There had always been rumors that Wu Liqian and Xia Ruofei had a good relationship. If that was true, then even if the project was settled in Chongping, Wu Liqian wouldn't have anything to do with the political achievements. Then why would Xia Ruofei let Lu Haojuan take advantage of it? They might as well just break up. From Zhu Zhihong's point of view, this was in line with Xia Ruofei's identity as a young man. He had also been young before. When he was Xia Ruofei's age, he was also impulsive. He always thought about revenge and didn't think too much about the long term. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhihong seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He quickly chose his words and said, "Boss Xia, I heard from County Mayor Wu that you had mentioned to her that you hoped to expand the scale of the farm." At that time, Boss Xia seemed to have the intention of connecting the pharmaceutical factory and the farm. Because of County Mayor Wu's report, we quickly convened the standing committee to discuss preferential policies. But I don't know why your company suddenly changed its mind. Finally, he couldn't help it. Xia Ruofei sneered in his heart. Since Zhu Zhihong had mentioned Wu Liqian, Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush. He said lightly, "County Mayor Zhu, a company's development strategy must be constantly adjusted and revised. As for this specific matter, Sister Qian didn't lie. At that time, we did consider this aspect. However, later on, we went to other districts to investigate, which was also necessary for the company's development strategy." Of course, Zhu Zhihong didn't take Xia Ruofei's words seriously. He just grasped the most important words, Sister Qian. This was also the only message that Xia Ruofei wanted to convey to him. His relationship with County Mayor Wu is really not ordinary. Zhu Zhihong thought to himself. Speaking of this, Zhu Zhihong was very sure that the only reason for the Taoyuan company's change of attitude this time was because they were dissatisfied with their unauthorized removal of Wu Liqian. It was indeed not right to do this, but at that time, even Xing Jianzhang couldn't do anything about it, let alone Zhu Zhihong. Of course, after making this judgment, Zhu Zhiheng had a strong sense of hope. Because Lu Haojuan had already left, then this matter naturally had a turn for the better. Really? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I heard that Sister Qian's work in Chongping isn't going very well. Zhu Zhiheng said sincerely, Boss Xia, in the end, I didn't stick to my principles as the vice-class monitor, so I dampened Comrade Wu Liqian's enthusiasm for work. Of course, Secretary Xing also had his reasons. Sometimes, we can't help ourselves. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Zhu Zhiheng saw this and continued, Boss Xia, actually, County Head Wu also attached great importance to the pharmaceutical factory project, and she didn't care about her personal gains and losses. After knowing that she was no longer in charge of the project, she still wholeheartedly wanted to settle the project in Chongping. Yeah. She's an idiot. Xia Ruofei sighed. When Zhu Zhiheng and the others heard Xia Ruofei's words, they didn't feel that he was mocking Wu Liqian. Instead, they felt that the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Wu Liqian was closer. Zhu Zhiheng also sighed and said, County Head Wu's self-awareness is really high. Ever since she took office, she really put her heart and soul into her work in Chongping County. During this period of time, her work hasn't been going well, and I've been worried about it. However, my ability is limited. This time, she was able to get a chance to train in a ministry in the capital through her own efforts. We're really happy for her from the bottom of our hearts. Xia Ruofei saw that Zhu Zhiheng's expression didn't seem to be fake. In fact, in front of a cultivator with strong spiritual power like Xia Ruofei, if an ordinary person lied, even the slightest of expressions wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. Chongping County's attitude was already very low, and Xia Ruofei didn't plan to choose another place to build the factory. The most suitable place was still Chongping County. However, he naturally couldn't give in so easily. This was Wu Liqian's political achievement, and even the King of Heaven couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he still had to give it to Wu Liqian. Xia Ruofei deliberately pondered for a while before saying, County Head Zhu, I can see that Chongping County is very sincere. The development of a company is inseparable from the support of the local government. I believe that if the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project really settles in Chongping County, it will definitely receive County Head Zhu's full support. Zhu Zhiheng's face showed a trace of joy and he hurriedly said, that's for sure. A high-quality company like Taoyuan Company will definitely be on the priority list of our county government. The Taoyuan project's location Taoyuan, the Taoyuan project's Taoyuan's SS is the Taoyuan project, Taoyuan's the location of Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory hasn't been finalized yet. Since Chongping County also has this intention, you can send a team to meet with our factory and discuss some specific issues. If necessary, we will also go to the site to inspect it. All right. Okay. Zhu Zhiheng's face lit up with joy and he hurriedly said, Boss Xia, we'll transfer some capable people to form a working group today. They'll be in charge of contacting your company about the pharmaceutical factory project. Xia Ruofei nodded and said casually, County Head Zhu, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project has always been followed by County Head Wu. She's more familiar with the situation. What do you think, this working group, should County Head Wu be in charge of it? Zhu Zhiheng was stunned and thought to himself, I knew there's no free lunch. I was wondering why Boss Xia was so easy to talk to all of a sudden. He still wants to give Wu Liqian political achievement. Now, Sister Qian has become County Head Wu, although he thought that, Zhu Zhiheng naturally didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. Moreover, he didn't want to steal Wu Liqian's political achievement. People in the government were more or less superstitious, or perhaps they were hypnotized. The last person who wanted to snatch Wu Liqian's political achievements was now fired. Moreover, he was directly fired and kicked out of the system. Zhu Zhiheng also knew that Wu Liqian, who was now far away in Beijing, definitely didn't have the ability to make Lu Haojuan suffer so miserably. Lu Haojuan's situation this time was his own fault. It probably had nothing to do with him pestering Wu Liqian and stealing her political achievement. However, this matter still made Zhu Zhiheng feel that this project was a bit strange. He didn't want to touch it at all. But now, it wasn't a matter of whether Zhu Zhiheng wanted to steal this political achievement or not, but the problem was that Wu Liqian couldn't come back at all. Zhu Zhiheng said with a troubled expression, Boss Xia, County Head Wu is the most suitable candidate, and I think Secretary Xing will definitely support her. But, you also know that County Head Wu is now in training in Beijing, and it will take 2 months. And the training courses in Beijing are very strict. I'm afraid that she won't be able to come back to preside over the work group during this time. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, County Head Zhu, as long as Sister Qian wants to come back, it's not a problem to take a few days off. And the county doesn't need to step in. Xia Ruofei added in his heart, even if the county steps in, it's useless. How can the training courses of the ministry let someone go just because a county leader says so? Hearing this, Zhu Zhiheng thought for a while, then raised his head and said, okay. Since Director Xia has already said so, then I personally agree with it. Of course, when we go back, we have to report to Secretary Xing. I think Secretary Xing won't object. Then I'll wait for the good news. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Seeing this, Zhu Zhiheng knew that Xia Ruofei was going to send his guests off. Today's goal had been achieved, and the result was very satisfactory. So, Zhu Zhiheng immediately stood up and said, Boss Xia, then we won't delay your work. I wish your company a happy cooperation with our county. Goodbye. Xia Ruofei didn't ask them to stay for dinner or anything like that. He stood up and said with a smile, okay. Take care, County Mayor Zhu. Xia Ruofei personally sent Zhu Zhiheng and the others to the door of the office. Then, Zhu Zhiheng thought for a while, then said to Shi Qingyuan, Director Shi, you guys wait for me at the door for a while. Then, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, can we talk somewhere else? Xia Ruofei paused for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, let's go to my office. The two of them walked back to Xia Ruofei's desk from the door. Zhou Yu had already closed the office door from the outside. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, County Mayor Zhu, please sit. If you have anything else to say, just say it. The soundproofing here is very good. Zhu Zhiheng said, Boss Xia, there were too many people just now. Regarding County Mayor Wu's exclusion from the project negotiation team, I think it's necessary to explain a bit more to you. I hope it can clear up your misunderstanding of our Chongping County. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and gestured for him to continue. He said, County Mayor Zhu, please go ahead. I'm all ears. Zhu Zhiheng considered his words and said, I just said that this was completely a comrade's fault. There's no need to hide it. It was the personal behavior of the former deputy secretary, Lu Haojuan. This comrade's family background is good, but his personality. How do I put it? He's a bit of a show-off. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I heard about it. It's the deputy secretary Lu who showed his face on the internet in the past 2 days, right? The third generation of Beijing is indeed a bit arrogant and despotic. It seems like Boss Xia knows a bit about Lu Haojuan, Zhu Zhiheng said. That's good too. I don't have to waste too much time talking about it. Actually, this was completely because Lu Haojuan wanted to get involved in this project. He directly talked to Secretary Xing through a leader in the province. Speaking of this, Zhu Zhiheng also showed a helpless expression and said, President Xia, I'm sorry. We really had no choice. Whether it was Secretary Xing or me, it was hard for us to stick to our principles under this kind of pressure. Of course, as County Mayor Wu's direct leader, I expressed my opposition at the time. Secretary Xing also tried to mediate, but in the end, it was to no avail. Xia Ruofei had already guessed what had happened, so when he heard Zhu Zhiheng's words, he wasn't particularly surprised. Zhu Zhiheng said sincerely, Boss Xia, I'm not saying this to absolve the Chongping County team. I just hope you don't have too many misunderstandings about us. Because if this project is settled in Chongping, we'll still be working together for a long time. I don't want anyone to hold any grudges against us. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you for your honesty, County Mayor Zhu. Lu Haojuan had already scrammed out of Chongping, so let this matter end. Distance tests a horse's strength. I hope we can work together for a long time in the future. Zhu Zhiheng said happily, Definitely. Definitely. Boss Xia, then I'll leave now. Okay, County Mayor Zhu, I'll walk you out. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei walked Zhu Zhiheng and the others to the door of the office. After watching them get into the elevator, he turned around and went back to the office. He took out his phone and called Beijing. Beijing, party school. Wu Liqian, who had just finished class, was carrying a file to the cafeteria when her phone rang with a message notification. She took out her phone and unlocked it. It was a notification message. It said, Egret Island Airlines has successfully purchased tickets. Friendly reminder, please check in at the airport 1 hour before departure to avoid missing the flight. Flight number. Wu Liqian was confused. She didn't buy a ticket. Why did the airline suddenly send this message? Did someone buy a ticket and leave the wrong phone number? Just then, she received another WeChat message. It was from Xia Ruofei. Sister Qian, I bought your ticket and applied for leave for you. Don't miss the flight. Wu Liqian was confused. She quickly replied, Ruofei, what's going on? Xia Ruofei sent a grinning emoji and replied, you'll know in a while. Wu Liqian muttered to herself, this guy, what is he up to now? He's keeping me in suspense. Just as she was about to call Xia Ruofei to clarify things, her phone rang. This time, it wasn't Xia Ruofei calling. It was the secretary of Chongping, Xinjianzhong. Wu Liqian didn't have time to ask Xia Ruofei. She picked up the phone first. Secretary Zheng, hello. Wu Liqian said politely. Although the leader of Chongping didn't do a good job last time, Wu Liqian knew that she couldn't win against him. She didn't blame Xinjianzhong and Zhu Zhihong. In fact, Wu Liqian's work ability was outstanding. When she worked in Chongping County, Xinjianzhong and Zhu Zhihong were relatively supportive of her. She didn't have many restrictions at work. Of course, this was also because Wu Liqian didn't like to fight. She just wanted to do her job well. Xinjianzhong laughed and said, Comrade Liqian, I hope I didn't disturb your class. Wu Liqian smiled and said, Secretary Zheng, class just ended. I was about to go to the cafeteria. Secretary Zheng called. Do you have any instructions? Not exactly instructions. Xinjianzhong laughed and said, I have good news to tell you. Regarding the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project, after the efforts of County Head Zhu and his comrades, there's finally some progress. The Taoyuan company has agreed to contact and discuss with us. When necessary, they will send people to Chongping County to investigate. Really? That's really great. Wu Liqian was happy from the bottom of her heart. Secretary Zheng, this project is really important to the development of Chongping County. We must firmly grasp this opportunity. Yeah. That's why I'm calling you to ask for help. Xinjianzhong laughed and said. Ask me for help? Wu Liqian didn't understand and asked, Secretary Zheng, what do you mean? It's like this. Our county has set up a working group specifically responsible for contacting the Taoyuan company. Xinjianzhong said. The organization has decided to give you the task of leading the working group. It might conflict with the training schedule, but I believe you can overcome it. Of course, you don't have to participate in the whole process. You might need to follow up personally in the early stages. For the follow-up work, you can lead the working group through phone calls, emails, and faxes while you're training in Beijing. We only have one goal, which is to bring the Taoyuan Company project to Chongping County. Comrade Liqian, do you have the confidence to complete the task given to you by the organization? Wu Liqian thought about the WeChat message that Xia Ruofei had sent her, as well as the message that the tickets had been successfully booked. She suddenly understood that it was all arranged by Xia Ruofei. She suddenly felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Wu Liqian composed herself and said firmly, Secretary Zheng, I promise to complete the task. Good. That's the attitude I want. Xinjianzhong said happily. Comrade Liqian, take the time to take a leave and come back. Arrange the work in the early stages and quickly sit down with the Taoyuan company to discuss the specific issues. Okay, Secretary Zheng. Wu Liqian said. After the itinerary is set, let the comrade in the county committee know, Xinjianzhong said. We'll hold a welcoming dinner for you. Okay, bye, Secretary Zheng. See you in Chongping. After hanging up the phone, Wu Liqian had the urge to cry. At 10:15 p.m., a Boeing passenger plane from Beijing landed smoothly at Sanshan Airport. When the tired Wu Liqian walked out of the passage with her suitcase, it was already 10:30 p.m. She was indeed very tired. The course schedule of the training class was quite tight. These days, she often read until late at night and did not have enough sleep. In addition, the night flight she took encountered a flow control problem at the busy airport in Beijing. The flight that was supposed to take off at 6 o'clock in the evening was delayed for 2 hours and only took off at 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the plan, it should have landed at Xianxia Airport. In order to ensure that the plane could taxi out as soon as it was cleared, the crew chose to let the passengers board the plane in advance. Wu Liqian was trapped in the stuffy cabin for more than an hour, plus more than 2 hours of flight. When the plane landed, she was already very tired. However, when she walked out of the passenger passage, Wu Liqian was stunned. She saw the secretary of Chongqing County, Xianxia, personally come to the airport. Similarly, the county head, Zhu Zhihong, was standing beside Xianxia. When the two saw Wu Liqian, they smiled and greeted her. Xianxia signaled his secretary to take Wu Liqian's suitcase. He smiled and said, "County head Wu, you must be tired." Wu Liqian came back to her senses and quickly said, "Secretary Zheng, County head Zhu, why did you come personally?" The secretary and the county head came to the airport to welcome the deputy county head at the same time. It sounded like a fantasy story, but it really happened. Most importantly, the flight was delayed by more than 2 hours. That meant that Secretary Zheng and county head Zhu had been waiting at the airport for more than 2 hours? Wu Liqian felt that it was unbelievable. Xianxia smiled and said, "County head Wu is the hope of Chongqing County. Didn't we say that we would hold a welcoming dinner for you today?" Zhu Zhihong also said, "We didn't expect the flight to be so late. They say that the flight from Beijing has a low punctuality rate. This time, we've seen it for ourselves." Wu Liqian quickly said, "Leaders, you're flattering me. How would I dare to let you welcome me? This? Haha. We're all comrades in the same team. You don't have to be so particular." Xianxia smiled and said, "County head Wu, let's go. The car is waiting outside. You definitely didn't eat well on the plane. I've already ordered supper. Today, we're going to hold a welcoming dinner for you." After getting into the car, Wu Liqian was still a little confused. There was something wrong with the two class monitors today. Actually, the reason why Xianxia and Zhu Zhihong were so courteous today was because of the importance they attached to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. Whether or not the project could be successfully brought into Chongqing depended entirely on Wu Liqian. More importantly, Wu Liqian's importance in Xianxia's eyes had far surpassed the past. After listening to Zhu Zhihong's report today, Xianxia's curiosity about Xiao Ruofei increased greatly. He tried to inquire about Xiao Ruofei's situation. He didn't expect to get some useful information. After working as a party secretary for 2 years, he was lucky enough to attend a party school training class. The lowest rank in that class was a director general, which was also the lowest threshold to enter the party's highest school. That training class allowed him to accumulate a lot of connections. Today, Xianxiang was actually just trying his luck by calling a classmate who worked at the party school in Beijing. This classmate was already a deputy director when he attended the training class. Now, he was promoted and became the head of an important bureau. Xianxiang called to reminisce about the past and mentioned Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect this classmate to know about Xiao Ruofei. According to this classmate, Xiao Ruofei was quite famous among the second and third generations in Beijing. He was very close to a few rich playboys with strong backgrounds. Xianxiang's mind became active when he heard this. He thought about Zhu Zhihong's report. Xiao Ruofei said that Wu Liqian didn't need the county to help her apply for leave. At first, Xianxiang thought that Wu Liqian would ask Tian Huilan for help. After all, she was Tian Huilan's former secretary. Now, it seemed that Xiao Ruofei was the one who applied for the leave. A successful entrepreneur with powerful connections. In Xianxiang's opinion, this was definitely a person worth befriending. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian's relationship was obviously very close. Therefore, Xianxiang quickly decided to pick them up at the airport. This was not only a compensation for Wu Liqian's previous grievances, but also a way to show goodwill to Xiao Ruofei. Wu Liqian didn't know about Xing Jianzhang's thoughts. She was a bit reserved all the way until she returned to her dormitory after having supper at the hotel. Wu Liqian didn't even bother to take a shower. She took out her phone and called Xiao Ruofei first. "Sister Qian, have you arrived at Sanshan?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked. "I saw on the flight schedule that today's flight was delayed for a long time." Wu Liqian's plane ticket was booked by Xiao Ruofei, so he naturally knew the flight information. When Wu Liqian found out that Xiao Ruofei was still paying attention to the flight information online, she couldn't help but feel a little warm. She smiled and said, "Yeah. I've been in Beijing for a long time. After I landed, Secretary Zheng and Mayor Zhu insisted on having a welcoming dinner for me. That's why I only just got home." "That's tiring," Xiao Ruofei said. "Rest early today. You'll officially take over the job tomorrow." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "It might be difficult for others to do this job, but for me, it's not a challenge at all." "Are you going to set up obstacles for me?" "Haha. That's hard to say. Business is business." Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily. "You represent the Chongqing County government, and I represent the Taoyuan Company. Our positions are different." "How is it different?" Wu Liqian smiled and said, "This is a win-win cooperation, okay? We're all on the same side." "Whoa. You're already in work mode." "Not bad," Xiao Ruofei said. Wu Liqian couldn't help but giggle. After teasing Xiao Ruofei for a while, her mood became very relaxed. After chatting for a while, Wu Liqian said, "Ruofei, Secretary Zheng and Mayor Zhu actually went to the airport to pick me up today. When I walked out of the passage, I was shocked." "There's such a thing?" Xiao Ruofei was also a little surprised. "Isn't that so?" Wu Liqian said. "And when we were eating supper, the two leaders were very polite. They kept toasting me. To be honest, I was a little flattered. Ruofei, I keep feeling that something's wrong. This isn't their style." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Hey. Why are you thinking so much? Maybe they attach too much importance to the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project. This is called being polite to the wise. Who asked you to be the key person in introducing this project? Sister Qian, although you're in Beijing, you should know the situation in Chongqing County. Secretary Zheng and Mayor Zhu are in urgent need of a big project as a boost. Right now, they're in a passive situation. You're helping them in their hour of need. It's only right for them to be polite to you." After Wu Liqian heard this, she smiled and said, I won't think so much. I'll try to get this job done as soon as possible. Then, I have to go back to Beijing for training." "You're going back?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Lu Haojuan has already left. This is a formal training class. And the standard is so high. It's not like you can't go just because you want to. And the professors who teach are all of high standards. How can I waste such a rare learning opportunity?" Wu Liqian said. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "You're a good child who loves to learn." The next morning, Wu Liqian, who was tired from the journey, didn't follow Xing Jianzhang's instructions to rest at home. Instead, she went to the office early. Regarding the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project, Chongqing County's working group had already been set up. As the person in charge of the working group, Wu Liqian gathered everyone for a meeting on the first day she returned to work. In the past period of time, Wu Liqian's prestige had plummeted because of Lu Haojuan's various restrictions. Everyone looked at her with contempt. But this time, when they returned, everything returned to normal. There was even more respect in everyone's eyes. Xing Jianzhang and Zhu Zhihan had personally gone to pick them up at the airport and waited for more than 2 hours at the airport. This was no secret. Almost everyone in the agency knew about it. What's more, Lu Haojuan, who had always been against Wu Liqian, had left with his tail between his legs. Wu Liqian, on the other hand, had taken a step further and firmly grasped the project that everyone coveted. Her authority was immediately different, and everyone had to respect her. The working group was made up of capable people, including the director of the government office, Shi Qingyuan. He was the deputy leader of the working group and assisted Wu Liqian in handling some specific matters. Wu Liqian mobilized everyone and divided the work. Some were responsible for coordination, some were responsible for communication, some were responsible for logistics, and so on. At the end of the meeting, Wu Liqian said, "Director Shi, immediately contact the Taoyuan company after the meeting. I hope to have the first meeting with them today." "Okay, County Mayor Wu," Shi Qingyuan said. "But the Taoyuan company may not be so easy to talk to. We've had a lot of soft rebuffs before. Although Boss Ya agreed this time, we can't expect them to be very efficient." Wu Liqian frowned slightly. They hadn't even started working yet, but they were already discouraged. How could they continue working in the future? She said calmly, "You're responsible for contacting them. If there are any difficulties, report to me immediately." "Okay," Shi Qingyuan said lazily. It wasn't that he had a problem with Wu Liqian. In fact, he was a little uncertain about the Taoyuan company's attitude. Last time, he had met with a soft rebuff from Xiao Ruofei. What Shi Qingyuan didn't expect was that when he contacted the Taoyuan company, they immediately became more enthusiastic when they heard that he was from Chongqing County and that it was Wu Liqian who asked him to contact them. When Shi Qingyuan said that he hoped to meet with the Taoyuan company today to discuss the specific investment matters, the Taoyuan company agreed almost without hesitation. The meeting time was set at around 10 in the morning. They didn't go to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, but set the meeting place at the company's headquarters, Taoyuan Building. Calculating the time, it should be just right to drive from Chongqing County to Taoyuan Building in the city. Shi Qingyuan hurriedly reported the situation to Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian immediately said, "Then let's go now." After a while, a Buick Chevrolet sedan and a Buick MPV drove out of the government compound one after another and sped toward the city. Taoyuan Building. When Shi Qingyuan got out of the car, his eyeballs almost fell out. He saw the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei, waiting at the entrance of the building with a smile on his face. After seeing Wu Liqian, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to greet her and said politely, "County Magistrate Wu. Welcome, welcome. I was wondering why I heard a magpie today. So it's a distinguished guest." Shi Qingyuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. "You're on the 15th floor, can you hear a magpie?" He thought of the scene when he accompanied Zhu Zhiheng to visit here yesterday. They almost couldn't even enter the door. And Xiao Ruofei didn't just greet them downstairs. He even made them wait in the reception room for more than an hour. In the end, they talked for more than 20 minutes. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. The difference in treatment before and after was too big. Wu Liqian saw the sunny smile on Xiao Ruofei's face and felt a little warm in her heart. She stepped forward and said, "Boss Xia." "Hello, everyone, please come in." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Today, I've invited Director Shui of the pharmaceutical factory and the 2 experts he hired. We can have a good talk about the investment." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Oh right, I've already booked a private room at Lingji Private Home Cuisine. I think it'll be lunchtime by the time we're done talking. County Magistrate Wu, why don't you give me a chance to treat everyone to a meal today?" Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Boss Xia, we should be the ones treating. It's the same no matter who treats." Xiao Ruofei said, "It's settled then. Come, County Magistrate Wu, please come in." In the working group, besides Shi Qingyuan, there were 2 other people who came with Zhu Zhiheng yesterday. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. Xiao Ruofei personally brought Wu Liqian and the others to the conference room. On the Taoyuan company's side, Shui Jinshan and the 2 experts hired by the pharmaceutical factory, as well as Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the others, were already waiting in the conference room. When Shi Qingyuan saw this scene, he felt that there might be a chance for this matter. Xiao Ruofei was planning to personally talk to Chongqing County. His attitude was a little cold yesterday and he directly kicked the ball to the pharmaceutical factory. Now that Wu Liqian was here, the situation was immediately different. The treatment is indeed different. Shi Qingyuan thought to himself. She's going straight to the point. It seems like there's a high chance of winning this project. Wu Liqian flipped open the folder and said, "Boss Xia, after our discussion, if the Taoyuan company chooses to invest in Chongping, we will provide preferential policies in terms of land acquisition, taxation, and many other aspects. As far as I know, these preferential policies are already quite strong. It's rare to see such policies in recent years. Then, Wu Liqian looked at the folder in front of her and said, specifically, it's like this. In terms of land acquisition, we can fully cooperate with the Taoyuan Company. We will be responsible for coordinating the transfer of collective land to the Taoyuan Company as industrial land, and the transfer fee will be 30% off this year's base price. In terms of taxes, corporate income tax and value-added tax will be exempted for the first 3 years, and 60% will be exempted for the next 2 years. In terms of infrastructure, such as power lines, roads, water supply network, and so on, the cost will be borne by the Chongqing County government. Of course, this part of the cost will be funded by your company, and then deducted from the land transfer fee. Wu Liqian briefly introduced the preferential policies that the Standing Committee had discussed and decided on last time. Then, she looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, our Chongqing County is very sincere. These preferential policies are basically the highest level of authority at the county level. In terms of infrastructure and land transfer fees, we still need to ask the higher-ups, but this shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Ruofei tapped his fingers on the table and said noncommittally, County Magistrate Wu, our company has been investigating a few surrounding counties. I'll be honest. Everyone can see that the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory project is an excellent project. It will have an obvious effect on the local economy. Therefore, the counties that we investigated all welcomed this project with open arms. In terms of preferential policies, Chongqing County's proposal isn't very competitive. Hearing this, Shi Qingyuan couldn't help but take a deep look at Xiao Ruofei. He originally thought that with Wu Liqian involved, the negotiation would go smoothly. At first, Xiao Ruofei gave off the same feeling. He personally went downstairs to greet them, and his attitude was very amiable. However, he didn't expect that when they got to the point, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be so easy to talk to. In terms of business, no one could find fault with Xiao Ruofei's approach. Wu Liqian's expression didn't change. She smiled and said, Boss Xia, what about the preferential policies that the other counties and districts offered? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, it's not convenient to disclose this, right? This is a business secret. If I say it directly, the leaders of the other counties and districts and counties would blame me. Feng Jing, Shui Jinshan, and the others who were attending the meeting couldn't help but laugh inside. In reality, the preferential policies that everyone offered were more or less the same. Most of the districts that they inspected were in the outskirts of the Three Mountains. These places had the same level of authority as Chongqing County. If Chongqing County couldn't give them preferential policies, these places wouldn't be able to make their own decisions. However, Xiao Ruofei's current actions were just right. Moreover, Chongqing County needed Taoyuan Company's help. Even if Chongqing County went to other districts and counties to inquire about the specific preferential policies, not to mention whether the competing districts and counties would be willing to tell them, even if they did, what could they do? All of these were verbal promises, and they were not implemented on paper. However, as a negotiation strategy, it was very useful. Wu Liqian smiled slightly and said, Boss Xia, we really welcome the Taoyuan Company to invest in Chongqing. We are also very sincere about the preferential policies. This is basically the best that we can offer. Of course, for a high-quality enterprise like the Taoyuan Company, we can still give more support. However, we need to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, no problem. We are very patient. I hope that this investment will be a win-win cooperation. This cooperation plan has to satisfy both of us. Wu Liqian nodded and said, okay. Boss Xia, let's stop here for today. I still need to go back and report to Mayor Zhu and Secretary Zheng. There are some issues that I need to ask for instructions from the city. County Head Wu, stay for lunch. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, I already booked a place. Lingji Private Kitchen's Buddha jumps over the wall is very special. Wu Liqian immediately recalled the time when Xiao Ruofei treated her to Lingji Private Kitchen's Buddha jumps over the wall. Her heart warmed slightly. She smiled and said, let's wait until we reach a consensus next time. I still need to go back and report to the higher-ups today. I won't disturb Boss Xia. Shi Qingyuan and the others couldn't help but shout in their hearts, it's not too late to go back after eating. What does it matter if you report a few hours earlier or later? Lingji Private Kitchen's Buddha jumps over the wall. You can't eat it even if you have the money. Of course, with the normal income of the system, no one was willing to spend half a month's salary to eat. Buddha jumps over the wall. However, as the leader, Wu Liqian, had already stood up. No matter how reluctant Shi Qingyuan and the others were, they had to stand up as well. They comforted themselves again, even if we didn't manage to eat it this time, we will definitely be able to eat it after the next negotiation. As long as we are still in the team, we will definitely have a chance. Director Xia, we'll take our leave first. Wu Liqian said, we will work out a new preferential policy as soon as possible. I hope that both sides can reach a consensus by then. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stood up, saying, then I will wait for the good news. He personally sent Wu Liqian and the others downstairs. It could be said that he had done enough etiquette. Xiao Ruofei watched as Wu Liqian's car left Taoyuan building. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the morning. He had just reached the office on the 15th floor of Taoyuan building when he received a call from Wu Liqian. Sister Qian, why are you up so early? Xiao Ruofei joked, you were so tired yesterday. You should at least get some beauty sleep today, right? You've given me so many things to do. How can I sleep? Wu Liqian said with a smile, Ruofei, I will call the members of the team for a meeting later. Let's make this short. Xiao Ruofei also stopped joking and asked, Sister Qian, why did you call in such a hurry? What's the matter? Today, I will officially start to participate in the introduction of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory project. Wu Liqian said, in a while, I will mobilize the team and divide the work. Then, I will ask someone to contact your company and make a request for a meeting. Xiao Ruofei said casually, no problem. I have already talked to the people below. You can just bring the people here. Since Sister Qian is in charge of this work again, it doesn't matter whether we talk or not. Just go through the motions. Then, we will sign the letter of intent. You just have to wait for your political achievements. Wu Liqian said coquettishly, I guessed that you would do this. That's why I called you first. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xiao Ruofei asked, puzzled. Wu Liqian said, of course there's something wrong. Let me tell you, during our meeting today, you have to express your dissatisfaction with the previous preferential policies in Chongping. It's best if you compare them with the preferential policies in other places. Then, I will fight for a bigger discount for you. Ah? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. To be fair, the preferential policies that Chongping gave us are actually quite good. If I was in charge of the negotiation from the beginning, I would also think that the preferential policies were good. Wu Liqian said, but the situation is changing every day. As far as the current situation is concerned, you can ask for more preferential policies and support. Also, Secretary Zheng and County Head Zhu will definitely do their best to facilitate it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He joked, Sister Qian, this isn't your style. You have always been very self-aware. Why are you siding with an outsider today? Wu Liqian couldn't help but ask, do you think of yourself as an outsider? Ruofei, you are making me sad. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. I didn't mean that. Wu Liqian giggled. Isn't it good to fight for more preferential policies for you? Don't be so pretentious. Of course, the more preferential policies, the better. Xiao Ruofei said. But you are in charge of bringing in this investment. The lower the price you pay, the better your results, right? That's none of your business. As long as I can get this project done, it will be the best result. As for the price, there is basically no difference in the system. This isn't a private company. There are KPIs and such. Wu Liqian said. The main thing is that Chongping County's approach this time is problematic. If Secretary Zheng's attitude had been more firm at the beginning, I think the pharmaceutical factory might have already started construction. So, pay a little more to teach them a lesson, so that they will remember it well. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. I agree with that. We'll do as you say. So, in the meeting room of the Taoyuan building that morning, Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian's questions and answers had already been discussed over the phone. They had even rehearsed it. The two of them acted out a play together. Other than Shi Qingyuan and the other Chongqing County team members, Feng Jing, Xue Jinshan and the others were also in the dark. They also followed Xiao Ruofei downstairs to send Wu Liqian and the others off. After the car left the Taoyuan building, Feng Jing smiled and said, "Chairman, you are taking advantage of the situation. Aren't you afraid that Chongqing County will be kicked out?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said with a smile, "I don't care. If they don't play, there are plenty of people who are willing to play with us. Also, it's not like we are subsidizing the company from their personal pockets. They won't be angry. They will only try their best to help us fight for it. After all, their desire for this project is more urgent than anyone else's." "That's true," Feng Jing said. "But County Magistrate Wu is your friend. You are even tricking your friend." "How am I tricking her? I am clearly helping her, okay?" Xiao Ruofei said. Chongqing County was already kicked out. Now that she is back, I am giving Chongqing County another chance to enter. This is the biggest achievement. Okay. Anyway, you are right," Feng Jing said with a smile. "Oh right, Chairman, don't lose sight of the big picture because of a small matter. Have you forgotten about the auction in Hong Kong the day after tomorrow? That is the most important thing. We are relying on you to prepare all the auction items. The promotion has been going on for a few days now. Everyone in Hong Kong is looking at us with their eyes wide open. If we drop the ball at the crucial moment, it will be very embarrassing." "Hey, Manager Feng, I don't like what you said," Xue Jinshan said. "How is it losing sight of the big picture because of a small matter? The pharmaceutical factory is also a big deal, okay?" Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. "I forgot that Director Xue is also here." Yes, the pharmaceutical factory is also a big deal. We must take it seriously. Why do I feel that you are being perfunctory?" Xue Jinshan said with a gloomy face. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Xue Jinshan was mostly joking. He also knew that the pharmaceutical factory project would most likely end up in Chongping. The previous round of inspection was just a smokescreen. Now that the project negotiations were very close to success, he was naturally in a good mood. The facts proved that Wu Liqian's analysis was quite accurate. After she went back, she reported to Zhu Zhiheng and Xing Jianzhong. The leaders of Chongping quickly decided to give the Taoyuan company more preferential policies. They were too eager to get this project in. The three of them had a small meeting in Xing Jianzhong's office and decided on a new preferential policy. In this new policy, the land transfer fee would be increased from 30% to 50%. This means that the Taoyuan company could use 50% of the previous industrial land price to get the land they needed. The tax benefits would be increased from the first 3 years of tax exemption and the next 2 years of 40% to 5 years of tax exemption. In terms of infrastructure, Chongping County would also give more preferential treatment. This way, the electricity company and water company's profits would decrease. But now, they couldn't care so much. Of course, in the previous policy, Chongping County would be in charge of the infrastructure. But this required the Taoyuan company to pay for it. With the preferential treatment, the Taoyuan company would need to pay less. The land transfer fee could also be paid over a long period of 3 years. Xing Jianzhong even suggested that if the Taoyuan company wasn't satisfied, they would promise to give them a discount on electricity prices for 3 years. It should be known that once the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was built, with their snowflakes of orders, it would basically run 24 hours a day. With so many production lines running at the same time, the electricity consumption would be huge. Even if there was a discount of 10% per hour, it would still be a huge number in a year. This was equivalent to cutting meat from the electricity system. Only an experienced secretary like Xing Jianzhong could successfully coordinate this. The rest of the work progressed quite quickly. The next morning, Wu Liqian brought the team to Taoyuan building again. Xiao Ruofei personally welcomed them. After a short discussion, Xiao Ruofei seemed to be interested in the new preferential policies proposed by Chongping County, but he didn't agree. Therefore, Wu Liqian invited the Taoyuan company's inspection team to Chongping County to look at the location of the pharmaceutical factory. She also said that she would report Xiao Ruofei's opinion to the two leaders in the county. Xiao Ruofei gladly agreed and instructed Xue Jinshan on the spot to have their inspection team follow the Chongqing County team to inspect the area. In fact, the location of the factory had already been decided. Xue Jinshan and the others' inspection was just a formality. In the afternoon, Xue Jinshan and the others came back with good news. Chongqing County said that they would give the pharmaceutical factory a discount on electricity prices for 3 years. Based on the industrial electricity prices calculated by the power company, each kilowatt-hour of electricity would be discounted by 10 cents. The production line in Germany used a lot of electricity. Xue Jinshan estimated that after the new pharmaceutical factory started production, they would save at least 1 or 2 million yuan in electricity bills. Chongqing County was very sincere. Xiao Ruofei naturally already knew. He thought about it and told Xue Jinshan to inform Chongqing County that the Taoyuan Company agreed to let the project be in Chongqing County. Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong were overjoyed when they heard Wu Liqian's report. The two immediately asked Wu Liqian to bring people to the Taoyuan Company that day to discuss the specific terms. Because of Lu Hajuan's incident, public opinion was at its peak. They heard that the leaders in the city were also dissatisfied with Chongqing County. The two felt like they were being roasted on a fire. This news was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. According to Xing Jianzhong's intention, he naturally hoped that this matter would be settled as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei also did not want to drag this matter any longer. She still had to fly to Hong Kong tomorrow to attend to the auction, so it could be said that they hit it off immediately. In the afternoon, Wu Liqian brought Shi Qingyuan and the others to the Taoyuan Company. Along with them were the people in charge of the County Power Company, Water Company, Highway Bureau, and other relevant departments. As for the Taoyuan Company, Xiao Ruofei did not personally appear. The general direction had been set, and the remaining specific matters would be followed up by Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Xue Jinshan, and the others. Since 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two parties had been in the conference room on the 14th floor of the Taoyuan building. They discussed and passed one by one, implementing the consensus reached by the two parties before on paper and forming the first draft of the investment letter of intent. Not only did the letter of intent clearly state all the preferential policies promised by Chongqing County, but it also indicated the specific scope of land acquisition for the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory and Taoyuan Farm. At the same time, the Taoyuan Company also made corresponding promises. For example, the first investment would be no less than 500 million yuan, and they would provide no less than 500 jobs for Chongqing County. These were all written in black and white in the letter of intent. Even though the general direction had been set, the two parties still needed to spend a lot of energy to coordinate, negotiate, and confirm the specific terms one by one. Therefore, it was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that the first draft was taken out. Xiao Ruofei did not leave either. Feng Jing immediately had someone send the first draft to Xiao Ruofei's office. Xiao Ruofei skimmed through 10 lines at a glance, then signed a line on the cover. I agree to sign the contract with Chongqing County with this letter of intent. It was a success. After Shi Qingyuan and the others saw Xiao Ruofei's signature, they all let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Liqian also secretly nodded. In her opinion, although this matter had gone through a lot of twists and turns, it was finally completed. Wu Liqian and the others politely declined Xiao Ruofei's invitation for supper and rushed back to Chongqing County overnight. Xing Jianzhong wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible, so the signing time was set for tomorrow morning. Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong naturally wanted the signing ceremony to be as grand as possible. Therefore, Wu Liqian had to lead the team to prepare for the signing ceremony tomorrow morning. Some of the staff had already started contacting the major media outlets in the afternoon while the two parties were still discussing the specific terms. There were also staff working with advertising companies and convention companies to prepare some materials in advance, including the design of the background, painting, and so on. Tonight, they still needed to set up the venue, adjust the lighting, sound system, and so on. They would be busy for the whole night. Shi Qingyuan and the others wished to taste the Buddha jumps over the wall failed again. At the very least, they had to postpone it. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Xue Jinshan, and the others took a Mercedes-Benz commercial car newly purchased by the Taoyuan Company and arrived at Chongping County. Today's signing ceremony was held at Chongping County's Ligang Hotel. This was the best hotel in Chongping County. It was built according to 5-star standards. Most importantly, the Ligang Hotel had a magnificent conference hall. When the Taoyuan Company's car stopped at the entrance of Ligang Hotel, Chongping County's leaders, Xianxia, Zhu Zhihong, Wu Liqian, and the rest had been waiting for a long time. When the car stopped, Xianxia led everyone to welcome them. Boss Xia. Manager Feng. Welcome, welcome. Xianxia said with a red face. Secretary Tsing, you are too courteous. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. We can't afford for you to welcome us personally. No, no. Boss Xiao's decision can be said to have brought benefits to our Chongping County's 700,000 people. Xianxia laughed and said. Anyone who can help our Chongping County's development is our VIP. Of course, we have to welcome you personally. Xianxia was a wily old fox in the government and could say such polite words easily. Xiao Ruofei said a few modest words and walked into the hotel with Xianxia. The signing ceremony was at 10 a.m. Before that, Xiao Ruofei and the rest were arranged to stay in a resting room beside the meeting hall. Xianxia was there to accompany them personally. Xiao Ruofei saw Wu Liqian's tired face, but she was still busy with the signing ceremony. He couldn't help but be concerned. He wanted to ask Wu Liqian to sit down and rest, but he resisted the urge. Xiao Ruofei knew that the more Wu Liqian did, the more achievements she would have. It would be best if she could do it all by herself. The other leaders shouldn't interfere. At 10 o'clock sharp, all the reporters in the conference hall had already arrived. The photographers were busy looking for a camera to set up, while the text reporters were mostly editing manuscripts or thinking about today's press release on their laptops. There were also some who were chatting in low voices with other media reporters they were familiar with. The lights in the meeting hall changed. The lights on the rostrum were brighter. The next moment, Xianxia and Xiao Ruofei walked out side by side. Behind them were Zhu Zhihong, Wu Liqian, Feng Jing, and Shui Jinshan. The rostrum had already been set up. Everyone sat down according to their names. The room gradually quieted down. The reporters looked curiously at Xiao Ruofei, who was sitting next to Xianxia. The interview notice they received wasn't very detailed. It only said that the Chongping County government had important investment news to announce. Now that Xiao Ruofei was at the press conference, it meant that the rumor about Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory building a branch factory was true. Moreover, this project, which had already become a hot commodity, had been pulled in by Chongping County. The reporters' interest was immediately piqued. The reporters who had originally planned to take a portion of the transportation fee and then go back to edit a draft to give Chongping County face and publish a piece of news also put away their nonchalant attitude and looked towards the stage one by one. Ever since the Qantas incident, Xiao Ruofei's popularity on the internet hadn't decreased. As long as he updated his Weibo, even if there wasn't any nutritious content, there would immediately be thousands of comments. This kind of popularity couldn't even compare to some A-list celebrities. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei was now the center of attention. As long as it was news related to him, it would definitely become a hot topic. As a reporter, who wouldn't want their news to become a hot topic? After everyone was seated, Wu Liqian, who was sitting on the far left of the rostrum, turned on the microphone in front of her. She was the host of today's signing ceremony. Xianxia arranged for Wu Liqian to host the ceremony, which was also a recognition of Wu Liqian's position in this project. Wu Liqian looked around at the reporters and said, "Thank you all for coming to today's signing ceremony and press conference. First, please allow me to introduce the leaders and guests of today's signing ceremony. They are Chongping County Party Secretary, Mr. Xianxia. Chongping County People's Government, Mr. Zhu Zhihong. Taoyuan Company's Chairman, Mr. Xiao Ruofei. Taoyuan Company's Chairman, Madam Wu Liqian. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's Director, Mr. Shui Jinshan. My name is Wu Liqian, Chongping County's Executive Deputy County Head. I will host today's press conference." Wu Liqian said. Sparse applause could be heard from the audience. Next, let's invite Secretary Tsing to announce the news. Wu Liqian said. Xing Jianzhong turned on the microphone in front of him with a smile. After clearing his throat, he said, "Welcome to all the media friends. Today, I want to announce a piece of good news. After some discussion, the Taoyuan Company has decided to build the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factories branch in Chongqing County." The reporters had an as-expected look on their faces. They were all eager to ask questions. However, it wasn't time for the media to ask questions, so they could only suppress their eagerness and listen carefully to Xing Jianzhong's speech on stage. As everyone knows, the Taoyuan Company is a high-quality company with great potential. The Yuji ointment produced by the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory is popular all over the world. The Yangxin soup has also benefited countless families with autism. For such a company to choose Chongping, I think it means a lot to Chongping. Xing Jianzhong said. First, in terms of social influence. Xing Jianzhong's speech had a lot of formalities, but the reporters recorded it all with their voice recorders. In the end, Xing Jianzhong smiled and said, "Here, I can give you a few specific numbers. The total investment for this investment project is over 1.5 billion. The starting capital for the first phase is as high as 500 million. After the completion of the project, the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory will provide at least 500 jobs for Chongqing County. It can be foreseen that the Chongqing branch of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory will become a booster for Chongqing County's economy. I have full confidence in this." The reporters applauded enthusiastically, not because Xing Jianzhong's speech was very interesting, but because he finally finished speaking. "Thank you, Secretary Xing," Wu Liqian said. "Next, let's welcome the chairman of the Taoyuan Company, Mr. Xiao Ruofei, to speak." Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted the microphone lightly, then leaned close to the microphone and said, "Thank you, reporters, for coming. Why do I feel like all of you look so familiar? We've seen each other a lot recently." The reporters below the stage burst into laughter. One of the braver female reporters said loudly, "This means that Boss Xia, you've been very popular recently." "Haha. I don't know if I'm popular or not. I just know that I have to be careful when dealing with you guys. If I'm not careful with my words, they'll be magnified infinitely." Xiao Ruofei said half-jokingly. "Boss Xia, you're the pride of the Three Mountains. We definitely won't defame you." The same female reporter said loudly. She looked like a fangirl of Xiao Ruofei. "I'll keep that in mind. Next time, if I see any negative news about me in the newspapers or on the internet, I'll look for you," Xiao Ruofei said. "No problem." The female reporter patted her chest and said. Her trembling breasts made the male reporter beside her sneak a few glances. Xiao Ruofei and the reporters chatted for a while, and they got closer to each other. In fact, in some foreign talk shows or speeches, the host would usually tell a small joke before going on stage to lighten the atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei continued, "All right. Let's get back to business." The Taoyuan Company chose Chongqing County after careful consideration and discussion. First of all, I would like to thank Chongtai County and the other counties. Our company went to all the counties around the Three Mountains for the location of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's branch factory. Everywhere we went, we were warmly received. Thank you all. Although we chose Chongqing County this time, I believe that the pharmaceutical factory will expand again, Xiao Ruofei said. We'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "I don't want to talk too much about the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factories project. Thank you to the leaders of Chongqing County. You provided us with a series of preferential policies that we couldn't refuse. It can be said that you're helping the pharmaceutical factory to have a stable start and rapid development." Then, Xiao Ruofei briefly introduced the scale of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's branch factory, the number of production lines, the estimated production capacity, the number of jobs it could provide, the estimated annual profits, and so on. After the introduction, Xiao Ruofei ended his speech. Xiao Ruofei stood up and gave way to Xing Jianzhong. Then, the two of them walked side by side to the signing table that had already been prepared. The two of them sat down behind the table, and the hostess handed them the contract of intent. The two of them exchanged their signatures and signed again, symbolically completing the signing ceremony. In fact, it was just a prop. The real contract of intent had already been signed in the lounge under the witness of the lawyer. It was the same logic as taking a picture of a lottery ticket with a prop check. After all, the contract of intent involved a lot of detailed terms and conditions. Both parties were very careful. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to check the terms one by one, so it had to be signed in advance. Although if the local government wanted to break the promise, it would basically be a situation where there was no way to sue. No matter what, the contract had to be treated carefully. Moreover, this was a combination of interests. As long as Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory could continue to shine and continue to generate profits and taxes for Chongqing County and increase GDP, the possibility of Chongqing County breaking the promise was very low. Besides, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried about Chongqing County breaking the promise or waiting for the pharmaceutical factory to start construction. If they really pissed him off, he could also not play by the rules. The head of Sanshan, Song Qiming, treated him like his own nephew. As long as he was in the right, how could he sit back and watch Chongqing County bully him? After signing the contract, Xiao Ruofei and Xing Jianzhong stood up and shook hands. At the same time, they showed the contract of intent. Of course, what was shown in front of the camera was only the cover of the folder. The reporters also pressed their shutters. Under the spotlight, Xiao Ruofei, who was wearing a decent handmade suit and had a tall figure, looked radiant. Wu Liqian, who was sitting on the side of the podium, couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She gently shook her head. After Xiao Ruofei and Xing Jianzhong returned to their seats, she said, "Next is the media's Q&A session. I will choose the media friends who will ask the questions. Before you ask, please introduce yourself. Thank you for your cooperation." As soon as Wu Liqian finished speaking, the reporters immediately raised their arms in unison. "The lady in orange in the middle of the front row." Wu Liqian pointed at a female reporter and said. The female reporter took the microphone from the staff and said, "Thank you, host. I'd like to ask Secretary Zhang if Chongqing County can provide any concrete information regarding the rumors about Deputy Secretary Liu Haojuan's lifestyle?" Xing Jianzhong's face darkened slightly. Today was their day to hold their heads up high. He didn't expect the first reporter to touch their sore spot. Wasn't this too disrespectful? Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, kept a smile on his face. Since this matter had nothing to do with him, he would just be a quiet spectator. Wu Liqian also frowned slightly and asked, "Reporter friend, I just reminded you to state which media you are from before you ask questions. It seems that you haven't introduced yourself yet." Today's press conference was arranged rather hastily. The media in Chongqing County wasn't as well prepared as before. At least, there weren't any preset questions for the media. But generally speaking, the arrangement of the reporter's position was also very particular. This female reporter's seat was in the middle of the first row, which meant that the media she represented was not small. The female reporter's face showed a trace of a reserved smile. She raised her chin slightly and said, "Sorry, I forgot. I'm a reporter from the Beijing newspaper group and Yanjing Yijia network. Secretary Zhang, can you answer my question now?" Wu Liqian couldn't help but frown slightly. New media reporters' questions were often more incisive than traditional reporters. Yanjing Yijia network was a subsidiary of the Beijing newspaper group. This website wasn't just a local website. In fact, Yanjing Yijia network had developed very rapidly in the past few years. It was already a comprehensive portal with reporters all over the country. This was also why this female reporter could get such a good position. The staff in Chongqing County definitely arranged the positions according to the importance of the media. Wu Liqian said, "Sorry, today's press conference is about the investment letter of intent signed by Chongqing County and the Taoyuan Company. It has nothing to do with the topic." Xing Jianzhong waved his hand and said, "County Head Wu, it's fine. I'll answer this question." Wu Liqian looked at Xing Jianzhong, nodded slightly, and closed her mouth. Xing Jianzhong knew that if he didn't answer, this reporter would make a big deal out of it and Chongqing County would be even more passive. In the past few days, Chongqing County hadn't directly responded to this question. In reality, they were very passive in public opinion. Since this reporter brought it up today, it was a good opportunity to clarify. Of course, the reason why Xing Jianzhong made this decision was because he felt more confident in his heart. Xianxia pondered for a moment and thought about how to phrase it. Then he said, regarding this reporter's question, we don't know the specific situation and can't confirm the authenticity of the online rumors. What I can tell you is that Comrade Lu Haojuan has already officially submitted his resignation to the organization. After our report, the higher-ups have already agreed to his resignation. Just yesterday, Comrade Lu Haojuan completed all the resignation procedures. In terms of organizational and administrative relations, he is no longer a person of Chongqing County. He didn't speak quickly because this speed allowed him to have more time to think and prevent him from saying the wrong thing. The female reporter didn't want to let it go so easily. She immediately asked, but the online rumors about catching adulterers should have happened when Lu Haojuan was the deputy secretary, right? Shouldn't the Chongqing County Committee be involved in investigating this matter? Xianxia smiled and said, the investigation will definitely be carried out. However, Comrade Lu Haojuan has already returned to his hometown in Beijing. The people involved in the incident you mentioned can't be contacted, so the investigation hasn't made any progress. Taking a step back, even if I'm just assuming. Even if the online rumors are true, it's still a matter of lifestyle. It doesn't involve official crimes. According to the organization's discipline, the heaviest punishment is internal disciplinary action. Now that Comrade Lu Haojuan has already resigned, this is much more serious than internal disciplinary action. Xianxia paused slightly, then continued, here, I sincerely hope that the media friends here can pay more attention to our Chongqing County's construction achievements and not focus on groundless news. If you only report on gossip, I think it will be difficult for the media to develop much. Our Chongqing County has a lot of things worth reporting. For example, the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project this time will greatly stimulate the county's economic development and provide more and more jobs. The county committee had people who organized the information about the project and thought of possible questions from the media in advance. They also prepared answers in advance, so Xianxia was much more fluent in this area. That's my answer. I hope it will satisfy this reporter. Xianxia smiled and ended his answer. The female reporter said, thank you, Secretary Tsing. I have one last question. Is that okay? Xianxia definitely had to show a friendly attitude. He smiled and raised his hand. Ladies can have special privileges. I think the other reporters won't mind. Please ask. The female reporter had a faint smile on her face as she asked, Secretary Tsing, I heard that the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory project was previously handled by Deputy Secretary Lu Haojuan, but there wasn't much progress. After Deputy County Head Wu was put in charge, she easily got the project in 2 or 3 days. Is that true? Is there any inside story? Xianxia's face showed a hint of displeasure. He didn't know what this female reporter's goal was, but all her questions were related to Lu Haojuan. Rather than saying that she was asking a question, it was more like she was trying to checkmate him. If he said that there was such a thing, wouldn't it mean that he didn't know the right person and made a wrong decision? If he said that there wasn't such a thing, this female reporter might immediately come up with other evidence to refute him. Moreover, this female reporter's questions were all about Lu Haojuan, which made Xianxia feel that something was wrong. He stared at the female reporter for a few seconds before he slowly said, I don't know where you got this information. What I want to say is that Comrade Lu Haojuan was indeed in charge of this work when he was in office. Deputy County Head Wu had been studying in Beijing before. This time, she was asked to take a leave of absence to take charge of this work because of the needs of the organization. This is just a normal division of work. There's no inside story to speak of. In addition, no work can be done overnight. The fact that Deputy County Head Wu was able to negotiate this project in such a short time is inseparable from Comrade Lu Haojuan's previous fruitful work. His work laid a solid foundation for the subsequent negotiations. Although Lu Haojuan didn't do anything, Xianxia had to pinch his nose and praise him a few times. Otherwise, it would be difficult to answer this question that was full of traps. Of course, Lu Haojuan had already packed up and left. There was no harm in giving him a few words of praise. It was just like when a person died, the life story that was read out at the memorial service would be all kinds of praise. Even if this person had a bad record when he was alive, no one would criticize him harshly at his funeral. After Xing Jianzhang answered this question, Wu Liqian immediately said, "Media friends, please pay attention and don't deviate from the topic. Let's continue with the questions. Please ask the man in the striped suit on the left of the third row." This time, Wu Liqian specifically picked a reporter that she knew. She was worried that the situation just now would happen again. Just now, Xing Jianzhang had responded appropriately and didn't leave any excuses for the media. After all, he was an old secretary who had been in the leadership position for so many years. His words were watertight. The male reporter stood up and said, "Thank you, host. I'm a reporter from Xianxia Metropolis Daily and Xianxia Metropolis Network. This question is for Chairman Xia. I want to ask why the Taoyuan company chose to invest and build a factory in Chongqing County. Will the company's strategic center turn to the production of cosmetics?" "Thank you." Xia Ruofei had been watching the show the whole time. In fact, when the female reporter asked the second question, Xia Ruofei also felt that something was wrong. He thought of the female reporter's unit, Yanjing Ijia Network, and his heart moved slightly. This was a website under the Beijing newspaper group. Lu Haojuan's father, Lu Bo, was a deputy director of the Beijing publicity department. At the same time, he was also the chairman of the Beijing newspaper group. It seemed that Lu Haojuan wasn't willing to admit defeat. Even if he was pulled down, he still wanted to stir things up. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Luckily, Chongqing County didn't know much about Lu Haojuan's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for the female reporter to sit in such a central position. Wu Liqian also wouldn't have asked her to ask questions. In that case, at most, she could only ask Xing Jianzhang questions after the press conference. But this way, the influence wouldn't be as big as the questions at the official press conference. Xing Jianzhang could also continue to play Tai Chi. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lu Haojuan's vision was too small. He could only play such a disgusting trick. In fact, no matter how much Yanjing Ijia Network exaggerated, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage to Chongqing County and the Taoyuan company. Xia Ruofei thought about these things in his mind, so it was inevitable that he would be distracted. After the reporter finished his question, Xia Ruofei came back to his senses. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear it clearly. Could you please repeat it again?" "Okay. I want to ask Chairman Xia, why did you choose Chongqing County to build a factory? Also, does this project mean that the Taoyuan company's strategic center will be shifted to the production of cosmetics in the future?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "You actually have two questions. The first question is very simple. Whether it's Chongqing's location or investment environment, it meets our requirements. In addition, everyone knows that the Taoyuan company has a farm in Chongqing. This time, we plan to expand the scope of the farm and optimize the land acquisition plan. In the future, the pharmaceutical factory and the farm can be connected. This will be easier to manage. Of course, the most important reason is that Chongqing County has given us a lot of preferential policies. It can be said that they are full of sincerity. Here, I would like to thank Secretary Zhang, County Head Zhu, and Deputy County Head Wu for their support and help to the Taoyuan company." Xia Ruofei paused and said, "The second question. Will the company's strategic center be shifted?" In fact, the pharmaceutical factory is only one of the core businesses of the Taoyuan company. It's undeniable that it's very profitable, but I think our company's determination to diversify won't change. After the new factory is built, half of the production line will be used to produce Yangxin soup. I hope it can help more autistic children." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment. When everyone's attention was on him, he smiled and said, "Tomorrow, our company will hold a special auction in Hong Kong. In this auction, many products of the Taoyuan company, including the top truffles, abalone, caterpillar fungus, wild ginseng, and so on will appear. This auction will be organized by Hengfeng Group in Hong Kong. So far, the auction deposit has exceeded 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Some super-rich people in Europe and America, as well as the heads of world-renowned Michelin-starred restaurants, have arrived in Hong Kong in advance. This will be our company's first series of high-end products." There was a commotion among the reporters. Everyone paid more attention to the news from the mainland. The Taoyuan company's product auction had been hyped up in Hong Kong for a while, but ordinary people in the mainland, including these reporters, were not aware of this news. Some of the high-end auctions in Hong Kong were very well known in the world. It was quite amazing that a company in the mainland could hold a special auction in Hong Kong for its products, and the auction deposit alone exceeded 300 million Hong Kong dollars. No one doubted that Xiao Ruofei had falsely reported this number, because the news of the auction was not a secret. Everyone just didn't pay attention to it before. Now that they knew the news, they just had to go to Hengfeng Auction's official website to check. Moreover, the mobile internet speed was very fast now. Basically, such high-end auctions would be broadcasted live. How many rich people would attend and how many people would be present could be roughly calculated through the live broadcast. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's false number had no meaning. It would be exposed soon. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "So, of course, we will not shift all of our focus to the production of Yuji ointment just because it is popular. The company's strategy is to take the high-end and high-quality route. In the future, our company's product line will be more and more abundant, and the fields involved will be wider and wider." After Xiao Ruofei answered this question, the reporters immediately raised their hands in unison. Everyone couldn't wait to continue asking questions. Wu Liqian quickly appointed another reporter. Then, several reporters in a row asked Xiao Ruofei questions. Many of them asked about the details of the auction. Xianxia did not feel unhappy that he was left out. On the contrary, he was secretly relieved at this moment. The female reporter's question just now made him sweat a little. In such a short time, he did not prepare an answer in advance. If he was not careful, he would say the wrong thing, and then it would be infinitely magnified by the media. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by the auction that Xiao Ruofei mentioned, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Xianxia even secretly thanked Xiao Ruofei. He felt that Xiao Ruofei had chosen this time to reveal the news of the auction to divert the attention of the reporters. After Xiao Ruofei answered about 4 or 5 questions, Wu Liqian said, "Thank you for your questions. Because of time constraints, Boss Xia has to fly to Hong Kong to attend the auction, so today's session will end here. Thank you again for coming." "Thank you." The press conference was over, but the reporters did not want to leave. They all surrounded the rostrum, hoping to continue asking Xiao Ruofei questions. Usually, after a press conference, the spokesperson would be willing to answer the reporters' questions, but Xiao Ruofei was really in a hurry today, so he had to separate the crowd and say, Sorry. We have to go to the airport immediately. If you want to know more, you can contact our company's publicity department, or contact Hengfeng Auction House directly. Thank you." When they finally returned to the lounge next to the conference room, Xiao Ruofei wiped his sweat and said, "The reporters are so enthusiastic," Xianxia said with a smile, "That's because Boss Xia has your own traffic. Usually, when we want to release news in the county, many media outlets are not necessarily willing to come. This time, when we said that it was related to the cooperation with the Taoyuan company, although we only contacted them temporarily last night, all the media outlets in Sanshan rushed over." Xiao Ruofei did not expect Xianxia to know the internet slang of our own traffic, so he could not help but feel slightly surprised. He smiled and said, "Secretary Tsing, you flatter me." Xianxia smiled and asked, "Are you really not staying for a meal?" "I have already asked the comrade from the county committee to book a hotel." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "Secretary Tsing, I did not lie to the reporters. We really have to catch a flight to Hong Kong. We even brought our luggage in the car today." The airport in Sanshan City was located in Chongqing County. Xiao Ruofei and the others had originally planned to go directly to the airport from Chongqing County after the signing ceremony and press conference, so they did not have to go back and forth from the city. Therefore, the few people who were going to Hong Kong had packed their luggage in advance and put it in the car. "Okay. I won't keep you," Xianxia said straightforwardly. "Boss Xia, I wish you all a great success at the Hong Kong auction." "Thank you, Secretary Tsing." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We will push forward with the pharmaceutical factory project as soon as possible. Of course, we will also need help from Chongqing County in the early stages of the land acquisition. Otherwise, we will not be able to push forward with the land leveling and construction." "Boss Xia, don't worry about that," Xianxia said, after the specific land acquisition area has been mapped out, the county will handle it. You all just have to wait for the land to be acquired. We also hope that the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory can be completed and put into production as soon as possible. Then I will leave it to you all. Xiao Ruofei said, Secretary Tsing, Mayor Zhu, Mayor Wu, we will leave first. Xiao Ruofei secretly winked at Wu Liqian, and Wu Liqian's eyes also revealed a trace of a smile. Xing Jianzhong and the others personally sent Xiao Ruofei and the others out of the hotel. They waved their hands and watched as Xiao Ruofei and the others left in the MPV. Then, they turned around and walked back. In the hotel lobby, Xing Jianzhong said kindly, Mayor Wu, it is all thanks to you that this matter is so successful. Secretary Tsing, you flatter me. Wu Liqian smiled and said, it is all because of the trust of the leaders and the cooperation of the comrades that this project could be concluded in such a short period of time. I did not personally contribute much. At this time, if it was necessary to say something conventional, then say it. If it was necessary to be modest, then be modest. After all, it was her contribution and political achievement, and no one could take it away from her. Xing Jianzhong smiled and looked at Zhu Zhihong, saying, Mayor Zhu, a capable and modest official like Mayor Wu should be recommended to our party committee in the future. Zhu Zhihong smiled bitterly and said, Secretary Tsing, Mayor Wu is my most capable subordinate. You are quietly stealing from me, and the work of the government is not going to be easy. Wu Liqian saw that the two leaders were joking around and could not help but be confused. She could not help but ask, what are the two leaders talking about? Why don't I understand? Xing Jianzhong and Zhu Zhihong looked at each other, then laughed and said, Mayor Wu, Mayor Zhu has a problem with this. It is like this. Didn't Lu Haojuan resign from his public office? Now the party committee is lacking a deputy secretary. After discussing with Mayor Zhu, I recommended you to the higher-ups, hoping to give you more responsibilities. The city has agreed to our recommendation in principle, so you can take care of the work at hand for the next 2 days and be ready to hand it over at any time. Me? Wu Liqian opened her eyes wide. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Lu Haojuan was forced to resign because of the scandal. Originally, Wu Liqian just felt relieved because she did not need to face his endless entanglement, but she did not think about fighting for the deputy secretary position. After all, she had been the executive deputy mayor for less than 3 years, and the deputy secretary position was equivalent to the third in command. Such an important position, logically speaking, would not be hers. She did not expect that the position would fall on her head when she did not fight for it. This was an unexpected surprise. Xing Jianzhong smiled and said, now the position is vacant, but there must be someone to do the work, right? And with Mayor Wu's ability and prestige, you are the most suitable candidate to take over, so I don't think it is sudden at all. Thank you for the trust of the organization. Wu Liqian said. There was no one who didn't want their career to continue to progress. Since she was given a more important position, she couldn't be unreasonable and refuse. Although the deputy secretary and the executive deputy mayor had the same rank, the ranking in the team was not the same, so the importance of the two positions was naturally different. Wu Liqian could go further on the basis of the executive deputy mayor in just 1 or 2 years, which could be considered as a promotion. Xing Jianzhong waved his hand and said, it is mainly because of your excellent work performance. Mayor Wu, although the project contract has been signed, the working group cannot be disbanded. It can be a part-time temporary organization. Usually, the comrades will go back to be responsible for their daily tasks. Once the working group needs something, you can gather everyone at any time. The task of this working group is still to connect with the Taoyuan company. The whole construction period of the project will take at least a few months. During this period, there will be a lot of things that need to be coordinated. At that time, your working group will be responsible for it. How about it? Do you have the confidence to complete the task? Wu Liqian said simply, no problem. Secretary, please rest assured. But... Secretary Tsing, I have a request. Do you still want to go back and continue the training class? Xing Jianzhong said with a smile, Mayor Zhu has already told me. We respect your personal wishes. If you want to go back and continue your studies, there is absolutely no problem. But you will have to work harder when you are studying. Other work can be transferred to other deputy mayors, but you will still have to take the responsibility of the working group. When the time comes, you can remote command through email and phone. Okay. Secretary Tsing, rest assured. I will not delay the work at home. Wu Liqian said happily. Also, the training class will only last for 2 months. I will be back soon. Xing Jianzhong said meaningfully, I am afraid that you will not be able to come back after the training. Such an excellent female cadre, if you are chosen by some ministry. I think this possibility is very high. Zhu Zhihong said from the side. Wu Liqian smiled and said, leaders, please rest assured. I will not go anywhere. After the training, I will go back to Chongping. We will remember your promise. Xing Jianzhong said, then we will wait for you to come back. Sanshan Airport. In front of a slightly shorter building next to the main terminal building, Xiao Ruofei and the others got out of the car. Lei Hu, who was the driver, was busy taking everyone's luggage out of the trunk, while Xiao Ruofei was delegating work to Xue Jinshan. Keep a close eye on the pharmaceutical factory project. Xiao Ruofei said, we will not be in Hong Kong for long. These few days, we will mainly focus on the land acquisition. We need to keep in close contact with Chongping County. If necessary, we need to urge them. You can contact Mayor Wu directly. She will spare no effort to solve the problem for us. While she is still in Chongping, we need to get the land acquisition done quickly. The scope of the land that the Taoyuan company needed had already been determined by the company. Therefore, Xue Jinshan only needed to cooperate with Chongping County in the early stages of surveying and mapping, and then urge them to complete the land acquisition as soon as possible. The work was not complicated. Xue Jinshan nodded and said, don't worry, Chairman. This is the most important thing now. I will let the deputy director take care of the daily production work in the factory. We can't relax the production safety either. Xiao Ruofei said, especially when the products we produce are either to be smeared on the face or drunk into the stomach. There can't be any safety issues. Otherwise, the reputation we've worked so hard to build will be destroyed. Understood. I will supervise and check. Xue Jinshan said. Xiao Ruofei patted Xue Jinshan's shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work these few days. When the pharmaceutical factory project comes to an end, I will give you a few days off. You can also enjoy your vacation. The company will pay for it. Think of it as compensation for not being able to go to Hong Kong this time. Then I will thank the chairman first. Xue Jinshan laughed and said, Chairman, you should go in quickly. Don't miss the plane. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a relaxed smile, Jinshan, we will go now. Have a safe trip. Xiao Ruofei led Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao into the building with their respective suitcases. Chairman, how do we get in from here? Isn't the departure hall in the building in front? Peng Hao couldn't help but ask. He had wanted to ask for a long time, but he hadn't found the opportunity. Xiao Ruofei had been delegating work to Xue Jinshan. Feng Jing smiled and explained on behalf of Xiao Ruofei, Director Peng, this is the exclusive passage for the passengers of the business jet. Peng Hao said, TSK. I almost forgot that we are taking a business jet this time. Chairman, this jet must be quite expensive to rent, right? You really put in a lot of money. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, if I said that I didn't spend a single cent, would you believe me? Feng Jing and the others shook their heads at the same time. How could there be a free lunch in this world? Renting a jet would easily cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Which company would be so generous to waive the cost? Xiao Ruofei wasn't their father. Indeed, Xiao Ruofei wasn't Li Yifu's father, but he was his granduncle. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't take the initiative to explain. Instead, he led Feng Jing and the others through the security check quickly. They were taking the Gulfstream G650 to Hong Kong today. The crew had already reported the passenger list and information to the airport in advance. The security check for taking a private jet was far less strict than taking a normal civil jet. Basically, as long as they didn't carry dangerous goods such as guns or bombs, they could pass through the security check smoothly. On the other side of the security check channel, a uniformed stewardess had been waiting for a long time. She was a member of the G650 crew, and she was more than qualified to be a flight attendant in a normal airline. Of course, the salary of the flight attendants of other airlines was far less than her salary as an ordinary flight attendant in this G650 flight crew. After passing through a corridor, they arrived at the tarmac. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the large van, they could see the Gulfstream G650 parked outside. The streamlined body shone brightly under the sun, giving off an indescribable sense of beauty. Although the Gulfstream series of business jets seemed to shrink compared to the commercial airliners in the distance, private jets and commercial airliners were two different concepts. Although the Gulfstream was small, it looked so domineering when parked there. Captain Luan and Jing Daming stood in 2 rows at the cabin door with the crew members, welcoming Xia Ruofei and the others. Peng Hao muttered in a low voice, "Which company did they rent this plane from? The service is really good." Although Feng Jing and Dong Yun both had experience living overseas, it was the first time for them to travel in a business jet. Feng Jing said with some uncertainty, "Maybe this is their service process, Boss Xia." Luan stepped forward and said, "Everything is ready. Please board the plane." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why does it sound like I'm going to be an emperor?" Feng Jing and Dong Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter at the same time. Xia Ruofei patted Luan on the shoulder and said, "I'm just kidding. Captain Lu, the weather today is good, right? It's very suitable for flying." Luan said, "I checked the weather forecast for the route. It should be very smooth throughout the journey. In addition, the traffic at Xianxia Airport and the destination airport in Hong Kong is expected to be low during our takeoff and landing period. Today should be smooth." "That's good. Thank you for your hard work." Xia Ruofei said, "We may stay in Hong Kong for 2 or 3 days. Do you need me to arrange food and accommodation for you during this period?" "No need, Boss Xia." Luan said, "Jiuzhou Group has an office in Hong Kong. It has already been arranged for us in advance." "Okay then." Xia Ruofei said, "You can tour around Hong Kong. We should stay for at least 2 days." "Okay." Luan said. Xia Ruofei turned around and said with a smile, "Comrades, get on the plane." When he turned around, he saw that Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao all had the same expression. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were fixed on the tail of the plane. "Hey! Come back to your senses." Xia Ruofei waved his hand in front of Feng Jing's eyes, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Feng Jing looked incredulous. She pointed to the tail of the plane and said, "Chairman, isn't this our company's logo?" It turned out that when they walked out of the security checkpoint and approached the plane, they had walked from the direction of the nose of the plane, so they couldn't see the tail of the plane. Now that they turned to the side, the 3 of them were attracted by the huge logo of the Taoyuan company on the tail of the plane. At first, when everyone saw the green paint on the fuselage, they felt a little strange. It felt a bit like the Qantas flight that had changed the paint, but it didn't directly print the Taoyuan vegetables. In their hearts, they thought that the rented plane was quite suitable for the scene, and it matched the position of the Taoyuan company. But when they saw the Taoyuan company logo, there was a turbulent wave in their hearts. If they rented a plane from a business jet company, even if the service was good, it was impossible to temporarily change the paint of the plane to the customer's company logo. Xia Ruofei looked up and glanced at the big Taoyuan company logo. He smiled and said, "You have good eyesight. You recognized it at a glance." Peng Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "Chairman, that logo is so big. As long as you are not blind, you can definitely recognize it, okay? Don't tell me that this is the company's new business jet. When did our company become so rich and overbearing? And as the director of Huaxia, how come I don't know about hundreds of millions of expenses?" Feng Jing and Dong Yin also looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't buy it." Feng Jing heard this and was slightly relieved. To be honest, the total assets of the Taoyuan company were about 1 billion. Although the development was very rapid, it was still a bit too extravagant to buy a brand new Gulfstream G650 plane. This plane was worth more than half of the company's assets. She didn't want Xia Ruofei to be so prodigal. Xia Ruofei then said, "Someone gave it to me." Feng Jing and the other 2 almost stared their eyes out. "What?" Feng Jing couldn't help but cry out, "Who would give you such an expensive private jet?" Chairman, this is too unbelievable, isn't it? Peng Hao also said, Chairman, I don't read much, so don't fool me. Even the former richest man in the United States, Mr. Bill Gates, couldn't be so generous, right? Unless, you are his illegitimate child. Speaking of this, Peng Hao couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei glared at Peng Hao and said, I'm not lying to you. It was given to me by a friend despite the difference in age. Do you know the Jiuzhou Group in the United States? Feng Jing and Dong Yin nodded at the same time. How could they, who worked overseas, not have heard of the Jiuzhou Group? Although the Jiuzhou Group wasn't in the top few in the circle of the top rich in the United States, the Chinese background of this company was enough for all the overseas Chinese to be very familiar with it. This plane was given to me by the chairman of the Jiuzhou Group, Li Fu. Xiao Ruofei said, but it is still under the name of the Jiuzhou Group. It is just for long-term use. So that's the case. Feng Jing said. There was a difference between giving a plane directly and giving the right to use the plane. However, Xiao Ruofei's next words made her suck in a breath of cold air. Xiao Ruofei said, so, including Captain Liu and the others, they are actually the employees of the Jiuzhou Group. All the expenses incurred by this plane are also borne by the Jiuzhou Group. In fact, I only have the right to use it, only. Feng Jing and the other two couldn't help but ridicule in their hearts. Isn't this better than giving it away for free? Even if an ordinary person was given a plane, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Even if the plane didn't fly for a day, it would be parked in the airport. The daily rent and maintenance costs were not something that ordinary people could afford. But now, the Jiuzhou Group was paying for all these expenses. Xiao Ruofei could use it at any time, and he didn't have to pay a penny. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Could it be that Xiao Ruofei is really the illegitimate child of the chairman of the Jiuzhou Group, Li Fu? It seems that the age doesn't match, right? Li Fu is quite old. Feng Jing couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing's strange eyes and knew that she must have misunderstood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Don't look at me like that. The reason why Mr. Li Fu gave me a plane is that there are some hidden reasons. In short, it's not what you think. Let's put it this way. The value of my help to him is not lower than a plane. With Xiao Ruofei's explanation, Feng Jing understood a little. She knew that Xiao Ruofei had quite good medical skills, including the jade skin ointment and the heart-nourishing soup. In fact, they were all developed by Xiao Ruofei. Although Xiao Ruofei said it more tactfully, Feng Jing guessed that Xiao Ruofei might have helped Li Fu with his medical skills. After all, this kind of world-class rich people cherished their lives very much. If it was really a life-saving grace, what was a plane? Although Feng Jing's guess was wrong, it wasn't far from the truth. Xiao Ruofei didn't save Li Fu's life, but it was equivalent to giving him a second life. In the eyes of cultivators, how could worldly money compare to the support and help on the path of cultivation? What's more, Xiao Ruofei was Li Fu's martial granduncle. It was even more natural to be filial to the elder. Xiao Ruofei said, Okay. Don't waste time here. Everyone, get on the plane first. Let's go. Let's go up and take a look. Peng Hao shouted. If it was a rented business jet, everyone wouldn't have much interest. After all, it was someone else's. Although the rent was more expensive, it could only be used once or twice. Even if it was rented again next time, it might not be this plane. But this was Xiao Ruofei's private plane, so the feeling was different. The group of people boarded the plane one by one. Xiao Ruofei was the last to walk. Before he stepped on the gangway, he turned back and asked, By the way, the things sent from Taoyuan Farm have been packed, right? Before Xiao Ruofei set off today, he had packed all the auction items prepared in advance and asked Yi Linyun to personally take care of it. He brought 3 cars and more than 10 veterans to escort them to the airport. After all, the overall value of these auction items was quite high. The key was that the press conference would be held tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei didn't want any accidents to happen during the transportation. Luan immediately said, It has been arranged on the plane. According to your request, we temporarily installed a freezer. The 2 boxes numbered 01 and 02 have been placed in the freezer. Xiao Ruofei put the truffles and one-headed abalone, which needed to be frozen, in 2 incubators. During the transportation process, they were kept fresh with ice cubes. After they were sent on the plane, they were directly placed in the freezer. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Captain Liu, let's set off as soon as possible." "Okay, Boss Xia." Luan accompanied Xiao Ruofei to board the plane. The airport generally gives priority to small business jets like ours. I also coordinated with the air traffic control department in advance yesterday. As long as we close the cabin door and prepare, the waiting time won't be too long. After everyone boarded the plane, the stewardess put away the gangway and closed the cabin door. In the cabin, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao were still looking at the plane with interest. They exclaimed from time to time. Even Dong Yun, who had a somewhat cold temperament, showed a trace of envy. This plane was custom-made by a Mexican tycoon. However, the order was later cancelled, and Li Yifu bought it. Although Li Yifu was worried about the aesthetic differences between the East and the West, so he made some changes to the interior design, he definitely made the changes better. The specifications wouldn't be lower than the original Mexican tycoons. Therefore, the interior of the plane could be said to be extremely luxurious. The entire cabin was decorated with warm colors, and the decoration was made of walnut, which had a strong contrast. It had a very modern feeling. In addition, in some prominent parts, decorative strips of red sandalwood were used, which looked more classy. There were a total of 4 single seats in the front area. All of them were handmade leather sofas from the Aristo brand. The color matched the 2-tone leather ceiling and the lower half of the side cabin wall. The metal fittings shone with a satin silver glow. The floor was covered with a handmade Italian wool carpet, which was noble and luxurious. The lights on the cabin roof emitted a soft light, which made the entire cabin look more dreamy. "It's good to be rich." Peng Hao couldn't help but murmur, "Chairman, I saw a single room at the back of the plane. There's even a double bed." When Xiao Ruofei saw Peng Hao's wretched eyes, he knew that he must be thinking about sex in the plane. He couldn't help but stare at him and say, "Do you want to go up and lie down? It's only 2 hours from here to Hong Kong Island. Is it enough for you to sleep?" When Peng Hao heard Xiao Ruofei's tone, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm just jealous. I don't have that kind of thought. Brother Fei, I was wrong, okay?" Feng Jing smiled and said, "Director Peng, the chairman invited you to lie down with him." Xiao Ruofei almost vomited blood. The stewardess next to him, who was preparing to serve before the plane took off, was also trying hard to hold back her laughter. Xiao Ruofei said, "Everyone, pick a seat. Fasten your seat belts. The plane will take off soon." There were 4 single sofas in the front area, and Xiao Ruofei and his group also happened to be 4 people. Everyone chose a seat and sat down. Peng Hao's body almost sank into the sofa. He let out a comfortable moan and said, "This is so enjoyable. When I have money, I want it too." "You want to buy a plane like this too?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. Peng Hao's expression froze slightly. He said, "I want to buy a similar sofa and sit at home every day." Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei and the others couldn't help but laugh. At this time, 2 stewardesses came over to serve them. They brought red wine and drinks for everyone. At the same time, they brought menus. "Can we also order?" Peng Hao said. "There aren't many choices. Everyone can choose." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "But don't eat too much. I think after the plane lands, Mayor Ma will treat us to a meal. Then let's save our stomachs for a big meal." Peng Hao said. "Up to you," Xiao Ruofei said with a shrug. Even so, the 4 of them looked at the menu and ordered a meal each. After a Boeing landed and left the runway, the Gulfstream G650 was allowed to enter the runway. After taxiing into the runway at the end of the runway, the Gulfstream rapidly accelerated on the runway against the sun. The people on the plane suddenly felt a clear sense of being pushed back. Then the nose of the plane lifted slightly, and the plane jumped into the sky lightly. From Sancheon to Hong Kong, it only took about 2 hours. Because the Gulfstream G650 was equipped with 2 Rolls-Royce engines, its top speed was Mach 0.925, which was much faster than the average commercial plane. Therefore, the whole flight time was shorter. About 20 minutes after takeoff, the plane climbed to a cruising altitude of 41,000 feet. At this altitude, they could avoid most of the crowded routes and bad weather. Therefore, the whole flight process was quite stable, as Captain Lewin said before takeoff. The cruising time was less than an hour before the plane began to slowly descend again. When the plane landed smoothly on the runway of Hong Kong International Airport, the sun in the west of the airport was still high above the sea. Sitting in the cabin, they could see the sparkling sea. In fact, it was just a bay, and Zhuhai was on the opposite side. The Gulfstream G650 slowly entered the tarmac through the taxiway. It was far away from the busy parking space next to the terminal building, so it felt a little quiet. The only thing that matched the busy airport of Hong Kong was the almost continuous takeoff and landing of various types of planes on the distant runway. The sound of the plane's engine was rapidly decreasing. After the car was shut down, Captain Lewin walked out of the cockpit first. He handed the following work to Captain Jing Daming, who was the co-pilot, to complete. Boss Xia. Lewin went straight to Xia Ruofei and greeted him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "The flight was good. It was very stable throughout the whole journey." "Thank you." Lewin said, "I hope you have a good time in Hong Kong." At this time, the stewardess had opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Then we'll go first. Captain Liu, I hope you have a good time in the next few days. We're at your service at any time." Lewin said. He led the flight crew to send Xia Ruofei and the others off the plane. There were already 3 cars parked on the tarmac. One of them was a small refrigerated van, the other was a Mercedes-Benz Vitus luxury business car, and the third one made Peng Hao and the others' eyes light up. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and from the thick body of the car, it should be a custom-made bulletproof model. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows because he had already seen Ma Xiong standing beside the car. Ma Jiming and his wife, as well as their daughter, Huan Huan, were beside Ma Xiong. In addition, Lu Qian was also in the line of welcome. In fact, this Rolls-Royce Phantom was one of Ma Xiong's cars. It was also a limited edition. There were only 2 of them in Hong Kong and the cost was over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Although the mass-produced Phantom on the market was also a luxury car among luxury cars, compared with Ma Xiong's limited edition bulletproof Phantom, it paled in comparison. "Uncle Xia." Huan Huan was the first to show an extremely joyful expression and rushed to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also let go of the suitcase, squatted down and opened his arms. Huan Huan suddenly jumped into his arms. Huan Huan has grown taller. Xia Ruofei smiled and scratched her nose. Huan Huan's porcelain-like face showed an innocent smile and said proudly, "Yes. I'm already in primary school." Although she hadn't met Xia Ruofei many times, she didn't feel unfamiliar with him at all. Before the age of 4, Huan Huan lived in her own world. She had almost no reaction to external stimuli and was classified as a severe autism patient. Xia Ruofei's appearance seemed to have opened a crack in that gloomy world. The light from the outside world seeped in, and Huan Huan walked out completely. To her, this was like a rebirth in a sense. It was Xia Ruofei who brought her out of her lonely world. Xia Ruofei was also the first person she saw when she walked out of this world. Therefore, she had a natural closeness to Xia Ruofei from the beginning, and this closeness didn't drift away with the passage of time. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's special position in Huan Huan's heart was, in a sense, incomparable to Ma Jiming and his wife. Of course, these were 2 completely different feelings and couldn't be compared. In fact, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were both happy and envious when they saw Huan Huan and Xia Ruofei being so close. Ma Xiong also greeted him with a smile. Xia Ruofei easily carried Huan Huan with one hand and dragged the suitcase with the other. "Mr. Ma, why did you come to the airport?" "In person? As a junior, I can't afford to," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Xiong laughed heartily and said, "Xia Xing is our Ma family's benefactor. Of course, I have to welcome him personally." Then, Ma Xiong pointed at the plane behind Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, "This plane is not bad, right? Xia Xing, you should have bought a private jet a long time ago. That's what suits your status." Ma Xiong's private plane was also a Gulfstream G650. In fact, many rich people in the world preferred the Gulfstream series of business jets. When he saw the Taoyuan company's logo on the plane, he naturally thought that Xiao Ruofei had bought it recently. Xiao Ruofei didn't explain much and said, "It's indeed very good. Mr. Ma, let me introduce you to our company's elites." Ma Xiong said with a smile, "President Feng, we're old acquaintances." "Hello, Chairman Ma. We meet again." Feng Jing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei introduced Dong Yan and Peng Hao one by one. Ma Xiong naturally welcomed the two with a warm attitude. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked again, "Oh right, Mr. Ma, all the auction items have been transported. Are you ready to receive them?" Ma Xiong said, "Everything is ready." Ma Jiming waved his hand and the refrigerated van immediately reversed. A few staff members got out of the van and walked up quickly. Xiao Ruofei signaled Luan to bring a few people to the back cabin to get the items. Ma Jiming also boarded the plane and supervised from the side. Although the auction items brought by Xiao Ruofei were priceless, they weren't very big. A few big boxes were moved in a short time and were all placed in the refrigerated van. Ma Xiong said, "Xiao Sheng, we also invited the best security company in Hong Kong. They sent 5 cars and dozens of elites to wait outside the airport. They are responsible for escorting this batch of auction items." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your efforts. Mr. Ma, these auction items are also sent to the hotel, right? Then let's go with the motorcade." This auction was arranged at the Hengfeng Jiehua flagship hotel in Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei and the others were also arranged to stay there, so the cars should be going the same way. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to be as close to these auction items as possible. It wasn't that he didn't trust the guards hired by Ma Xiong, but there was always a what-if. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, as long as he was in the motorcade, then this what-if would definitely not exist. "Okay. Let's talk in the car." Ma Xiong said, "The hotel has been arranged. After you arrive, you can rest for a while. I will be the host tonight. I also invited a few old friends in Hong Kong to accompany me. Xiao Sheng, Manager Feng, and the 2 directors, you must honor me with your presence. We definitely wouldn't dare to refuse Mr. Ma's hospitality." Xiao Ruofei joked. "Come, Xiao Sheng, please get in the car," Ma Xiong said with a laugh. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong sat in the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Little Huan Huan naturally wanted to stay with Xiao Ruofei, and Ma Xiong also doted on this granddaughter very much, so she also got in the extended Phantom. Ma Jiming personally sat in the refrigerated van to escort the car, while Tian Huixin took Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Peng Hao, and Lu Qian, who came to pick them up, and sat in the Mercedes-Benz Vitus commercial car. The 3 cars drove out of the restricted area of the airport in a single file. Outside, 5 bulletproof cars lined up in a row. Sitting in the cars were burly men in black suits and sunglasses, with cold expressions. When the motorcade drove out, the 5 cars immediately started. One of them opened the road in front, 2 of them protected the flanks, and 2 of them covered the back, forming a larger motorcade. They drove out of the airport and headed in the direction of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. The accident that Xiao Ruofei was worried about didn't happen. The motorcade arrived at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel smoothly. The auction items were immediately taken out of the car and sent upstairs by the elevator. In the magnificent hotel lobby, promotional materials for tomorrow's auction could be seen everywhere, including brochures that could be taken away and read at will. There were also signs and posters in eye-catching places. From time to time, there would be well-dressed guests stopping in front of these posters. There were also people constantly taking away brochures from the shelves. They seemed to be the guests who would be participating in tomorrow's auction. Ma Xiong said with a smile, "Xiao Sheng, I have already told the hotel in advance to stop accepting reservations for conferences and large-scale events 3 days ago, so as not to affect tomorrow's auction." For a high-end hotel like Hengfeng Jiehua, there were several large and small conference halls and banquet halls. Usually, there were almost no interruptions in the orders for various conferences and events. In order to avoid a situation where many events would be held at the same time, Ma Xiong directly cleared the venue in advance. Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. Ma, in this way, your hotel's loss is not small." "Haha. A little bit of money is not enough," Ma Xiong said. There are a lot of guests from all over the world these days, and the hotel's occupancy rate has increased a lot compared to the same period last year. This is all because of the auction. Therefore, there is no such thing as a loss or a loss. Although Ma Xiong said that, Xiao Ruofei still said, "You are very considerate." He knew that even in the off-season, Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel's occupancy rate wouldn't be low. For the hotel, missing a few events was a real loss. Let's not talk about this. Ma Xiong waved his hand and said, "Xia Sheng, I have an afternoon tea appointment with Director Gua, so I will leave first. Jiming and the others will arrange everything. Let's meet at dinner tonight." "Okay, you go ahead," Xiao Ruofei said immediately. Ma Xiong's schedule was usually very full. He specially went to the airport to greet him, which made Xiao Ruofei feel that it was troublesome. After Ma Xiong left, Ma Jiming and his wife took Xiao Ruofei and the others to the presidential suite on the top floor in the private elevator. This was also the standard for the Ma family to receive Xiao Ruofei. As long as Xiao Ruofei stayed in any hotel under Hengfeng, the best room would be reserved for him. Hengfeng Jiehua was a high-end sub-brand under Hengfeng Hotel Group, so the best room was naturally the presidential suite on the top floor. Peng Hao had a feeling of dizziness since the flight on Sanshan Mountain. A private jet worth hundreds of millions, a super-rich person from Hong Kong personally picking him up at the tarmac, a luxurious presidential suite. Peng Hao was also a company executive. In the past 2 years, he had seen a lot of things with Xiao Ruofei, but he still felt like Granny Lu had entered the Grandview Garden. The large boxes of auction items brought by Xiao Ruofei had been sent to the presidential suite in advance. Ma Jiming arranged for people to renovate an attendant's bedroom in the presidential suite in advance, emptying everything inside, and then placing 2 huge freezers to store these precious auction items. "Xiaoxing, everything is here. You can check it." Ma Jiming took Xiao Ruofei directly to the room where the auction items were placed. Xiao Ruofei scanned with his mental strength and knew that the items had not been touched. He used his mental strength to leave a faint imprint on each box. If the box had been opened by someone, he would have sensed it. And this mental strength imprint, not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators might not be able to detect it. Therefore, it was basically impossible to say that someone could avoid the mental strength imprint and secretly open the box to steal things. If someone really had this ability, they wouldn't be interested in the things in the box. In the eyes of ordinary people, things like the best truffles and the best abalones were simply priceless, but in the eyes of cultivators, perhaps only a few old ginseng had some value. It could barely play a role in concocting spiritual medicine, but this value was relative. In fact, its value was very limited. After all, it wasn't spiritual grass or spiritual medicine. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No need to check it. How can I not trust you?" "Thank you for your trust, Xiao Sheng," Ma Jiming said. He had been keeping an eye on this batch of boxes the whole time, so he was naturally confident that there wouldn't be any problems such as being swapped. However, his confidence was his own business. This was something worth more than 100 million yuan. He was very touched and happy that Xiao Ruofei trusted him so much. Ma Jiming and his wife knew that Xiao Ruofei and his team must have something else to do, so after leaving Peng Hao and the others' room cards, they left with Huan Huan first. Huan Huan was naturally very reluctant, but she was much more sensible than before. Tian Huixin told her that Uncle Xiao Ruofei still had something to do, and that she would be able to see him again at dinner. She didn't act coquettishly anymore and obediently waved goodbye to Xiao Ruofei with her parents. After Ma Jiming and his family left, Xiao Ruofei took Feng Jing and the others to the small conference room of the presidential suite. They wanted to take advantage of this time to have a short meeting. Xiao Ruofei laughed and waved his hand, saying, "It's safe enough here. There's no need for that. Besides, I'm not used to staying in a room with so many people." Lu Qian also said, "Manager Feng, the hotel's 36th floor and above are all closed off. Only those who are participating in the auction can enter. Also, there's a strong security force on the top floor, but they're all outside the suites. There shouldn't be a problem with safety." Feng Jing nodded and said, "That's good. I just feel that this batch of goods is too expensive. I hope nothing goes wrong." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about safety. Lu Qian, tell me about the preparations here. Okay. Lu Qian calmed herself down. She was only Feng Jing's assistant. This was the first time she was sent out to work, and it was the first time she was in charge. Obviously, the company wanted to train her. Now that she was facing the company's chairman, general manager, and 2 directors, she couldn't help but feel a trace of invisible pressure. Lu Qian cleared her throat and said, Boss Xia, Manager Feng, Boss Dong, Director Peng, Hengfeng Group and its auction houses are taking this auction very seriously. They will unconditionally fulfill some of our requests. The preparation for the auction can be said to be very smooth. Then, Lu Qian reported her work in Hong Kong for the past few days. In the end, she said, as of 3 p.m. today, the auction house has received a total of 386 million Hong Kong dollars as deposit. There are more than 200 companies and individuals who have signed up for the auction. In addition, we have invited some media reporters. Therefore, tomorrow's auction will be held in Conference Hall Number 1, which can accommodate 800 people. Generally, 3 people were allowed to enter each auction. Of course, not everyone would be allowed to enter. In addition, with the media reporters and staff, Conference Hall Number 1 should have enough space. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, is the list of companies and individuals participating in the auction out? I have an offer that ends at noon today. Lu Qian said quickly. She handed the folder with the name list to Xiao Ruofei and continued, this name list is updated every 3 hours. I got it at noon, but I didn't have time to get the new name list when I went to pick them up at the airport. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's okay, I'll just take a look. Tomorrow was the day of the auction. Those who intended to sign up must have already paid the deposit. There was no need to hide this kind of thing, and there was no need to sign up at the deadline. It was completely meaningless. The difference was only a few hours. Even if it was the latest list, it wouldn't be much different from the one Lu Qian had. Xiao Ruofei flipped open the folder and said, Lu Qian did well. His work was quite meticulous. This month's bonus will be doubled. Lu Qian was overjoyed. It wasn't because the bonus was more, although as a general assistant, the bonus was also a considerable number, but it was more because she had received the approval of the chairman. This would be of great benefit to her future development in the company, especially at this time when the company intended to train her. Xiao Ruofei quietly looked at the list. Lu Qian sat there with some excitement. She couldn't help but recall the scene when she first entered the Taoyuan company. At that time, Lu Qian chose to interview at a startup company far away from the city. She hesitated for a long time, but when she walked into Taoyuan Farm, she immediately liked the environment there. What impressed Lu Qian the most was that she also regarded her boss, Xiao Ruofei, as a fellow interviewer. Later, after she joined the company for a long time, she had the urge to crawl into a crack when she saw Xiao Ruofei. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. She had also grown from a young person who had just stepped out of the university to the assistant general manager of the Taoyuan company. As a general assistant in such a company with unlimited development potential, her future could be said to be limitless. This was a situation that Lu Qian didn't even dare to imagine when she first joined the company. Naturally, she also cherished such an opportunity. Xiao Ruofei saw a lot of familiar names on the list, including Wu Hongjiang, Xing Jianian, and other Hong Kong tycoons, as well as the American Shu King, Loftus, Romanian tycoon Nikolai, and so on. They had all participated in the auction last time, but they still came in person this time. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also saw the name of the Xingbang Group. However, he guessed that Tang He had sent someone to support him, and he didn't come to Hong Kong himself. Otherwise, he would have contacted him long ago. The name of the Jiuzhou Group was also on the list. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if Li Yifu would come in person, but according to Xiao Ruofei's understanding of Li Yifu, he would most likely come to support him. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also saw a familiar name, the Blake family. At the last truffle auction, George Blake of the Blake family was humiliated by Xiao Ruofei. In the end, old Blake personally came out to put out the fire, and even deprived George Blake of his identity as the heir in exchange for cooperation with Xiao Ruofei. This time, old Blake probably saw the best truffles on the auction list, so he couldn't sit still and came in person to Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei read from the beginning to the end, but he didn't see the name he wanted to see, Monica. Even the Glasso family that Monica belonged to didn't appear on the list, which made Xiao Ruofei slightly disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. He closed the folder and said with a smile, "Lu Qian, you've done a good job during this period of time. You've considered all the details well. In the next 2 days, you'll have to work harder. Don't drop the ball at the critical moment. The few of us are mainly here to watch the show. You'll be in charge of the auction. Do you understand?" Xiao Ruofei's implication was that Lu Qian was responsible for the organization and coordination of the entire auction. After receiving Xiao Ruofei and the others, Lu Qian felt that she had a backbone. Now, listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, she immediately felt a lot of pressure. If this work was done well, it would naturally be a good thing. But if there was a mistake in any part, it would be equivalent to losing points in front of the 4 company executives at the same time. However, Lu Qian quickly stood up and replied, "Understood. Please rest assured, Boss Xia and the other executives. I will definitely live up to your trust." Xiao Ruofei gestured with his hands and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." "I didn't ask you to express your determination." Lu Qian smiled a little embarrassedly and sat back down. Xiao Ruofei said, "Although that's the case, it's not like we don't care. If there is something that can't be coordinated, or if there is something that you don't understand, you can ask us at any time. We are a team." "I understand. Thank you, Boss Xia." Lu Qian smiled sweetly. She knew that if she really asked Xiao Ruofei or Feng Jing for help, the executives would definitely not sit back and do nothing. However, in this way, her KPI for this mission would definitely be lowered. Although there was no clear quantitative index, in the minds of the executives, there must be a scale. Lu Qian said, "Boss Xia, if there are no other instructions, then I will go down first. I still have to take a look at the site. I will do the final debugging today." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "Go ahead." Then, he looked at Feng Jing and the others and said with a smile, "You all go back to your rooms and rest for a while. You can go out for a walk if you want, but don't delay dinner time." "Okay. Then we will go down too." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Chairman, you also take a rest. See you at dinner." "See you tonight." Xiao Ruofei stood up and said. Feng Jing and the others all got the room cards in advance. Their rooms were located 1 floor below the presidential suite. Each of them was arranged a business suite. In fact, even Lu Qian stayed in a luxurious room with a big bed. It could be said that Hengfeng Group's reception standards were quite high. After Feng Jing and the others left, Xiao Ruofei changed into comfortable home clothes, poured a glass of red wine, and sat in front of the bright floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the white sails on Victoria Bay in the distance and said to himself, "Should I give her a call?" Xiao Ruofei still had a trace of hope in his heart when he came to Hong Kong this time. He hoped that he could meet Monica again. The two of them exchanged contact information, but they did not contact each other much, especially in the past few months. The two of them had not talked on the phone. Xiao Ruofei did not know how Monica was doing recently. In fact, in a sense, Xiao Ruofei's personality was still a bit passive. Monica did not take the initiative to contact him, so he did not contact Monica either. He was always worried that he would disturb Monica. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could not figure out. Although he had slept with Monica twice, and he was Monica's first man, the mindset of a Western woman was still different from that of a traditional Huaxia woman. Xiao Ruofei did not know what position he was in Monica's heart. Maybe she really just treated him as a man who could satisfy her biological needs, or a man who could comfort each other at a specific time. Thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel slightly irritated. He couldn't help but take out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He flicked open the Zippo lighter with a ding sound and then leaned over to light the cigarette. He took a deep breath and then exhaled, as if he wanted to exhale all the turbid air in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei heard the doorbell ring. He turned his head and looked at the screen of the access control system not far away, then walked over and pressed the intercom button, saying, "Come in." There was a slight buzzing sound, and the door of the presidential suite opened from the outside. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo and bow tie walked in from outside. This was the exclusive butler of the presidential suite. His English name was Tony. In fact, he was also a Chinese, born and raised in Hong Kong. Because Hong Kong had been colonized by the British for many years, they also had a tradition of giving English names, and they mainly called people by their English names at work. "Tony, what's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Tony bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Xia, there is a Mr. Jason Blake who wants to visit you. He said that he is an old friend of yours. Would you like to meet him?" Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Jason Blake was the patriarch of the Blake family. After the auction last time, old Blake and Xiao Ruofei talked about cooperation. He was also the one who made the decision to put George Blake, who had always been against Xiao Ruofei, into the list of successors. Xiao Ruofei had already guessed that old Blake would definitely come to see him when he saw the name of the Blake family on the auction list. He just didn't expect the old man to be so eager to meet him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Lead him to the reception room. I'll change my clothes and come over." Although he was staying in his own hotel room, he still had to dress formally when meeting guests. At least, he couldn't wear home clothes when meeting guests. This was basic social etiquette. "Okay, Mr. Xia." Tony bowed slightly and then left quietly. Xiao Ruofei put out his cigarette on the ashtray and walked to the large master bedroom in the presidential suite. When Xiao Ruofei changed into a delicate handmade suit and came to the reception room, old Blake was already sitting there waiting. The silver-haired old Blake looked hale and hearty. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come in, he immediately stood up and took 2 steps forward. He opened his arms and said with a warm smile on his face, "Dear Xia. We meet again." Xiao Ruofei was a little uncomfortable with the foreign devil's greeting of hugs, but in the face of such a warm old Blake, he could only endure the psychological discomfort and hug old Blake. Then, everyone sat down. After Tony served tea, he bent over and whispered in Xiao Ruofei's ear, "Mr. Xia, I'll go out first. If you need anything, just press the bell at any time." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. Tony immediately left the reception room and closed the door behind him. "Mr. Blake, thank you for coming to support me again," Xiao Ruofei said in fluent English with a smile. "The Blake family is very interested in any high-quality truffle, not to mention the truffles Mr. Xia brought. Every piece is enough to amaze the world. How could we miss such a grand event?" Old Blake said with a smile. "You flatter me. You flatter me," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Then, "Mr. Blake, why are you looking for me today?" Old Blake hesitated and said, "Mr. Xia, the Blake family has signed a supply and sales agreement with your Taoyuan company. Why don't you sell the truffles to us directly? Our purchase price is already a premium on the basis of the average price of the last auction. I think that if you sell them to us directly, the profit won't be less than if you use them for the auction, and you'll also save a lot of trouble. If you include the commission from the auction house, I think that selling them directly may be more profitable." Xiao Ruofei knew that old Blake would definitely talk about this when they met. This old foreign devil was quite ambitious. He wanted to get everything in one go, but how could Xiao Ruofei let old Blake do as he wished? He wasn't just auctioning the truffles for money. His more important purpose was to make the Taoyuan company famous abroad. Although there were many products to be auctioned this time, the truffles and the best quality abalone were still the most important items in this batch of goods. If any of them were missing, this comprehensive product exhibition would lose a lot of points. When they signed the agreement, it was written that the next truffle harvest season would begin in the following year. Xiao Ruofei's truffles were actually the last train. The last auction was when the truffles had just been put on the market. Now, it was basically the season when the truffles were about to go off the market. It belonged to the same truffle harvest season, so it naturally wasn't within the scope of the agreement. Old Blake smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm not accusing you of breaching the agreement. Of course, your behavior is completely in line with the requirements of the agreement. I'm just making a suggestion. But I think my suggestion should be in line with the common interests of both of us." Xiao Ruofei faintly said, "Mr. Blake, this auction has been hyped up for many days, and many guests have come from far away from America just for our truffles. I don't think there's any room for change. So, if Mr. Blake is interested in our truffles, you can pay more attention at the auction." Old Blake showed a trace of disappointment. Of course, he didn't have much hope before he came. Just like what Xiao Ruofei said just now, there were so many rich people coming from all over the world. How could Xiao Ruofei go back on his words? Even if Old Blake offered a higher price than the estimated closing price, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't disregard his reputation for a little bit of money. Therefore, Old Blake came with the idea of playing with fire. Even if his wish didn't come true, he was already mentally prepared. In fact, this was just a foreshadowing. After Old Blake pretended to be pitiful for a while, he finally said the real purpose of his visit to Xiao Ruofei. Mr. Xia, I noticed that the auction brochure didn't clearly state the specific number of truffles to be auctioned, so, a smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face as he asked, so you wish to purchase a portion of truffles from me? This was equivalent to an over-the-counter transaction in the stock market. Yes. Old Blake said, Xia, the price I offer will definitely not be lower than the auction price. We can estimate the price according to the last auction. If the price is higher than our estimate, our black family can make up for the difference. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better for Mr. Blake to compete directly at the auction? You can also get what you want, and you can also display the strength of the black family. It's the best of both worlds, so why not? Old Blake smiled bitterly in his heart and said, I just want to reduce some trouble. Xia, you won't suffer any losses from this deal. You can consider it. In fact, Old Blake naturally wouldn't personally visit Xiao Ruofei to discuss the trade in advance just because he found it troublesome. In fact, because of the success of the last auction, more people responded to the news of this auction. The black family's biggest competitor in Europe, the Lehman family, was also very interested in this batch of truffles. They mobilized a lot of funds and prepared to show off their skills at the auction. The Lehman family and the Black family were both well-known truffle families in Europe. The two families belonged to different traditional truffle production areas, so they were competitors in the first place. According to Blake's judgment, since the auction this time was so fierce, the truffles that were put up for auction would definitely not be worse than the last time. In this way, there would be a fierce battle at the auction. Moreover, Old Blake and the Lehman family, Glorfin and Lehman, were old enemies. He was worried that Glorfin would maliciously bid at the auction and spend some money to make Old Blake lose face. Glorfin would be very willing to do so. When the time came, there might not be enough truffles, so he would have to spend a lot of money. Although he promised not to lower the auction price, as long as he had this batch of truffles, the Black family wouldn't frequently bid at the auction. In this way, the final price would likely be reduced by a lot. In this way, the Black family would definitely not lose out. Unfortunately, Old Blake had a good plan. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a greenhorn. He had already figured out the key points in this matter. Although he didn't know about the Lehman family, Xiao Ruofei could quickly determine that the auction price would be lower because the Black family had withdrawn from the competition. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to sell the truffles in private at all. This time, he was here to promote the Taoyuan company. Naturally, the more good things that appeared at the auction, the better. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately smiled and said, Mr. Blake, although I really want to help you, I can't. Although the brochure doesn't specify the number of truffles, the agreement we signed with Hengfeng Auction House clearly specifies the specifications and number of the auction items. I can't go against the spirit of the agreement just to help you. In fact, the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Group didn't sign any agreement at all. They didn't need to sign an agreement. This was just a shield that Xiao Ruofei used to reject Old Blake. Moreover, this shield could be said to be invulnerable. Old Blake had no way of trying to persuade Xiao Ruofei. Let's not talk about who would bear the losses caused by the breach of the agreement. Don't you Westerners value the spirit of the agreement the most? You can't instigate me to take the initiative to breach the agreement. Sure enough, Old Blake's expression was bitter. He knew that this time, he would definitely return without success. Old Blake thought to himself, looks like it's impossible to take a shortcut. I still have to fight with that old man Glorfin at the auction. Just thinking about this gave Old Blake a headache. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, Mr. Blake, if you're interested, we still have some truffles left from this season. After the auction, we can trade all of them to you. Old Blake seemed to have heard the sound of nature. He quickly said, I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Xia, how many truffles do you have left? The Blake family wants all of them. Although it was the new year of truffles, this kind of high-end ingredient was always in short supply. Especially with the involvement of the Taoyuan company's top-grade truffles, it created a catfish effect. In order to ensure market share, they had to open up as many channels as possible. Just relying on the truffles produced by the family's truffles production area was definitely not enough, because competitors would buy the truffles through the auction. Moreover, Xia Ruofei's truffles were all top-grade truffles. If competitors bought too many of them, it would have a huge impact on the market. Xia Ruofei was willing to trade the rest of the truffles to the Blake family, so they didn't have to worry about the auction. They could even deliberately raise the price to stop the Lehman family. There were simply too many benefits if one side were to be weakened while the other was strengthened. Xia Ruofei said, "Mr. Blake, I'll say the ugly words first. The truffles that weren't auctioned are definitely not as good as the ones that appeared in the auction." Xia Ruofei harvested all the truffles produced this season. For this purpose, he brought Little Black and the others into the space. With several dogs working together, Little Black and the others' sense of smell was now many times more sensitive than ordinary dogs. It could be said that they didn't leave any blind spots. Naturally, the ones that were auctioned were the big truffles. This was equivalent to the company's face, the company's business card. As for the smaller ones, Xia Ruofei collected them all in the space. He didn't like to eat truffles, and he didn't need that much to entertain guests. Therefore, when he saw old Blake, he had a sudden impulse to simply sell all the truffles to the Blake family. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter," old Blake said. He knew that this was certainly unavoidable, and he was mentally prepared for it. In terms of price, it has to be 80% of the actual transaction price at the auction. Xia Ruofei raised another condition. Old Blake hesitated. The transaction price at the auction was generally higher than the market price, especially for the best truffles, which were in short supply. What Xia Ruofei was going to provide to the auction would certainly be the super heavy truffles from last time. Such a top-quality truffle often couldn't be measured by the market price. It was very likely that it would be sold for a sky-high price during the auction. If they were to trade according to the transaction price at the auction, even with a 20% discount, old Blake's heart wouldn't be confident. After all, he knew that Xia Ruofei would trade some smaller truffles to him after the auction. The actual value would be greatly reduced. After Xia Ruofei raised the conditions, he didn't rush old Blake. He just smiled and quietly waited for old Blake's answer. He was just doing this business in passing. It would be good if he could make more money, but if he couldn't do this business, Xia Ruofei didn't care. He was already past the stage of being extremely short of money, and the company wasn't in urgent need of money for the time being. Old Blake didn't dare to hesitate for too long. He asked, "Mr. Xia, may I ask, the truffles you are going to trade to us, in terms of quality, they are from the same place of origin as the truffles at the auction, and the quality is roughly the same," Xia Ruofei said directly. "The only difference should be that they are lighter." Old Blake asked again, "How many of these truffles can you provide?" Xia Ruofei did a little calculation and said, "No less than 50 kilograms. Hearing this, old Blake didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately said, "We want this batch of truffles." Good truffles were sold by the gram. Xia Ruofei provided 50 kilograms in one go. This was already half of the annual supply agreed between the Blake family and the Taoyuan company. Last time, the two sides agreed that it wouldn't be less than 100 kilograms per year. He didn't know that in traditional truffle production areas, truffle hunters would only find one truffle after searching for half a day in the oak forest. In Xia Ruofei's Ring 2 space, there were a lot of truffles under every oak tree. They were like sweet potatoes growing near the roots of the oak trees. This was under the condition that Xia Ruofei didn't deliberately expand the scale. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to produce tons of truffles every year. In that case, it would really have a fatal impact on the truffle market. It was important to note that the global annual production of black truffles was about 35 tons, and white truffles were extremely rare. The global annual production was only about 3 tons. Old Blake nodded without hesitation and said, "No problem. I can transfer the money to your company's account today, or any account Mr. Xia requests." Old Blake remembered the last time he asked for peace with Xiao Ruofei and paid $2 million for mental damage compensation. Xiao Ruofei asked him to transfer the money to an offshore company's account. He also knew that the procedures for transferring money overseas in Xianxia were a bit cumbersome. Many rich people liked to set up overseas accounts. A deposit of €1 million wasn't very high. Although the market price of black truffles was around a few thousand euros per kilogram, and 50 kilograms was definitely less than €1 million, that was the price of black truffles. Xiao Ruofei's truffles must have both black truffles and white truffles. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's truffles were not only big, but their overall quality was also higher than those truffles on the market by more than one grade. Naturally, the price could not be estimated according to the market price. This was also the reason why so many traditional truffle suppliers and Michelin-starred restaurants were scrambling for this auction. Otherwise, with the Blake family's annual sales volume, how could the patriarch personally come to negotiate for 50 kilograms of truffles? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "It's the same account as last time. Also, Mr. Blake, I won't sign any agreement with you. This requires your trust in me." Old Blake froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Xia, you are really okay. It's okay if there's no agreement. I believe in your credibility." Xiao Ruofei smiled non-committally and said, "If there's no objection, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Xiao Ruofei's seemingly overbearing approach was actually very simple. He didn't want to use the company's name to trade with the Blake family, and he didn't bring the company's official seal. As for signing the agreement in his own name, Xiao Ruofei didn't think it was meaningful. Anyway, as long as the Blake family acted according to the agreement, he couldn't break the agreement. If Old Blake didn't accept it, then it didn't matter if the business couldn't be done. It was precisely because Xiao Ruofei had an indifferent attitude that he was so domineering. Because he had nothing to ask for, he had no worries. Old Blake smiled and said, "It's a pleasure working with you." Xiao Ruofei stood up and poured 2 glasses of red wine. He clinked glasses with Old Blake and asked, "By the way, how is your George doing?" An awkward expression appeared on Old Blake's face. George Blake had been humiliated by Xiao Ruofei last time. In order to maintain their cooperative relationship, Old Blake had even stripped him of his position as the successor. This wasn't something that the Blake family would be proud of. Old Blake said, "I've already stripped him of all his positions in the family company, and stripped him of his position as the successor. However, as a member of the family, he still has the most basic guarantee every month. But Mr. Xia, don't worry. The monthly allowance is no longer enough for him to continue his previous life of debauchery." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. It was already good enough that Old Blake could do this. After all, George Blake was a direct descendant of the family. The blood relationship couldn't be cut off. He couldn't just kick George Blake out of the family. Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that Old Blake would lie or brush him off, because it was easy to find out. Unless the Blake family valued George Blake so much that they let him pretend to be very down and out, but secretly still focused on training him. With George Blake's idiotic behavior, this possibility was infinitely close to zero. After casually asking about George Blake, Xiao Ruofei chatted with Old Blake. After all, Old Blake was a guest. If Old Blake didn't take the initiative to say goodbye, he couldn't directly ask him to leave. In any case, they had just negotiated a business deal. Old Blake also wanted to get closer to Xiao Ruofei, so in his words, he praised the truffles produced by the Taoyuan company. Of course, he also wanted to ask about the production area of these truffles. After all, there were only a few famous truffle production areas in the world. Basically, the world's truffle business was monopolized by the traditional truffle families. Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan company seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and forcibly snatched a market share with almost perfect products. Of course, Xiao Ruofei took the high-end route. He didn't use dumping methods to make the price of truffles fall. It wouldn't have a big impact on the annual global sales of dozens of tons of truffles, so Old Blake was more curious. Xiao Ruofei naturally changed the topic directly, so Old Blake tactfully stopped asking. The two chatted and talked about high-end ingredients. Xiao Ruofei really didn't have a topic to talk about. The two men couldn't just stare at each other. Moreover, this could be considered their old profession. Old Blake asked, Mr. Xia, I don't know if your company is involved in other high-end ingredients in the field of Western food besides truffles? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what are the high-end ingredients that Mr. Blake is referring to? Old Blake said, for a long time, French foie gras, truffles, and caviar have been called the three great delicacies in the world. As for truffles, your company's products are definitely those. Old Blake said and gave a thumbs up, then continued, I just don't know if your company has foie gras and caviar in this area. If there is, I am quite looking forward to it. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, does your Blake family also have other ingredients business? Old Blake smiled and said, our family started by selling truffles. After several generations of hard work, it has reached its current scale. Truffles are, of course, our most important business, but as the company grows, the business will naturally expand. Basically, we dabble in high-end ingredients. Of course, our main business is still the sales agent model. Xia Ruofei was also a little interested. He leaned on the sofa and took a sip of wine, then asked, Mr. Blake, if you don't mind, can you introduce foie gras and caviar to me? Our company is also preparing to expand the business scope. Xia Ruofei wasn't lying. In fact, he had heard of the three great delicacies in the world, but he didn't know much about them. At least, he knew that whether it was foie gras, caviar, or the truffles business that the Taoyuan company was now operating, the profits were very big. Making money was one thing, but Xia Ruofei also paid special attention to the richness of the company's product line and the company's reputation. As the three most famous ingredients in the Western food field, the Taoyuan company couldn't avoid the high-end ingredients route. Since the Blake family was operating in this area, it was a good opportunity to understand the situation. When Old Blake heard that, he knew that the Taoyuan company didn't have foie gras and caviar products. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted and said enthusiastically, of course, I don't mind. Xia, let me tell you about foie gras first. The foie gras here refers to French foie gras. Foie gras has been eaten in France for thousands of years. Back then, Caesar the Great highly praised this delicacy. It is said to have rich nutritional value, so it is a must-have on the menu of high-end Western restaurants. But speaking of this, Old Blake changed the topic and said, this dish is also known as the cruelest delicacy in the world. Xia Ruofei heard this and suddenly felt very curious. He couldn't help but ask, the cruelest? Why do you say that? This has to do with how the foie gras is obtained, Old Blake said. Old Blake said, the French foie gras we're talking about is different from ordinary foie gras. In fact, it's the liver collected from geese with fatty liver. It usually weighs more than 700 grams, which is dozens of times more than ordinary foie gras. Why do geese get fatty liver? It is completely the result of human intervention. Old Blake's tone was a little low, which made Xia Ruofei feel like he was listening to a midnight ghost story. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Old Blake continued, after the geese are born, they are brought to the farm. For the first 12 weeks, the young geese are squeezed into small cages. Outside the iron fence, only rows of necks are exposed. They are fixed on a rack that specializes in training the neck muscles. The farmer increases the amount of food fed every day, trying to fill the geese's stomach to the size of a noodle bag. When the geese's neck muscles and intestines are as strong as steel, the real torture begins. Every day, the farmer stuffs at least 12 kilograms of food into the geese's stomach with a hard tube that is 30 centimeters long. As a result, the liver becomes abnormally large due to overload. This kind of torture takes 18 days to create a fatty liver that is 10 times or even dozens of times larger than normal foie gras. In order to prevent the geese from overeating due to exercise, they are fixed in a very small space. The farmer also deliberately reduces the amount of calcium in the food formula. Therefore, these fat geese basically have osteochondrosis. They can only lie lazily every day until they die. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Directly stuffing a hard tube into the stomach and stuffing food into it was several times more painful than doing gastroscopy. These geese had to undergo enhanced gastroscopy many times a day, and then their stomachs would swell all the time. Moreover, the space for movement was extremely narrow. This was simply torture from hell. It was scary just thinking about it. How can there be such an evil method? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Old Blake shrugged and said, "It's all because of profit. The profit margin of French foie gras is very large, so everyone is scrambling for it. Even if there are animal protection organizations protesting every year, the effect is not obvious." Xiao Ruofei nodded silently. He found that he had no interest in French foie gras anymore, and he was afraid that the Taoyuan company would never be in the foie gras business. There were two sides to everything. Was there a way to produce high-quality foie gras without causing the geese to suffer so much? This was the idea that suddenly popped into Xiao Ruofei's mind. Xiao Ruofei wasn't sympathetic, but he had his own bottom line. If he used the traditional method of breeding geese that old Blake mentioned, he definitely wouldn't be willing to get involved in this industry. However, if he could improve the breeding method, and at the same time bring more product lines and more profits to the Taoyuan company, why not? And if he could really achieve a large scale and control the cost, it could completely impact this industry, leaving no room for the traditional farms to survive. It was equivalent to saving the poor geese in a disguised way. This was also one of the added value of the Taoyuan company's involvement in this industry. As for the Taoyuan company's geese, they also needed to kill them for livers. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any psychological burden. Those geese were originally used as food by humans. It was already a good deed to let them live a painless life. Even animal protection organizations couldn't boycott the farms. They only asked for the animals to be killed in a humane and painless way. Of course, whether this idea would work or not depended on whether Xiao Ruofei could find a gentler breeding method. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei became more interested in foie gras. He asked, "Mr. Blake, then, may I ask which type of goose is better?" Old Blake was slightly surprised. He smiled and said, "I thought Mr. Xiao would give up on the foie gras product after listening to my explanation. In my impression, you Easterners are more gentle and kind. In fact, the area with the largest scale of geese breeding is Austria in Europe." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I haven't decided whether to get involved in this industry or not. But it's always good to know more." Old Blake nodded in agreement and said, "Yes. Although I'm not an animal protector, I also have a psychological resistance to foie gras. However, this doesn't prevent the Blake family from acting as the agent of French foie gras. In my opinion, personal feelings are one thing, but business is another." In fact, what old Blake and Xiao Ruofei didn't know was that the people of Xianxia first discovered the method of force-feeding duck meat to make it tastier. Later, this method was spread from ancient Egypt to Rome, and then to France, where it became a common method to cultivate fat foie gras. It could be said that Xianxia was the originator of this method. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, quietly looking at old Blake. Old Blake then said, "Right, I still haven't answered your question. As far as I know, there are 3 species that produce the best foie gras: the Landis, the Strasbourg, and the Toulouse. The foie gras produced by these 3 types of geese were of good quality. They were large in size, rich in nutrients, and after cooking, they were fragrant and tasted good. One of the most famous foie gras is Strasbourg foie gras. King Louis XVI tasted Strasbourg foie gras." Strasbourg foie gras. Xiao Ruofei silently noted this in his heart. Since he wanted to study the cultivation of French geese, he naturally had to use the best species. This was also the business philosophy of the Taoyuan company all along. Next, Xiao Ruofei learned some specific details about the cultivation of fat geese from old Blake. However, the Blake family was only an agent in the foie gras business. They didn't have their own farm, so old Blake didn't know much about these details. However, old Blake could see that Xiao Ruofei seemed to be very interested in the cultivation of French geese. He was very enthusiastic and said that he could introduce the owner of a farm that they cooperated with to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei asked around and found out that the farm's fat geese were Strasbourg foie gras. Naturally, he was very happy to hear that. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Mr. Blake, then, could you please help me contact this farm owner and ask if he's willing to sell a few breeding geese and some young geese to me? I'm willing to pay a high price for them." Old Blake said, "It shouldn't be a problem. Although Strasbourg foie gras is known as the world's best foie gras, this kind of fat goose's bloodline isn't rare. Many farms in Europe have pure Strasbourg foie gras, so there isn't a technical problem. I believe that Eisen will give me face." "That's great," Xiao Ruofei said. Mr. Blake, I'll leave this matter to you. This is my private contact number. If you have any news, you can contact me immediately. Xiao Ruofei said as he handed old Blake a business card. Okay. Xia, you wait for the good news. Old Blake smiled as he put away the business card. Then he stood up and said, It's getting late. I have an appointment tonight. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to ask old Blake about the caviar situation, but now it was almost dinner time. Old Blake had a social engagement, and Xiao Ruofei had an appointment with Ma Xiong for dinner, so he could only give up. But after the auction, he would still have to trade truffles with old Blake. At that time, he would have plenty of opportunities to ask about the situation. Xiao Ruofei stood up and shook hands with old Blake. He said, Mr. Blake, I'll send you off. He personally sent old Blake to the door. Old Blake walked out of the presidential suite and stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said, Xia, please stay. Oh right, the deposit of 1 million euros will be transferred to your account as soon as tonight. Please check it. Okay, I hope that we have a pleasant cooperation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After sending old Blake off, Xiao Ruofei didn't change back into his home clothes. Because it was almost dinner time, it would be more troublesome to change back and forth. He sat on the balcony and smoked a cigarette. In his mind, he wasn't thinking about tomorrow's auction. He was thinking about how to use the normal method to raise fat geese and at the same time harvest the foie gras. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any clue. He decided to wait until he had time to go to the space to discuss it with Xia Qing. Besides, even if he had an idea now, it wouldn't be useful. At the very least, he had to wait for old Blake to help him import some Strasbourg geese before he could experiment with raising them. The space had a time acceleration function, and the growth cycle of the French geese wasn't long. It would take about 15 weeks for them to grow from young geese to fat geese waiting to be slaughtered. With the use of the time acceleration array, it would only take a few hours. The melodious doorbell rang. It was Tony, the butler of the presidential suite, who came in. Mr. Xia, Chairman Ma and the guests have arrived at the hotel. He told me to take you down to the banquet, Tony said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded, stood up and asked, Where are my friends? Someone will inform them. You can go directly to the banquet hall, Tony said. Okay, wait outside for a moment. I'll come out right away, Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. Tony bowed slightly and left the presidential suite. Xiao Ruofei came to the bedroom and habitually scanned the whole room with his spirit power. After confirming that there were no monitoring devices, he thought of something and took out a bunch of things from the space. Among them were 2 bottles of noble rotten sweet wine that he brewed himself. The wine was matured in the space, and the taste of the noble rotten sweet wine was a bit better than when it was first brewed. It was just right to take it as a gift for Ma Xiong. Everyone could also taste it directly at dinner. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also took out a few jade mussel ointments, which were the highest grade mass-produced by the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, the Jade Bone and Ice Mussel series. They were sold for 3,888 yuan a bottle. Xiao Ruofei mainly remembered that Ma Xiong said that there would be other guests tonight. He was going to take 2 bottles, one for Ma Xiong's wife and one for Tian Huixin. Now that there might be other female guests, Xiao Ruofei simply took out a few more bottles. Although this mass-produced version of the jade mussel ointments was still difficult to buy in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei could have as much as he wanted. He stored a batch in the space all year round. Anyway, it wouldn't go bad. It was mainly used as a gift. Although the effect of his handmade jade mussel ointments was much better than the mass-produced version, after all, the mass-produced version had a standard price and ready-made packaging. It was better to give the mass-produced version as a gift. Finally, Xiao Ruofei also took out a small pink Hello Kitty doll. Before he came to Hong Kong, he had asked Ling Qingxue, who also liked Hello Kitty, to buy it from a franchise store. This small doll cost more than 1,000 yuan. This doll was naturally prepared for little Huanhuan. However, this wasn't the real gift that Xiao Ruofei wanted to give to Huanhuan. He doted on little Huanhuan very much and simply treated her as his own daughter. Before he came to Hong Kong, he had already thought about giving little Huanhuan an opportunity. This doll was just a formality. After all, Huan was still so young. If she saw that Uncle Xia gave gifts to her grandparents but didn't prepare a gift for her, she might be angry. Xia Ruofei found a paper bag and put all these things in it. Then, he tidied up his clothes and walked out of the presidential suite with the paper bag. Tony took Xia Ruofei downstairs in the exclusive elevator. When they arrived at the private room where Ma Xiong was holding the banquet, Feng Jing and the others were already in the room. They were chatting and laughing with Ma Xiong. There were also a few familiar figures beside Ma Xiong. Hong Kong's real estate tycoon, Guo Hongjiang, Hong Kong's super-rich, Xing Jianian. There were a total of 3 or 4 people. They were all super-rich people who could shake the entire Hong Kong with a stomp of their feet. Moreover, these rich people had already gotten to know Xia Ruofei at the last auction. Guo Hongjiang was especially grateful to Xia Ruofei because of his beloved horse, the Star of Asia. He even gave Xia Ruofei a 1,000-foot mansion. The rich people who were chatting all looked over and then followed Ma Xiong out to greet him. Xia Ruofei also took 2 steps forward and said, "I'm really sorry for making all the seniors wait for me." Ma Xiong laughed heartily and said, "We just arrived." Xia Ruofei, long time no see. Guo Hongjiang was the first to greet Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had helped him cure the Star of Asia, and he had always been very grateful to him. Although he also gave Xia Ruofei a large flat in Repulse Bay, in his opinion, how could a house be compared with his beloved horse, not to mention that the value of the Star of Asia was far greater than the house Guo Hongjiang gave him. In terms of feelings, he had devoted so much effort to the Star of Asia. At that time, when the horse's leg was broken and could only be euthanized, Xia Ruofei had saved it. The feeling of coming back from the jaws of death was like a roller coaster ride. And what surprised Guo Hongjiang even more was that after the Star of Asia recovered from its injury, not only did it not affect its speed, but its performance was even much better than before. Even the jockey of the Star of Asia exclaimed that it was incredible. That was because the Star of Asia had already passed its rapid growth period and was basically set in stone. Perhaps the tacit understanding between the jockey and the horse would be better, and the results would be slightly improved. However, the fact that the horse could improve so much after suffering from a broken leg was completely beyond their understanding. Therefore, Guo Hongjiang was not only grateful to Xia Ruofei, but also had an inexplicable awe in it. Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, "Chairman Guo, how is the Star of Asia?" Guo Hongjiang was excited when he talked about the Star of Asia. He said, "Thanks to you, the Star of Asia is doing very well now. It is already a big star in the horse racing circle in Hong Kong." Because Guo Hongjiang had promised Xia Ruofei to keep the matter of his treatment of the Star of Asia a secret, he deliberately made it a little vague. Xing Jianian also asked curiously, "Does Xiaoxing also like horse racing?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Haha. Director Zheng, I don't know anything about horse racing. It was the first time I went to a horse race track in my life, and it was Director Guo and Mr. Ma who brought me there. But horse racing is indeed very exciting." Guo Hongjiang said, "Xiaoxing, Director Zheng is also a member of the jockey club. He has a deep understanding of horse racing." "Really? If there's a chance, I'll have to consult Director Zheng," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Xia Ruofei turned to Ma Jiming and his wife. He smiled at Huan and said, "Huan, come to Uncle Xia." When Xia Ruofei had entered the house, Huan had wanted to run over. However, Tian Huixin had whispered to her that Uncle Xia was having a serious discussion with the grandfathers and could not disturb him. Therefore, she had been holding back. Now that she heard Xia Ruofei calling her, Huan immediately ran over happily and threw herself into Xia Ruofei's arms intimately. Xia Ruofei also liked little Huan very much. He easily carried her with one hand. Then, he handed the paper bag in his hand to Feng Jing and said, "Manager Feng, there are 2 bottles of wine inside. They are for Director Ma. Can you help me take them out?" "Okay." Feng Jing immediately took out the 2 bottles of wine from the paper bag. Ma Xiong and the others looked at them curiously. Ma Xiong knew that Xia Ruofei must have taken out something good. He could not help but ask, "Xiaoxing, this wine?" "I have a winery in Australia. This is a specially brewed wine. The alcohol content is not very high, but the sweetness is not bad. The taste is also very special. I brought it for you to try. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Today, our old friends are all here. Let's open it. Ma Xiong said happily. The wine that Xiaoxing brought will definitely not be bad. Today, you guys are in for a treat. Guohongjiang and the others also smiled and agreed. They were looking forward to tasting the 2 bottles of wine. Actually, other than Ma Xiong and Guohongjiang, Xing Jianian and the rest were just being polite. With their wealth, as long as it was something that could be bought with money, they would not care about it at all. What kind of wine had they not tasted before? The 2 bottles of wine looked very new. They did not expect much from them. Ma Jiming heard and immediately signaled the waiter in the private room to open the 2 bottles of wine. Xiao Ruofei looked around and realized that only Guohongjiang and Xing Jianian brought their wives to the banquet. He had prepared 6 servings of Yuji ointment. Including Tian Huixin, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Lu Qian, there were 6 ladies. So, he smiled and said, Manager Feng, there are still 6 servings of Yuji ointment in the bag. I was worried that I did not bring enough. I did not expect that there would be 6 ladies here. Everyone can have a share. Help me distribute it to everyone. Yuji ointment. Guohongjiang's wife immediately exclaimed in surprise. Tian Huixin had used the Yuji ointment a long time ago. After the mass-produced version was released, she had been buying and using it. So, she could tell that this was a high-end Yuji ointment. She was very happy. The most surprised was Lu Qian. She could not believe her ears. She opened her eyes wide and asked, Chairman, I also have one? Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, Are you not a lady? Lu Qian, you hid it really well. Feng Jing was taking out the Yuji ointment. She could not help but laugh when she heard what Feng Yu said. Lu Qian blushed and said, Chairman. I mean, I don't want it. This is too expensive. You have worked hard these few days. Consider it a reward from the boss. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing had also finished distributing the ointment to everyone. There were only 2 bottles of Yuji ointment left. She put 1 bottle into her bag first, then stuffed the last bottle into Lu Qian's hands. She smiled and said, The chairman gave it to you. You should accept it. Then. Okay. Lu Qian happily took the Yuji ointment. Thank you, chairman. At this time, Huan Huan, who was being hugged by Xiao Ruofei, pouted and said, Uncle Xia, Huan Huan is also a girl. Why don't we have a gift? I also want that. Yuji ointment. Everyone could not help but smile. Xiao Ruofei gently pinched Huan Huan's delicate little face and said, Huan Huan is still young. She does not need to use cosmetics for the time being. Then, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, But Uncle Xia has prepared another gift for you. Really? I have a gift too. Huan Huan immediately opened her eyes wide and asked with joy. Of course. How could Uncle Xia forget Huan Huan when he bought a gift? Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he gestured to Feng Jing to take out the Hello Kitty doll that was left in the paper bag. Hello Kitty? Huan Huan cried out in surprise when she saw it. Feng Jing stuffed the doll into Huan Huan's hands and asked with a smile, Huan Huan, do you like this gift? I like it. I like Hello Kitty the most. Huan Huan answered without hesitation. Then, do you want to thank Auntie? Feng Jing asked jokingly. Huan Huan thought for a moment and said, This is a gift from Uncle Xia. I want to thank Uncle Xia. After that, Huan Huan's soft lips kissed Xiao Ruofei's cheek. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. Feng Jing said with a smile, Uncle Xia bought this, but Auntie gave it to you just now. Don't you want to thank Auntie? Huan Huan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she said, Yes. Thank you, Auntie. Good girl. Feng Jing said. Then, she turned her face and pointed to her cheek. She asked, Do you want to kiss Auntie too? Huan Huan suddenly showed a hesitant look. After a while, she said reluctantly, Okay then. She then leaned over and planted a kiss on Feng Jing's cheek. However, it was a forced kiss. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was laughing non-stop, and couldn't help but complain in her heart, this guy's luck with women is really scary. Even such a young girl is fascinated by him. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin also came over. Ma Jiming said, Xiaosheng, how can I let you spend money every time? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, it doesn't cost much to buy a gift for the child. Mr. Ma, you're too polite. At this time, a voice full of energy sounded at the door of the private room. Everyone, I'm sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road, so I'm a little late. Xia Ruofei turned around and suddenly showed a trace of surprise. The man standing at the door with white hair and a youthful face was in high spirits. He was the famous feng shui master in Hong Kong, Su Lang. Uncle Su. Xia Ruofei greeted happily. Ma Xiong and the others also came to greet him. As the host, Ma Xiong also said with a smile, it's my honor to have Uncle Su here. We just arrived, and we haven't sat down yet. Xia Ruofei found something interesting. Ma Xiong, Guohanjiang, and the others, who were old, also called Su Lang Uncle Su. This name was like a symbol of Su Lang, or a symbol of the feng shui circle in Hong Kong. It had long been ingrained in people's hearts. Su Lang said with a smile, I heard that Xiaosheng was coming to Hong Kong. Of course, I had to come and have a drink. Chairman Ma, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your complexion is much better. It seems that you have a benefactor helping you. Ma Xiong was happy and said, thank you for your auspicious words. In fact, Mr. Xia is the biggest benefactor of our Ma family. Although Su Lang's words were not very accurate, they were not far from it. Therefore, his words were completely different from the casual auspicious words of ordinary people. Ma Xiong was naturally very happy to hear it. When Su Lang heard this, he nodded in agreement and said, Xiaosheng is a dragon among men. Chairman Ma, if you can get Xiaosheng's help, it will be a great benefit for your career and health. Everyone, except Guohanjiang, had a strange look on their faces. There was no other reason than that Su Lang's evaluation was too high. Even Li Mogul, who had a close personal relationship with Su Lang, had not received such a high evaluation from him. Could it be that this young man in front of them would have greater achievements in the future than Li Mogul? Jing Jianian and the others could not help but feel a trace of absurdity in their hearts. However, the person who said this was Su Lang, the famous Uncle Su. They had no choice but to believe it. If they had been respectful to Xia Ruofei before, it was because of Ma Xiong, or part of the reason was that Xia Ruofei's Taoyuan company could provide high-quality abalone and truffles. However, it was a little different now. Because of Su Lang's evaluation, Jing Jianian and the others undoubtedly attached more importance to Xia Ruofei. Ma Xiong laughed and said, Uncle Su, Xiaosheng, everyone is here. Let's take a seat. Okay. Xiaosheng, please. Uncle Su said straightforwardly. Uncle Su, please go first. Xia Ruofei took a step out of courtesy. Everyone walked to the big round table together. When they were sitting down, Ma Xiong initially insisted that Xia Ruofei sit in the main seat. Of course, Xia Ruofei firmly disagreed. Not to mention the difference in wealth, he was a young man. Except for the people on the Taoyuan company's side, who wasn't a senior who was much older than him. Moreover, he was here as a guest today. How could he sit in the main seat? After some pushing, Ma Xiong had no choice but to sit in the main seat. Then, everyone sat down regardless of seniority. As the guest of honor tonight, Xia Ruofei sat on the right side of Ma Xiong. Uncle Su sat on the left side of Ma Xiong. Then, the people from Hong Kong and the Taoyuan company sat in the empty seats. This not only avoided the trouble of giving in to each other, but also helped everyone communicate better. When the guests were seated, the waiter began to pour wine for everyone. The first to taste was naturally the 2 bottles of noble rotten wine brought by Xia Ruofei. Although there were many people present, when the 2 bottles were opened, everyone could still get a few glasses. Ma Xiong put the glass to his nose and sniffed it. He gently took a sip and then said with surprise, the wine's fragrance is very special. The taste. It has the smell of apples and oranges, and a trace of mineral. The taste is very rich. I have tasted the Xianxia from Tokei. I feel that Xiaosheng's bottle of noble rotten wine is of higher quality than Tokei's top essence wine. Xia Ruofei had heard Old West introduce Tokei's Xianxia, which was the essence wine, to him. It was also a type of noble wine, but it was the best of the noble wines and was famous all over the world. This kind of wine was brewed from the juice that flowed out naturally during the storage process of the noble rotten raisins due to gravity. The sugar content was very high, generally 500 to 900 g/L, much higher than honey. The alcohol content was about 1 to 3%, and it could be stored almost forever without going bad. Due to the brewing process, the production was shockingly low, resulting in a price that ordinary people couldn't afford. Ma Xiong's evaluation could be said to be very high. Apart from a few people from the Taoyuan company, everyone present was knowledgeable. Everyone couldn't help but take a small sip. The 2 bottles of noble rotten wine brought by Xiao Ruofei were met with praise. Xiao Ruofei also felt a sense of anticipation. After all, the noble rotten wine had been in the Ring-Tu Space's Archean realm for a long time since he last tasted it. It had matured a long time ago, so the taste would definitely be richer. Therefore, he picked up his glass and took a sip. At that moment, Ma Xiong chuckled and said, "What a coincidence today. The first main dish I prepared for everyone is French foie gras. It's made from the top-grade Landis goose's liver that was flown over from Austria. Top-grade noble rotten wine paired with top-grade French foie gras is a match made in heaven." Ma Xiong noticed Xiao Ruofei's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Sheng, what's wrong? Are you not used to drinking this kind of wine?" After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. This noble wine was brought by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei must have felt that it was good, so he shared it with everyone. How could he not be used to drinking it? Xiao Ruofei swallowed the wine in his mouth and said, No, Mr. Ma, I don't particularly like eating foie gras, so let them have one less serving." Ma Xiong felt a little strange and said, "Really? Xiao Sheng, you don't like eating foie gras?" I remember that the last time you came to Hong Kong, we also had foie gras when you ate at our house. If I remember correctly, you said that it tasted good." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think, why is this old man's memory so good? He can actually remember this kind of detail so clearly. Could it be that I used too many petals of the spirit flower when he had a cerebral infarction? Taste change. Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, "Anyway, I don't really want to eat it today. Change it to steak for me." Xiao Ruofei had just heard about the cruel process of producing French foie gras from Old Blake, so he had a little psychological barrier. He didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder to ask others not to eat foie gras. He wasn't an animal conservationist. He just wanted to do things with a clear conscience. "No problem," Ma Xiong said heartily. Then he pointed at the waiter beside him. The waiter immediately nodded and turned to leave the room. The foie gras was just a small episode. It wasn't surprising that Xiao Ruofei didn't eat foie gras. After all, everyone had different tastes. Soon, everyone was eating and drinking while chatting. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Ma Xiong had specially flown the French foie gras from Austria. It was carefully cooked by a 5-star chef and served one by one. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't have such luck. He was served a steak. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel too conflicted when he saw others enjoying foie gras. Moreover, his steak wasn't simple either. Today's chef personally came over to introduce the steak to everyone. This steak was made with the best ribs from the golden Aquitaine cattle that the Palmerd family specially provided. According to the chef's introduction, golden Aquitaine beef, black Angus beef, and Kobe beef were listed as the top 3 beef breeds in the world. Every golden Aquitaine beef was personally raised by a member of the Palmerd family. Before entering the slaughterhouse, these beef cattle all enjoyed 5-star treatment. They were freely raised on the ranch, accompanied by music, and even had masseuses to serve them. It was said that this was all to allow the cattle to grow in a relaxed environment, because stress would cause the cattle to produce liver sugar, lactic acid, and adrenaline. These would affect the tension and acidity of the muscles, and the beef would not be soft and delicious enough. After the golden Aquitaine cattle were slaughtered, the preservation of the beef was also very particular. The Palmerd family adopted the hibernation therapy that they invented, which meant that the beef was placed in an environment of -45 degrees Celsius and accompanied by a cold wind blowing at 120 km/h. In this way, the meat could be kept fresh forever, the so-called fresh referred to the fact that the meat would not be damaged in the slightest. Xiao Ruofei and the others couldn't help but be secretly shocked when they heard this. Such a small piece of beef rib actually had so much to pay attention to. It was no wonder that the price of each piece was more than $4,000, and this was only the price of the raw ingredients. If the cooking of a five-star chef was included, it was quite normal for the price to double in a top Western restaurant. In other words, it was possible that such a steak could be sold for $10,000, which was equivalent to more than 60,000 Huaxia dollars. This price was nothing to Xiao Ruofei. With his current wealth, he basically didn't need to consider the price of this kind of consumption. However, a steak that cost more than $60,000 still surprised Xiao Ruofei. To put it bluntly, he was still a little unaccustomed to the life of the rich. The luxury of the real top tycoons was often unimaginable to ordinary people, including Xiao Ruofei. This was also why some people's behavior became very strange and ridiculous when they suddenly became rich. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not have the mentality of a nouveau riche. He didn't expect that beef could be sold at such a price. Could he try to raise a beef cow? Just now, the chef seemed to have said that there were 3 top beef in the world. What were they? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. He found that his mind seemed to be more active recently. First, after listening to old Blake's words, he had the idea of raising fat geese. Immediately, when he saw the sky-high price of the steak, he had the idea of raising cattle. Maybe it's because I haven't opened up a new business recently, Xiao Ruofei secretly said to himself. He was not a person who kept his achievements, and it was not his style to make a lot of money every day step by step. He, who was still a soldier, still hoped that there could be more challenges in his life and work. For the current him, he might be able to find greater joy in constantly developing new products, especially high-end and top-notch ones. Just as Xiao Ruofei was thinking, Su Lang raised his glass and raised it to Xiao Ruofei across Ma Xiong. He asked with a smile, "Xia Sheng, has your company's headquarters building started to be used?" Xiao Ruofei also stopped thinking. He raised his glass to Su Lang and said, "Our company's headquarters has been moved into the new building. Thanks to Uncle Su, everything is going smoothly at present. Uncle Su personally arranged the feng shui for you. It can't be wrong." Guohongjiang said with a smile, "Now the people in Hong Kong waiting to ask Uncle Su for help can line up from Kowloon to the new territories." Su Lang said with a smile, "Director Gua, you're wrong this time. Xiaoxing's company headquarters, even without me, can still be prosperous." Guohongjiang asked in surprise, "Oh? Could it be that the building is located in a treasure land?" Su Lang shook his head mysteriously and said, "The feng shui of the building can only be said to be average, and there are even some small flaws." "Then I can't understand." Guohongjiang was curious. Su Lang laughed and said, "Director Gua, Xiaoxing has good things in his hands. Some of the flaws in the feng shui are not enough, and they can be easily suppressed." "Oh? If it can make Uncle Su say it's good, it must be a treasure," Guohongjiang said, and then looked at Xiao Ruofei. "Xiaoxing, when will you let us see it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled easily and said, "It's just a decoration, and it's in my office. Uncle Su said it's best not to move it. If Director Gua is interested, I welcome you to Sanshan at any time." "I'm interested." "Of course, I'm interested," Guohongjiang said. "Xiaoxing, then it's a promise. When I go to Sanshan one day, I must see such a treasure." Xiao Ruofei didn't expect Guohongjiang to be so interested. How could he know the status of Su Lang in the eyes of the rich people in Hong Kong? If Su Lang said it was good, it must be a rare treasure, and it was a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. Of course, Guohongjiang also had the intention to support Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No problem. As long as Director Gua is willing, you can look at it for as long as you want. Just don't move it away." Everyone burst into laughter. The meal lasted for about an hour. The ingredients used in each dish were quite expensive, and they were all the best. Naturally, there were vegetables produced by the Taoyuan Company. Hengfeng Group and the Taoyuan Company had a deep cooperation, and the sales of Taoyuan vegetables in Hong Kong were all represented by Hengfeng Group's subsidiary companies. Except for Feng Jing, who often went out with Xiao Ruofei, Dong Yun and Peng Hao saw Xiao Ruofei socializing outside for the first time. They saw Xiao Ruofei talking and laughing with the top rich people in Hong Kong, who they saw on TV or in the news. Ma Xiong and the others even faintly praised Xiao Ruofei, and they couldn't help but feel proud. In the past, Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to care much in the company, and he was polite to everyone. But after coming out, they realized that the boss was actually the boss. Peng Hao felt that if he were to associate with tycoons like Ma Xiong and Guohanjiang, he might not be able to speak well. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong sent Guohanjiang and the others off. He whispered to Ma Jiming at the door of the box, "Mr. Ma, please wait for me here with Aunt Huixin and Huan." Ma Jiming didn't know Xiao Ruofei's intention, but he immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong returned to the banquet box after sending them off. Ma Xiong wanted to personally send Xiao Ruofei back to her room and then talk about tomorrow's auction. Actually, that was just along the way. He wanted to privately order a piece of top-grade truffle, abalone, and caterpillar grass from Xiao Ruofei. He wanted to buy some of them. There were too many people just now, so he couldn't say this. Otherwise, if he, Ma Xiong, took the lead and all the tycoons present made the same request, then half of the goods brought by Xiao Ruofei would be divided. How could the auction be held tomorrow? Ma Xiong saw that Ma Jiming and the others didn't leave. He couldn't help but feel a little strange and asked, "Jiming, why didn't you leave? Take Huan back to rest early. You still have school tomorrow." Ma Jiming said, "Daddy, Xiaoxing asked us to stay." "Oh?" Ma Xiong looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Yes. Mr. Ma, let's talk in my room." Xiao Ruofei's proposal was exactly what Ma Xiong wanted. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Xiaoxing, this way please." Xiao Ruofei was Ma Xiong's savior. Every time they met, Ma Xiong would be very polite to Xiao Ruofei. Although it wasn't to the extent of being respectful, it was still quite polite. Feng Jing and the others had already gone upstairs. Although Xiao Ruofei said that Lu Qian would be in charge of the auction, Feng Jing was still a little worried. After dinner, she took Dong Yun, Lu Qian, and Peng Hao to her room. Everyone went through the process and details one last time to avoid any problems. Xiao Ruofei and the 4 members of the Ma family took the exclusive elevator of the presidential suite to the top floor. "Xiao Ruofei, welcome home." The butler, Tony, was standing at the door of the suite. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately bowed and greeted him. After fulfilling his duties, Tony bowed slightly to Ma Xiong and asked. Ma Xiong nodded slightly and motioned for Tony to open the door. "Xiaoxing, please." Ma Xiong moved aside at the door. Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. Ma, you are the elder. Please go first." The two of them pushed each other aside and finally walked in side by side. The presidential suite had 2 doors that opened on both sides. It was very spacious. There was no problem for 4 or 5 people to walk in side by side. After entering the room, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Do you all want to drink anything?" "Xiaoxing, everyone just finished eating. Don't be busy." Ma Xiong said with a smile. "Right, you asked Jiming and the others to stay. Do you have any orders?" "Oh, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask, the pendant I gave to Huan last time, has she always been wearing it?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Tian Huixin heard this and immediately said, "She always wears it close to her body. She doesn't even take it off when she sleeps or baths. Huan likes it very much and doesn't let us touch it." The last time Huan was in danger, this pendant suddenly emitted a light and protected Huan at the critical moment. This made the Ma family realize that the pendant Xiao Ruofei gave to Huan was an extraordinary treasure. Naturally, they attached great importance to it. Xiao Ruofei had heard Ma Jiming mention this before. He smiled and said, Huan, can you show me that pendant?" This pendant was Huan's treasure. Usually, even Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming were not allowed to touch it. However, when Xiao Ruofei asked, she immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Then, she quickly took off the pendant and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and took the pendant. He gently touched Huan's head and said, "Good girl." He penetrated the pendant with his spiritual power and immediately realized that the array he had set up before had indeed been activated once. There were very small cracks inside the pendant. Under normal circumstances, this protective array would be activated 2 or 3 more times, and the pendant should be completely shattered. Ma Xiong and the others stared at Xiao Ruofei without blinking. They did not know what Xiao Ruofei's intention was. In fact, they had vaguely guessed that Xiao Ruofei should be a miraculous person. This could be seen from Xiao Ruofei's ability to cure an acute cerebral hemorrhage that even the experts in private hospitals could not do anything about. He also cured Huanhuan's autism. These were not things that could be done with ordinary medical conditions. There was also the magical effect of the pendant, which further proved this point. Now that they saw Xiao Ruofei take back the pendant, they were nervous and excited. Xiao Ruofei's expression was very relaxed. His fingers gently stroked the pendant a few times. Then, he smiled and returned the pendant to Huanhuan. He said, "Huanhuan, wear it close to your body. Just like before, don't take it off when you take a bath or sleep. Remember?" Huanhuan immediately said, "Yes. I will remember. Uncle Xia." Then she took the pendant and put it on herself. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but reveal a gratified smile. This was his real gift to Huanhuan. The limited edition Hello Kitty was just a show for others to see. Xiao Ruofei's seemingly casual actions had actually repaired the pendant and improved the defensive formation. Compared to when he first made the pendant, whether it was the cultivation of his mental strength or his understanding of formations, they were on 2 completely different levels. The defensive formations he set up now were naturally more complete and powerful. At the same time, with Xiao Ruofei's current understanding of formations, he easily nested a small spirit-gathering formation on top of the defensive formation, which could gather strands of free spiritual energy. This was also the reason why Huanhuan felt very comfortable after wearing the pendant. Even Ma Xiong and the others who were beside Huanhuan felt very comfortable. They didn't know why, but it was completely a subconscious feeling, but they knew that it must have something to do with the pendant. Ma Xiong was the first to react. He said excitedly, "Xia Xing, this gift of yours is really too precious. Huanhuan, why don't you thank Uncle Xia?" Huanhuan felt a little strange in her heart. She had just thanked Xiao Ruofei. However, she was well-behaved and immediately said sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Xia." Xiao Ruofei looked at the cute Huanhuan dotingly and said with a smile, "You're welcome. This is a small gift from Uncle Xia to Huanhuan. I hope that Huanhuan will become smarter in the future and your grades will get better and better." Huanhuan actually didn't quite understand because the pendant was still the same pendant. Xiao Ruofei only touched it a few times. How could it become a new gift? However, she had always believed in Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. Hearing this, she nodded heavily. She said, "Uncle Xia, Huanhuan's grades are very good. I often get first place in class." Xiao Ruofei laughed and walked over to touch Huanhuan's head. He said, "Then become smarter and get first place in the grade in the future. Become the smartest child in Hong Kong." "Yes." Huanhuan nodded and said. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin also quickly thanked Xiao Ruofei. At this moment, they felt that Huanhuan was really lucky to have met such a noble person like Xiao Ruofei. They were very gratified in their hearts. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, "Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, you don't have to be so polite. As I said, I have fate with Huanhuan and I like her from the bottom of my heart." Ma smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, I think Huanhuan also likes you. Why don't you accept her as your goddaughter?" "I think so." Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin said in unison. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. If Lu Yu knows, she won't let me off." Lu Yu and Huanhuan were cousins. In fact, she had strongly protested before. Huanhuan had also changed the way she called Xiao Ruofei Brother Ruofei, but this little girl sometimes still liked to call him Uncle Xia. Xiao Ruofei was too lazy to correct her. From Xiao Ruofei's point of view, seniority was not a big deal. He could even accept the elderly Li Yifu calling him Grand Marshal Uncle. However, if Huanhuan really recognized him as her godfather, then the seniority would be a bit messy. Did Lu Yu have to call him uncle when she saw him? Moreover, he had always called Tian Huilan Aunt Tian and Tian Huixin Aunt Huixin. If he recognized Huanhuan as his goddaughter, wouldn't he be in the same generation as Tian Huixin? Tian Huixin was stunned for a moment and then laughed. She didn't think of this. After a quick thought, Tian Huixin smiled and said, Ruofei, why don't you take Huan as your godsister? What do you think? This way, there won't be any doubts about seniority. This time, Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming didn't know what to say. For a long time, Xiao Ruofei had called the father and son Mr. Ma and Mr. Ma. Although he called Tian Huixin Aunt Huixin, this was also based on Tian Huilan. It had nothing to do with the father and son. If Huan became Xiao Ruofei's godsister, then in theory, Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming would become Xiao Ruofei's elders. Although they wouldn't be promoted to godfather and godgrandfather, the seniority would still be established. They didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was thinking, so naturally, they couldn't say anything. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't have such complicated thoughts at all. In fact, he respected Ma Xiong. After all, Ma Xiong was his grandfather, and Ma Xiong was good to him from the bottom of his heart. He was definitely a loyal elder. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and said straightforwardly, okay. As long as Huan is willing, I have no problem. Huan is definitely willing. Tian Huixin said quickly. Then she immediately reacted and turned to look at Huan and asked, Huan, are you willing to let brother Ruofei be your brother? This question was a bit confusing. At Huan's age, she was naturally confused. She asked with a confused face, isn't brother Ruofei my brother? Also, I prefer to call him Uncle Xia. At that time, when Huan took the medicine made by Xiao Ruofei for the first time and gradually walked out of her lonely inner world, she had always called Xiao Ruofei Uncle Xia, so she was somewhat obsessed with this title. Although she had changed it for a period of time because of Lu Yu's protest, she still preferred to call him Uncle Xia in her heart. Tian Huixin smiled bitterly. She thought for a while and said, Mom is talking about a real brother, like Yuan from your class and her brother, Juanhao. This time, Huan understood a little. Her eyes gradually showed a trace of joy and she said, I understand. Just like Yuan and brother Juanhao, they have the same parents. But the little girl showed a confused expression again and asked, but you're not Uncle Xiao's mother. Tian Huixin couldn't help but blush. She coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness and said, I'm asking if you're willing to let Uncle Xia be your brother, just like brother Juanhao and Yuan. I'm not saying that Uncle Xia was born by mom. This explanation made Xiao Ruofei feel a little embarrassed. Huan finally understood. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, I'm willing. With brother Juanhao around, the boys in class never dare to bully Yuan. In the future, I can be like Yuan. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Huan, I may not be able to protect you like brother Juanhao protects Yuan, because I don't need to go to primary school anymore. But I will also treat you like my own sister. Huan seemed a little disappointed, but she still nodded and said, okay. Then, can I never call you Uncle Xia again? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. You called me brother Ruofei some time ago. Isn't that good? Okay. Brother Ruofei. Huan said. It could be seen that she was quite obsessed with the title of Uncle Xia. Seeing this, Ma Xiong was overjoyed and quickly said, Xia Xing, this is great news. After the auction is over, I'll hold a big banquet to announce this good news. And Huan, you can just call me brother in the future. You don't have to call me brother Ruofei. The people of Hong Kong still attached great importance to the recognition of godparents. This was a kind of relationship second only to blood relations. In some big families, some outstanding godsons also had the right of inheritance. And the recognition of godparents often required a banquet to invite friends, which was almost the same as announcing to the world. Huan blinked her big eyes. She didn't know why she had changed the way she addressed Xiao Ruofei, but she had a very good relationship with him, so it wasn't particularly difficult for her to change the way she addressed him. After Huan recovered, she was very well behaved, so she immediately nodded and said, I know, Grandpa. Then she looked at Xiao Ruofei very sensibly. Her expression was a little shy, but she still called out, brother. Hearing Huan's soft voice, Xiao Ruofei's heart seemed to melt. He responded happily, hey. Huan, it seems that I have to prepare another gift for you. Ma Xiong quickly said, Xiaosheng, you've given Huan enough. You don't have to give her a gift. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, that won't do. It's very important to recognize a godsister. But I can't take out a gift now. I have to think about what to prepare for my sister. Then Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Ma, since I've recognized Huan as my sister, we're family. I think we have to change the way we address each other. How about this? I'll call you Grandpa Ma, Mr. Ma, Uncle Ma, and you can call me Ruofei like Aunt Huixin. Of course, Ma Xiong couldn't ask for more. He smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly said, okay. Ruofei, then Jiming and I will be too arrogant. Although it was only a change in the way they addressed each other, everyone immediately felt that the distance between them had shortened a lot. Huan could also feel the harmonious relationship between the adults, so she was very happy. After everyone chatted for a while, Ma Xiong said, Jiming, Huixin, take Huan home to rest first. I have something to discuss with Ruofei. Okay, Daddy. Ma Jiming said immediately. Tian Huixin also said to Huan, who had been lying in Xia Ruofei's arms, Huan, let's go. Go home with Daddy and Mommy. Mommy, I want to stay a little longer. Huan said with some reluctance. Xia Ruofei touched Huan's head and said with a smile, Huan, you're at the age where your body is growing. You have to ensure that you get enough sleep. Be obedient and go home with Daddy and Mommy to rest first. You can still see your brother tomorrow. I'll stay in Hong Kong for a few more days this time. I can play with you then. Okay. Huan still listened to Xia Ruofei's words. Although she was reluctant, she still agreed obediently. Xia Ruofei put Huan down. Tian Huixin held her hand and said goodbye to Xia Ruofei. The couple left the presidential suite with Huan, who kept looking back. Ma Xiong said with emotion, Ruofei, I can't help but feel a little jealous when I see Huan's attachment to you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Grandpa Ma, you're Huan's biological grandfather. This kind of blood relationship is thicker than water. No one can replace it. Yes. Ma Xiong said with relief, Huan was diagnosed with autism when she was very young. In the past, I didn't even dare to imagine that one day she would be able to communicate with us normally. As for her calling me Grandpa, that was an extravagant hope. Now, it has far exceeded our expectations. Ruofei, just for this, our Ma family will always be grateful to you. Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Ma, didn't we say that we wouldn't talk about this? We're a family. You're too polite to say this. Ma Xiong was very comforted and said, yes. A family. A family. Ma Xiong calmed down and said, Ruofei. Since we're a family, then we can't be strangers, right? So, all the expenses of this auction will be covered by our Hengfeng group. Xia Ruofei quickly said, this can't be. Relationship is relationship, business is business. You can't not take the money that you should take. Otherwise, how can we have a long-term cooperation? Ma Xiong said, you're Huan's god brother. As Huan's grandfather, I'm providing some venues and resources for your company's auction. What's the big deal? No. That's not how the account is calculated. Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Ma, our company will definitely make money by holding this auction. And it will make a lot of money. There's no reason for us to make money and let you help us. It doesn't make sense. The venues and resources are ready-made. It's not like we're paying for it. Ma Xiong said. Ruofei, if you continue to argue with me, then you're treating me like an outsider. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect this old man to block him with words. However, Xia Ruofei also had Xia Ruofei's principles. He certainly could accept Ma Xiong's kindness. After thinking about it, Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Ma, it's definitely not possible to not take a penny. The hotel has even been cleared for the auction. There are so many publicity resources, material production, and so on. They all cost money. You can't pay for all these expenses. Then Xia Ruofei said, I think it's better this way. Since you said that we're family, then I won't be polite with you. I don't want Hengfeng auction to charge according to the market price, but the normal operating expenses and the expenses of the auction are still borne by us. Our company is making a lot of money. Hengfeng has to at least break even. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with it. Grandpa Ma, this is my bottom line. If you still don't accept it, then we can only follow the contract. Ma Xiong smiled bitterly. You just said that you're not treating me like an outsider. Now you're bargaining with me for so long for a few million. Okay. We'll do as you say. Xiao Ruofei said, you're not allowed to tamper with the accounts. This time, I even brought the chief financial officer with me. We will calculate every expense clearly. Ma Xiong couldn't help but laugh and said, okay. Let's settle the accounts as brothers. The cost will be borne by the Taoyuan company. However, I won't accept any extra money. It's a deal. Xiao Ruofei said. After talking about the cost, Ma Xiong said, oh yeah, Ruofei, I'm looking for you for one more thing. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile and said, Grandpa Ma, you don't have to say anything. I've already prepared it for you. Wait a moment. After that, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the room where the freezer was placed. After a while, he came out with a small box. Ma Xiong took a look and suddenly smiled. Haha. Ruofei knows me best. I knew you wouldn't forget to leave it for me. In the small box, there was a pair of huge one-headed abalone, a large piece of truffle, and an old ginseng with lush roots. Because they were taken out of the freezer, the truffle and abalone in the vacuum bag still exuded a trace of cold air. I wouldn't dare to forget about you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I know you like this. Okay. Ma Xiong closed the lid and said, Ruofei, then I won't be polite. These things need to be frozen and stored as soon as possible. I'll go back first. I'll transfer the money directly to your overseas account. Wait. Xiao Ruofei shouted. Grandpa Ma, how could you forget what you just said? For our company, the cost of these things isn't high. Do you have to calculate such a small amount of money? This is a double standard. No. Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Ruofei. So you were waiting for me here. But these are two different things. One-headed abalone, truffle, and old ginseng, no matter which one it is, will be a hot item at the auction. I'm already making you suffer a loss by coming here in advance. How can I take it for free? Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth, but Ma Xiong immediately waved his hand to stop him. He took the initiative and said, how about this? You definitely have to pay, but I won't calculate it according to the auction price. I'll evaluate it according to the market price. It's the cost price. Xiao Ruofei reminded him. Okay. Cost price. Ma Xiong said with a smile. I'll evaluate the cost price and give it to you. This way, you won't lose money, and I won't take your things for free. Don't worry, I definitely won't pay more. Is this okay? I can't win against you. Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Let's do it this way. Ma Xiong happily picked up the small box and waved goodbye to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Ma Xiong to the door. After Ma Xiong left, he immediately handed the box to Tony and instructed, immediately send it to my car and store it in the fridge. Yes, Mr. Ma. Tony didn't dare to neglect. He took the box and ran away. Ma Xiong turned around and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, I'll go back first. Let's have breakfast together tomorrow, and then I'll accompany you to witness the glory of your Taoyuan company. Thank you, Grandpa Ma. Xiao Ruofei smiled. Take care. After sending Ma Xiong off, Xiao Ruofei returned to his room and took a bath. As usual, he took out the spirit crystals and cultivated for a while before going to bed to rest. The next day, Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming came to the hotel early to have breakfast with Xiao Ruofei and the others. Tian Huixin had to send Huan to school, so she didn't come to the auction. Although there were many servants at home, Tian Huixin basically took care of Huan's matters by herself. Tian Huixin never let the servants do things like sending Huan to school after school. The main reason was that Huan had been locked in a lonely world for the past few years. Now that she had recovered, Tian Huixin increasingly felt that the time she spent with her daughter was precious. The auction started at 9 in the morning. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei went directly to the #1 conference hall. Everything was ready. The hotel lobby and the floor where the #1 conference hall was located were almost all decorated. There were promotional posters and signs for the auction everywhere. Several screens in the lobby had been playing the preview video of the auction. Many guests and media reporters who came early had already begun to sign in and enter the venue. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong stood near the entrance of the #1 conference hall, greeting familiar guests from time to time. "Xia Sheng, may you make a fortune." "Thank you. Thank you. Boss Xia, I wish you success today. A big sale. Thank you for your auspicious words." "Thank you, thank you. Xia Sheng, I'm really looking forward to today's auction. Your company is amazing." "Thank you. President Tseng, please come in." Xiao Ruofei was almost constantly greeting people. Some of them he knew and some of them he didn't. Fortunately, there was Ma Xiong beside him. Every time someone came over, he would whisper in Xiao Ruofei's ear to remind him of the person's identity. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't lose his manners. At this time, a surprised voice sounded. "Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei looked up and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. The person who greeted him was called Xianxia. She was the fan he met by chance at the Western restaurant at the corner of the Three Mountains not long ago. Xianxia was a waiter at the Western restaurant at the corner. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect Xianxia to appear at the auction. However, he soon saw Bastian, the manager of the Western restaurant at the corner, beside Xianxia. He suddenly understood. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Xianxia. He said, "Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here." Xiao said in surprise, "Boss Xia, you still remember me?" Seeing Xiaoxiao's starry eyes, Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "My memory hasn't deteriorated to this extent, that's not what I meant." Xiao said quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. I've never forgotten beautiful women easily." Xiao Ruofei teased Xiao a little, causing her to blush. Then, he turned to Bastian and said, "Mr. Bastian, we meet again." Bastian quickly came forward and said, "Hello, Boss Xia. I'm very honored that you still remember my name. You're here to attend the auction, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Of course. The Taoyuan Company's auction is a grand event in the gourmet world. We definitely don't want to miss it." Bastian said, "I'm here to attend the auction on behalf of the French headquarters of Corner Western Restaurant. I hope to get 1 or 2 high-quality truffles." In fact, before Bastian was sent to Huaxia as a branch manager, he had been working in the purchasing department of the French headquarters, but his position wasn't particularly high. He had also attended the last auction in Hong Kong, and he had accompanied the purchasing manager at that time. That time, he had met Xiao Ruofei at Corner Western Restaurant. Later, when he heard that the Taoyuan Company was going to auction another batch of truffles, Bastian had tried to report his interaction with Xiao Ruofei to the company headquarters. He hadn't expected the French headquarters to take it seriously. After some research, the purchasing department decided to let Bastian represent the Corner Western restaurant chain to attend the auction in Hong Kong. To put it bluntly, although the Corner Western restaurant chain had many branches, compared to those Michelin-starred restaurants and global catering groups, they were still a lot weaker. Last time at the auction in Hong Kong, he had been lucky to get a truffle. This time, the publicity for the auction was greater, and there were more items to be auctioned. Therefore, it attracted more big names in the catering industry and world-class rich people to attend. The Corner Western restaurant chain's French headquarters had assessed that the chances of getting anything at the auction were not high. In addition, the purchasing manager had to fly to the United States to negotiate a procurement contract, so there was a conflict of time. Therefore, the headquarters decided to give it a try and simply let Bastian represent the Corner Western restaurant chain to attend the auction. It would be a pity if such a provincial capital of the catering industry didn't attend, and if they did, it was very likely that they would get nothing. Therefore, Bastian was given this opportunity. Bastian was also very decisive. He directly brought Xianxia with him. The reason why he brought Xianxia was naturally that he hoped to build a relationship with Xiao Ruofei. Xianxia was Xiao Ruofei's superfan, so she could indirectly bring the relationship between the two parties closer. Bastian knew that this opportunity was very important to him. If he could do something at this auction, then his future in the company would be wide. He estimated that he would be promoted and transferred back to the headquarters after staying in Xianxia for a year or two. Although the delicious food in Xianxia made him forget to go back, and his life in Xianxia was very comfortable, he still missed the days when he lived in France. He always wanted to be transferred back as soon as possible. Then I wish you good luck, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Bastian saw that Xiao Ruofei was about to end the conversation, so he quickly gathered his courage and asked, Boss Xia, may I ask, does your company have more truffles? Can you sell a part of it to our corner Western restaurant chain group after the auction? Bastian was actually a little presumptuous. However, he knew that if he missed this opportunity, he might not have a chance to contact Xiao Ruofei until the auction was over, so he gritted his teeth and asked. Xiao Ruofei had already decided to sell the rest of this season's truffles to the Blake family. Just as he was about to politely refuse, he saw Xianxia looking at him with a face full of expectation. He couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Before leaving, Bastian told Xianxia that if she could help him build a closer relationship with Xiao Ruofei, and then gain something at this auction, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to get a promotion and a raise when he went back. Even though Xianxia really wanted the opportunity to get a promotion and a raise, she didn't ask Xiao Ruofei for it. In her eyes, Xiao Ruofei was the perfect kind of idol. If her idol didn't want to, then she definitely wouldn't ask. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, forget it, forget it. I'll just treat it as giving face to my fans. Anyway, it doesn't matter who I sell it to. I didn't promise old Blake to empty the inventory. He didn't sign a paper agreement with old Blake, and the verbal agreement was no less than 50 kilograms. The truffles left by Xiao Ruofei added up to at least 70 to 80 kilograms. Selling a part of it to Corner Western Restaurant wouldn't affect it at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, Mr. Bastian, you'd better concentrate on the auction first. Maybe you'll be able to get the truffles you like. Xiao Ruofei was being more tactful. In fact, Bastian didn't like any of the truffles put up for auction. Wasn't the problem of money the key? The financial resources of Corner Western Restaurant couldn't be compared with those big groups and rich people. In an environment like an auction, the more money the louder the voice, the louder the voice. At most, they could only pick up the scraps, and there was a lot of uncertainty. Just when Bastian was feeling very disappointed, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, if you really don't get anything at the auction, then I can consider selling a part of the truffles to you. Bastian felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. He said happily, that's great. Boss Xia. Thank you. Thank you very much. Xiao Ruofei said, you're welcome. Xiao is my fan, so I'll give her some face. But don't expect too much. Although the rest of the truffles are also of high quality, there aren't many left. That's good. Bastian said quickly, thank you, Boss Xia. Xianxia was so happy that she was crying. Where else could you find such an idol who was so considerate of his fans? Thank you, Boss Xia. Xianxia said with a choked voice. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't worry about it. You guys go in quickly. Remember to use the auction deposit receipt to exchange for a plate from the staff. After Xianxia and Bastian walked into the venue, someone immediately came over to greet them. The other party had actually arrived a long time ago, but Xiao Ruofei had been talking to Bastian and Xianxia, so he had been waiting on the side. It was not until Bastian and Xianxia left that this Western man with a big nose and yellow hair came forward and said in English, hello, Mr. Xia. I'm James, the president of the Xingbang Group in the United States in the Xianxia area. Our group's chairman, Mr. Tang He, asked me to send his regards to you. So it's Mr. James. Nice to meet you. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, how is Mr. Tang? The chairman is very good, but he happened to have an important business meeting that clashed with the auction, so he sent me to represent him. James said, for this, the chairman specially asked me to apologize to you. No need, no need. You guys are already giving me face by sending someone here. Xiao Ruofei said, Mr. James, please send my regards to Mr. Tang as well. Okay, I'll definitely pass on the message. James said, Boss Xia, then I'll go in first. I won't disturb you anymore. Okay, I wish you good luck at the auction. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Thank you, Boss Xia, for your blessings. James said politely, then nodded slightly to Ma Xiong, who was next to Xiao Ruofei, and stepped into the number 1 conference hall. Ma Xiong said with a smile, Ruofei, you're really popular. President Tang of the Xingbang Group actually values you so much. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Elder Tang and I can be considered friends despite the difference in age. And we have a farm project in Australia. I've heard about it, the Wonderland Farm. Ma Xiong said, it's said that the farm's development momentum is very good. It was originally just a casual investment by Mr. Tang, but I didn't expect it to be successful all of a sudden. This is all because of your ability. Grandpa Ma, don't flatter me anymore. What ability do I have? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the specific things are done by the people below. Actually, I'm the most relaxed person in the company. Ma Xiong took a look and said with a smile, it's Mr. Li from America's Jojo Group. The auction attracted a lot of rich people, but Li Yifu was definitely one of the VIP guests. Among all the rich people present today, there were only a few who were richer than Li Yifu. Even rich people like Tang He, although they also came, they all sent their subordinates to attend. Li Yifu was the only one who came in person. Ma Xiong originally wanted to take a few steps forward, but seeing Xiao Ruofei standing there motionlessly with no intention of going over to greet him, he thought about it and did not take another step forward. Li Yifu obviously saw Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong, because he obviously quickened his pace. Even the few people accompanying him were not prepared, so he left a small distance behind. Boss Xia, Mr. Ma. Li Yifu greeted them from afar. Mr. Li, welcome to Hong Kong. Ma Xiong said with a smile, you've worked hard. It's okay, it's okay. Li Yifu responded absent-mindedly. Xiao Ruofei looked at Li Yifu lightly, then said to Ma Xiong, Grandpa Ma, you go to the venue to greet your friends. I have something to discuss with Mr. Li. Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment, then said, okay. Take your time. Mr. Li, I'll take my leave first. Li Yifu smiled and nodded. After Ma Xiong left, Li Yifu gave a look to his subordinates and asked them to spread out far away. Then he followed Xiao Ruofei to the side. There were no outsiders around, so Li Yifu immediately said respectfully in a low voice, Marshal Granduncle. Why are you here again? Xiao Ruofei said, isn't it good to stay in the United States? This Marshal Granduncle's company is holding an auction, so I naturally have to come. Li Yifu said. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, I think you have it easier than me to be the chairman. Is it so easy to manage a consortium worth tens of billions of dollars? You fly around the world all day and don't have to take care of things? Li Yifu was embarrassed and said, Marshal Granduncle, I rarely ask about the company's affairs. It's all taken care of by the younger generation of the family. Then, Li Yifu hurriedly explained, Grand Marshal Uncle, this disciple has been bestowed with a spirit crystal treasure by Grand Marshal Uncle. My cultivation has been progressing at an amazing speed in the past few days. However, there are still many areas that I'm confused about. Therefore, I hope to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain Grand Marshal Uncle's guidance. After all, what Li Yifu cultivated was not the complete version of the origin returning scripture. The cultivation method that was named the origin returning scripture was actually an incomplete version of the origin returning scripture. Since the cultivation method was incomplete, it was natural that he would encounter all kinds of problems and confusion when cultivating it. After Xiao Ruofei gave him a spiritual crystal, it was as if the hardware conditions of his cultivation had improved a lot. However, the software conditions of his cultivation method were still lacking. Therefore, the faster his cultivation speed, the more confusion he would have. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, see. If I have enough time, I'll answer a few questions for you. Thank you, Grand Marshal Uncle. Li Yifu was overjoyed and quickly said. His voice was a little loud due to his excitement. Xiao Ruofei quickly glared at him, then looked around and said, lower your voice. Oh. Grand Marshal Uncle, this disciple understands. Li Yifu quickly lowered his voice and said. Also. After a while, when you go in, act normal. Don't be so respectful. Xiao Ruofei said. This disciple understands. Li Yifu said. By the way, during the auction, you are not allowed to raise the price indiscriminately. Xiao Ruofei said, I know how high the auction price of these things can be. If you bid a price that is far higher than the actual value, don't blame me for being rude when I come down. Oh, this disciple understands. Li Yifu said, please rest assured, Grand Marshal Uncle. This disciple will remember your instructions. In fact, Li Yifu really wanted to do so. In his opinion, this was an auction where Grand Marshal Uncle was personally present. If the auction price was too low, wouldn't it damage Grand Marshal Uncle's reputation? For Li Yifu, even if he bought all the auction items at double or triple the price, that amount of money was just a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Ruofei nipped this idea in the bud in advance. He could only be more honest during the auction. Alright, don't stay outside for too long. It's almost time. Let's all go in. Xiao Ruofei said. Grand Marshal Uncle, please go first. Li Yifu quickly said. I am half the host, and you are today's VIP. You are a billionaire. Who do you think should go first? Xiao Ruofei said in a low voice, remember who you are. Yes, yes, yes. Then this disciple will overstep. Li Yifu quickly said. Xiao Ruofei then showed a bit of a warm smile and raised his voice, Mr. Li, this way please. Li Yifu and Xiao Ruofei walked into conference hall one after another. The magnesium lights suddenly flashed. For a billionaire like Li Yifu to attend an event, he would definitely be chased by the media. Just the title alone, American Billionaire Attends Hong Kong Auction, was enough to entice the readers to click on it. In this sense, Li Yifu's original intention was achieved. His attendance itself added a lot of topics to this auction. The rich people who were present before also greeted Li Yifu. However, Xiao Ruofei, who was next to him, seemed to be a bit neglected. This made him feel a little scared. Fortunately, he quickly reached the arranged seat. Li Yifu's seat was naturally in the first row, and it was quite close to the middle. Between him and Xiao Ruofei's seat was Ma Xiong. This was the best seat for today's auction. As the host, Ma Xiong sat in the most central seat. Feng Jing and the others were in the second row, just behind Xiao Ruofei. Everyone really came today to watch the fun. Only Lu Qian was left backstage to coordinate. Xiao Ruofei happened to see Lu Qian's nervous face on the side of the stage. When their eyes met, Xiao Ruofei gave her an encouraging smile, which made Lu Qian feel a lot more at ease. While Xiao Ruofei was talking to Ma Xiong and the others, he didn't forget to scan the audience. There was a trace of imperceptible disappointment in his eyes. He had been looking for Monica, but there was no doubt that Monica didn't come to Hong Kong. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei was at the door just now, he basically scanned the people who attended the auction. With his current memory, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Xiao Ruofei found that not only did Monica not come, but even her Grasso family didn't send anyone to participate. This was somewhat abnormal. The Grasso family had been in the truffle business for several generations, and their strength was almost the same as the Blake family. Hengfeng Auction House must have sent an invitation to the Grasso family, but he didn't know why no one came to participate. However, Xiao Ruofei could only temporarily hide his doubts and worries in his heart because the auction was about to begin. After everyone was seated, they chatted for a while, and the lights in the conference hall slowly dimmed. Of course, it wasn't like watching a performance, where almost all the lights under the stage were turned off. It was just more prominent on the stage, so it was easier to attract everyone's attention. The warm-up video also stopped playing. Lu Zhongguang, the auctioneer in a suit and leather shoes, strode onto the stage with a warm smile on his face. Lu Zhongguang was the gold medal auctioneer of Hengfeng Auction House. He personally attended the Taoyuan Company's auction. Distinguished guests. Friends from the media. Good morning everyone. My name is Lu Zhongguang, and I'm today's auctioneer. Lu Zhongguang said in a warm voice, welcome everyone to Hengfeng Auction House's exclusive auction for the Taoyuan Company's products. The Taoyuan company has prepared a large number of top-notch ingredients and medicinal herbs for this auction. I believe that everyone will return with satisfaction. As for the Taoyuan company's products, I think that friends who have participated in the previous 2 auctions should be very clear about it. I don't need to go into detail. Let's directly understand it through a short video. After Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, the lights on the stage gradually dimmed, and the big screen behind him began to play the short video. This short video was different from the warm-up videos that were broadcast on TV stations, shopping malls, buses, subway stations, and other places before the auction. The introduction of the auction items was more detailed, and many of the close-ups were more beautiful. Although everyone had an exquisite auction brochure in their hands, it still quickly attracted their attention. The short video was dubbed in standard Mandarin. Lu Zhongguang also spoke Mandarin on the stage just now. His Mandarin was standard, unlike many Hong Kong people who spoke with a thick accent. Because the guests who came to participate in the auction today came from all over the world, the venue also used a simultaneous interpretation system. Every seat had a headset, and there were 2 channels to choose from. One was English, and the other was Cantonese. Because many Hong Kong guests could only speak Cantonese, some of them struggled to understand Mandarin. After the short video was played, Lu Zhongguang walked back to the stage. The lights on the stage gradually became brighter. Lu Zhongguang said with a smile, "Let's not talk too much. Let's get straight to the point. Next, I'm honored to introduce today's first auction item to everyone." The hostess, who was wearing a cheongsam, walked up to the stage with a tray. The tray was covered by a red silk cloth, so everyone couldn't see what it was. It maintained a certain sense of mystery. Lu Zhongguang stood next to the stage and said with a smile, "The first item to be auctioned today is a ginseng. After our expert's appraisal, this is a wild ginseng that grows in the Changbai mountain area. It's, at least 400 years old." Lu Zhongguang raised his voice slightly when he said the last sentence. In addition, a 400-year-old ginseng was indeed extremely rare, so everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. Many precious medicinal materials and ingredients were actually gifts from nature. It was just that the whole earth had been in a state of overexploitation in recent years. Take the old ginseng for example. It was very rare to find a 40-year-old wild ginseng, let alone a 400-year-old one. The older generation had a unique story about ginseng. Many rich people collected ginseng in their homes. In the early years, when medicine was not developed enough, ginseng that was old enough was used as a life-prolonging medicine. After Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, he untied the red silk cloth. Everyone craned their necks to look at the stage. The cameraman on the stage also pointed the camera at the old ginseng. The big screen immediately projected the image of the camera. Everyone in the venue could see the appearance of the old ginseng up close. How could a wild ginseng that grew in the Ring 2 space be bad? This ginseng could be said to be perfect in terms of appearance. The guests who knew the value of the ginseng were amazed. The media reporters also took pictures of the old ginseng. The atmosphere of the venue suddenly became much more enthusiastic. In fact, the choice of the first item was very important. It was related to whether the whole auction could have a good start. Therefore, the first item definitely couldn't be the item with the lowest value in the whole auction. However, the best item couldn't be the first item to appear. Otherwise, it would be difficult to arouse everyone's enthusiasm later. Therefore, the choice of the opening item was also quite particular. Choosing this old ginseng was also Lu Qian's idea. This girl was very concerned about the auction and was willing to use her brain to think. This made Xiao Ruofei very satisfied. Lu Zhongguang on the stage said, "The starting price of this wild ginseng is 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Each increase must be no less than 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Anyone who has a blue level or above can participate in the bidding. Now, the auction begins. 1 million Hong Kong dollars. 15 million. 25 million. As soon as Lu Zhongguang's voice fell, the bidding voices came one after another. He needed to concentrate to see the bidding situation clearly. At the same time, he also had to repeat the price in the first place. All of a sudden, he was very tired. But for an auctioneer, this was a basic skill. What was more difficult was to arouse the atmosphere of the scene and create a tense and intense atmosphere. Whether an auctioneer was valuable or not, in fact, depended on this quality. Everyone's professional level might be similar, but a gold auctioneer like Lu Zhongguang's salary was several times that of an ordinary auctioneer. In fact, it was his ability to control the scene. However, Lu Zhongguang was already used to it. At the Taoyuan Company's auction, he didn't need to arouse everyone's emotions, nor did he need to use any skills. Everyone would take the initiative and start bidding enthusiastically. This also made Lu Zhongguang feel less accomplished. Dong, with the sound of the hammer falling, the first item was successfully sold. It was bought by the Hong Kong tycoon Xianxia. For this old ginseng, Xianxia paid 1.75 million Hong Kong dollars. Although spending 2 million to buy a ginseng was simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people, for a tycoon like Xianxia, this small amount of money was nothing at all. It was very worthwhile to spend such a small amount of money to buy something that was hard to come by. Xianxia was relatively old among the tycoons in Hong Kong. The older a person was, the more afraid of death, and the older people were more traditional. They firmly believed in the saying that ginseng could prolong one's life. Therefore, Xianxia didn't hesitate to bid repeatedly. In the end, he defeated his competitors in Beijing and got this old ginseng as he wished. The auction went on very quickly. After the old ginseng was sold, the second item was immediately put on the stage. It was a huge black truffle. Although it didn't exceed the record set at the last auction, and it wasn't the more precious white truffle, such a big black truffle was rare. Truffles were a high-end ingredient. Whether it was the rich people in Hong Kong, other sellers from all over the world, or the representatives of Michelin-starred restaurants, they were all quite concerned about it. The second auction item, a piece of black truffle. It weighs 1,910 grams, and the starting price is $50,000. Each bid must not be less than $2,000. Lu Zhongguang said concisely, "Everyone can bid now. All guests with blue grade and above tokens are still allowed to bid." The record-setting black truffle at the last auction weighed as much as 2.66 kilograms. In comparison, this truffle was a little lighter. However, unlike the last auction, the Taoyuan Company's truffles had been tested by the market. The buyers who bought the truffle last time praised the Taoyuan Company's truffles. Everyone already knew that the truffles produced by the Taoyuan Company were not only big, but also of excellent quality. Therefore, even if this black truffle was only the first to appear, and its weight wasn't particularly outstanding, everyone's enthusiasm for bidding was still very high. After many rounds of bidding, the black truffle was finally sold for $160,000. It was bought by a chef from a Michelin-starred restaurant in Italy. The rich people were still holding back, waiting for better items to appear later. Next, a dazzling array of auction items appeared one after another. Lu Qian also made a lot of effort in the selection of the auction order. The truffles, one-headed abalone, and valuable old ginseng that everyone was generally concerned about were basically not auctioned consecutively. Taoyuan brand Dahongpo tea leaves, best quality caterpillar fungus, iron maple bucket, and so on were interspersed with the auction. Therefore, the atmosphere of the auction had always been very lively, and the buyers whose main goal was the relatively cheaper iron maple bucket, tea leaves, and other auction items didn't feel bored. Every guest always maintained a high degree of concentration. There was a big screen on the side of the venue, which was used to display the auction's transaction amount. The amount displayed on the screen was all converted into US dollars according to the exchange rate of the day. As the auction progressed, the transaction amount was also updated in real time. At the beginning, it was tens of thousands of dollars, then hundreds of thousands of dollars. When the auction ended, it would increase by millions or even millions of dollars. Unknowingly, the auction was halfway through, and the transaction amount shown on the screen had exceeded 40 million US dollars. For Xiao Ruofei, the cost of these auction items was almost negligible. In other words, the net profit of this auction was at least 30 million US dollars. Of course, in Xiao Ruofei's mind, making money from this auction was secondary. His main purpose was to make a name for the Taoyuan Company. Reality proved that the effect was very good. Whether it was the buyers, tycoons, or the media present at the auction, they might be relatively familiar with Xia Ruofei, but they didn't know much about the Taoyuan Company, which had suddenly become popular in the past 2 years. In particular, some of the media in Hong Kong still had a certain prejudice against the mainland. For a long time, Hong Kong's financial industry was developed, and the living standards and economic income of the people in Hong Kong were much better than those in the mainland. However, with the 30 or 40 years of reform and opening up in the mainland's economy grew rapidly, and the living standards of the people in the mainland also skyrocketed. In contrast, Hong Kong's development in recent years had been slow. As a result, Hong Kong was no longer alone. Although the economic development had slowed down, many people still had a sense of superiority in their hearts. In fact, there were even more prejudices. It was like a relative who was originally very poor suddenly became rich, and their family conditions were even better than his. Some people couldn't accept it. However, in this auction, even the most biased reporters against the Taoyuan Company couldn't find anything to criticize the Taoyuan Company. One by one, the auction items were sent to the stage. Whether it was the old ginseng that was hundreds of years old, or the caterpillar that was obviously thicker than the ordinary caterpillar fungus, or the excellent iron maple bucket, or the legendary Dahongpo tea leaves, these auction items all shocked everyone's hearts. There were also the top truffles that had already proven their value in Hong Kong, and the best one-headed abalone that the people of Hong Kong cherished very much. The tycoons and media reporters suddenly realized that the Taoyuan Company's product line was already very rich. If they included the explosive Yuji ointment that didn't appear at the auction today, as well as the miraculous heart-nourishing soup, the Taoyuan Company's strength was already not to be underestimated. What's more, all the auction items were, without exception, the best of the best. It could be said that their quality was at the top of the pyramid of similar products. It was as if as long as it was printed with the Taoyuan Company's logo, it would definitely be of first-class quality, and absolutely not ordinary goods. Xia Ruofei's purpose was exactly this. He hoped that the words Taoyuan products must be the best would be deeply rooted in the people's hearts. The so-called brand effect was produced in this way. One by one, the auction items constantly brought visual impact to everyone. The constantly jumping transaction amounts on the big screen, and the steep upward curve, seemed to be witnessing the rise of a great company. Unknowingly, the auction gradually came to an end, and some of the more important auction items began to appear. A 2.68 kilogram white truffle was sold for $1.98 million. The tycoon of Hong Kong, Guohongjiang, had the last laugh. A pair of top-quality one-headed abalones, each weighing more than 650 grams, were bought by Li Yifu for $3 million. Li Yifu had been restraining himself from bidding at the beginning. He didn't dare to disobey Xia Ruofei's orders. When the auction came to an end, the truffles and abalones became bigger and bigger, and even he couldn't help but be tempted. Although cultivators weren't greedy for good food, and even high-level cultivators wouldn't have a problem not eating for 10 days to half a month, Li Yifu still had a preference for delicious food. The top-quality abalones were also very attractive to him, so he couldn't help but participate in the bidding. Xia Ruofei only turned his head and glanced at Li Yifu. He didn't show any displeasure, which made Li Yifu feel slightly relieved. In fact, Li Yifu's worries were superfluous. Xia Ruofei only told him not to bid recklessly, especially not to bid at a price that was far above the actual value, so as to avoid disrupting the order of the auction. However, he didn't tell him to be a mascot from beginning to end. Otherwise, it would be too strange if he didn't even raise a sign after coming all the way from the United States. Once Li Yifu really wanted to buy the abalones, with his financial resources and influence, it was naturally easy for him to defeat other competitors and successfully buy the pair of abalones. Many people present, including Xia Ruofei, could easily take out a few $1 million. However, Li Yifu was very decisive. As long as there were people bidding, he would immediately increase the price without hesitation, showing that he was very determined. The price of $3 million was actually higher than the market price. Even if this pair of abalones was of higher quality than all the abalones on the market, there was still an estimated value. Li Yifu showed his determination to win, so the other rich people naturally wouldn't fight to the death with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they didn't get the item and were hated by this super rich person who was worth $10 billion. Today's finale item, a piece of white truffle weighing 2.88 kilograms that broke the previous record set by the Taoyuan company, was sold at a price of $2.68 million. Today's auction came to a perfect end. The big screen on the side also showed the total amount of the transaction was locked at $100,080,000. It broke through $100 million. That's amazing. The transaction amount of a single auction is over $100 million. This is an auction of ingredients and herbs, not a work of art. The Taoyuan company really shines this time. Yeah. This company will have a great future. When the people who participated in the auction saw that the total amount of the auction had successfully broken through $100 million, they couldn't help but whisper. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These auction items were all prepared by him, so he was very clear about the overall value. According to his own estimation, if the auction went smoothly, the transaction amount should reach $80 to $90 million. There might be some fluctuations, but it shouldn't be too big. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't expect the transaction to break through $100 million. He didn't expect it to be successfully realized. In fact, there wasn't a single auction item that had a particularly high transaction price. However, if someone counted a little, they would find that almost every auction item had a relatively high price, especially the truffle and the abalones, which had already become a brand. According to the transaction price of the previous auction, almost every auction this time had a higher transaction price than the previous one. Every auction item had a higher transaction price. When all of them were gathered together, the transaction amount had successfully broken through $100 million. This more or less made Xiao Ruofei feel a little surprised. Although a few $100 million was nothing to Xiao Ruofei, a transaction amount of tens of millions and a transaction amount of over $100 million were two completely different concepts. Especially when the unit of calculation was US dollars, it was even more so. The auction could be said to have gone very smoothly. The Black family had also frequently made a move in the truffle market. Their competition with the Lehman family was white-hot. Both families were involved in the truffle market, and the competition in this market could be said to have been a close battle, with the bayonets seeing red. Old Blake was indeed an old fox. Although he had already received a verbal promise from Xiao Ruofei to be able to buy a batch of truffles from the Taoyuan company, which could be said to be in an invincible position, he still frequently made a move in the auction, and even looked like he was determined to win. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he couldn't help but admire old Blake's acting skills. The Blake family and the Lehman family competed with each other in the truffle auction, which also played a positive role in increasing the total transaction amount of the auction to a certain extent. Old Blake was also equivalent to supporting Xiao Ruofei. While he was helping Xiao Ruofei, he also got 2 pieces of good quality truffles. At the same time, he also made the Lehman family spend a lot of money. To a certain extent, he also attacked his competitors. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. When the total transaction amount broke through $100 million, Feng Jing and Dong Yun, who were sitting behind Xiao Ruofei, excitedly hugged each other. Peng Hao also cheered. Looking at Xiao Ruofei sitting in the front row, his heart was filled with emotion. After all the auction items were sold, Xiao Ruofei also personally went on stage to give a short and enthusiastic speech. He expressed his gratitude to everyone for their support and Hengfeng Group's support. At the same time, he warmly invited everyone to participate in the following luncheon. The auction lasted for more than 3 hours. Now, everyone's stomach was already rumbling with hunger, so they directly went to the banquet hall next door. Xiao Ruofei was naturally arranged to be at table 1. Ma Xiong, Li Yifu, Guo Hongjiang, Xing Jianian, and other rich people were at the same table. Ma Xiong also very considerately arranged for Ma Jiming to arrange a few company executives to accompany Feng Jing and the others to the various tables. Ma Jiming personally accompanied Feng Jing to sit at table 2. These Hengfeng Group executives naturally took care of Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and Peng Hao. They also very warmly introduced them to the guests at the same table. When they learned that Feng Jing and the others were executives of the Taoyuan company, the attitude of the rich people was very enthusiastic. After the meal, Feng Jing and the others received a large stack of business cards. They also gave out a whole box of their own business cards. At Xiao Ruofei's table 1, the atmosphere was even more harmonious. The people at the same table were all old friends of Ma Xiong. Most of them were also familiar with Xiao Ruofei. The culture of wine was also very prosperous in Hong Kong. Therefore, shortly after the banquet began, there were constantly people from other tables who came to toast Xiao Ruofei. Their words were full of admiration. Many people in related industries also expressed their desire to cooperate with the Taoyuan company. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also received a lot of business cards. From the performance of these rich people, Xiao Ruofei knew that the Taoyuan company's plan to become famous was basically successful. After the luncheon, Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong sent the guests away. Even though Xiao Ruofei's body was in good condition, he couldn't help but feel a little tired after all this work. Ma Xiong's face was already full of fatigue. Xiao Ruofei quickly asked Ma Jiming to send Ma Xiong home to rest. On the other side, Feng Jing and the others, including Lu Qian, began to wrap up and hand over work with Hengfeng Auction House. Xiao Ruofei returned to the presidential suite on the top floor to rest. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei woke up from a nap and felt that his spirit had recovered. He gave Feng Jing a phone call and found out that she had just finished her work. So, he said, Jing Jia, bring everyone to the top floor. I have something to tell everyone. Okay. Feng Jing said, Director Peng is still calculating the income and expenditure of this auction. Do you want to tell him to stop calculating and come to my side first? Xiao Ruofei said. In the small conference room of the presidential suite on the top floor, Feng Jing and the others were sitting in their seats with joy on their faces. Their excitement hadn't completely calmed down yet. Especially Lu Qian, who was responsible for such an important project for the first time. Her excitement was beyond words. Xiao Ruofei made a pot of de Hong Pao tea and walked into the small conference room. Peng Hao immediately said, Chairman, we've really made a fortune this time. The turnover is more than $100 million. The name of our Taoyuan company will definitely be known throughout Hong Kong. No, it will soon be known throughout the country. Lu Qian also said excitedly, Yes, Chairman. You didn't see the expressions of those media reporters. They couldn't believe it. I'm super looking forward to how the Hong Kong media will report about our auction tomorrow. Okay. Isn't it just an auction? Look at your useless faces. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sit down. Drink your tea and pour your own. In fact, he was only calm on the surface, but he was still a little excited on the inside. The Taoyuan company was like his own child. He had worked hard from scratch. Although his desire for money wasn't as strong as before, every bit of progress in the company still brought him an unparalleled sense of achievement. Feng Jing and Dong Yun were relatively calm. They weren't as excited as Peng Hao and Lu Qian, but they were also very happy. Even Dong Yun, who was almost always serious, had a beautiful smile on her face. Feng Jing asked, Chairman, the things here have basically come to an end. What's the next step? Do you have any plans? Xiao Ruofei sat down and said, Today, I've gathered everyone for a small meeting. The main thing is to talk about a few things. First, Mr. Ma of Hengfeng Group and I agreed yesterday that Hengfeng Group will only charge the operating costs for this auction. So, the auction house's commission may save a lot of money. Damn. I'm not dreaming, right? Peng Hao exclaimed. It's such a big sum of money. How can it be waived just like that? The commission of the auction house was generally not low. Some even reached 20% or 30% of the turnover, and the seller had to pay this fee. Today's turnover had reached $100 million. In other words, Ma Xiong's casual words had left Taoyuan with at least $10 to $20 million in expenses. Compared to the high commission, the cost that Hengfeng Group had to pay was actually not high. It was nothing more than some hotel rooms, conference halls, banquet halls, the cost of resources such as print media, television media, building advertising, and so on. There was also the cost of labor expenses and so on. All of these cost at most $1 or $2 million. But don't worry. Although the transaction amount is a bit high this time, since Mr. Ma said it, he will definitely fulfill his promise. When the time comes, Director Peng will be personally responsible for the settlement. Is there a problem? For Ma Xiong, he couldn't wait to give Xiao Ruofei a little more profit. Let alone 10 to 20 million US dollars, even if it was 100 million US dollars, he wouldn't even frown. Peng Hao immediately said, no problem. But what if Hengfeng Auction House still pays us according to the commission stipulated in the previous agreement? Then we'll do as they say. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. But the possibility of this is very low. Mr. Ma must have already informed them. Of course, it will take some time to calculate the cost. Let's just wait for their notice. Okay. Peng Hao said. Xiao Ruofei then said, the second thing is that I will keep 10 million US dollars from this auction and invest it into the company. I have other uses for the rest of the money. Is that okay? Feng Jing and Dong Yin looked at each other and then immediately said, of course, there's no problem. Today's auction items were basically prepared by the chairman. In fact, it has little to do with the company. Even if you take all the auction proceeds, we won't have any objections. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's decision was exactly what Feng Jing wanted. She held a small part of the company's shares. Most of the auction items were indeed prepared by Xiao Ruofei himself. If the money was directly given to the Taoyuan company, Feng Jing would feel a little uneasy. According to the estimate of 100 million US dollars, Feng Jing's proportion of shares could be about 1 to 2 million US dollars after deducting taxes. In the case of no contribution, she would feel that the money was hot. Dong Yan also knew that the Taoyuan company was actually Xiao Ruofei's private company. Although she felt that it was inappropriate for Xiao Ruofei to take away so much money, even Feng Jing immediately expressed her stance. Naturally, she wouldn't jump out to oppose at this time. As for Peng Hao and Lu Qian, they wouldn't have any objections. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then it's settled. Peng Hao, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll let Hengfeng Auction House transfer 10 million US dollars directly to the company's account in the form of the auction proceeds. Remember to check the company's account immediately to ensure that there are no mistakes. Understood. Leave it to me. Peng Hao said with a grin. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, now that we're done talking about work, let's talk about something relaxing. Lu Qian worked hard at this auction. You did well. Lu Qian was so excited that her face turned red. She quickly stood up and said, Chairman, this is what I should do. I only did my best to complete the task that you gave me. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't be too humble. If you're not capable enough, even if you're motivated, you might not be able to do it well. Manager Feng, it seems that Lu Qian is also a talent that can be molded. Yes. Lu Qian is still very smart. Feng Jing smiled and said, there's nothing to say about her work ability. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, this time, Lu Qian made a great contribution to the success of the auction. You have to reward her well, Chairman, there's no need. Lu Qian quickly waved her hand and said, my salary is already very high. And the company's travel allowance is also very high. Salary is salary. Rewards should still be given. Clear rewards and punishments can promote everyone's motivation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. Let me think. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said with a smile, how about this? Aren't you in Hong Kong? We will give you a bag under the company's name. You all can also relax and go out shopping. Manager Feng, Boss Dong, pick a good bag for Lu Qian. It can't be too cheap. If it's too cheap, I will hold you all accountable. Chairman, there's really no need. Lu Qian said embarrassedly. She knew that since Xiao Ruofei had opened her mouth, it would definitely not be an ordinary bag. There were many luxury stores in Hong Kong, and because of the difference in taxes, it would be much cheaper to buy things here than in the mainland. She had originally wanted to take advantage of the auction to shop and buy some cosmetics and bags to bring back. Feng Jing laughed and said, Lu Qian, since the chairman has said so, you don't have to refuse anymore. The company's profits are good recently, and it's nothing to give you a bag. You have been working too hard recently, and you need to be rewarded. Yeah. Boss Xia is rich now. Don't pick something too cheap. He will think that you are looking down on him. Peng Hao laughed and said. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, why does a good thing sound so bad when it comes to you? Are you saying that I am a nouveau riche who reeks of money? No, no. Peng Hao laughed and said, I am praising you. Who praises people like you? Xiao Ruofei said, you were beaten up the last time because you praised others like this too. Pfft. The three girls suddenly burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became very relaxed. After joking for a while, Xiao Ruofei said, I have some other things to deal with in Hong Kong. If the work is not particularly urgent, you don't have to go back in a hurry. Stay in Hong Kong for a few days, and the company will reimburse all the expenses. Feng Jing said, Chairman, we have just discussed it downstairs. We are going to go back tomorrow. After all, the company has just moved not long ago, and there are so many senior managers coming out. I am a little worried. Dong Yun, Peng Hao, and Lu Qian immediately nodded. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. Xiao Ruofei said, you're leaving tomorrow? Then I will tell Captain Liu and let him. No. Chairman, we have already booked the tickets. Feng Jing said quickly, the flight will be at 5 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. We can just walk around Hong Kong during the day. The official jet is expensive, and it is paid for by the Jiuzhou Group. We don't want to be so extravagant. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Why are you being so polite to me? Okay. In that case, you can take the civil plane back. But all of you have to sit in first class. If you bought the economy class tickets, you can call now to upgrade your cabin. I have made a lot of money in Hong Kong this time. If you squeeze into the economy class back to Sanshan, what will the employees think of me? Peng Hao, you are the financial director. You will be responsible for this. Feng Jing and the others really did book the economy class. Peng Hao didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Ruofei. He said with a smile, okay. I will carry out the instructions immediately. That's all. From now on, you can move freely, but pay attention to your safety. Xiao Ruofei said, if you need a car or something, just ask the hotel. They will arrange it. Okay. Chairman, we will go back to our room first. You should also rest. Feng Jing said as she stood up. Okay. Xiao Ruofei stood up and sent Feng Jing and the others to the door. Then, he turned and went back to his room. He went to the deck chair on the balcony and lay down comfortably. He took out his mobile phone and browsed the news. Nowadays, the online media was very efficient. He also wanted to see if there were any reports about the auction in Hong Kong. After reading for a while, his mobile phone vibrated. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it. It was old Blake calling. Xiao Ruofei was well aware of it. She smiled and swiped the screen to answer the call. Mr. Blake. Xiao Ruofei greeted with a smile. Xia. Congratulations, the auction was very successful. Old Blake said in a warm voice. Thank you. Same to you. I see that the Blake family also made a lot of money in this auction. Xiao Ruofei said. You are too kind. Old Blake said, the competition this time was too fierce. We only bought 2 truffles. It was far from meeting our business needs. Xiao Ruofei's spirits were lifted when he heard that. He said in surprise, it's done so quickly? Isn't it troublesome to import live animals? Old Blake smiled and said, Mr. Xia, don't worry. The Blake family will take care of all the procedures. You just need to wait for the goods to be delivered. We can deliver them to any port in Huaxia. Just tell us what you need. That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Blake. Xiao Ruofei said. By the way, the truffles for you may need 1 or 2 days to prepare. Please be patient. Wow. That's much more efficient than I thought. Mr. Xia, I'll ask my family to send the truffles back first. I'll be in Hong Kong, waiting for your good news. Old Blake said happily. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. I'll send you an address later. Please take care of the baby geese. No problem at all. Old Blake said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and decided to receive the baby geese at Sancheon Airport. He sent a text message to Old Blake. Then Xiao Ruofei called Peng Hao. He wanted to ask him to have dinner together, but he was sweeping the streets with Feng Jing and the others. As the only two men in the team, Feng Jing and the others couldn't order Xiao Ruofei around, so he took on the glorious task of carrying their bags. His subordinates weren't in the hotel, so Xiao Ruofei decided to order dinner in the presidential suite. Just as he was looking at the menu, Tony, the butler of the presidential suite, knocked on the door and came in. He bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Xia, Mr. Bastian and Ms. Xianxia are asking to see you. They said they know you." Xiao Ruofei knew that Bastian must be thinking about the truffles. If he remembered correctly, the Western restaurant chain around the corner almost didn't get anything at the auction. So he nodded and said, "Yes, let them in." "Understood." Tony bowed and turned to walk out. "Wait." Xiao Ruofei stopped Tony. "Tony, help me prepare 3 sets of meals and send them here directly." "Okay," Tony said. After a while, Tony led Bastian and Xianxia in. Both of them were shocked by the luxurious presidential suite, and they looked a little reserved. Sitting on the couch in the spacious living room, Xiao Ruofei chuckled, "Mr. Bastian, Xiaoxiao, please take a seat." Bastian came back to his senses. The two of them sat down across from Xiao Ruofei. Bastian said, "Mr. Xia, congratulations. The auction was a great success." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Bastian, don't worry. I will definitely prepare the truffle that I promised you. Do you want to trade it in Hong Kong or in the Three Mountains?" Bastian immediately perked up and said, "We can all do it. Let's see how Mr. Xia handles it. Both are convenient. I'm going to trade a batch of truffles with the Black family in Hong Kong in 2 days." Xiao Ruofei said, "If you don't have any problems, we can trade it directly in Hong Kong, but you'll have to wait for a day or two." "Okay. Okay," Bastian said quickly. "We'll stay at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel and wait for your news." At this auction, truffles were very popular. Even though Bastian had prepared well, he still didn't get anything. There were 1 or 2 truffles that he thought he could compete for, but in fact, he knew he couldn't get them as soon as he started bidding. The price had risen too quickly. Therefore, Bastian pinned all his hopes on the truffles that Xiao Ruofei promised. Although the company's headquarters didn't have much hope for this auction, if they really didn't get anything, they would be judged as incompetent. Then, it would be impossible for him to be promoted and transferred back to the headquarters. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's words were tantamount to a reassuring pill for him. Then, Bastian asked carefully, "Mr. Xia, may I ask how many truffles we can buy this time? Can you give me a rough number? I need to give the headquarters a reply and prepare the purchase funds in advance." Xiao Ruofei estimated a little and said, 10 to 20 kilograms. "I guarantee 10 kilograms. I'll prepare as much as I can for you, but it shouldn't be more than 30 kilograms. I don't know if this amount." "It's enough. It's enough," Bastian said quickly. "Mr. Xia, thank you so much." This amount had exceeded Bastian's expectations. Even if it was only 10 kilograms, with the high-quality truffles of the Taoyuan company as always, Bastian would definitely have no problem reporting back. It could even be said that it was an unexpected surprise. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Bastian, you're too polite. It's business. It's a matter of mutual benefit. I'll also make money by selling it to you. Besides, Xiaoxiao is my hardcore fan, so we're not strangers." This was the second time Xiao Ruofei had mentioned Xiaoxiao in front of Bastian. Bastian was a smart person, so how could he not understand? He knew what he meant. He glanced at Xiaoxiao and said, "Mr. Xia, Xiaoxiao is a very excellent employee in our restaurant. She has done a very good job, so I've decided to promote her to be the restaurant's foreman when we go back this time." Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her mouth wide. She felt like she had been hit by a pie that fell from the sky. The Western restaurant around the corner was considered a high-end Western restaurant in the Three Mountains, and the salary was higher than many 5-star hotels. For Xiaoxiao, it was not easy to find such a job. Her only hope was to perform well and not be fired. However, she didn't expect that because of Xiao Ruofei's few words, not only did her job become more stable, but she also got the opportunity to be promoted. There were a total of 4 foremen in the restaurant, and each foreman's salary was much higher than that of ordinary waiters. They would also receive a certain percentage of fluctuating rewards according to the restaurant's performance. The average monthly income was at least 20,000 yuan. Xianxia couldn't even believe her ears. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xiao, why don't you thank Mr. Bastian? Xiao came back to her senses and quickly stood up and said, thank you for your trust, Mr. Bastian. I'll work hard. Bastian smiled and said, Qing, this is the reward you deserve. Xiao naturally knew that she could be promoted so quickly because of Xiao Ruofei, so she immediately said to Xiao Ruofei, Boss Xia, I don't know what to say. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, do well at Corner Western Restaurant. Maybe after Bastian is transferred back, you can take over. Xiao Ruofei said this to Xiao in Chinese, but Bastian could also understand some Chinese. Xiao Ruofei's words moved his heart slightly, and he really understood. If he left Huaxia, Corner Western Restaurant in the Three Mountains would need a new manager. Now it seemed that Xiao was really a good candidate. It seems that I have to train Qing well in the future. At least before I leave, I have to let her establish a certain prestige so that she can take over the position of manager in the future. Bastian reminded himself in his heart. Xiao Ruofei had already spoken. If he didn't take this to heart, he would offend a high-quality ingredient supplier for no reason, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Through today's auction, Bastian had a new understanding of Xiao Ruofei and the Taoyuan company. The field of high-end ingredients was different from the field of ordinary supply. It was basically a seller's market. For a company like the Taoyuan company, which had a rich product line and each product was the best that subverted the industry's standards, they would have a lot of say in the process of cooperation. Using the position of restaurant manager in exchange for the friendship of the Taoyuan company and Xiao Ruofei was a sure-win deal. Bastian even felt that if he reported to the headquarters in full detail, they might even directly appoint Xiao as the restaurant manager, and he might be transferred to another Western restaurant. After all, he had been away for too short a time, and it was unlikely that he would be transferred back immediately if there were no special circumstances. Therefore, Bastian decided not to mention this to the headquarters for the time being. Instead, he focused on training Xiao in the following days. Xiao naturally didn't know that so many thoughts were running through Bastian's mind. She only knew that Bastian could understand Chinese, so her face turned red. She quickly glanced at Bastian and said, Boss Xia, I'm just an ordinary waiter. How can I be a manager? Mr. Xia thinks so highly of you. You can't belittle yourself. Bastian took the initiative to say, the manager of a Western restaurant is not a high-tech job. As long as you study hard and practice in the position of the foreman for a while, it's not impossible for you to be a manager. Xiao quickly said, okay, Mr. Bastian. I will work hard and learn from the old staff. Bastian showed a kind smile and nodded slightly. He usually had a serious look on his face, and his management was very strict, so the waiters in the restaurant were a little afraid of him. Xiao felt that the Bastian she saw today was completely different from the manager she remembered. Bastian then said, Mr. Xia, we won't disturb you anymore. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Bastian, don't be in a hurry to leave. I've already ordered 3 dishes. Why don't we have dinner together? Bastian said in surprise, that's a great honor. Xiao felt like she was in a dream. She didn't expect to have dinner with her idol. She was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, my friends have all gone shopping. It's boring to eat alone. You can talk to me. Soon, Tony came in with a waiter pushing a dining cart. Xiao saw the waiter putting food on the long table next to the restaurant. She quickly asked, Boss Xia, can I take a picture? Take a picture? Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. Yes. I'm so happy today. Xiao looked like a love-struck fool. I want to take a picture of the presidential suite and our dinner. I want to post it on Tieba and make people jealous. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, take a picture. Take a picture as you wish. Let's take a picture together. Really? Xianxia asked with her eyes wide open. How can it be fake? Come, come, come. I think the background is good. Let's take a picture together. Xiao took the initiative to make arrangements. He didn't feel itchy now. The Taoyuan company was in the limelight this time. He knew that his popularity on the internet would definitely increase. It didn't matter if Xiao posted a few more pictures. Coming. Xiao quickly turned on the camera function on her phone and rushed to Xiao Ruofei's side. She then raised her phone high and took a few pictures from an overhead angle. Xiao Ruofei also cooperated and revealed a bright smile. I'll take a picture of the presidential suite again. Xiao said. Let those bumpkins on Tieba see it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He said to Bastian, Mr. Bastian, let's go to the restaurant first. I don't think Xiao can finish it in a short time. Haha. Okay, okay. Bastian said with a smile. Mr. Xia, after you. Feng Jing and the others returned to the hotel at 9 o'clock in the evening. Peng Hao called Xiao Ruofei to tell him that they were safe. Lu Qian finally chose a Couchy bag, which cost about 50,000 yuan. Lu Qian wanted to buy a bag that cost 1 or 2,000 yuan, but she was rejected by Feng Jing on the spot. Xiao Ruofei had promised her personally. If she only bought a bag that cost 1 or 2,000 yuan, she would be disrespecting the chairman. According to Feng Jing and Dong Yun, she should buy a bag that cost at least 100,000 yuan, so that Xiao Ruofei's kindness would not be wasted. However, Lu Qian did not dare to accept it. In the end, Feng Jing personally picked a Couchy bag that cost about 50,000 yuan for Lu Qian. Lu Qian regarded the bag as a treasure. She held it tightly in her arms during the shopping process, for fear that she would lose it. First of all, it was the first time in her life that she had bought such an expensive bag. Second of all, it was a reward from the chairman, so it was very meaningful. Feng Jing and Dong Yun also bought a lot of things, such as electronic products, clothes, bags, and so on. Even Peng Hao could not help but buy a Hermes belt for his father. Of course, the four of them did not buy any cosmetics. The company's Yuji cream was better than any other cosmetics. Why would they buy those expensive cosmetics whose effects were unknown? The next day, Xiao Ruofei asked Ma Jiming for a business car. He took several of his capable subordinates to travel around Hong Kong. After sending them to the airport in the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei returned to Hengfeng Hotel. Today, all the major media outlets in Hong Kong were reporting about the auction. Xingdao Evening News arranged a large article at the bottom of the front page. The title was Mainland Company Becomes Famous in Hong Kong. Single auction value exceeds $100 million. Xingdao Evening News wrote in the article, yesterday, the auction value at Hengfeng Hotel exceeded $100 million. This popular auction that attracted many rich people from Asia, Europe, South America, and other places was not auctioned for expensive calligraphy and paintings, exquisite works of art, or priceless jade and jewelry. Instead, it was abalone, truffles, tea leaves, caterpillar fungus, and ginseng, which could be seen on the dining table. What was so special about these things that they could make the rich people with a net worth of tens of billions scramble for them? The reporter interviewed Mr. Guohongjiang, who bought a 1-1 abalone. Nanhua Daily wrote in its report, Taoyuan company from the mainland held a special auction at Hengfeng Hotel yesterday. Many auction items attracted everyone's attention, and the transaction amount exceeded $100 million. It was the first time in the history of Hong Kong that a single auction of ingredients and herbs had sold for more than $100 million. Hong Kong Economic News wrote in the article, the Taoyuan company held a phenomenal auction. Since the establishment of this mainland company, in just 1 or 2 years, it has repeatedly created miracles. Unknowingly, it already has a rich product line and superb products. As long as it is in the field that the Taoyuan company is involved in, their products will definitely surpass similar products by a large margin. There is no doubt that this company's development potential is enormous. If this company is listed in Hong Kong in the future, investors must pay close attention to it. Hong Kong's famous gourmet, Zhu Deong, wrote in his online food column, "I was fortunate enough to taste the best 1-1 abalone at the Taoyuan Company's abalone auction at the beginning of the year. It was so delicious that I can't forget it. When I heard that there was another abalone at the auction, I immediately signed up. Unfortunately, my financial strength is limited, and the auction was too popular. It is my biggest regret that I couldn't get the 1-1 abalone I wanted." On TV, TVB's news channel was broadcasting the scene of the auction. The reporter interviewed Xing Jianian, and Xing Jianian spoke confidently to the camera. "The Taoyuan Company's chairman, Xia Ruofei, is the most courageous young man I have ever met. This company is thriving under his leadership. I am not surprised that today's auction exceeded $100 million. The Taoyuan Company has first-class products and first-class leaders. It is natural for them to achieve such results." In the ATV next door, Ma Xiong said on TV, "The Taoyuan Company's products are undoubtedly the best in the industry. Today's auction is proof." Hengfeng Group will launch a series of in-depth cooperation with the Taoyuan Company to promote these top products to a wider consumer base. On another channel, Guohongjiang was also praising the Taoyuan Company. Those who didn't know better would think that the TV station was booked by the Taoyuan Company. In addition to the traditional paper and television media, the online media also reported on the Taoyuan Company's auction. Moreover, the online media was more time-sensitive. In fact, they had already started to push reports yesterday. Photos of the scene, videos of the scene, and news features from different angles were all presented on the internet. Fortune Chinese Network also specially made a short video. This 3-minute short video focused on the big screen that showed the real-time transaction volume. At the same time, it was mixed with some hot auction items when the bidding was heated. Coupled with very exciting music, people couldn't help but feel excited after watching it. Xia Ruofei watched the video back and forth 3 times in his hotel room. Then, he directly called Xiao Chang, the marketing director who stayed in the company, and asked him to immediately arrange for the company's official website to publish the video in a conspicuous position. At the same time, the official WeChat and Weibo also pushed the situation of the auction together with the video. In addition to some of Hong Kong's mainstream websites, the local forums of Hong Kong were also very enthusiastic about the auction. Hong Kong's netizens had different reactions to the sales miracle of such a mainland company. Most of them were in admiration. After all, it was a company owned by Huaxia's compatriots. The products sold could make the rich in Europe and America fight over it. Everyone felt a sense of pride spontaneously. Of course, there were also a small number of young netizens who were biased against the mainland who made cynical remarks. Arguments such as fake data and hype appeared from time to time. However, such voices were not mainstream. Especially after the news from Hong Kong spread to the mainland, the netizens who cared about the Taoyuan Company were almost in an uproar. Most of them were Xia Ruofei's fans, and they were very concerned about the Taoyuan Company's news. The mainland's online media also reposted it immediately. Originally, there were certain review requirements for the reposting of news from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and foreign media. However, this was obviously a song of praise for the mainland company, so no one had any concerns about reposting it. Therefore, it quickly set off a Taoyuan craze on the mainland's internet. If the Taoyuan Company's Yuji ointment or Yangxin soup also set off a craze in the past, then the craze this time was obviously much bigger, and it almost swept the whole country. After all, the Taoyuan Company now had a rich product line, and it was famous in Hong Kong. In addition, the auction this time attracted a lot of attention with the words $100 million and rich in Europe and America. Therefore, compared to previous auctions, this time was much bigger. With the news of the auction published by the People's Daily and Guesher News on Weibo and WeChat, the Taoyuan Company's fame had officially reached a peak. It could be said that the Taoyuan Company had now become a real internet company. Although the size of its assets was completely incomparable to a large internet group like BAT, its fame was not inferior at all. This was a bit similar to the time when the boss endorsed a certain product. The difference was that although Xia Ruofei's boss was also a media darling and now had a large number of loyal fans, he did not rely on his face to achieve success. The Taoyuan Company's products were too good. Even if people did not like them, they could not find any fault in this area. The WeChat article about the Taoyuan company's auction was widely reposted in WeChat Moments and WeChat Moments. The Weibo topic about the Taoyuan company's auction quickly became the top 10 trending topics. The number of posts about the Taoyuan company's auction on major forums, communities, and Tieba increased exponentially. Memes about the Taoyuan company and Xia Ruofei also came into being, under the premise of not hiring any paid posters to add fuel to the fire. It was definitely a miracle to create such a huge storm in the field of public opinion in just one day. Some mainland netizens who had the means and understood technology also flocked to Hong Kong, hoping to see first-hand news. Therefore, the few young Hong Kong netizens who were prejudiced against mainland netizens for the sake of defamation suffered a tragedy. A mainland internet Big V wrote on his INS, "I really don't know what some young people in Hong Kong are thinking now. Not only are they selectively ignoring Taoyuan's impressive results, but they are actually saying that they are creating hype and falsifying data. I just want to ask, which company can create hype and invite Hong Kong's tycoons, Ma Xiong, Guo Hongjiang, and Xing Jianian, as well as America's Shu King Loftus, Romania's tycoon Nikolai, and Britain's telecom tycoon Higginson? If Taoyuan can invite these super rich people, whose total assets are worth more than $1 trillion, to create hype for them and even take out real money to help them create fake data, then they are really awesome. It's much more awesome than an auction. With a turnover of over 100 million USD. Finally, I really want to say to these people, brains are really good things, I hope you can find them back." This internet celebrity took screenshots of similar brainless comments and posted them on the internet. He also attached a helpless emoji that was popular on the internet. This INS was originally shared in his own circle of friends, but as long as it was something public and related to a hot topic, how could it not spread? Soon, someone took screenshots and posted them on some Hong Kong forums. At this time, a large number of mainland netizens flooded in. What else was there to say? Everyone swarmed up and replied to the posts and comments that were jealous of the Taoyuan company. At first, those accounts were like pigs that weren't afraid of boiling water, but soon, they were scolded and didn't dare to show their faces. In the mainland Xia Ruofei Tieba, the most popular post wasn't about the auction, nor was it about the foreign media reports. It was a post by Xianxia. Xianxia wrote in the post, "Ha ha ha. This heroine has met our overbearing CEO again, and this time in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Hong Kong. Are you guys envious? Let me tell you, Boss Xia is really a good person. He doesn't put on airs at all, and he even helped me solve a problem at work. If I didn't know Xianxia, I wouldn't have been able to resist poaching him." Xianxia posted a whole set of photos in the post. They were all taken in Xia Ruofei's presidential suite yesterday. Of course, to prevent people with ulterior motives from deliberately misinterpreting the post, she also put some effort into choosing the photos. Bastian could be seen in most of the photos, but most of them were in the background. There were also photos of the three of them eating together, etc. After all, although the presidential suite was ridiculously big, it was still considered a private space. If a girl like her went to the presidential suite alone to meet Xia Ruofei, it was inevitable that people with ulterior motives would gossip. Xianxia was originally an active user on Tieba. Especially when she posted about her chance encounter with Xia Ruofei at the Western restaurant, it made her famous on Tieba. Therefore, when this post was posted, it was immediately pinned to the top by the forum moderator. In just a short while, there were hundreds of comments. No one had made an appointment, but everyone sent the same drooling emoji. The formation was extremely neat, and the scene was spectacular. Some of the self-media's Weibo accounts, Tushio accounts, and Baijia accounts also downloaded the photos. They processed the content of Xianxia's post and became popular on their respective platforms. Xia Ruofei happily browsed through the various reports about the auction on Hong Kong and the mainland's internet in his hotel room. On his desk were the major Hong Kong newspapers published today, and they were all reports about the Taoyuan company. Although the content was mostly the same, Xia Ruofei still read with relish. At that moment, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei glanced at it and swiped the screen to answer the call. "Director Xiao, that short video has been posted?" The person who called was Xiao Chang, the marketing director who stayed behind in Sanshan. Xia Ruofei had just asked him to transfer the short video from Fortune Chinese Network to the Taoyuan company's official website and account. "Everything has been arranged. Xiaochang said, Boss Xia, I'm calling you because I have something else to report. Oh? Go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said. It's like this. Since this afternoon, the company's publicity department has been calling nonstop. All of them are news media requesting interviews. Xiaochang said, we've made a preliminary count. There are at least 100 media outlets, including some very influential central media outlets. Boss Xia. Director Xiao, I'm still dealing with some matters in Hong Kong these few days. Xiao Ruofei interrupted Xiaochang and said, Director Feng is already on the plane. You can ask Director Feng for instructions on how to deal with the media. Ah? Xiaochang was stunned. He knew that Xiao Ruofei usually did not care about things. Today, this was not a small matter. Xiao Ruofei was actually a hands-off shopkeeper? Is there a problem? Xiao Ruofei asked. Oh. No. No. Xiaochang quickly said, oh right, the number of visitors to the company's official website has increased today. Our server equipment can't take it anymore. Currently, the website's visitor speed is starting to slow down, then increase the server. Xiao Ruofei said, immediately come up with a rough budget plan. When Director Feng gets off the plane, report it to her immediately. If there are no problems, purchase it immediately. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. All right. Feng Jing had not gotten off the plane yet, and Xiao Ruofei had already arranged a bunch of work for her. He did not know if Feng Jing, who knew the truth, would cry. Hong Kong and mainland media were discussing the auction of the Taoyuan company. As soon as Feng Jing got off the plane, she threw herself into the intense work, mainly dealing with the media's interviews. There were so many media outlets that the company's publicity department had to screen them again and again. Many media outlets also asked to interview Xiao Ruofei, but Feng Jing could only decline them one by one. Although they really wanted Xiao Ruofei to be interviewed, Xiao Ruofei was hiding in Hong Kong and didn't mention anything about returning to the Three Mountains. In addition, the pharmaceutical factory project was progressing very fast. Although Shui Jinshan was watching over it, Feng Jing was also worried and asked about the progress from time to time. Everyone was busy like a pot of porridge. Xiao Ruofei used the weekend to bring Huan to Hong Kong's Disneyland. The paparazzi in Hong Kong were famous for being everywhere. Now that Xiao Ruofei was famous in Hong Kong, there were even paparazzi waiting at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. In order not to affect the fun of going out and at the same time to protect Huan, some paparazzi had no integrity at all and didn't care about the privacy of minors. Xiao Ruofei didn't want Huan to be exposed to the media at such a young age, which would also affect the safety of the Ma family in the future. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei specially put on makeup before going out. When Xiao Ruofei was in the army, disguising was a compulsory course. After receiving the Jade Talisman inheritance in the Peach Garden space, it was even easier to change one's appearance. There were several ancient books in the inheritance that recorded the methods of using the means of cultivators to change one's appearance. In fact, for cultivators, this was a small trick. As long as they slightly controlled part of the facial muscles and used some special skills, their temperament and appearance would be completely different. People who weren't very familiar with them wouldn't be able to recognize them at all. Strangely, after Xiao Ruofei put on makeup, even Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were amazed. They couldn't believe that a person could change so thoroughly. However, Huan didn't feel any unfamiliarity at all. She was still very close to Xiao Ruofei, as if Xiao Ruofei's change in appearance didn't affect her natural closeness to Xiao Ruofei at all. Xiao Ruofei carried Huan, who was wearing a mask, and swaggered out of the hotel. The paparazzi who were waiting for them did not recognize them at all. For the whole day, Huan had a lot of fun. She rode the Ferris wheel 5 or 6 times. If it weren't for the excessively exciting roller coasters and drop towers that had age restrictions, she would not have been able to resist the temptation to try them. However, she was still too young, so she could only watch enviously as the roller coaster whizzed past, filled with the screams of adults. The two of them had lunch at Disneyland. In the evening, Xiao Ruofei took Huan away from Disneyland and took her out for dinner before sending her home. Xiao Ruofei also promised Huan that he would take her to Ocean Park tomorrow. Only then was the little fellow willing to let Xiao Ruofei go back to the hotel. After returning to the presidential suite of Xianxia Hotel, Xiao Ruofei took a bath. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yifu's number. Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu answered the phone immediately and said respectfully. Yifu, are you still in Hong Kong? Xiao Ruofei asked. Marshal Granduncle, this disciple has been at Xianxia Hotel, waiting for your notice. Li Yifu said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, come to the suite on the top floor. There's some time tonight. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, you can ask me. He didn't have time to take care of Li Yifu these 2 days, and he felt a little sorry in his heart. Li Yifu was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he was surprised and said quickly, okay. Marshal Granduncle. This disciple will come up right away. Xiao Ruofei also greeted the butler of the presidential suite, Tony. After a while, Tony led Li Yifu into the suite. Mr. Xia. Li Yifu greeted Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said to Tony, Tony, you go first. I have something important to discuss with Mr. Li. If there's no special emergency, don't disturb us. Okay. Tony bowed slightly and left the presidential suite. As soon as the door closed, Li Yifu immediately showed a respectful expression. He stepped forward and said, this disciple greets Marshal Granduncle. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Have a seat. Thank you, Marshal Granduncle. After Li Yifu sat down, he looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly. Xiao Ruofei said, if you have any doubts about your cultivation, just tell me. I'll try my best to answer you. Yes. Li Yifu said respectfully. Then, he couldn't wait to bring up some of the questions that he had encountered in his cultivation during this period. Basically, whenever Li Yifu asked a question, Xiao Ruofei would answer it without hesitation. He talked non-stop, and Li Yifu listened as if he was drunk. Time passed unknowingly. When Li Yifu was still a little unsatisfied, Xiao Ruofei said, let's stop here for today. If I say too much, it won't be easy for you to digest. First, digest what I've said tonight. If you encounter any new questions in your cultivation, I'll answer them all at once. Li Yifu stood up and bowed to Xiao Ruofei solemnly. He said, Marshal Granduncle's kindness to this disciple is like giving a new life to this disciple. This disciple is ashamed that he has nothing to repay. This disciple will follow Marshal Granduncle until death. I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, what do I have that requires you to go through water and tread on fire for me? As long as you cultivate well, that's the best reward for me. Now that you're the only one left in your branch, I also hope that the sect can become stronger and stronger. Yes. This disciple will cultivate diligently, and strive to have the ability to share Marshal Granduncle's worries one day. Li Yifu said with some shame. He felt that his cultivation was low, and he couldn't help Xiao Ruofei much. Moreover, the difference in talent between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In the future, the gap between the two of them would become bigger and bigger. Speaking of which, he really couldn't help Xiao Ruofei much. As for the wealth in the secular world, Li Yifu always felt that the reason why Marshal Granduncle started a company was more to cultivate in the secular world. His own wealth of tens of billions was not worth mentioning in front of Marshal Granduncle. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, you can go now. If I haven't left Hong Kong in a few days, I'll answer your questions again. Thank you, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu said, then this disciple will take his leave first. After Li Yifu left, Xiao Ruofei raised his head and looked at the wall clock in the living room. Unknowingly, it was almost midnight. Several hours had passed unknowingly during the lecture, and Xiao Ruofei didn't realize it either. He also felt a little tired, so he went to the bathroom to take another shower. After returning to the master bedroom, he directly went to bed to rest. The next day, Xiao Ruofei took Huan to the ocean park in Hong Kong. After another day of torment, Huan had an incomparably happy weekend. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was exhausted. He found that taking the naughty child out to play was more tiring than explaining the way of cultivation to Li Yifu. It really wasn't a job for a human being. However, every time Huan used her soft and cute voice to call him brother, he felt that all the tiredness in his body disappeared. It could be said that he was tired and happy at the same time. After sending Huan Huan home, Xiao Ruofei returned to the hotel. By the time he returned, the sky had already darkened. He decided to settle the matter of the truffles and then prepare to return. Everyone in the company was very busy, and he felt a little apologetic for hiding outside alone. In addition, the baby goose that old Blake had contacted for him had already been completed. It would be flown to Sancheon Airport in 2 days. He had to go back in time to receive it. So, after Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he called old Blake and Bastien separately and told them that the truffles had been shipped to Hong Kong and that they could be traded tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei made an appointment with one of them at 9 o'clock in the morning and the other at 11 o'clock in the morning. When the two heard the news, they were naturally ecstatic. They quickly said that they would prepare the funds in advance and come on time to trade. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Captain Luan and asked him to apply for a flight back to Sancheon tomorrow afternoon. After that, Xiao Ruofei took out all the truffles that he had collected this year from his storage space. There was a ready-made freezer in the presidential suite. Xiao Ruofei divided the truffles into 2 parts and put them in the freezer. Bastien was given about 25 kilograms of truffles, and the remaining 70 kilograms were given to old Blake. The quality of these truffles was almost the same as the truffles that appeared at the auction, but they were lighter. He believed that Bastien and old Blake would be satisfied. Of course, the lightweight was relative. Compared with the potato-sized truffles sold on the market, this batch of truffles was considered big. The heaviest truffles were more than 1,000 grams, so the price would definitely be much higher than ordinary truffles. After Xiao Ruofei packed up the truffles, he went to take a shower, then took out the spirit crystals to cultivate for a while before going to bed to rest. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei had breakfast in the presidential suite and rested for a while. Bastien took Xianxia to the presidential suite. At this time, the clock on the wall just passed 9 o'clock. They were very punctual. After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei walked into the room where the freezer was placed and took out the box that he had prepared in advance. Mr. Bastien, there are about 25 kilograms of truffles in here. 18 kilograms of white truffles and 7 kilograms of black truffles. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "See if you are satisfied with the quality." Bastien said in surprise, "Great. Mr. Xia, thank you so much." Xiao Ruofei only promised that it wouldn't be less than 10 kilograms, but in the end, it was more than double the guaranteed weight. This already surprised him. As for the quality of the truffles, Bastien wasn't worried. The Taoyuan company was famous, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the most popular company in Hong Kong was the Taoyuan company. Who didn't know that the Taoyuan company's products were the symbol of quality? They sold for $100 million at the auction. So how could Xiao Ruofei ruin his own reputation for such a small amount of money? Bastien, who was full of anticipation, quickly opened the box and saw the huge truffles in the box. The weight of the truffles was far beyond his imagination. After a little closer, the unique fragrance of the truffles immediately rushed to his nose. The quality of these truffles was obviously much higher than the ordinary truffles on the market. Bastien said excitedly, "Mr. Xia, the quality of these truffles is far beyond my imagination. You're such a generous gentleman. These truffles can be taken to small auctions." Qing Xiaoxiao also said gratefully, "Boss Xia, thank you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome. You're taking care of my business." Bastien asked hesitantly, "Mr. Xia, we want all of these truffles from the Western restaurant chain. As for the price," Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Tell me what price you can offer. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you." To be honest, Xiao Ruofei was doing Qing Xiaoxiao a favor. He didn't care too much about the price of these truffles. He didn't like truffles anyway, and these truffles would be wasted in the space. Even if he gave them away, they wouldn't cost so much. Before Bastien came, he had confirmed with the headquarters that the price of the black truffles was less than 5,000 euros, and the price of the white truffles was less than 10,000 euros. This was already the standard set according to the high-end truffles on the market. But now, it seemed that the price was obviously too low. Bastien was a little hesitant. The highest price that he had confirmed before obviously couldn't be used. Otherwise, it would be an insult to these top-grade truffles. It would be strange if Xiao Ruofei didn't get angry. In fact, he was overthinking. Xiao Ruofei would at most feel that the price was a little low, and he wouldn't be angry. After all, Xiao Ruofei didn't care much about the truffles that Bastien treasured. But Bastien didn't think so. He felt that he had to increase the price, and the increase couldn't be too low. But he didn't have the authority to do so. If he said that he had to go to the company's headquarters now, it didn't seem appropriate. What if Xiao Ruofei got impatient? Xiao Ruofei was still smiling as he waited for Bastien's reply. Bastien couldn't hesitate for too long. He quickly turned his mind, and then he made up his mind. Forget about everything else. Let's make the price first. If he missed such top-grade truffles, it would be a crime. He believed that after the people at the company's headquarters saw this batch of truffles, they wouldn't question his decision. Thinking of this, Bastien gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Xia, you see, the black truffles are 8,000 euros per kilogram, and the white truffles are 20,000 euros per kilogram. Do you think this price is appropriate?" Xiao Ruofei didn't think much about it. He smiled faintly and said, "Yes, let's do it according to this price. Mr. Bastien, you can ask someone to draw up the agreement. We're all ready. We just need to change a few key numbers," Bastien said quickly. Xianxia immediately took out her laptop, opened the document she had prepared, and wrote down the agreed price. Bastien then took out a precision balance from the box he carried with him, reweighed the truffles, and wrote it down in the agreement. He also calculated the total transaction amount, 418,600 euros. "Mr. Xia, look." Bastien handed the printed agreement to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it casually, then signed his name without hesitation. Bastien also quickly signed the agreement on behalf of the company, then said, "Mr. Xia, please wait for a moment. I'll ask the company to transfer the money to your designated account right away." Then, he said to Xiao, "Qing, you talk to Mr. Xia for a while. I'll call the headquarters." "Okay, Mr. Bastien," Xiao said. Bastien nodded at Xiao Ruofei, then took his phone and walked to the next room. Not only did he need to inform the company's headquarters to transfer the money, but he also needed to convince the people at the headquarters to accept his new price and the transaction amount. It turned out that in just 2 or 3 days, the Taoyuan company's popularity had spread all the way to the European mainland with the spread of the internet media and the European buyers who had won their favorite auction items. Free serialization Europeans might not be interested in abalone and ginseng, but they would definitely go crazy for top-grade truffles. Now, the Taoyuan company's truffles had become synonymous with top-grade truffles. Many Michelin-starred restaurants had unexpectedly become popular because they had won the Taoyuan truffles. Many people with financial strength had called to inquire, hoping to book a truffle feast in advance. Things were generally like this in the world. Because many super-rich people had gathered in Hong Kong, and the auction had reached an astonishing amount of more than $100 million, the Taoyuan company was in the limelight for a while. On the other hand, the Taoyuan company had become famous, and the restaurants that had won the Taoyuan truffles had also become popular. The European headquarters of the corner Western chain had also constantly raised the priority of the Taoyuan truffles. Therefore, the sales director of the corner Western chain was naturally very happy when he heard that Bastien had obtained a certain amount of Taoyuan truffles through his connections. He did not hesitate to agree to his proposal to raise the price. Bastien also let out a long sigh of relief. He said, "Understood. I'll get it done right away." Bastien put away the phone and walked into the living room with a warm smile on his face. He said, "Mr. Xia, our head office has prepared the funds. I need to fax a contract back. Our finance staff will transfer the money to your account as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "There's a fax machine in the study. You can use it as you wish." "Thank you very much." Bastien personally took the signed contract to the study and faxed the purchase agreement back to the company's headquarters in Europe. The company also quickly replied, "The finance staff will handle it according to the highest priority. The funds will be transferred soon." S3, Bastien returned to the living room and chatted with Xiao Ruofei while waiting. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei's mobile phone received a text message reminder that his account had changed. He went to check on the computer and saw that the 418,600 euros from the Western restaurant chain had been transferred to his account. Xiao smiled and said, "Mr. Bastian, the funds have been transferred to your account. We've achieved our goal. Thank you for your generosity." Bastian quickly shook hands with Xiao and said, "I've booked a flight back to Europe at noon. Mr. Xia, we'll take our leave now. After sending this batch of truffles back to the headquarters, I should return to the Three Mountains to work soon. I hope you can give me a chance to be your host. I want to thank you properly." Xiao smiled and nodded. "I'll be sure to visit when the time comes." Xiao also said, "Boss Xia, thank you so much this time." "You're welcome." Xiao smiled. "By the way, Xiao, are you going to Europe with Mr. Bastian?" "No, Mr. Bastian gave me 2 days off. But I'm going back to the Three Mountains today. I want to take advantage of the break to spend time with my family," Xiao said. Xiao nodded and said, "I'm going back to the Three Mountains in the afternoon. I still have a seat on my plane. If you haven't booked a ticket yet, I don't mind giving you a ride." Xiao said in surprise, "Really? Boss Xia, your plane? You've already bought an S-Man plane?" "Something like that. But I only have the right to use it." Xiao didn't explain too much. He smiled and asked, "What do you think? Do you want to test a business jet?" "Of course." Xiao said without hesitation. "Boss Xia, then I won't be polite with you." In fact, Xiao had already booked a return ticket, but she certainly didn't hesitate to return on the same plane as her idol, especially on the legendary luxury business jet. As for the booked ticket, she could just return it. Although there would be a fee for returning a discounted ticket, it was nothing compared to taking a business jet with her idol. What's there to be polite about? Anyway, the plane is very spacious. I'll just add you. Xiao said, "Then it's a deal. You pack your luggage at noon, and I'll call you when I check out." "Okay. Okay. Okay." Xiao nodded. Xiao personally walked the two to the door of the presidential suite. He watched them get into the elevator before returning to the house. He casually found a movie on the computer in the study and watched it for a while. At around 11 o'clock, old Blake came to the presidential suite as promised. Xiao prepared a total of 78 kilograms of truffles for old Blake, including 30 kilograms of black truffles and 48 kilograms of white truffles. When old Blake saw the box full of high-quality truffles, he was naturally ecstatic. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xiao. This batch of truffles, whether in terms of quantity or quality, had far exceeded old Blake's expectations. As for the purchase price, old Blake offered 10,000 euros per kilogram of black truffles. As for white truffles, he offered a higher price of 25,000 euros per kilogram. This price was much higher than the high price that Bastian had gritted his teeth and offered just now. Xiao naturally wasn't dissatisfied with this price. Of course, he wouldn't take the initiative to tell old Blake that he had just sold another batch of truffles for 8,000 euros and 20,000 euros. Xiao wouldn't say no to money. In addition, the Taoyuan truffles were a top-grade ingredient. There was no clear market price. The price was completely dependent on the buyer's judgment of the truffle's value and his economic strength. Even if it was sold at this price, it would still be much lower than the price set at the auction. Moreover, old Blake definitely wouldn't do a losing business. If he dared to buy it at this price, then he definitely had the confidence to sell it at a higher price. S3, old Blake directly took out the contract that he had already prepared. He was the patriarch of the Blake family, so he could make the decision directly. He didn't need to be overcautious like Bastian. After signing the contract, old Blake immediately called the financial staff of the family to transfer the money. After a while, Xiao account added another 500,000 euros. This time, the total amount of the transaction was 1.5 million euros. However, Xiao had already received a deposit of 1 million euros in advance. The 500,000 euros transferred today was equivalent to the final payment. "Mr. Xia, thank you very much," old Blake said excitedly. "I hope that we can still maintain a good cooperation in the future. We, the Blake family, will always be your loyal friends. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, happy cooperation. Then, Xiao Ruofei rang the bell to summon the butler, Tony. Xiao Ruofei said, Tony, prepare a luggage cart and help Mr. Blake push this box back to his room. The truffles and the box weighed at least 80 kilograms. Old Blake wasn't young. It would be a bit difficult for him to carry this box back by himself. Okay. Tony bowed slightly and said, please wait a moment. Tony turned around and went to find a luggage cart. Old Blake expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei again and said, Mr. Xia, I want to treat you to lunch to express my gratitude. I'll be taking the truffles back in the afternoon, so please do me the honor. Xiao Ruofei lowered his head slightly and nodded. Okay. Thank you for your kind invitation. Old Blake was overjoyed and said, 12:30, Jiahua Western Restaurant on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Be there or be square. Be there or be square. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He knew that Old Blake must have frozen this batch of truffles first. Otherwise, he would have invited him directly to the restaurant instead of 12:30. After all, it was almost time for lunch. Tony quickly found a cart and helped Old Blake move the heavy box back to his room. Xiao Ruofei continued to watch the movie for a while. When it was almost time, he stepped out of the presidential suite and took the private elevator to the Jiahua Western Restaurant on the 3rd floor. The restaurant waiter brought Xiao Ruofei to a private room near the floor-to-ceiling glass. Old Blake had already arrived at the restaurant. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he immediately stood up and greeted him warmly. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries and sat down. It was a good seat with a wide view. Although it was only on the 3rd floor of the hotel, there were no tall buildings blocking the view and they could see Victoria Bay. The two of them each ordered a dish, but they didn't choose French foie gras. Old Blake was already used to it, while Xiao Ruofei still had Wai Shadow in his heart. The two of them chatted while eating, and from time to time, they would take a sip of red wine. The atmosphere was very harmonious. During the conversation, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a thought and asked, Mr. Blake, there's something I've been puzzled about. I remember that we invited the Grasso family, but I didn't see anyone from the Grasso family at this auction. Do you know why? Old Blake smiled and said, Mr. Xia, you want to ask about Monica, right? Old Blake had already investigated the reason for the conflict between his grandson, George Blake, and Xiao Ruofei. He knew that at the beginning, the two of them had a quarrel because of Monica in Xianxia. The vengeful George Blake had always held a grudge, which led to the subsequent events. Therefore, Old Blake also guessed that Xiao Ruofei and Monica's relationship was not ordinary. Monica and I are good friends, Xiao Ruofei said calmly. Old Blake nodded and said, Xia, your friend may have a little trouble recently. To be precise, the Grasso family has encountered some trouble. Oh? What's going on? Can Mr. Blake tell me? Xiao Ruofei asked with a slight frown. Of course, no problem. Old Blake said, as far as I know, the Grasso family is involved in the dispute between the Italian mafia families, and unfortunately, the mafia family they supported lost the struggle, so, at this point, Old Blake shrugged his shoulders slightly and said with a trace of regret, their lives aren't too good right now. The mafia family they supported has fallen apart and is completely unable to provide them with the protection they deserve. And now the mafia family that controls Area P will naturally not be polite to their competitor, the Grasso family, who supported them. Now the Grasso family's business has plummeted, and many of their original partners have chosen to leave. S3, Xiao Ruofei frowned. He hadn't contacted Monica for a while. He didn't expect the Grasso family to be in such a bad situation. He knew that in many areas of Italy, the mafia family's power can be said to cover the sky with one hand, and even the government can't do anything to the mafia godfather. In fact, the mafia's power is inextricably linked with the Italian government. Many of the mafia family's higher-ups are involved in politics. Not only are they the underground rulers of their respective areas, but they also have a great influence on the government. According to Old Blake's description, the Grasso family should have become the victim of the mafia's competition. It seems that Monica's life may not be good recently, Xiao Ruofei asked with some concern. Mr. Blake, the Grasso family runs the truffle business. Why do they support the mafia family and even get involved in the competition between these mafia families? Old Blake shrugged and said, the patriarch of the Grasso family is in the prime of his life. He is eager to make the Grasso family more prosperous under his leadership, so he chose to join the Moore family. In Italy, without the support of these ancient families, it's difficult to do business. It's just that his luck is not very good, or his vision is not very good. The Moore family is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. In just months, they were defeated by their competitors. Old Blake paused, and after taking a sip of red wine, he continued, the Grasso family's financial support for the Moore family is great. Otherwise, the Moore family wouldn't even last a month before being swallowed up by their rivals. It's because of their support that the Moore family can hold on for months. It's also because of this that the Gehrman family suppressed the Grasso family after taking control of the situation. I see. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, thank you for telling me this, Mr. Blake. Old Blake smiled and said, you're welcome. This is not a secret in Italy. It's easy for you to find out this information. Xianxia nodded. He was no longer in the mood to enjoy his meal. All he wanted to do was to call Monica as soon as possible to ask about the situation there and if he could be of any help. Old Blake also saw that Xianxia was a little depressed, so after a while, he took the initiative to end the meal. Xianxia frowned and asked, what's the situation? Old Blake said, it's just hearsay. It seems that Tolls from the Gehrman family said that if Monica is willing to be his woman, the Gehrman family will consider letting the Grasso family live. Xianxia couldn't help but raise his voice and frown. What's this Tolls? Old Blake said, he's a notorious villain, a top fighter of the Mafia Gehrman family. See? Blasphemy? I think, he must have gotten the Gehrman family's tacit approval for him to make such a public statement. After all, the Grasso family is just an ordinary business family. Their mistake is that they sponsored the Moore family, but they themselves are no threat to the Gehrman family. Isn't it a lawful society now? After listening to your news, why do I feel like Italy is still in the Middle Ages? Xianxia said with a sullen face. Old Blake smiled bitterly, Xia, light and darkness always coexist. The Gehrman family does have a great influence in Italy's underworld. Tolls must have something to rely on if he dared to make such a public statement. Then, how did this thing develop? Xianxia asked. He was a little nervous at the moment, afraid that Old Blake would say that Monica had become the woman of the villain called Tolls. Old Blake shrugged and said, I don't know, because I only heard it once, and I'll be in Hong Kong soon, so I don't know anything about Italy. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, no matter what, thank you very much. Mr. Blake, if it's possible, I hope you can help me inquire about the follow-up of this matter. In addition, I also hope to collect some information about the Grasso family, the Gehrman family, and the thug called Tolls. I'm at your service. Old Blake said with a smile. S3, thank you very much. Xianxia said. By the way, if it will affect your personal safety, then forget it. This is just my personal request. No matter what decision you make, it will not affect our future cooperation. Old Blake smiled and said, it's just some information. The Blake family has the ability to do that. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I'll send the information you need to your email as soon as possible. Thank you. Xianxia said sincerely. Although Xianxia's impression of the Blake family was very bad because of George Blake, in all fairness, Old Blake knew how to conduct himself. This old man always gave people a comfortable feeling when interacting with them. It was no wonder that he became the patriarch of the Blake family. Xianxia and Old Blake said goodbye to each other at the elevator. After returning to the presidential suite, Xianxia immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the number that Monica had left for him. A mechanical voice came from the phone, Monica's number has stopped working. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a burst of self-blame. He really hadn't contacted Monica for a while. To be honest, his need for Monica's body might be more than his need for her spirit. The two didn't meet many times, but every time they met, they would make love. Besides the J-flow on the body, Xianxia didn't have the kind of care that an AI person would have for Monica. Now that he knew that Monica was in trouble, Xianxia suddenly realized that he was still worried about Monica, and a sense of guilt quickly filled his heart. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was no longer Monica's amorous feelings in bed, but Monica's back when they said goodbye to each other for the last time. Xiao Ruofei felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle. He even had an impulse to immediately call Captain Lewin and change the plan to fly directly to Italy. But Xiao Ruofei knew that being impulsive wouldn't solve the problem. He couldn't go directly to Italy now, at least the visa problem hadn't been solved. In addition, if he really wanted to go to Italy, he couldn't go with his current identity because it was very likely that he would have a conflict with the mafia family. At that time, his identity would become a great hindrance. So, although he was anxious, Xiao Ruofei knew that he still had to think about it at length. The reason why he was a little confused at that moment was that after Monica's mobile phone stopped working, the only way of contact between him and Monica was cut off. He didn't know Monica's current situation. The unknown always made people fearful. Xiao Ruofei smoked continuously and gradually calmed down. However, the idea of going to Italy to find Monica became more and more firm. He said silently in his heart, no matter what, I must go and find her. No matter who wants to coerce Monica, I will make them pay a painful price. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was almost time to leave for the airport. So, as he packed his luggage, he used his mobile phone to call Zhao Yongjun. S3, Zhao Yongjun quickly answered his call, haha. Ruofei, you brat, are very popular these days. Everywhere, there is news of you being in the limelight in Hong Kong. Honest J generation, are there a lot of Hong Kong and M girls throwing themselves at you now? Brother Zhao, there is something urgent that I need your help with. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the mood to brag to Zhao Yongjun, so he went straight to the point. Zhao Yongjun also became serious and said, what is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. I need a complete set of personal identification information, including ID cards, passports, and so on. Xiao Ruofei said, these information must be real. In addition, I also need to apply for a tourist visa to Italy as soon as possible. Can you think of a way to use this set of information? When it came to going abroad, naturally, he couldn't use the fake documents that were advertised on the street. Xiao Ruofei not only needed a complete set of real identity information, but the information also had to exist in the database. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. For such a thing, only Zhao Yongjun could possibly do it. What happened? Zhao Yongjun asked quickly. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, I have something urgent that I need to go to Italy as soon as possible. It's best that I don't go out with my own identity. Don't ask about other things. If I can tell you, I will definitely tell you. Okay, then I won't ask. Zhao Yongjun said, but I will be worried about you. You are in such a hurry to go to Italy, and you want to go out with a different identity. Recently, the security there is not very good. Murders on the street happen from time to time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to fight with the gangs. It's just that it's not convenient to go out with my own identity. Every day, a large number of people go there to travel. After all, there are only a few accidents. Besides, I used to be a special forces soldier. How can I not be able to guarantee my own safety? That's true. Zhao Yongjun relaxed a little. Then, he lowered his voice and said, let's do it this way. I will help you think of a way. It shouldn't be a big problem. Just wait for my news. Thanks. Xiao Ruofei said, the next time I come to Beijing, I will bring you a bottle of good wine. Haha. I was waiting for you to say that. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, right, you need to provide a photo for these documents. Send one to me. Time is tight. I will take a photo with my phone. Help me find someone to fix it. Xiao Ruofei said. That's fine too. Zhao Yongjun said, send it to me as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei opened the camera function of his phone. What happened next, if there were other people in the room, would definitely be shocked. A wig and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in Xiao Ruofei's hands out of thin air. After he put them on, the muscles and bones of his face began to slowly shift. In a short while, his face had completely changed. Even if Zhao Yongjun and the others were standing in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Then, Xiao Ruofei's phone floated slowly and floated away. Then, it slowly turned around, and the rear camera was aimed at him. Now, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was not what it used to be. Controlling the phone was very precise. He could even use his spiritual power to see the effect of the composition on the screen of the opposite phone. Then, he controlled the phone to adjust the position. Then, he directly used his spiritual power to touch the side button of the quick photo. Xiao Ruofei took a lot of photos in a row. Then, he waved his hand and took the phone back. After choosing a photo, Xiao Ruofei directly sent it to Zhao Yongjun via WeChat. Then, Xiao Ruofei pulled out the drawbar of the small suitcase. He dragged the drawbar with one hand and used the other hand as a phone. He was ready to call Xianxia and inform her to go to the airport together. S3, at this moment, Zhao Yongjun called again. Brother Zhao. Did you receive the photo? Xiao Ruofei asked. Received. Zhao Yongjun said, Ruofei, this photo, it's best to use your own. Otherwise, you can't use it even if you have the ID. It doesn't match. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, It's okay, I'll use this photo. Big brother Zhao, you just have to do it. Isn't this messing around? Zhao Yongjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have to think carefully. If this photo is used, and it enters the database, it will be difficult to change it. You can rest assured. When have I ever done something that I'm not sure of? Xiao Ruofei said, Oh yeah, you can just give me an address. As for the name, let's call it Xia Tian, how about that? Since it was another identity, Xiao Ruofei definitely couldn't use his own name. However, he didn't want to change his surname, so he temporarily used an alias. Zhao Yongjun said, As long as you think it sounds good. Ruofei, I'll confirm with you one last time. Do you want to use the photo you just sent me to apply for the ID? I'm very sure. Xiao Ruofei said. All right then. Zhao Yongjun said helplessly, I'll do it as soon as possible. Wait for my news. All right. Xiao Ruofei said, Oh yeah, don't forget about the visa. Don't worry. I won't forget it. Zhao Yongjun said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called Xianxia and asked her to go downstairs to check out. The two of them met in the hotel lobby. Then, he dragged his suitcase and left the presidential suite. The butler, Tony, saw this and quickly came forward. Xiao Ruofei said directly, Tony, I'm going to check out. Thank you for your thoughtful service. In the reception room, under the fruit plate, there is a little gift for you. Xiao Ruofei put 3 $100 bills under the fruit plate. Tony was on standby 24/7. His service was very meticulous, so it was reasonable to give him a tip. Tony quickly said, Mr. Xia, why are you suddenly going back? I think I should report to Mr. Ma immediately. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Don't tell Mr. Ma first. I'll call him when I get to the airport. Don't worry, I'll tell him that I told you not to. Xiao Ruofei didn't want Ma Xiong's family to come and see him off again, so he didn't say anything and checked out first. All right then. Tony said helplessly, Mr. Xia, I'll help you with your luggage. He was very clear about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and his boss, so he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Ruofei. No need, it's just a small suitcase. I'll take it down myself. Can I trouble you to help me check out later? Also, can you help me arrange a car to send me to the airport? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Oh right, don't forget, it's under the fruit plate in the guest room. Thank you for your generosity. Tony quickly bowed and thanked him. I'll arrange the car right away. Xiao Ruofei nodded at Tony, then dragged his suitcase to the elevator. He sat in the lobby on the first floor for a while, then he saw Xianxia dragging a large suitcase out of the elevator. Xiao Ruofei saw Xianxia looking around, so he stood up with a smile and waved at her. Xianxia quickly walked over and said while panting, Boss Xia, I'm sorry. I've kept you waiting. I just came downstairs too. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Go and check out. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Xianxia rushed to the front desk, then stopped after 2 steps. She turned around and said embarrassedly, "Boss Xia, please take care of my luggage for me." "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei waved at her with a smile. After Xianxia checked out, an extended Rolls-Royce limousine that Tony had arranged had already arrived at the entrance of the hotel. The valet came over to help the two of them carry their suitcases into the car. After Xia Ruofei and Xianxia got into the car, the Rolls-Royce slid out of the hotel lobby and headed in the direction of Hong Kong's new airport. On the way, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and called Ma Jiming. "Ruofei." Ma Jiming answered the phone immediately. "Uncle Ma, I'm going back to Sanshan, so I won't be able to say goodbye in person." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Please tell Grandpa Ma and Aunt Huixin that I'll come to Hong Kong to visit you when I'm free." Ma Jiming was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you going back so suddenly?" "It's not that sudden. I've been in Hong Kong for a long time and I've finished all my work. There are still a lot of things to do." "At the company," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Then wait at the hotel for a while. I'll come and see you off," Ma Jiming said quickly. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I was afraid that you would be too polite, so I acted first and reported later. I'll be at the airport soon, so don't come over." Ma Jiming was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Ruofei, why are you treating us as outsiders?" "It's because I don't treat you as outsiders that I'm not polite to you. Otherwise, I'd have to say goodbye to you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay," Ma Jiming said, "don't do it again. Also, come to Hong Kong when you're free. Huan Huan likes to stay with you." "Okay," Xia Ruofei said, "Tell Huan Huan that I'll come to visit her when I'm free. Also, when she's on summer vacation, she's welcome to come to my house to play." Okay, I'll tell her," Ma Jiming said with a smile. Not only in Huaxia, in fact, in most places in the world, the rich always had more convenience than ordinary people, and Hong Kong's airport was no exception. Remembered in a second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Xia Ruofei and Xianxia quickly went through the relevant procedures and went through the security check process. In fact, the security check was basically just a formality. You were on your own plane, and the passengers didn't care what you brought. Anyway, it wouldn't endanger the safety of others. Captain Lewin had already been waiting on the tarmac with the crew. When Xianxia saw the luxurious Gulfstream G650 business jet, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then, she directly threw down her suitcase and took photos with her mobile phone. Lewin and the others had already received advance notice from Xia Ruofei that there would be a new passenger today, so they didn't stop Xianxia. Even when Xianxia raised her mobile phone to take a selfie beside Lewin, who was wearing the captain's F uniform, Lewin cooperated and smiled. "Xiao, let's board the plane first," Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say. "Oh." Xiao stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly, "Boss Xia, it's my first time on a business jet, so I'm a little excited." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "It's okay, if you're not in a hurry, you can take photos however you want." Xia Ruofei also knew that Xianxia would definitely post on Weibo and Tieba after taking photos, but now that he was in debt, he didn't care about these things. Moreover, the fans on Tieba were very loyal. These fans really liked Xia Ruofei, and Xianxia was a typical representative. Xia Ruofei felt that there was no need to cover himself up in front of these fans. After boarding the plane, Xianxia was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. What was commendable was that she didn't hide her envy at all. She was pleasantly surprised to take photos of the luxurious interior and various advanced facilities in the cabin. She didn't care if others would laugh at her for being a country bumpkin in her heart. S3, it wasn't until the plane began to roll out and glide in the direction of the runway that Xianxia sat down on the wide and soft seat and fastened her seat belt. After waiting for minutes at the runway, the plane began to taxi again. Captain Lewin also reported to Xia Ruofei through the cabin broadcast that the plane had been approved to take off. The NB650 plane deftly turned around at the end of the runway and accurately aimed at the center line of the runway. After a slight pause, the plane began to accelerate rapidly on the runway. The speed of the plane was getting faster and faster. Soon after, everyone felt the soles of their feet sink. The plane had already glided lightly and was climbing into the sky. After about 20 minutes of climbing, the plane finally entered a cruising altitude that was far higher than that of a commercial airliner and began to fly horizontally. The flight attendants also came out to assist Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia. Because it wasn't mealtime, the crew mainly provided wine and some exquisite snacks. Xiao Ruofei was not in the mood to eat, so he only asked for a glass of red wine. He ordered a lot of food for Xianxia. Xianxia maintained a strong sense of curiosity throughout the journey. She kept taking pictures with her phone. Sometimes, she would take pictures of the sea of clouds below the plane through the porthole that was much larger than that of an ordinary commercial airliner. After the exquisite food was served, Xianxia's first thought was not to eat, but to take pictures. She wanted to record this wonderful journey as much as possible and then share it with Xiao Ruofei's fans. Xiao Ruofei had been thinking about Monica, so he didn't talk to Xianxia much during the journey. Xianxia also knew her limits. She didn't disturb Xiao Ruofei and just enjoyed the journey alone. The flight from Hong Kong to Sanshan was not long, and the cruising speed of the Gulfstream business jet was much faster than that of ordinary commercial airliners. So, after more than an hour, the plane began to descend. Until the plane landed lightly on the runway of Sanshan Airport and began to taxi, Xianxia was still a little unsatisfied. When they got off the plane, Xiao Ruofei said to Luan, "Captain Liu, I may have to trouble you to fly to Beijing in the next 2 days. After that, you can rest for a while." Luan quickly said, "Boss Xia, don't be so polite. This is our job to begin with. If there's anything you need, just let us know in advance." In terms of work intensity, Luan's job was countless times easier than that of commercial airliners. They could only fly such a short distance, while commercial airliners had to take off and land several times a day. The former could be said to enjoy the flight, while the latter was really hard. Xiao Ruofei patted Luan's shoulder with a smile and said, "I'll let them know in advance. You guys get ready." After leaving the airport, Xianxia politely declined Xiao Ruofei's offer to send her back to the city. She ran to the airport bus by herself. Xiao Ruofei didn't force her. He sat in the Night 15 off-road vehicle driven by Lei Hu and went straight back to the farm. On the way back to the farm, Xiao Ruofei saw that some construction equipment vehicles were already at work. That piece of land was where Taoyuan Factory Y's factory was located. Of course, there was also a portion reserved for the farm's expansion. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised and said, "They're already here? That's quite efficient." Lei Hu smiled and said, "Brother Xia, it's been lively since yesterday. I heard from factory manager Shui that the Chongping County government is very supportive of us. They're the ones who handled the land acquisition, so it was settled very quickly." "Not bad, not bad," Xiao Ruofei said. "Brother Xia, what do you think? Factory manager Shui must be here at this time. He's been at the construction site since yesterday and hasn't returned home once." Lei Hu stared at the road as he asked. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No, I'm going back directly. Since Shui Jinshan is in charge of the work, I have to trust him completely." Actually, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the heart to care about the construction of Taoyuan Factory Y. He was most worried about Monica. He couldn't wait to fly to Italy. S3, however, Zhao Yongjun hadn't replied to him. Even if he was anxious, it was useless. In fact, only 2 hours had passed. No matter how resourceful Zhao Yongjun was, it was impossible for him to get everything done in such a short time. After returning to the farm villa, Xiao Ruofei played with little Hei and the rest in the yard for a while. Now, whenever Xiao Ruofei wasn't home, Yi Linyun would personally come over to feed little Hei and the rest. Xiao Ruofei was still concerned about Monica's situation. He quickly let Blackie and the rest play in the yard while he carried his small suitcase into the villa. After arriving at his room on the second floor, Xiao Ruofei first turned on his computer and checked his email. He didn't receive a new email from old Blake. Instead, he received an email from an overseas bank. With Xiao Ruofei's current level of English, he basically had no problems reading and writing. Naturally, there was no difficulty in reading such an email. The bank's email was actually a reminder of a change in the balance. After this auction, Xiao Ruofei's overseas account had a J amount of money transferred into it. The bank also sent an email to inform him immediately. The $100 million from the auction was basically all transferred to the overseas account. Hengfeng Group only received a symbolic fee of $2 million. Another $10 million was transferred into the company account. Xiao Ruofei actually received more than $88 million. There were also the truffles sold to the corner Western restaurant chain and the Blake family. In addition to the €1 million deposit from the previous day, there was a total of nearly €2 million in the account. Xiao Ruofei looked at it. Now, the funds in his overseas account were close to $250 million. If converted to Huaxia dollars, it would be a good $10 billion. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't convert it to Huaxia dollars. It was more convenient to keep it in the overseas account. After checking his bank information a little, Xiao Ruofei turned off the computer. He didn't receive any information about the Gehrman family and tolls from Old Blake. Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the mood to do anything else. He went to take a shower and then went to bed to take a nap. He checked out not long after lunch today. He didn't take a nap at all. When Xiao Ruofei woke up, it was already dark outside. This time, he slept for almost 2 hours. If it wasn't for the phone ringing, Xiao Ruofei might have slept for a long time. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and moved his spiritual power slightly. The phone on the bedside table immediately floated up and slowly floated towards his hand. Xiao Ruofei caught the phone and glanced at the caller ID. When he saw that it was Zhao Yongjun calling, his remaining sleepiness immediately disappeared. He quickly swiped the screen to answer the call. "Brother Zhao," Xiao Ruofei said. "Ruofei, I've settled your matter for you," Zhao Yongjun said. "A full set of identity documents, including the database of the GA department, has been updated. I owe you a lot of favors for this matter. You have to compensate me with some good wine." "Great," Xiao Ruofei said happily. "Brother Zhao, isn't it easy to drink? I'll bring you some good wine tomorrow." You have to come to Beijing. In addition to getting these identity documents, you have to go to the Italian embassy," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "I've already talked to the Italian embassy. When the time comes, you just have to bring the documents and go through the formalities at the Italian embassy." "Okay. Brother Zhao, you're so reliable," Xiao Ruofei said. "Brother Zhao, I'll fly to Beijing tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I won't be able to find any good wine for you." "I've been waiting for you to say that," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "After you've booked the ticket, send me the flight information. I'll pick you up at the airport." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother Zhao, I might not be able to give you the flight information, because I don't plan to take a civil flight to Beijing." "Don't take a plane?" Zhao Yongjun was a little surprised. "Then how are you going to come? By high-speed rail? Do you want to test the speed of our Huaxia's high-speed rail?" "Haha," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "There's no need to pick me up at the airport. I'll let Wuchang do it. Let's meet in Beijing tomorrow." "Okay," Zhao Yongjun said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei clenched his fists excitedly. He didn't expect Zhao Yongjun to be so efficient. However, this was also good. He could rush to Monica's side even faster. S3, Xiao Ruofei immediately called Luan and asked him to apply for a flight route today. He would fly to Beijing tomorrow morning. Then, Xiao Ruofei took the small suitcase out of the closet. He hadn't taken out the things inside yet. Now, he could use it directly. Xiao Ruofei's suitcase was more to fool others. In fact, the things he needed were basically stored in the Ring 2 space. He couldn't help but check his mailbox again. Old Blake still hadn't sent him any information about the Grasso family, the Gehrman family, or tolls. So, he went downstairs and cooked a bowl of noodles for himself to solve the problem of dinner. It was a quiet night. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to drive him to the airport. On the way, Xiao Ruofei called Ling Qingxue and Feng Jing respectively and told them that he had to fly to Beijing in a while. Ling Qingxue naturally wouldn't get involved in Xiao Ruofei's affairs. It was just that Xiao Ruofei wasn't at home. Because there were no conditions for joint training, her cultivation speed would be slowed down a lot. Therefore, she was a little unhappy. As for Feng Jing, she had long been used to Xiao Ruofei being a hands-off boss, so she just complained symbolically. After all, the company was getting busier and busier recently. She mainly used her energy to deal with the media reporters in the past 2 days. After arriving at the airport, Xiao Ruofei familiarly passed through the security checkpoint of the small building next to the terminal and quickly got on the Gulfstream G650 business plane. The flight from Sancheon to Beijing was very smooth. The flow control of Beijing's airport was not serious today. After more than 2 hours, the plane landed safely at Beijing International Airport. After the plane stabilized, Xiao Ruofei specially went to the cockpit. "Captain Liu, I'll be in Beijing for a long time." Xiao Ruofei said, "You rest in Beijing for a day, then take the crew and fly back to Sancheon. I probably won't be using the plane in the near future, so you can also give yourselves a vacation and relax." If he was going to travel to Italy, Xiao Ruofei would definitely choose to travel by business plane. The Gulfstream G650 was full of fuel, enough for the plane to fly from Sancheon to Italy. There was no need for any refueling in the middle. However, this time he was likely to have a head-on conflict with the Italian mafia, so naturally he couldn't take the business plane. Otherwise, if there was really a big incident, Xiao Ruofei would take the S-Man plane to enter Italy. If they wanted to trace it back to Xiao Ruofei, it would be a very simple matter. Luan hurriedly said, "Okay." Li Yifu's Jiuzhou group rented parking space at Sancheon Airport, and also ordered some other F services for maintenance and security. Sancheon Airport was equivalent to the base airport of this business plane. If Xiao Ruofei really didn't use the plane for a few days, then the plane would naturally fly back to Sancheon Airport to be stationed there, which would save the most money. Xiao Ruofei and Luan said goodbye, then left the tarmac alone with his suitcase. Next to Wu Chang stood Zhao Yongjin with a smile. Zhao Yongjin smiled. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel surprised. Since he informed Wu Chang to pick him up, it was very easy for Zhao Yongjin to get the news. Although he told Zhao Yongjin that he didn't need to pick him up, he couldn't resist Zhao Yongjin's enthusiasm. In fact, Zhao Yongjin, Song Rui, and the others were not only close friends with Xiao Ruofei, but they were also important business partners. The project of Beijing's clubhouse might not be a big deal for Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjin, but it was still very important for Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others. What's more, even the elders in Zhao Yongjin and the others' families, including General Zhao Qing, were very supportive of their relationship with Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Zhao Yongjin came to pick him up to show his importance to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, this time Xiao Ruofei suddenly wanted to apply for another set of identity documents. It was mysterious, so Zhao Yongjin didn't inform Song Rui and the others. Instead, he found Wu Chang to inquire about the exact time Xiao Ruofei would arrive in Beijing. Then, he went to the airport with Wu Chang alone. Xiao Ruofei smiled and quickened his steps. He hugged Zhao Yongjin and said, "Brother Zhao, we are all brothers. I said that you don't need to pick me up. Why are you still so polite? I have nothing to do anyway." Zhao Yongjin laughed and said, "Isn't it because I want to see you earlier?" Then, Zhao Yongjin said, "You kid, you can do it now. You are even using a business jet. If I didn't ask Wu Chang in advance, I wouldn't have been able to wait for you at the terminal for a day." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Just tell me when you need it. I'll guarantee it for you." S3, Zhao Yongjin was stunned and asked, "You didn't rent it, but bought it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's almost the same as buying it. In short, you can use it whenever you need it." "You're really something," Zhao Yongjin said. "Our brothers are still fooling around. You are already using an S-plane. The speed of making money is unparalleled. But your company is really popular recently. If you can get $100 million from an auction, buying a business jet is nothing." Xiao Ruofei smiled, and didn't explain too much about the plane. The three of them walked to the parking lot and sat in the Land Rover that Xiao Ruofei left in Beijing. Zhao Yongjin didn't drive over today. He left the car at Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house in Luhai Lane, and then followed Wu Chang's car. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjin sat in the wide back seat of the Land Rover. Wu Chang started the car and drove out of the airport, heading in the direction of the courtyard house. Zhao Yongjin threw a big envelope from the back seat to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Take it. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Xiao Ruofei quickly opened the big envelope, which contained the new identity document. There was an ID card, a driver's license, a passport, and so on. There was even a Visa card with the new ID card. Zhao Yongjun knew that Xiao Ruofei was going to Italy, so he carefully helped him with the card. Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, I don't have much spare money. I have 100,000 USD in your card, and you can overdraft another 100,000 USD. You should have enough if you save some money." "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and put the ID card and bank card back into the envelope. Then he said, "Give me your account number. I will transfer the money to you later." "Oh yeah, do you want US dollars or Huaxia dollars, *T? Zhao Yongjun scolded, "You want to calculate such a small amount of money with me? You little brat, are you in need of choking?" No. Xiao Ruofei said, "This is troublesome enough for you. I can't let you pay for it." Xiao Ruofei was very clear that it wasn't so easy to apply for such a complete set of real identity. Even if Zhao Yongjun did it personally, he must have used a lot of favors. How could he accept so much money from Zhao Yongjun? "If you don't treat me as a brother, then continue to talk to me about money." Zhao Yongjun said, "Although I don't have as much money as you, I can still afford 100,000 USD. This is my rule. If I do things for my brother, then I must do it well." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, Okay. "Brother Zhao, then I won't talk about this anymore." He and Zhao Yongjun weren't purely business partners. First of all, they were very good friends, so he wouldn't feel like he owed Zhao Yongjun a favor just because of 100,000 USD, which wasn't a big amount for them. If they wanted to talk about favors, this series of documents was much more important than 100,000 USD. Moreover, even if it was in terms of benefits, Xiao Ruofei would have opportunities to repay Zhao Yongjun in the future. Just the club project alone, the future income would far exceed Zhao Yongjun's expectations. And the project could be established and become popular, absolutely couldn't be separated from Xiao Ruofei's key role. That's more like it. Zhao Yongjun nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a name card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. He said, "You go and find this person tomorrow. He will help you with the rest of the things." Because Wu Chang was still driving in front, Zhao Yongjun didn't say it particularly clearly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Wu Chang, but Xiao Ruofei was particularly anxious to go abroad this time, and he also specially made a set of identities, so Zhao Yongjun was very careful. So far, he was the only one who knew that the person who used this identity was Xiao Ruofei. Even Song Rui and the others didn't know. They didn't even know that Xiao Ruofei came to Beijing. But Xiao Ruofei still understood at once, and the person on the name card was an official of the Italian embassy in Huaxia. Zhao Yongjun was obviously talking about the visa. "Okay. Brother Zhao, you are really awesome." Xiao Ruofei said, "I can't help but give you a thumbs up. Don't forget the wine you promised me." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "Don't worry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Even if I forget anything, I won't dare to forget the wine I gave you. In a while, when we come to my house, we brothers will have a good drink. Then, I will get you 2 bottles to take away. Is that enough?" Zhao Yongjun gave a thumbs up and said, "That's enough." Then, the two people didn't talk about Xiao Ruofei going to Italy anymore. Instead, they chatted about their recent situation in the car. Soon, the car drove to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. S3, the car entered through the door in the backyard. After the renovation, the garage was built in the backyard. Now, Wu Chang was not alone in the courtyard house. His sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan, and his partner, Xiao Xiaolan, also lived in the backyard and mainly worked there. Seeing Xiao Ruofei get out of the car, Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan quickly went up to greet him. "Hello, Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei showed a gentle smile, nodded to them, and said, "Hello. By the way, you have been working in Beijing for a while. Are you used to it?" Wu Shoujuan quickly said, "Used to it. Used to it. This work is much easier than our farm work. Also, Boss Xia gives us so much salary and lets us live in such a good yard. It's like heaven." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You are exaggerating. I see that the yard is so clean and tidy. Even Huahua CC is full of vitality." It can be seen that your work is very good. It is definitely worthy of the salary I give you. Wu Shoujuan showed a simple smile and said, Boss Xia, it's good that you are satisfied. By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook a good dish for you. Xia Ruofei said, I really miss sister-in-law's cooking. Do as you see fit. Today, Brother Zhao and I will drink 2 glasses of wine and cook a good dish to go with the wine. Okay. Wu Shoujuan responded. Xia Ruofei nodded to the two of them and then walked with Zhao Yongjun to the master's yard in the middle. Along the way, the yard was spotless. The flowers and trees were also taken care of very well. Even the fallen leaves were all gathered together. At a glance, one could tell that it was usually maintained very well. Yesterday, Wu Chang received a call from him that he was coming to Beijing. It was absolutely impossible for him to clean it up in one day. Xia Ruofei was also very satisfied. When he opened the door to the master bedroom, it was also very clean. The bed should have just been made. The bedsheets and quilts still had a gyrated smell. Wu Shoujuan must have taken them all out to dry. After all, Xia Ruofei hadn't lived here for a long time. Xia Ruofei put his suitcase aside and then took out the tea box from the ice bar with familiarity. He sat in front of the root-carved tea tray with Zhao Yongjun, making tea and chatting. Wu Cheng didn't follow, so Zhao Yongjun didn't have to be secretive when he spoke. He said, Ruofei, since it's not convenient for you to say, I won't ask you why you are in such a hurry to go to Italy, but I still want to remind you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao, go ahead. When you go out, you must pay attention to your safety. This is the most important thing. Zhao Yongjun said seriously, Italy is not like our country. If there is a problem, we are likely to be unable to help. A lot of things have to depend on you. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. I know what to do. Well, I believe that no matter what situation you encounter, you will be able to handle it. Zhao Yongjun said, if there is really any difficulty, you can call me in time. I can also find acquaintances in the embassy in Italy who can help a little. Okay. Brother Zhao, thank you. Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Of course, he knew that Zhao Yongjun took care of him without reservation. He had already remembered this kindness in his heart. Zhao Yongjun then took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Xia Ruofei, saying, this is the contact of the military attaché of the embassy in Italy, Zhenhuai Lai. He is my father's old subordinate. If there is any situation that you can't deal with, you can contact him directly and just say my name. Zhao Yongjun paused for a moment and then said, because I don't know why you're going out this time, I don't dare to leak the news to Uncle Zheng. But as long as you tell him my name, he will spare no effort to help you. Even if you are not in the Rome area, he can provide you with as much help as possible through the embassy and the consulates. Xia Ruofei solemnly took the piece of paper, folded it and put it in his pocket, saying, I know, Brother Zhao. He didn't say any more words of thanks because there was no need between them. At the same time, Zhao Yongjun spared no effort to think for him. A simple thank you couldn't express his gratitude. Xia Ruofei purposely changed his identity when he went out this time. It was obvious that the matter was a little troublesome and might even violate the local laws. Furthermore, the foreign embassies and consulates were very sensitive. Most people would try to avoid them at this time. How could they just give him the military officer's contact number? If Xia Ruofei caused a big mess outside, then Zhao Yongjun, Zhenhuai Lai, and even General Zhao Cheng, who helped him, might not be able to escape the G-class. S3, it could be said that Zhao Yongjun gave Xia Ruofei unreserved support. Xia Ruofei was well aware, but some words didn't need to be said. Zhao Yongjun treated him with sincerity, so he naturally treated Zhao Yongjun as a brother. No matter how much he said, it was better to put it into action. This was also Xia Ruofei's usual style. Zhao Yongjun knew that Xia Ruofei didn't want to talk about the trip to Italy, so he didn't mention it again after he finished talking. The two of them turned to talk about the club project. After Xia Ruofei returned to Sanshan, the club project was progressing very smoothly. The design plan was easy to draft, and Xia Ruofei also made a lot of suggestions through emails. After the final decision was made, the early stage of construction quickly began. Although Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't work in real estate, this project was not the same as ordinary real estate projects. Moreover, they had a wide range of contacts, designers, constructors, and supervisors. There was probably no one who dared to cheat the J-Class yet. In addition, the work in the bank was also very smooth. The financial problem that most people had the most headaches was basically the easiest to solve in their project. Therefore, after the initial stage of busyness, Zhao Yongjun now began to have some leisure time. In addition to occasionally going to the construction site, he could also take care of his antique business. In addition, he had time to drink health tea and go sightseeing with his friends. His days were quite comfortable. This time I didn't ask you to come to Beijing, Zhao Yongjun said, otherwise, I really wanted to take you to our project site to see it. It's really busy. Now Xiao Ruofei really couldn't appear at the project site. Otherwise, Song Rui and others would definitely know the news of him coming to Beijing. At that time, Xiao Ruofei really couldn't explain why he sneaked over and didn't even tell his brothers. It's okay. When I come back from Italy, I'll go to the construction site to have a look, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Anyway, with you guys watching over it, I'm 100% assured. Kid, you're just lazy, Zhao Yongjun said. I heard that you don't take care of your own company. We already know that we can't count on you for this tiring work. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei said, Big brother Zhao, you go with Wu Chang first. I'll sort out my luggage and find the wine. Zhao Yongjun treated Xiao Ruofei's place like his own home. He smiled and said, Sure. Hurry up. The alcohol bug in my stomach has been hooked. After Zhao Yongjun went to the backyard, Xiao Ruofei took out 5 bottles of Zui Ba Xian from the dimension. They were the earliest aged wine that he stored in the dimension. They were much better than the best Zui Ba Xian sold on the market. He only had 20 to 30 bottles of such wine left. He had been busy with his business for the past 6 months. At most, he would routinely store the new wine that the winery sent to the warehouse every month into the dimension. Then, he would give the Zui Ba Xian J that was nourished by the dimension's spiritual energy to the winery. He didn't keep any for himself. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei rarely took out this kind of aged wine to entertain guests. Today, he took out 5 bottles at once because he was deeply grateful to Zhao Yongjun. Xiao Ruofei found a paper bag and put the 3 bottles of wine in it. He held 2 bottles in his other hand and walked to the backyard. In the backyard's dining room, Zhao Yongjun had already sat down. Xiao Ruofei didn't see Xia Xiaolan and Wu Shouchuan, so he said, Wu Chang, go and call your sister-in-law and Xiaolan over. Let's eat together. Wu Chang hesitated and said, Boss Xia, they're busy in the kitchen. You can eat with the old company commander. We have reserved some food for you. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, then what's there to trouble G for? Let's eat together. I'm not that particular. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, Ruofei, forget it. If you let them come over, they'll feel uncomfortable. Let's eat together. Xiao Ruofei gave it some thought and felt that Zhao Yongjun's words made sense. Although he did not put on airs, Wu Shouchuan and Xia Xiaolan were not close to him after all. They would definitely feel restrained in front of the boss. If I were to pull them over, they would feel awkward instead. S3, thus, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, alright, then he put the paper bag on the table and said, Wu Chang, put this J bottle of wine in Brother Zhao's car. Zhao Yongjun drove himself today, but he left his car in the garage of the Sihiyuan. Then he went to the airport with Wu Chang's Land Rover. Yes. Wu Chang replied, then walked out with the paper bag. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Wu Chang, you should also accompany your sister-in-law and Xiaolan for dinner. You don't have to worry about this. Boss Xia. Wu Chang hesitated for a moment. He felt that he should stay behind to help the two of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be someone to pour wine for them. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, go. We have hands and feet. We don't need anyone to serve us. Yes. Wu Chang no longer felt awkward. He stepped out of the restaurant and closed the door behind him. Xiao Ruofei put the other 2 bottles of wine on the table and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, let's each take a bottle today. Let's take care of our own business. No one should pour wine for each other, and no one should cheat. How about that? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said straightforwardly, very good. That's settled. After that, he took a bottle of wine and unscrewed it. He poured a glass for himself, then put the bottle beside him and said, don't just stand there. Pour the wine first. Let's have a drink. All right. Xiao Ruofei also opened the bottle and poured a glass for himself. Then he picked up the glass and said, Brother Zhao, it's all thanks to you this time. I won't say anything about being an outsider. It's all in the wine. This little brother will drink first as a toast. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei raised the glass, tilted his head back, and drank the small bottle of white wine. Refreshing. Zhao Yongjun gave him a thumbs up and also drank the wine in the glass. After drinking the Zue Ba Xian wine, Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but sigh. His eyes lit up and said, this is a good wine. Ruofei, the bottle you gave me is the same, right? Of course. Xiao Ruofei smiled and picked up a dish. This is my collection of limited edition wine. Drinking one bottle is one bottle less. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei really wanted to drink wine, he could ask for a large jar from the winery and find a place to bury it in the space. In less than a month, it would be another large jar of aged wine. If he wanted to make it quickly, he could use the time formation flag to make a top-notch wine in just a few days. Zhao Yongjun naturally didn't know this. He smacked his lips and said, then I'll have to drink it sparingly. The two drank and chatted. Soon, they drank half of the bottle of wine. Zhao Yongjun said with emotion, today, there's only the two of us. It feels a little lonely. If only Xiao Rui and Liang Zi were here, Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, this time the situation is special. When I come back from Italy, I'll call all of my brothers and we'll have a good drink. Good. We'll wait for you in Beijing. Zhao Yongjun said as he picked up the glass and said, this glass of wine is to wish you a smooth trip to Italy. All your wishes come true. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei picked up the glass and touched Zhao Yongjun's glass. Brother Zhao, I'll count on your auspicious words. In the beginning, the two of them drank quickly. However, there was a fixed amount of baijiu for lunch. Each of them had a caddy of baijiu. For people who didn't know how to drink, they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it. However, for Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun, they really had to take it easy. Otherwise, the bottle would be empty after a while. Therefore, they slowed down and only took a small sip each time. They drank until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, the 2 bottles of white wine were gone. Although Zhao Yongjun wasn't drunk yet, his eyes were a little blurred. The white wine that had been aged in the space for more than a year was much stronger than expected. For Xiao Ruofei, this little bit of white wine was nothing at all. His eyes were still clear and his mind was very clear. Brother Zhao, it's almost done. Xiao Ruofei said, don't leave today. Rest at my place in the afternoon. Let's drink again in the evening. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, I can't drink anymore. Ruofei, this wine is too strong. Xiao Ruofei saw this and shouted, Wu Chong. Wu Chong waited outside the restaurant after lunch. He immediately pushed the door and walked in. Boss Xia. Help Brother Zhao to the guest room to rest. Xiao Ruofei said, keep an eye on him in the afternoon. He seems to have drunk a little too much, yes. Wu Chong said. Then he stepped forward and helped Zhao Yongjun up. He said, Old company commander, let's go. I'll take you to the room to rest. A drunk person's body was heavier. Wu Chong could judge Zhao Yongjun's condition as soon as he helped him up. Wu Chong looked at the 2 empty wine bottles on the table and felt a little surprised. He knew Zhao Yongjun's alcohol tolerance. How could he be so drunk with half a kilogram of white wine? When Wu Chong was in the army, he had seen Zhao Yongjun at his craziest. He directly drank half a kilogram of white wine. Although he was a little older now, he shouldn't have deteriorated so much. He also paid special attention to Xiao Ruofei's condition and found that Xiao Ruofei was as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, could it be that the old company commander drank these 2 bottles of wine? Then what did Boss Xia drink? With a trace of doubt, Wu Chong helped Zhao Yongjun to the guest room. Xiao Ruofei also got up and returned to the master's courtyard in the middle to rest. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan immediately went to the dining room to clean up the leftovers. After sleeping for the whole afternoon, Xiao Ruofei got up and walked to the courtyard in the evening. He found that Zhao Yongjun had also come out rubbing his sleepy eyes. It seemed that he was in good condition. This was the good thing about drunken eight immortals. Although the after-effects were quite strong, they recovered very quickly after sleeping. Moreover, it was basically not harmful to the body. Many people would have symptoms such as headaches after a hangover, but drunken eight immortals definitely would not. At night, Zhao Yongjun originally didn't want to drink anymore, but Xiao Ruofei joked that it was best to fight poison with poison and that alcohol was the best way to cure the hangover. Moreover, he had also carefully prepared low-alcohol sweet wine. Zhao Yongjun was reluctant, but he still let Wu Chang pour him some wine. After tasting it, Zhao Yongjun naturally praised it. He didn't mention that he didn't drink at night anymore. Instead, he frequently clinked glasses with Xiao Ruofei. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to let Zhao Yongjun stay in the courtyard house, but he insisted on going back. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive Zhao Yongjun's car to send him back, and then he would take a taxi back. After sending Zhao Yongjun off, Xiao Ruofei returned to the master bedroom in the middle courtyard. He first took a shower, then turned on the computer to check the email again. This time, Xiao Ruofei finally saw the email from old Blake. He was refreshed and quickly opened it. It was indeed the content he wanted, including the situation of the Grasso family, the Gehrman family, some of the situation of tolls, and even the distribution of the mafia forces in Italy. It could be said that it was very detailed and efficient, which made Xiao Ruofei very satisfied. He carefully read the email from beginning to end, and then replied to old Blake with an email, expressing his gratitude and reminding him to delete the email as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei also deleted the email himself. After reading it once, he remembered all the content in his mind. To be cautious, he quickly deleted the email. He was not afraid of trouble, but he didn't want the Blake family to provoke the mafia. After all, they spared no effort to help him collect information. After deleting this email, Xiao Ruofei sat at the desk and fell into deep thought for a long time. The situation was slightly more complicated than he expected. The Gehrman family was actually a vassal family of the Glorious Society, one of the 4 oldest mafia organizations in Italy. In Italy, the mafia organization's forces were intricate. 10 years ago, they were mainly active in the southern part of Italy. The security of industrial cities like Turin and Milan was relatively good, but in recent years, the mafia's tentacles had spread throughout Italy and even the whole of Europe. Monica's Grasso family was located in Turin. They were in the truffle business. Italy's famous truffle production area, Alba, was actually a town under Italy's Piedmont region. Turin was Italy's 3rd largest city and also the capital of Piedmont region. The Glorious Society started in Italy's Calabria region. This organization's main business was drug trafficking and money laundering. A report in 2013 showed that the Glorious Society's annual profit was about 53 billion euros, which was more than the profit of McDonald's and Deutsche Bank that year. In the world, there were 60,000 people directly or indirectly involved in their criminal activities. In Calabria, the hometown of the Glorious Society, the organization's real estate was everywhere. From restaurants to supermarkets to highways and bridges, there were traces of their hands. Compared with other J organizations, the organization's characteristics were that it was obviously a family style, with a large number of relatives and connections. The Gehrman family slowly developed and became one of the many mafia families in Italy because they had a cousin relationship with a big boss in the Glorious Society. S3, Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that there was such a huge monster behind the Gehrman family. The Glorious Society's assets were even more than those of world-class tycoons like Tang He and Li Fu. The power of such a criminal organization was quite terrifying. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't shrink back because of this. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Of course, he also felt that his decision to change his identity was very correct. Now, he had a lot of fetters. Only by completely changing his identity could he go to Italy without any scruples. Otherwise, if he was targeted by such a terrible mafia family, he might be fine, but what about his relatives and friends? No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible to protect all the people close to him all the time. Xiao Ruofei slowly digested the information provided by old Blake, and began to deduce various action plans in his mind. This was a habit that Xiao Ruofei had developed in the army. He had to consider all the possibilities as much as possible. Of course, everything was changing. Xiao Ruofei hadn't arrived in Italy yet, and it was completely impossible to predict what would happen when the time came. Therefore, he could only make a rough plan. Xiao Ruofei sat quietly in front of the desk for more than half an hour before she stood up and lay down on the bed. She covered her head and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Italian embassy in Xianxia. Zhao Yongjun had already paved the way for him in advance, so the visa was very smooth. After the consular officer asked a few questions as per his routine, he quickly stamped the document. Of course, Xiao Ruofei standing in front of the consular officer had changed his appearance in advance. He was exactly the same as the photo on the visa. After leaving the embassy, Xiao Ruofei went to the mall without stopping to buy some clothes and necessities, and then returned to the courtyard house. He put all the things he bought into the Ring 2 space, and then immediately turned on the computer to check the flight information. After Xiao Ruofei booked the plane ticket, he stayed in the Sihiyuan. Other than Zhao Yongjun, he didn't disturb anyone else, including Song Rui and Ho Liang. He didn't plan to contact Song Wei either. Everything would wait until he came back from Italy. Hello? Little? The next morning, while Xiao Ruofei was having breakfast, he said to Wu Chang, "I'm leaving in the morning. I'm going out for a few days." Wu Chang quickly said, "Okay, boss Xia. I'll get the car ready first." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You don't have to drive me today. I'll leave by myself in the morning." Wu Chang didn't dare to ask more and immediately said, "Understood." After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei rested in the yard for a while, then left the Sihiyuan with a simple backpack. He took a taxi at the entrance of the alley, but he didn't go directly to the airport. Instead, he went to the crowded Wangfujing department store and went into the bathroom of the mall. When Xiao Ruofei came out again, he was a completely different person. His appearance was exactly the same as in the passport. His clothes and shoes were all changed, including his watch and other accessories. His backpack was also replaced with a small suitcase. People came and went in the shopping mall. Naturally, no one would notice that the person who went in and out of a certain cubicle in a certain washroom was different from the person who came out. Xiao Ruofei dragged the small suitcase out of the mall, stopped a taxi, and went straight to the airport. As soon as he got out of the car at the airport, his cell phone rang. S3, as Xiao Ruofei walked towards the international departure hall, she took out her phone and glanced at it. It was old Blake calling. He swiped the phone and answered, "Hello, Mr. Blake." "Mr. Xia." Old Blake said with a smile, "Are you satisfied with the information I sent you yesterday?" "Of course. Very satisfied." Xiao Ruofei said, "Thank you, Mr. Blake." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Xia," old Blake said with a smile. "Since this information is useful to you, I'm relieved." "Mr. Blake, this information is very useful to me." "Thank you very much." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, I sent you an email yesterday. Did you see it?" "I saw it." Old Blake said. "Don't worry. I've already deleted the records of that email." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei said, "What can I do for you today?" Old Blake said, "Oh, I just wanted to remind you that the batch of Y geese you want should arrive at Sanshan Airport today. I've already sent the bill of lading to your email. You can use it once you print it out. Don't forget about it. Those little guys have been hungry for 10 hours, we have to feed them as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but slap his forehead. He had been thinking about Monica for the past 2 days and had really forgotten about it. However, he didn't want old Blake to know that he wasn't at Sanshan, nor did he want old Blake to think that he might have gone to Italy. So, he immediately said, "I know. Mr. Blake, thank you for the reminder. I'll get the goods in time." "That's good. That's good." Old Blake said with a smile. "Mr. Xia, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Blake." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately checked his email on his phone. Sure enough, old Blake had sent a new email today. The batch of wild geese would arrive at Sanshan by international flight at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After going through the inspection and quarantine procedures, they should be able to complete the procedures at around 4:30 at the earliest. This procedure didn't require them to directly take the wild geese away, but they needed to be quarantined in the quarantine area for 30 days. The procedure was just a one-time payment of the 30-day feeding fee. All the animals that entered the country had to be quarantined to prevent unknown diseases from spreading into the country. Xiao Ruofei thought about it for a while, then called Ling Qingxue. Ruofei, you should be in Beijing at this time, right? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. How come you have time to call me? Shouldn't you be drinking with Brother Zhao and the others? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, My dear wife, we're not as bad as you say we are. I'm here in Beijing to work, okay? Ling Qingxue chuckled, then asked, Oh yeah, how's the club going? Ling Qingxue also had a part in the club project. Most importantly, the club would set up a branch of Ling Qingxue's room cuisine, so Ling Qingxue was very concerned about this project. Xiao Ruofei said, Don't worry. Brother Zhao and the others have a lot of connections in Beijing. This project is progressing very smoothly, and the engineering team has already entered the site to start construction. That's good. I'll come and take a look when I'm free. Ling Qingxue said. Okay. When you're free, let me know. I'll ask Captain Lu to apply for a flight route in advance, and he'll send you on a private plane. That's so extravagant. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. It's not your own money, you don't feel bad at all. What are you talking about? Xiao Ruofei said. Even if it's my own money, I won't feel bad. I don't even blink when spending money on my dear wife. Yo. Why are you so sweet today? Ling Qingxue said. Don't tell me you have something to ask of me? Hee. Dear wife, there's something I really need you to do for me, Xiao Ruofei said. I'm in Beijing right now, so I can't leave for a while. But I asked someone to buy a batch of wild geese from Europe. They should be shipped to Sanshan Airport today, so I need you to help me with the paperwork. Buy geese? Ling Qingxue was a little surprised. Why would you buy geese from Europe? If you want to eat geese, we have them everywhere in Xianxia. They're not expensive. This batch of geese isn't for eating. I'm keeping them for a big use. Xiao Ruofei said, Daughter-in-law, don't worry so much. After I hang up the phone, I'll send you the electronic bill of lading. You can go to Sanshan Airport around 5 o'clock in the afternoon to complete the procedures. This batch of wild geese will be quarantined for another month, so you don't need to bring them back. Just go and complete the paperwork, and pay the feeding fee for the month. No problem. Since you have such a sweet mouth, I'll help you with this. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. I knew my dear wife was reliable. Xiao Ruofei said. Right, if you don't understand the process, look for Vice President Yang of the airport group. You met him when we went for a test flight last time. I'll send you his contact information in a while. Last time, Li Yifu accompanied Xiao Ruofei to receive the Gulfstream G650 aircraft. Because of that, he met Vice President Yang Wanqin of the airport group. That day, the two of them exchanged contact information. Yang Wanqin already knew that the plane was actually used by Xiao Ruofei. That day, he saw how polite Li Yifu was to Xiao Ruofei. In his mind, Xiao Ruofei's importance had been infinitely raised. So if he asked for help with such a small matter, he would definitely spare no effort to do it well. Got it. You can stay in Beijing with peace of mind. Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue talked sweet words for a while before finally hanging up. After he sent the electronic bill of lading to Ling Qingxue, he dragged his small suitcase and walked into the International Departure Hall of the airport. At around 11 o'clock, a Lufthansa Boeing 747 plane took off smoothly from Beijing International Airport. Xiao Ruofei sat in the first-class cabin of the plane and closed his eyes to rest. There was still about 13 hours of flight left before he set foot on the land of Italy. Turin was the city where Monica grew up and lived. He had a faint trace of anticipation in his heart. After about 10 hours of flight, the plane landed in Frankfurt, Germany. Because the subsequent flight to Turin was also from Lufthansa, but it was a medium-sized passenger plane and the departure time was not long. Although it was Xiao Ruofei's first time in Germany, he did not actually leave the country and did not need to apply for a transit visa. He just rested in the departure hall for a while. About an hour later, he boarded the plane to Turin again. European countries were not big. Although it was an international flight from Frankfurt to Turin, the actual flight was only about an hour or so. At around 6 o'clock in the evening local time, Xiao Ruofei finally set foot on the land of Italy. The immigration procedures were very simple. Xiao Ruofei only brought a change of clothes with him and did not check in any luggage. He walked out of the airport very smoothly. It took him less than half an hour in total. Xiao Ruofei felt that the weather in Turin was not particularly cold, and he did not feel the hustle and bustle of Italy's third largest industrial city. In fact, the factories were quite far from the city center. The city of Turin was still as simple and natural as many European cities, preserving the original historical appearance of the past. Xiao Ruofei booked a luxurious suite at the Hotel Principe Piedmont. After he left the airport, he waved his hand and stopped a taxi to go directly to the hotel. Xiao Ruofei found that the English of Italians was not particularly good. Most of them could only speak Italian, including the taxi drivers in the F industry. Fortunately, there was a translation software in the phone, so basic communication was not a problem. The Hotel Principe Piedmont was located in the center of Turin. Along the way, he could see a lot of Baroque buildings, which were full of strong European style. It could be said that the style was very different from the cities in China. The sun would not set until around 21 o'clock, so although it was past 7 o'clock in the evening, the sunset was still in the west. The French buildings were bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, looking magnificent. However, Xiao Ruofei was very worried at this time. He was very worried about Monica's situation, so he was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery along the way. After arriving at the hotel smoothly, Xiao Ruofei paid the taxi fare and tipped the driver 10 euros as usual. The hotel receptionist's English was passable. Although the Italian accent was still very heavy, at least he could communicate directly with words. Xiao Ruofei booked a room in advance on the internet. After checking his passport, he quickly checked in. Xiao Ruofei declined the help of the F staff to carry his luggage. He dragged his small suitcase and took the room card to the floor where the room was located. After successfully checking in, Xiao Ruofei moved a chair to sit in front of the window. Through the hotel window, he could see the Egyptian museum not far away. As the sky gradually darkened, more and more people were on the street. Italians liked to go out after nightfall and have a drink in the bar. Although it was his first time in Turin, Xiao Ruofei could still feel the leisurely state of the local life. It was not that he worshipped foreigners, but he always felt that the pace of life in China was too tense. If it was not for Monica's matter, it would be a very good choice to vacation in such a rich historical European city. S3. At this time, Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have the mood to appreciate the night in Turin. The only thought in his mind was how to solve Monica's problem as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei remembered all the information about tolls in his mind. He was an out-and-out scoundrel. The rise of every mafia family was inseparable from bloody battles, and the Gehrman family was no exception. Tolls was the Gehrman family's gold medal fighter. When the Gehrman family was still developing in Sicily, Tolls joined the gang formed by the old Gehrman. Although the old Gehrman had a cousin who held an important position in the glorious society, it was not that easy for the Gehrman family to develop and grow. Drug trafficking and money laundering were the two most important sources of income for the glorious society. The Gehrman family first started from drug trafficking. Toll's duty was to eliminate all threats and hidden dangers for the Gehrman family. To put it bluntly, he was a vicious dog raised by the Gehrman family. He would bite whoever the old Gehrman told him to. In the information that old Blake provided to Xiao Ruofei, there was a record of Toll's misdeeds. He had once shot and killed a local mafia leader at close range on the streets of Naples. After the leader was shot in the chest and couldn't get up, Toll still walked forward and fired 3 shots at the leader's head. After seeing the watermelon fall to the ground, one could imagine the tragic situation of the person at that time. There were many similar cases, and because of the support of the Gehrman family and the glorious society, Towers was still at large. The things he did were either due to insufficient evidence, or someone else took the blame for them. None of the things he did could be used as an irrefutable evidence. In addition to being ferocious, Toles was also a pervert. It could even be said that he would not be happy without women. He changed his women more frequently than he changed his clothes. The most chilling thing was that Toles seemed to have some special fetishes in that regard. After the German family shifted their focus to Turin in the north, there were 2 murders of women in Turin, which had always been quite safe. Without exception, the 2 women died very miserably. It was rumored that they were killed when they provided Toles with sex. However, the police still did not have any evidence, and Toles was still at large. With such a person targeting Monica, Xiao Ruofei could not be at ease for a moment. This was also the reason why he rushed to Italy in the first place. He didn't dare to imagine how much pain he would feel if Monica also turned into a zombie tank covered in T-scales. In Xiao Ruofei's plan, the first thing he had to do was to send Toles to meet Satan. Only when this person was dead would the threat to Monica disappear. This was the most urgent matter. Therefore, he had to deal with the current situation. He had never felt a sense of superiority over the law because of his extraordinary strength. However, he didn't have any psychological burden when he casually killed a villain like Toles. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also very clear that killing Toles could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Toles' death would not affect the German family's suppression of the Grasso family. Xiao Ruofei did not care about the Grasso family's survival at all, especially when he heard that the patriarch of the Grasso family had personally led them into such a predicament. After knowing that Toles had his eyes on Monica, the patriarch even sacrificed Monica in exchange for a chance for the Grasso family to breathe. This made Xiao Ruofei have no good impression of the Grasso family. However, Xiao Ruofei could not guarantee that without Toles, there would not be a second person in the German family who would covet Monica again. With the patriarch of the Grasso family, he would definitely not care about Monica's wishes. He might even want to send Monica to his bed. Therefore, in order to completely solve Monica's problem, killing Toles was far from enough. The way to solve it once and for all was naturally to uproot the German family. However, the German family was backed by the famous Glorious Society in Italy. Xiao Ruofei did not know how influential the Glorious Society's backer of the German family was, nor did he know how the Glorious Society would react after learning that the German family was in trouble. However, he could not take the risk and act rashly. Xiao Ruofei was not so blindly confident that he would be able to do anything just because he was now a practitioner. In fact, the combat strength of a practitioner's single tank might be many times stronger than the strongest special forces in the world, but it was not invincible. At least, as a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, Xiao Ruofei was far from being able to ignore worldly forces. Many firearms could pose a threat to Xiao Ruofei. S3, a large-caliber sniper bullet could take Xiao Ruofei's life. Even if he had an innate sense for danger and could possibly dodge a sniper bullet that quietly flew over from hundreds or even thousands of meters away, it was impossible for him to be in such a tense state all the time. It was torture for anyone. What's more, Xiao Ruofei didn't doubt in the slightest that the Glorious Society, as a mafia organization with a long history, would definitely have firearms that were much more powerful than sniper rifles. In addition, they had eyes and ears all over Europe. It was quite unwise to provoke such an enemy. Xiao Ruofei, who had been in the military for many years, knew that he had to either not make a move or kill with one blow. Otherwise, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Especially in the unfamiliar Italy, Xiao Ruofei, who had experienced many cross-border battles, knew very well that no matter how careful he was, he could not be too careful. He could not act rashly against the German family, but killing Toles was an urgent matter. Xiao Ruofei decided to not care about the follow-up arrangements and achieve the first goal first. Xiao Ruofei was very confident that she would be able to kill Toles without anyone noticing. Strictly speaking, the information that old Blake gave him was not considered intelligence. It was just some superficial information or information that was publicly reported. At most, he just summarized it. Old Blake could not provide a lot of the key information that Xiao Ruofei needed. For example, the information about Toles was more about his misdeeds, but the key information about his frequent haunts, living habits, AI, and so on were very vague. Xiao Ruofei needed to collect these information himself. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Ruofei got up and left the hotel room. He walked on the streets of Turin. At this time, night had just fallen. Many people came out of their houses and wandered on the streets in twos and threes. The exotic streets were peaceful. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that there would be no shortage of places to hide evil in any city. He strolled on the street, seemingly aimless, but in fact, he specifically chose the narrow alleys and the roads with dim street lights. From time to time, he would look up curiously at the European-style buildings on the street. He looked like a backpacker. Xiao Ruofei quickly sensed the faint sound of footsteps behind him. At the same time, his spiritual power also detected that there were people in front of him who were trying to outflank him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but slowly curve up. He quickened his pace, and the footsteps behind him were obviously much more hurried. Xiao Ruofei was like a frightened rabbit. He went from a brisk walk to a trot, and finally, he ran into a dead end in a panic. At this time, Xiao Ruofei turned around. A group of people appeared at the entrance of the alley behind him. They all had a mocking smile on their faces. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. It was slightly different from what he had imagined. This group of people were all black. If he did not look carefully, he would not be able to see their faces clearly in the dark alley. S3, so, after being busy for half a day, he did not attract the gangsters, but a group of black people? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. Yesterday, when he was in the capital, he also checked the situation in Turin. He heard that the Nigerian gangsters were rampant here. It seemed that he had encountered a group of Nigerian gangsters. The leader of the group, a black guy, grinned and said a bunch of words that Xiao Ruofei could not understand. However, from the looks of this group of people, it was obvious that Xiao Ruofei was a fat sheep. I don't care anymore. They are all gangsters. They should know something about the local mafia. Xiao Ruofei said in his mind. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? The people who know you best are usually your competitors. The Nigerian gangsters in Turin must have various conflicts of interest with the local mafia. Xiao Ruofei did not believe that this group of black guys did not know anything about the Gehrman family. The leader of the group was about 27 or 28 years old. He was still wearing a tactical vest in the cold spring season. It seemed that he was not afraid of the cold weather at all. His tanned skin was shiny under the dim street lights. He had a classic black style of dirty braids on his head. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's blank face, he thought for a while and made a gesture of counting money at Xiao Ruofei. He said in broken English, "Money. Money." Many of these Nigerian gangsters were refugees and their descendants. After they came to Europe, they gradually took root in various parts of Europe. These black people were generally not well educated, and many of them were very lazy. Therefore, they quickly became a factor of social instability. This small gang was formed by a group of black people who did not have any skills and were not willing to go out and find a job. The leader was called Banjita. He had learned some Japanese English. Among their various businesses, their favorite was robbing, especially Asian tourists. Based on their experience, Asian tourists were generally richer. As long as they succeeded once, they would be able to live a good life for a few days. Today, when Xiao Ruofei was strolling on the streets, she was targeted by them. They followed her all the way here, and with Xiao Ruofei's intentional cooperation, they finally seized the opportunity and blocked Xiao Ruofei in a dead end. Xiao Ruofei looked at the group of black people with shining eyes and asked in English, "Who can speak English?" Banjita pointed at himself and said, "Me." "You. Japanese?" Xiao Ruofei was speechless. She dared to say that she knew English with this level of vocabulary? Moreover, he actually thought that he was a Japanese. How could he tolerate this? How do I look like a Japanese? Are you blind? You are the King Japanese. Your whole family is Japanese. After complaining in his heart, Xiao Ruofei said sternly, "No. I am Ease." Hearing this, Banjita smiled even more brightly. In the dark alley, his big white teeth looked a little scary. He said in broken English, "Huaxia. Rich. Take out all your money." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Banjita and asked, "Who else can speak English?" The group of black people looked at each other. Obviously, they did not understand Xiao Ruofei's simple English. Banjita saw this and said impatiently, "Hey. I'll say it again, take out all the money you have on you." Xiao Ruofei looked and knew that the guy was probably the only one who could speak English. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly rushed forward. Banjita and the others had a lot of experience in street fighting. When they saw Xiao Ruofei move, they immediately took a step back and took out their weapons. However, this motley crew definitely did not have any standard equipment. Some took out a steel pipe, some took out a bicycle chain, and some took out a dagger. Based on Banjita's experience, there were very few tourists who dared to resist. Most of them immediately begged for mercy and begged them to only take the money and leave their identification documents. Xiao Ruofei's behavior undoubtedly angered Banjita. He decided to teach this Huaxia fat sheep a lesson. However, Xiao Ruofei's speed was completely out of Banjita's expectations. Before he could even raise the machete in his hand, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. He actually lost sight of Xiao Ruofei's figure. Immediately after, Banjita heard a series of screams behind him. He turned around and saw that Xiao Ruofei had appeared behind him without him noticing. Like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, his burly brothers were even more vulnerable than women in front of Xiao Ruofei. The Huaxia kid seemed to be invincible in the crowd. Every punch, every palm, and every elbow would cause one of his brothers to scream and fall to the ground. The people who were hit by Xiao Ruofei could only roll on the ground and scream. None of them had the ability to stand up and fight again. In less than 20 to 30 seconds, Banjita saw more than 20 people he had brought with him fall to the ground in pain, and none of them were spared. In other words, this seemingly thin and weak young man from Huaxia could take down one person per second on average. Furthermore, he was able to make the other party completely lose their ability to fight with just one hit. Banjita felt like there were 10,000 F***ers in his mind. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei turned around and grinned at Banjita. Clang, Banjita's hand trembled and the machete fell to the ground. Xiao Ruofei had not even made a move yet, but he was already scared out of his wits. Xiao Ruofei walked to Banjita with a smile and said, "Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you a question." Banjita trembled and asked in a trembling voice, F***CK? Xiao Ruofei smiled and put his arm around Banjita's shoulder, pulling him to the deepest part of the alley. Then, he asked in English, "Do you know Towers?" When Banjita heard this name, his expression changed drastically. He asked, "Are you from the German family?" The German family had not been in Turin for a long time, but after the war with the Moore family, they had gained a firm foothold in Turin. They had also integrated many local gangs and had become the godfather of the mafia in Turin. Naturally, foreign gangs like the Nigerian gang and the Southeast Asian gang became the target of the German family. As a vicious dog raised by the German family, Towers was naturally at the forefront. His name was already known by Banjita and the others. Therefore, when Banjita heard Xiao Ruofei say Towers' name, he subconsciously thought that Xiao Ruofei was from the German family. He was in despair and felt that he would definitely die tonight. Xiao Ruofei flipped his hand, and a shiny military dagger appeared in his hand. He patted Banjita's face with the blade of the dagger and said coldly, "I'm the one asking you now, not the other way around. As long as you answer my question honestly, I don't want to say it a second time, understand?" Banjita nodded honestly and said, "Understood." "Very good." Xiao Ruofei said, "Now tell me about Towers. Tell me everything you know, including but not limited to his personality traits, his AI, his daily routine, and the places he frequents." When Banjita heard this, he felt that this Huaxia man did not seem to be sent by the German family to clean up these small gangs. Instead, he sounded like Towers' enemy. Suddenly, hope rose in his heart. He quickly said, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Sir, the German family that Towers belongs to is also our enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend." He was halfway through his sentence when Xiao Ruofei glanced at him coldly. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words and began to tell him everything he knew with a flattering smile. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the dark alley. The alley was quiet. Banjita had already been knocked unconscious by him with the hilt of his dagger. The 20 or so people he brought with him were also knocked unconscious by him. They would not wake up for a few hours. These few hours were enough for him to kill Towers. Even if they woke up early or were discovered by others, he did not have to worry about them alerting Towers. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not have to kill them. Although these gang members were despicable, they did not deserve to die. After Xiao Ruofei went out, he found a public toilet and changed his appearance. He even changed into a new set of clothes. Even if Tolls was raped, he didn't have to worry about being recognized. After walking to the street, Xiao Ruofei stopped a taxi, got in, and gave an address. It was a villa area in the wealthy area north of Turin. According to Banjita, Towers was likely to be there tonight. The taxi drove along the Pa River. On the other side of the river was the wealthy district of Turin. The lights were very beautiful, and it was a peaceful scene. Delta, however, that area was destined to be tainted by the smell of blood tonight. After the taxi crossed the bridge, there were fewer people. Both sides of the road were dense woods, and villas could be vaguely seen through the trees. The back of the road was against the mountains and the front was facing the Pa River. They could see Mount Superga from above and Turin City from below. It was no wonder that rich people were willing to live here. The taxi stopped about 100 meters away from the villa district. There were guards guarding the area ahead. The area was part of the S road, and taxis were not allowed to enter unless the taxi driver was the owner. Xiao Ruofei was obviously not the owner. When he got into the car, he had already instructed the driver to stop when they were about to reach the outskirts of the villa district. Xiao Ruofei paid the fare and tipped the driver €5 according to international practice. Then, he asked the driver to turn around and leave. After the taxi disappeared around the corner, Xiao Ruofei's body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the dense woods. A villa deep in the residential area was brightly lit. Many people were singing to their heart's content in the courtyard amidst the music. A white man in his early 30s sat by the pool. His blonde hair was spiked up, and his eye sockets were deep. He had a typical look from the Mediterranean region. His eyes had a deep murderous aura. In addition, there was a striking scar on his face that extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. This Caucasian man was wearing a tight vest. His exposed thick arms were covered in tattoos, and his lush mustache was also exposed. He looked very valiant at first glance. He held a wine glass in his hand. As he swirled it, he looked at the girls in the courtyard who were twisting their bodies to the music. His eyes flashed with an evil light. S3, the white man shouted loudly, "Hey! Lori! Didn't you say that the girl would come tonight? Where is she?" A red-haired white young man hurriedly ran over and said, "Towers, I've already called to confirm. Old Grasso personally promised that he would send the girl over tonight. They should be on their way now." The white man with a scar on his face was Tolls. He spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, curled his lips and said, "You're dragging your feet. Is it shameful for you to follow me?" The red-haired young man, Lori, smiled and said, "Tolls, it's her honor that you're interested in her. She will soon understand." Hee hee. Tolls shot a glance at Lori and faintly asked, "Hey. Do you have any thoughts about her?" "No, no." Lori hurriedly laughed awkwardly. Tolls curled his lips and said, "Anyone who sees that kind of beauty will have thoughts, unless they have no balls. Don't worry. When I'm tired of her, she'll be yours." Lori quickly said, "Thank you. Thank you." He muttered in his heart, "When you're tired of playing, will that girl still be alive?" It's not like this is the first time. He wouldn't dare to say such thoughts out loud even if he had 100 times the courage. He could only curse in his heart. Now that the Gehrman family was at its peak in Turin, Tolls was the best fighter in the Gehrman family. It could be said that he had made great contributions to the Gehrman family in Turin. This villa was given to Tolls by the head of the Gehrman family. The price of this villa in the wealthy district of Turin was about €4,000 per square meter. If Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun and the others were here, they would definitely scoff at this price. Compared to the price of a house in the capital, which was easily 100,000, this was simply too cheap. But in Turin, this was indeed a first-class mansion. Tolls curled his lips and said, "Lori, go make another call and ask. Where's that girl? I don't have the patience to keep waiting." "Okay, please wait a moment." Lori hurriedly ran aside to make a call. Just as Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, a black Mercedes-Benz quietly drove to the entrance of the residential area. The security guard reached out to stop the car. The driver stuck his head out and said something to them. The security guard immediately contacted them with the walkie-talkie and then waved his hand to let the car go. After the Mercedes-Benz entered the residential area, it drove towards Toll's villa. In the passenger seat, there was a cold middle-aged white man. He looked back at the person in the back seat from time to time, revealing a trace of warning. The person in the back seat was Monica. She was obviously dressed up carefully. She wore an X-colored evening dress, showing off her curvaceous body. She also had delicate light makeup on her face, but her face didn't look very good, and her expression was full of deep despair. S3, today was the day the family gave her an ultimatum. Either she agreed to sacrifice for the family and become Toll's woman, or she was expelled from the family. To be honest, Monica wasn't afraid of being expelled from the Grasso family. She even felt that it was a kind of relief. She didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for this family that didn't have the slightest bit of humanity. But she wasn't alone. Although her doting grandfather, strict father, and kind mother had all passed away, she still had a younger brother. He was a beautiful 18-year-old young man. Unfortunately, he had severe polio when he was a child, and since then, he couldn't leave the wheelchair. The patriarch of the Grasso family, who was also Monica's uncle, made it clear that if Monica didn't agree to the family's conditions, Monica would be expelled from the Grasso family, and her younger brother, Rossi, would continue to stay in the family. There was a strong sense of threat here. Monica could imagine what kind of misfortune would befall the lonely Rossi if he stayed in the family. She had no choice at all. So tonight, she was like a walking corpse. She let the family's maid dress her up beautifully, and then she got into the Mercedes-Benz. Together with the family's butler, she came to this luxurious villa in the wealthy district. Toll's notoriety spread far and wide, and Monica knew very well what she would experience. At this moment, her body was slightly trembling uncontrollably. A sharp razor P was hidden between the fingers of her right hand, and her palm was sweaty. After many days of psychological struggle, Monica still couldn't accept such a fate calmly. She had thought of escaping, and when she had enough strength, she would come back to take her brother back. But the Grasso family had already kept her under strict surveillance. Her uncle, the patriarch, saw her as the only hope and an important bargaining chip that could help the Grasso family return to its peak. When Monica saw the figures pacing back and forth outside her house, she knew that even if she wanted to be expelled from the family, it would be an extravagant hope. The Grasso family didn't plan to expel her, so she had no choice at all. So, Monica used the opportunity to go to the bathroom to send an email with an old-fashioned mobile phone that she had hidden with great difficulty. Then, she hid a razor P in between her fingers. Looking at the lights of the villa that were getting closer and closer, the figure of that mysterious Asian man flashed across Monica's mind. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. Her last email was sent to Xianxia. She didn't spend too much time on her experience. The main point of the email was to ask Xianxia to save her brother, Rossi, if possible. Of course, when this email was sent, Xianxia was interrogating the Nigerian gangster, Bangida, in Turin City. Then, he immediately took a taxi to the villa in the wealthy district, so he didn't see it immediately. The villa was getting closer and closer. Through the car window, Monica could even see a group of demons dancing in the courtyard. She clenched the razor P tightly between her fingers, and her mind gradually became firm. On this trip, Monica was determined to die. Even if she died, she couldn't let that evil demon taint her body. This was Monica's only obsession. Regardless of whether she succeeded or failed, Monica didn't plan to live. Tolls had rich combat experience. Even if he was delirious, it would be quite difficult to slit his throat with this razor P. Once the assassination failed, Monica planned to immediately cut her artery and not give Tolls a chance to taint her. Even if she was lucky enough to succeed, the chances of Monica surviving in Toll's lair were zero. Furthermore, she might face the crazy reports from the Gehrman family and be in a situation worse than death. So, even if the assassination succeeded, Monica had already decided to commit suicide immediately to avoid being violated. As for whether the Grasso family would be crazily reported by the Gehrman family, Monica didn't care at all. Her only hope was that her brother, Rossi, could survive and wait until Xiaoruofei came to take him away. S3, the car slowly stopped, and the red-haired, white-skinned young man, Lori, ran over to open the car door. Seeing Monica, who was dressed up, Lori couldn't help but whistle. Then, he said, "Miss Grasso, Tolls has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me." With that, he stood by the car door with an unruly smile on his face and gestured to Monica to get in. Monica looked at him coldly and then stepped out of the car. Lori immediately led Monica into the villa. From the beginning to the end, no one paid any attention to the Grasso family's housekeeper who was escorting the car. Even Monica didn't glance at him. She followed Lori inside, and along the way, many gazes fell on her. Some were gloating, some were jealous, and there were also some that had a trace of pity. Monica completely ignored these gazes. As if she had accepted her fate, she expressionlessly followed Lori all the way. "Wait." A woman in a black SCP uniform reached out and blocked their path. "Raise your hands high and don't move." Monica glanced at him and slowly raised her hands as he asked. The woman in black carefully searched Monica's body 3 times in a row before finally waving her hand and letting her go. At this moment, Monica couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Just now, her hand that was holding the razor P was right next to the head of the woman in black, but the woman in black didn't notice. Sometimes, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Although this sentence had been repeated many times, it was true in many cases. Perhaps the woman felt that a weak woman wouldn't be a threat at all, or maybe she subconsciously ignored this inconspicuous gap between her fingers. In any case, Monica passed through without any mishap. Lori brought Monica to the pool. Monica could already see Tolls half lying by the pool. That scarred face gave her nightmares for many days. Today, it was time to end this nightmare. She walked step by step towards Tolls. Xiaoruofei's figure appeared in her mind again. She secretly said in her heart, "Xia, goodbye forever. I used to think that the concept of chastity of Huaxia's women was a bit ridiculous, but when the patriarch asked me to use my body to please this devil, I felt a strong sense of guilt towards you. Don't worry, my body will always belong to you alone. Unfortunately, I will never see you again." Tolls had already stood up and walked towards Monica. He narrowed his eyes and grinned at Monica. Monica felt that the mouth of H teeth was as disgusting as it could be, but she still resisted the discomfort and gave Tolls a charming smile. She knew that in order to assassinate a top fighter like Tolls, the first thing she had to do was to make him completely let down his guard. Monica secretly clenched her hands and followed Lori to Tolls. Tolls laughed and opened his arms to Monica. He said arrogantly, "Baby, you're finally here. You'll soon know that this is the right decision." "Mr. Tolls, how can I refuse your call?" Monica tried to smile and said. Tolls laughed heartily and said, "Let's go. Little baby. I've already prepared a candlelight dinner for the 2 of us." After saying that, Tolls reached out to Monica's shoulder and wanted to take her into the villa. Lori and the others on the side showed envious expressions. They even began to imagine the scene of this hot and beautiful woman being ravaged by Tolls. Monica's eyes showed a trace of determination. She still had a charming smile on her face, but the razor in her hand began to slide down gently. S3, Tolls stretched out his hand and the door in front of him was wide open. Monica only needed to wave her hand and the razor could cut Tolls' carotid artery. The premise was that she was fast enough, accurate enough, and strong enough. Monica secretly gritted her teeth and said goodbye to Xiaoruofei in her heart. Then, she held the razor with 2 fingers and suddenly raised her hand. At this moment, everyone felt as if a gust of wind blew past. Then, there was suddenly another person in the villa's courtyard. While everyone was still in a daze, this masked person had already strangely flashed between Tolls and Monica. Monica didn't see this masked person's movements, but she felt that the razor in her hand had disappeared. Monica was completely disheartened. She thought that this masked person was secretly protecting Tolls and suddenly appeared after discovering the danger. Now, her only weapon was in the hands of the other party. She, who was unarmed, didn't even have the chance to kill herself when facing such a group of wolves. At the thought of the tragic situation she was about to face, Monica couldn't help but tremble. However, the next moment, under Monica's astonished gaze, this masked person raised his hand and the razor P flew toward Tolls like a bullet. Poochie, after a soft sound, the razor P flashed with silver light and flew into the darkness. Toll's eyes widened and stared at the masked person. A small red line of blood appeared on his neck, and then the line quickly extended and wrapped around his entire neck. This scene happened so fast that no one in the yard could react. No one could recall how the masked man rushed into the yard. It was as if he appeared beside Tolls out of thin air. It wasn't until Towers fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his neck that the people in the courtyard seemed to have recovered from their pause. The women let out ear-piercing screams in unison while the men roared furiously. Their first reaction was to reach for their weapons at their waists. Those who could attend the party at Toll's villa were basically members of the mafia family. Their status in the Gehrman family may not be as important as Toll's, but they were all armed. There were many people who had guns. Monica was also in a state of shock. Thors, who gave her nightmares, was like a chicken. He was killed by the masked man with a wave of his hand. Furthermore, the masked man used the razor blade that she brought in. She couldn't believe her eyes. When her gaze fell on the masked man, her body trembled and she almost blurted out a name. At this moment, the masked man suddenly reached out and pulled out the pistol on Toll's waist. At the same time, he grabbed her waist and took her a big step to the side. Almost at the same time, Monica also heard the gunshot. She even saw the sparks when the bullet hit the spot where she was standing just now. The gunshot also made her come back to her senses. It was only then that Monica realized that even though Tolls was dead, she was still in a dangerous situation. Her chances of survival were still slim. The gunshots in the yard were mixed with the screams of women. The scene was very chaotic. Monica was carried by the masked man. She couldn't help but dodge left and right. Several bullets flew past her body, and she was in danger. The masked man didn't say a word from beginning to end, but it gave Monica a great sense of security. It was as if as long as she stayed by his side, she would be fine. This was a state that was difficult to describe with words. A group of ferocious mafias were chasing them with guns, but Monica felt very peaceful in her heart, and there was no trace of fear at all. The masked man pulled her hand, and she suddenly pounced on the masked man involuntarily. The masked man turned sideways and carried her on his back. Then, Monica felt as though she was riding on the clouds. The masked man stomped his feet on the ground and the two of them instantly soared up to a height of at least 3 to 4 meters. Without the aid of any equipment or a run-up, such a jump completely violated the laws of physics, let alone carrying a person. Even if they were lightly equipped, if they could jump up to such a height, they would be qualified to participate in international competitions. Monica even saw the masked man kick the head of a big man when he was exhausted and fell. Then, he used the momentum to jump up again. After a few jumps, the two had easily crossed the courtyard wall and jumped out of the encirclement. Monica could still faintly hear the exasperated shouts behind her. The masked man didn't stop. Instead, he carried Monica to the parking lot at the side of the villa. He glanced around and then came to a black Mercedes-Benz. Among so many cars, this was the only one that didn't turn off. Moreover, there was someone sitting in the car. Those mafia people definitely wouldn't give up so easily. He had to break out of the encirclement before they closed in again and leave here safely. He couldn't waste any time. Directly grabbing a car that didn't turn off was obviously the most time-saving way. The masked man opened the door of the front passenger seat. A middle-aged man was trembling with fear, his whole body trembling like a chaff. The masked man pulled the middle-aged white man out of the car with one hand. The middle-aged white man quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. I have nothing to do with Towers." Then, he saw Monica on the masked man's back. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, he said, "Monica, hurry up and explain to your friend that we're not with Towers." Coincidentally, there was no story. In such a short time, the masked man had chosen this car among the many luxury cars. It was the car that the Grasso family had sent Monica here. The one who was pulled out and thrown to the ground by the masked man was the butler of the Grasso family. He was the family head's loyal follower. The masked man didn't care about the butler at all. He just coldly said one word to the driver, "Get out." The driver scrambled out of the car. The masked man stuffed Monica into the car. While closing the door, he put his hand on the hood and came to the other side. He nimbly got into the car and quickly started the car. When the Mercedes-Benz rushed forward, the masked man closed the door at the same time. From pulling out the butler, driving out the driver, and starting the car, the whole process took no more than 5 seconds. When Monica came back to her senses, the car was already galloping on the road like a wild horse. Behind them, a group of mafias angrily shot at the car, but they couldn't hit the car accurately. In addition, the masked man drove the car in a zigzag motion, so the bullets didn't even touch the paint of the car. Those mafias rushed to the parking lot and got into the car to chase after the car. The car behind them was still some distance away. Monica looked at the masked man, still in shock. She stared deeply at the masked man who was driving at high speed, and then called out in a trembling voice, "Xia." The masked man drove through a sharp corner at high speed. The movement of the tail was almost impeccable. When the car entered a straight road, he quickly turned his head to look at Monica, and then continued to stare at the road, holding the steering wheel tightly. The masked man asked in English, "Do you know me?" Monica was very excited. When the masked man appeared, she had a very familiar feeling. Whether it was the movement or the figure, it was very similar to the Oriental man who was engraved in her heart. "It's really you?" Monica said excitedly, "God. This is unbelievable. Xia, how did you suddenly appear here? Is this really God's will?" The masked man said faintly as he drove, "I don't know why you're so excited, but I think you've got the wrong person." After that, he reached out and took off the headscarf covering his face. Monica's ecstatic expression suddenly froze. This was a completely unfamiliar face. It was not the man she had been thinking about day and night. Although many Europeans and Americans felt that Asians looked similar when they saw them, just like how Xianxia people saw foreigners, it was difficult to tell the difference between them. But Monica was different. When she saw other Xianxia people, she might not be able to tell the difference, but it was absolutely impossible for her to mistake Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's appearance had been deeply engraved in her mind. The young man in front of her was not Xia Ruofei at all. From great surprise to great disappointment, Monica's mood was like a roller coaster. She squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm sorry, I've got the wrong person." "Sir, thank you for saving me today." This masked man was naturally Xia Ruofei, but after changing his appearance, Monica could not recognize him at all. In fact, when he was covering his face, Monica's intuition was quite accurate. This feeling was very mysterious, and only two people who were very close to each other would have this kind of feeling. However, when Xia Ruofei took off the headscarf covering his face, Monica naturally overturned her previous judgment. After all, Xia Ruofei's means of changing his appearance was too magical. Even his temperament was completely different from before. Monica would never have thought that her previous judgment was right. Sometimes, what the eyes saw might not be the truth, but the first impression was more accurate. Actually, Xia Ruofei was one step ahead of Monica and had already hidden outside the villa. When he saw Monica get out of the car, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. At that time, Xia Ruofei said in his heart, "Did Monica finally choose to compromise? Maybe this is not a compromise, but something she did willingly?" Because at that time, Xia Ruofei saw Monica give Tolls a charming smile. Xia Ruofei was too familiar with this smile. Every time he was with Monica, this smile would make him completely lose his resistance. The temptation of this smile was amazing. However, Xia Ruofei was a cultivator after all. He quickly noticed the razor that even the woman in black who was searching him did not notice. At this time, Tolls was about to put his arm around Monica's shoulder, but Monica had already raised her hand. The reflection of the razor blade completely woke Xia Ruofei up. Without any hesitation, he shot out at lightning speed. Before Monica could make a move, he snatched the razor blade with his mental energy and slit Toll's throat with a single slash. Until now, Xia Ruofei still felt a little guilty for his short hesitation just now. When Monica called out his name, his heart trembled, and he wished he could immediately reveal his identity. But Xia Ruofei knew that he could not do that. His true identity was too sensitive. He had such a big company behind him and so many employees. If he was involved in such a vicious case, too many people would be affected. In addition, Xiao Ruofei did not want Monica to be implicated. Naturally, the less she knew about such things, the better. Only by hiding it from Monica could he be as foolproof as possible. In the future, even if Monica used a lie detector or advanced hypnosis, she would only reveal Xiao Ruofei's current appearance. Therefore, when he saw Monica's disappointed look, although Xiao Ruofei felt a little distressed, he still hardened his heart and did not reveal his true identity. Monica couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei again. If she didn't look at his face, she would really think that the man in front of her was the man in Xianxia who had left an unforgettable impression on her. Then, Monica suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, just now when I called you Xia, you seem to have asked me, do you know me?" Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "My name is Xia, and I'm from Xianxia." "Madam, I haven't asked for your name yet." "Xia." Monica repeatedly chewed on the name and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. She said in her heart, "He's also surnamed Xia, and he's also from Xianxia. What a coincidence." "Hey! Did you hear what I said? You're not asleep, are you?" When Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded, Monica came back to her senses. She quickly said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was a little distracted just now." "Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Monica Grasso. You can call me Monica." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Hello, Monica." Monica explained, "Just now, I thought of a Xianxia friend of mine, so I was distracted. I'm really sorry." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have a mischievous heart. He smiled and asked, "Do I look like your Xianxia friend?" Monica turned her head and looked at Xiao Ruofei again. She said seriously, "He's the same as you, surnamed Xia." "You too." How should I put it? There's obviously no similarity in appearance, but there seems to be a very similar characteristic. I can't explain it clearly, but I just thought you were him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Is that so? Is there such a magical thing? If there's a chance, can you introduce me to him? No problem. I believe that you two will become very good friends. Monica said without hesitation. Then, Monica couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Xia, why did you appear in Toll's villa and save me?" Xiao Ruofei focused on driving and said lightly, "I appeared in Toll's villa to kill him. As for the reason, I think it's better for you not to know. It's better for you this way. Saving you was just a coincidence. I saw the blade between your fingers. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We Xianxia people believe that meeting is fate. Since we met, I brought you out of there, that's all. Just a coincidence." Monica murmured. Although she had already confirmed that this Xia was not the same person as the one in her heart, Monica still felt a faint sense of loss in her heart. Xiao Ruofei looked at the rearview mirror and asked, "Monica, do you have any other questions?" "No." Monica blurted out. "Since there's no other questions, then fasten your seatbelt and sit tight in your seat," Xiao Ruofei said. As soon as he said that, Monica suddenly felt the car speed up a lot. The strong pushing force caught her off guard. After fastening her seatbelt in a hurry, Monica realized that the headlights behind her were a little dazzling. The safety features of the Mercedes-Benz were quite good, but this kind of unmodified factory car was obviously inferior to the off-road vehicles of the mafia in terms of speed. At this time, the car had already driven out of the wealthy district. The guards at the gate saw the crazy racing cars and the sparks from the shots from the cars behind them, so they had already hidden far away. "Hey, look! Small? Xiao Ruofei shouted, "Lower your body, don't show your head." Monica quickly shrank her body under the back of the seat, not daring to breathe. He drove the car in a zigzag manner to avoid the bullets, but there were still bullets hitting the car from time to time. The rear windshield had already shattered. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Ruofei could see at least 4 cars closely following them, and the distance was constantly closing. At this rate, those cars would catch up in a while. The car sped along the river. Xiao Ruofei drove while thinking about countermeasures. If Monica wasn't with him, he could easily get away, but now that he had Monica with him, and the car wasn't very powerful, it would take some effort to shake off the pursuers. Xiao Ruofei held the steering wheel with one hand and took out a pistol from his waist with the other hand. He had taken this pistol from Tolls during the chaos just now. He had already checked it, and the magazine was full. There was a bridge in front, and through this bridge, they could reach the other side of the Po River and drive to the city center. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't choose to go on the bridge. Before dealing with the pursuers, entering the city center might cause casualties to innocent passers-by. Those mafia wouldn't care about stray bullets hurting people. Xiao Ruofei continued to drive along the road on the side of the Po River. There was a curve in front, but he didn't slow down. When he entered the curve, he used the handbrake and a perfect drift to send the car into the curve. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated out of the curve. The mafia driving behind them didn't have such excellent driving skills. In order not to go off the road, they could only slow down and pass, which opened up a small distance again. S3, Xiao Ruofei took this opportunity to control the direction with one hand and rub the gun on his leg with the other hand. The bullet was already loaded, a basic skill that every special forces soldier had to master. Xiao Ruofei had already formed muscle memory, and his movements were extremely smooth. "Sit tight," Xiao Ruofei shouted. Then he leaned out and fired a shot behind him without hesitation. If it were an ordinary person, such an S-shot hit rate would definitely be shockingly low. After all, both cars were moving at high speed. But before Xiao Ruofei made his move, he had roughly determined the position of the 4 cars behind him through the rearview mirror. After he leaned forward, he quickly observed the rear. In that split second, he even had time to determine the trajectory of the cars behind him. The car's trajectory and the bullet's trajectory perfectly. Of the Ford. 2. With one of the front tires blown out, the car naturally lost its balance. The mafia driver instinctively corrected the direction of the car. The car was completely out of control. There was a small stone on the road. After the left front tire of the car ran over it, the whole car suddenly turned sideways and began to roll. The cars behind couldn't dodge in time. The car in the front crashed into it. Xiao Ruofei hit the brakes, then leaned back and fired another shot. At this time, the Ford with a flat tire rolled over. The shot hit the gas tank accurately. With a loud boom, a huge explosion occurred in the Ford Focus. It was a Toyota. It was also torn by the shock wave of the explosion. The driver tried to control the off-road vehicle at the edge of time and space. The Toyota was like a drunkard on the road. In the end, it failed and crashed into a tree on the side of the road. Xiao Ruofei's 2 bullets took out 2 cars at once. These 2 cars had completely blocked the road. There were still 2 cars behind them that couldn't pass at all. The mafia jumped out of the car and angrily shot at Xiao Ruofei's car. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and there was no threat at all. They watched helplessly as the somewhat dilapidated Mercedes-Benz sped away and soon disappeared around the corner of the road. At this time, the Toyota off-road car that had crashed into the tree also began to burn. The mafias did not bother to chase after Xiao Ruofei. They scrambled to find fire extinguishers from the remaining 2 cars, trying to save their companions trapped in the car. As for the first Ford, it was burned to a skeleton in a short while. None of the mafia in the car could escape. After Xiao Ruofei drove away from the scene of the accident, he slowly slowed down. Monica, who was still in shock, also straightened up. She looked at the calm Xiao Ruofei and said sincerely, "Mr. Xia, your shooting skills are really good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and turned to look at Monica. He asked, "Monica, where should I take you now?" "Home?" Monica's eyes showed a trace of confusion. She said with a wry smile, "Home? I don't have a home to go back to." In Monica's view, the Grasso family was not her home. In the whole family, except for her brother Rossi, those uncles and distant relatives were not her relatives at all. Those people, except for exchanging her for benefits, didn't care about her at all. Although Monica didn't kill the people today, Tolls was dead. Who knew if the Gehrman family would vent their anger on her? She couldn't go back to the family. Of course, she didn't want to go back at all. After Monica finished speaking, her face suddenly changed. She said in a hurried tone, "Mr. Xia, can you do me a favor?" Xiao Ruofei asked as he drove, "Don't worry. Tell me what it is first." Monica said anxiously, please save my brother. If I run out, they will definitely vent their anger on my brother. And if the Gehrman family asks them for my brother and they don't come out, maybe they will take my brother out. I beg you to help me. S3, they? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, who are they? They are people in my family. Monica said, Mr. Xia, there's no time. I will explain to you later. Xiao Ruofei lowered his head and said, lead the way. Thank you. Thank you. Monica said gratefully. About 2 kilometers ahead, there is a bridge that can cross the river. My brother is in a rehabilitation center in the city. In fact, Monica's brother, Rossi, didn't need to live in the rehabilitation center for a long time. He only needed to undergo rehabilitation training regularly. However, since Toll said that he wanted Monica to be his woman, the Grasso family arranged for Rossi to stay in the rehabilitation center. They also sent people to watch over him strictly, just to make Monica submit. Something so big had happened tonight. Monica had to take advantage of the fact that the Grasso family and the Gehrman family hadn't reacted yet to save her brother and settle him down properly. Otherwise, it would be too late. Xiao Ruofei nodded and sped up. When the car crossed the bridge, Xiao Ruofei asked half-jokingly, Monica, I helped you so much. How are you going to thank me? Monica's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Xiao Ruofei carefully and said, Mr. Xia, I can say that I am penniless now, but as long as I can take my brother and escape from Europe, we will definitely repay you in the future. After such a thing happened, there was no way she could stay in Italy. There were even mafia forces all over Europe, so Monica decided to take her brother and leave Europe. In fact, even if she hid at the ends of the earth, if the mafia family was determined to take revenge, she couldn't hide at all. However, Monica couldn't think too much about it now. She could only take one step at a time. Xiao Ruofei deliberately looked Monica up and down, which made Monica a little nervous. Then he said with a smile, actually, if you want to thank me, you don't have to wait until the future. You know. Monica's face changed slightly. The thing she was most worried about had happened. The young man in Xianxia, who was very skilled in martial arts, had actually coveted her body. Monica's mind was in a fierce struggle. To be honest, Monica had a very good impression of this summer from Xianxia. She even had a kind of innate closeness to him. Even when he looked at her frivolously just now, Monica couldn't feel any disgust in her heart. Sometimes, Monica even had an illusion that she was beside Xiao Ruofei. However, she kept reminding herself that an illusion was an illusion. This was Summer, not Xiao Ruofei. No matter how powerful Summer was, no matter how close she felt to him, she could never replace Xiao Ruofei. Gradually, Monica's eyes became firm. She said, Mr. Xia, please stop the car. I think I may not be able to meet your request. You saved my life. I am very grateful to you, but that's all. Xiao Ruofei smiled playfully and asked, then you don't care about your brother? Monica showed a hint of struggle. In the end, she said with a determined face, I will think of another way. I won't trouble Mr. Xia. Now, Monica was a little worried. If he didn't let her go this summer, or even used force, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even the top fighter of the Gehrman family, Tolls, was like a stupid pig in front of him. How could she, a weak and defenseless woman, resist? Monica could only pray in her heart. At this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly laughed and said, I was just joking with you. Look at how nervous you are. Monica looked at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. She found that his eyes had become very clear, without any distracting thoughts. Monica's heart relaxed slightly. Xiao Ruofei saw that she still didn't speak and couldn't help but say, there's a fork in the road ahead. How should I go? Show me the way. Only then did Monica come back to her senses and quickly said, turn right at the intersection ahead. Xiao Ruofei nodded and drove the car to the right. Monica asked hesitantly, Mr. Xia, why are you helping me? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, it's fate. We Huaxia people pay attention to fate the most. We can meet in Toll's villa, and we are both his enemies. Isn't this fate? What's more, you have a Huaxia friend who also has the surname Xia. This is even more fate. She didn't know why, but Monica immediately believed what Summer said. Perhaps it was because Xiao Ruofei had also told her about fate. Her mood suddenly became much clearer, and the haze from before was swept away. Under Monica's guidance, the car drove all the way to a rehabilitation center. At night, the rehabilitation center was already closed and locked. Looking through the iron door, there were still many rooms with lights on. Xiao Ruofei asked Monica about Rossi's position. Although the Grasso family had put Rossi under house arrest, they didn't restrict Monica from coming to see him, so Monica knew very well which room her brother was in. Xiao Ruofei silently remembered it in his heart, then drove the car to a roadside parking space not far from the rehabilitation center. He said, "Monica, get out of the car." After the two of them got out of the car, Xiao Ruofei said to Monica, "You hide in the C cluster. Don't move until I come back. Unless I come over myself, don't move if anyone calls you, even if it's your brother." "Are you going in alone?" Monica quickly said, "Let me lead the way for you. I've been here many times, so I'm very familiar with it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Didn't you already tell me the location? With the information you provided, I don't need anyone to lead the way. I'll be able to find Rossi quickly." Xiao Ruofei paused, then handed the pistol to Monica and said, "Remember what I said, hide in the C cluster." Xiao Ruofei didn't know how important Monica was to the Grasso family and the Gehrman family. He didn't know if they would come overnight to take Rossi away, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The Mercedes-Benz was already full of holes, so it was too obvious to stop there. If Monica hid in the trees next to it, it was likely to become a darkness under the light situation, which could at least delay some time. I don't know how to use a gun," Monica said nervously. "It's very simple," Xiao Ruofei said. "This is the safety. Pull it down and you can remove the protection. The bullet is loaded. After you open the safety, just aim and fire." Xiao Ruofei looked at Monica and said, "Remember, once there's danger, immediately shoot. It doesn't matter if you don't hit the enemy. I'll come over as soon as I hear the gunshot." Monica nodded heavily and said, "I know, Mr. Xia. You be careful too. As far as I know, my family has arranged at least 8 people to guard my brother in shifts. These people are very skilled, and they are likely to have guns." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Understood. You can just wait here for me. Don't worry, I'll save your brother." Monica clenched the pistol that still had Xiao Ruofei's body temperature. She nervously looked at the opposite side of the road through the bushes. She saw Xiao Ruofei lightly step on the wall of the rehabilitation center. He nimbly flipped over the wall and silently disappeared into the night. Monica couldn't help but clench her fists and pray in her heart. After Xiao Ruofei flipped over the wall, he immediately flashed into the shadows like a civet cat. He then quickly ran in the direction of the inpatient building. The security of the rehabilitation center wasn't strict, and Xiao Ruofei didn't deliberately avoid the surveillance cameras. He had already covered his face and changed his appearance. He didn't care about being recorded by the surveillance cameras. The only thing he pursued was time, so he moved very quickly. On the first floor of the inpatient building, there was an old man dozing off in the gatehouse. Xiao Ruofei didn't have to waste any effort to sneak into the building. He quickly looked around, then flashed into the stairwell and quickly climbed up the stairs. According to Monica's speed, if the Grasso family didn't change Rossi's place of house arrest, he should be in the ward on the east side of the 6th floor. There should be at least 6 to 8 people taking turns to guard the door. Xiao Ruofei sprinted with all his might and quickly reached the 6th floor. He quietly pushed open the emergency exit door a crack, then looked around and flashed into the corridor on the 6th floor. The corridor was about 30 meters long. Xiao Ruofei came out from the westernmost part of the corridor. He and Rossi's ward were separated by an entire corridor. As soon as Xiao Ruofei came out, he saw 4 burly men sitting on a bench at the end of the corridor. As soon as he appeared, the 4 men immediately looked at him. Xiao Ruofei didn't hide. Instead, he sped up and walked towards them. One of the men stood up vigilantly and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Ruofei didn't answer and still walked quickly towards them. "Stop." The big man reached his hand into his waist. Xiao Ruofei still didn't say a word, but he had already changed from a brisk walk to a trot. His speed was also increasing. The other three immediately stood up. They took out daggers from their waists at the same time and walked towards Xiao Ruofei with a vigilant look on their faces. Xiao Ruofei's speed was getting faster and faster. The distance of 30 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. In the process of sprinting, Xiao Ruofei gradually lowered his center of gravity. Before the four men could get close to him, he used inertia to slide kick and the man on the opposite side suddenly fell. Xiao Ruofei straightened his body in an instant and knocked the four men unconscious with a few blows. The whole process took less than 5 seconds and it could be said that his speed was at the extreme. Xiao Ruofei did not stop at all. She went straight to the ward and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, a strong wind blew. Xiao Ruofei had already used his spiritual force to check the situation in the room. There were still 2 guards in the ward. When they heard the movement, they didn't rush out immediately. Instead, they hid by the door, ready to surprise the enemy with a fatal blow. However, they didn't know that under Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force, their whereabouts couldn't be hidden at all. Xiao Ruofei, who was already prepared, easily tilted his head and dodged this incomparably ferocious knife. Then, he took advantage of the opponent's wide-open chest and took advantage of the opportunity to lean heavily on the opponent's chest. The big man suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. He flew out and fainted on the ground without saying a word. The other big man was guarding the bed. When he saw Xiao Ruofei defeated his companion so easily, he hurriedly put the knife on Rossi's neck and shouted in panic, "Don't come over. Or I'll kill him right away." With a relaxed smile on his face, Xiao Ruofei looked at Rossi on the bed with great interest. The young man had blonde hair and an angular face. He was definitely a handsome young man. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a wheelchair all year round because of polio, he definitely wouldn't be short of girlfriends. He had also been awakened by the sound of fighting. Although he had a knife on his neck, he wasn't too nervous. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei, as if he was very interested in this masked man who wasn't very strong. Among the 3, the big man was the most nervous. His hand holding the knife was trembling. Xiao Ruofei said in English, "Put down the knife. I won't hit you. I just want to take Rossi away, don't even think about it," the big man said in a trembling voice. It was obvious that the other party wasn't tall or strong, and he was unarmed, but the big man still felt a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. The hand holding the knife couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Ruofei looked at him and was really afraid that his hand would slip and cut off Rossi's carotid artery. He didn't want to delay too long, so he put away his joking heart and rushed directly in the direction of the bed. Seeing this, the big man made up his mind and his hands suddenly exerted force. He wanted to kill Rossi first and destroy both jade and common stone. However, he was horrified to find that he seemed to have been immobilized. No matter how hard he tried, the hand holding the knife couldn't move at all. Xiao Ruofei's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the 2 men. He grabbed the big man's wrist and took the dagger. His other hand chopped the big man's neck cleanly and neatly. The burly man let out a muffled groan and fell limply to the ground. From the time Xiao Ruofei entered the door to the time the big man was knocked unconscious, a total of about 1 minute. Of which, 20 or 30 seconds were spent talking to the big man. In other words, it really only took 30 or 40 seconds to get rid of the last 2 big men guarding Rossi. "Can you understand English?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Rossi and asked. "Of course." Rossi replied in standard English. Among Italians, there weren't many who were good at English. Even if they could speak it, they often had a strong accent. Rossi was obviously well educated. "That's much simpler." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Rossi, come with me. Your sister asked me to save you. Why should I believe you?" Rossi looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "What evidence do you have to prove that Monica sent you?" "You don't need any proof. You will see Monica soon," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he shrugged and asked, "Besides, if I want to take you away, can you resist?" Rossi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It makes sense. But how are you going to take me away? Directly push me out in a wheelchair? The guards in the rehabilitation center are not just for show." "Simple," Xiao Ruofei said casually. He squatted down in front of the hospital bed and carried Rossi on his back. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out a rope from his pocket. In fact, he put his hand into his trouser pocket and took it out from the ring-two space. He fixed Rossi on himself with the rope, then said with a smile, "It's time to leave." Although Rossi was not able to walk, his body was not thin and weak. If he stood up, he would be at least 1.8 meters tall. His leg muscles were atrophied, making them look much smaller than normal people's legs. However, his upper body was very strong. It was obvious that he exercised a lot. Rossi weighed more than 150 kilograms, but Xiao Ruofei carried him on his back as if he didn't feel the weight at all. It was quite easy. He opened the door and looked around. Then he ran to the safety passage on the west side of the corridor with Rossi on his back. He still followed the route he had just taken and ran down the stairs quickly. Rossi lay on Xiao Ruofei's back and felt the wind whistling in his ears. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei was running on foot with him on his back, but it was as if he was sitting in a high-speed car. It was obvious how fast Xiao Ruofei was. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Xiao Ruofei carried Rossi on his back and easily avoided the old gatekeeper. Then he ran straight to the place where he had just sneaked in. "Hey! The door is on the other side," Rossi whispered. "I know," Xiao Ruofei said without looking back. "But I don't want to go through the door. Who knows how many guards there are waiting for me to deal with them." While talking, Xiao Ruofei had already arrived at the wall. Before Rossi had time to ask Xiao Ruofei how to get out, he felt his body suddenly rise up, as if he was riding the clouds. The next moment, Rossi found himself on the other side of the wall. Xiao Ruofei stepped on the ground, turned over, and landed on the ground. The whole set of movements was smooth and very light. Rossi on his back didn't feel too much vibration. He had already arrived outside the wall. Monica, who was anxiously waiting in the bushes, saw Xiao Ruofei's figure appear on the wall. She couldn't help but stand up. With the faint light of the street lamp, Monica faintly saw that Xiao Ruofei was carrying someone on his back. She suddenly felt excited and couldn't help but run out of the bushes where she was hiding. "It's Monica!" Rossi cried. Xiao Ruofei came to Monica with Rossi on his back. At this time, Monica finally saw that the person on Xiao Ruofei's back was her brother, Rossi, who she was worried about the most. She suddenly burst into tears. "Rossi, are you all right?" Monica asked quickly. "I'm fine." Rossi grinned and said, "Monica, the person you sent to save me is so good. Jack and the others are like 4 or 5 years old children in front of him. They can't even withstand a single blow." Monica quickly said, "Rossi, don't be rude. How could I order Mr. Xia? I begged him to go in and get you out." When Monica heard Rossi say, "sent to save me," she couldn't help but feel nervous. She was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would be angry. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't understand Italian at all. Besides, he wasn't that petty. Xiao Ruofei just said lightly, "If you have anything to say, let's talk in the car. I didn't hide my whereabouts just now. Maybe someone will catch up with us soon." "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia," Monica quickly said. Xiao Ruofei opened the back door of the Mercedes-Benz, then untied the rope and carried Rossi into the car. Monica also quickly got into the car from the other side. Xiao Ruofei quickly started the car and left the rehabilitation center. Of course, he didn't stay in the city. Instead, he drove the car to the suburbs. A few minutes later, the sound of cars screeching in the rehabilitation center broke the silence. A group of fierce-looking big men rushed into the rehabilitation center and went straight to the 6th floor where Rossi was under house arrest. Naturally, the group of big men returned without success. They dejectedly came to a middle-aged white man in a flashy white suit and said, "Mr. Gehrman, the person has been rescued, but he shouldn't have gone far. There's still some warmth in the blanket." Another big man suggested, "Mr. Gehrman, let's hurry up and chase after them." This middle-aged white man was Diork Gehrman, the young patriarch of the Gehrman family. After receiving the news that Tolls had been assassinated, Diork rushed over immediately and then led his men to chase after them. "Chase?" Diork sneered. "The roads here are so wide that we don't even know which direction they went. how can we chase after them? Then, what should we do? Diork said lightly, check the video from the rehabilitation center immediately and compare it with the surveillance video left in Toll's villa. I need to know the true identity of this Asian man as soon as possible. Understood. Diork continued, in addition, send someone to Grasso's house and smash everything you can. According to the description of the people at the scene, Diork knew that after the masked man killed Tolls, he also took away Monica from the Grasso family, the woman that Tolls liked. Although there was no evidence that Monica and the entire Grasso family had anything to do with the masked man, the Gehrman family had always coveted the Grasso family. This time, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? Yes. The big man in black responded and immediately went to arrange it. Tonight, the Grasso family was going to be in big trouble. However, Monica didn't care about the Grasso family. She was sitting in the back seat of the speeding Mercedes-Benz, constantly asking about her brother's well-being. Soon, the car crossed the Po River and left the city of Turin again, heading toward the suburbs where there were fewer people. He couldn't go back to the hotel tonight. Although Xia Ruofei had changed his appearance when he was carrying out the mission, it was very easy for him to go back to the hotel. The other party wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. However, now that Monica and Rossi were with him, it was hard to say. Xia Ruofei knew that as soon as he took Monica and Rossi back to the hotel, the mafia would arrive. If he didn't solve the problem of the Gehrman family, Monica and Rossi might never be able to go home. Even if the mafia had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they would definitely find them. At that time, the two of them would end up very miserable. How should he deal with them? Xia Ruofei's brain was also working quickly, hoping to find a solution as soon as possible. In fact, with Xia Ruofei's individual combat ability, he could slowly kill Yi, the key target of the Gehrman family. However, doing so would be too conspicuous, and it would easily attract the attention of the glorious society. Obviously, it was not a good idea. Under normal circumstances, it was unrealistic for an individual to fight against a huge mafia organization. Even if Xia Ruofei was a cultivator, it was the same. Xia Ruofei might be able to wipe out a small mafia family like the Gehrman family by himself, but a mafia organization with a long history like the Glory Society was already on the path of globalization, and its influence was even more complicated. It could be said that it was impossible to wipe them out. Not to mention, even if Xia Ruofei's heart was as hard as a rock, if he really wanted to kill so many people, it would probably affect his Dao heart. If he wanted to fight against the Gehrman family and the Glory Society, he would have to find an organization that was on the same scale as them. Xia Ruofei thought of a suitable organization, the Overseas Hong sect, which also had a long history. Li Yifu was not only a world-class tycoon and a well-known entrepreneur, but he was also one of the bosses of the Overseas Hong sect. In fact, Li Yifu was inheriting his father's business. When his father, Li Jiuzhou, was still alive, his status in the Hong sect was very high. Xia Ruofei didn't need to fight to the death with the Glory Society, he just needed to keep them in check, and there was no doubt that the Hong sect was a very suitable organization. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei made up his mind. He turned the steering wheel, drove the car into a small road, and drove directly into a bush to hide. Monica had already calmed down by now, but she was still holding her brother's hand tightly. When she saw Xia Ruofei stop the car in the bush, she said, "Mr. Xia, thank you so much for this time. If it's convenient, can you send us to the airport? I want to take Rossi away from here." Xia Ruofei turned his head and asked with a half-smile, "Where are you going?" Monica looked a little confused, but she quickly said, "We can only take one step at a time. The most important thing now is to leave Turin and Europe. I think going to Asia would be a good idea. Maybe we can live in China. I have saved some money over the years. I used an anonymous account. I should be able to withdraw this money. It should be enough for me and Rossi to live in the short term." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to remind you that the Gehrman family must have already received the news. They went to the Grasso family and couldn't get anyone. Plus, you brought Rosie out. What do you think they will do?" Monica shook her head slightly. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "As long as the head of the Gehrman family isn't so stupid, he will definitely order his men to keep an eye on the airport, the train station, the port. You and Rossi are too obvious. As long as you show your heads, I can guarantee that there will be several guns aimed at you immediately. Monica's face turned even paler. She muttered, then what should I do? Don't worry. You won't be able to leave now anyway. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'll make a phone call to ask about the situation. We'll talk about your matter later. Okay. Monica said, a little out of her wits. Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yifu's mobile phone number. Hello. Who is this? Li Yifu asked in English with a hint of dignity. Before Xiao Ruofei went abroad, not only did he make a new set of identity documents, but he also changed his mobile phone and a new number. Li Yifu didn't recognize this number. It was evening in the United States. Li Yifu was having dinner. Not many people knew his private mobile phone number. Those who could call him directly were either very familiar with him or had dialed the wrong number. Xiao Ruofei said directly in Chinese, Fu, it's me. Xiao Ruofei heard a clatter on the other end of the line. Li Yifu threw his knife and fork on the table, then stood up and said respectfully, Greetings, Grand Uncle. Yifu, I'd like to ask, in Europe, to be precise, in Turin, Italy, how powerful is the Hong sect? Xiao Ruofei asked directly, I have a small problem here, and I need the Hong sect's help. Li Yifu quickly said, Grand Uncle, you're in Turin now? Who was so daring as to offend Marshal Granduncle? I'll arrange a plane and come over immediately. Xiao Ruofei said, You don't have to come over. You'll be the focus of the media wherever you go. I'm here in secret this time and I don't want everyone to know. Yes, I understand. Li Yifu said immediately. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that Grand Uncle would dislike him because of his fame. Of course, Li Yifu only felt that it was a pity in his heart. He felt that he finally had the opportunity to serve Marshal Granduncle, but he couldn't personally participate. In his mind, Xiao Ruofei was like a god, so he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Xiao Ruofei's refusal to let him go to Italy. Li Yifu thought for a while and continued, Uncle Master, the Freemasons have branches all over Europe. We also have a branch in Italy. I'll ask Louis Hai from the Italy branch to contact you. He'll obey your orders unconditionally. Where is he in Italy? Xiao Ruofei asked. Grand Uncle, the Italian branch is in Milan. Li Yifu said, it takes more than 1 hour to drive from Milan to Turin. Okay, ask him to come here tonight. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll send you an email later, check it carefully. Yes, Grand Uncle. Li Yifu said at once. After hanging up, Xiao Ruofei opened Google Maps on his mobile phone and turned to Monica. Monica, we need to wait here for 1 or 2 hours. I've asked a friend to come over, I hope he can help. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Monica said at once. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, You and Luo she can rest in the back for a while. It's safe here for now. Okay. Xiao Ruofei lowered his head and continued to operate his mobile phone. He sent the location information, the identity he used in Turin and the photo of his current appearance to Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei also emphasized in the email that his identity should never be exposed. Li Yifu had been guarding his email after receiving Xiao Ruofei's call. As soon as he received Xiao Ruofei's message, Li Yifu replied immediately, Grand Uncle, I got it. Don't worry, your disciple will arrange everything well. Li Yifu also attached Louis Hai's photo in the email so that they could confirm his identity when they met. What Xiao Ruofei needed to do next was to wait. He leaned against the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, Rossi suddenly asked in English, Mr. Xia, is the Freemasons a powerful organization? Is it more powerful than the Mafia? Xiao Ruofei gave a start and looked back at Rossi, asking, You can understand Chinese? Rossi smiled shyly, I grew up in a wheelchair. I'm not like other children who had a happy childhood. So reading books has become my favorite hobby. I learned Chinese by myself. But this language is too difficult. I've learned it for so long, but I only know a little. At this point, Rossi said in stuttering Chinese, In your words, I have only learned a little. Xiao Ruofei smiled, Not bad, your pronunciation is quite standard. Although he acted as if nothing had happened, he was actually relieved. Fortunately, he did not reveal his personal information when he made the call. Other than the Hong sect, there was nothing sensitive. Otherwise, his identity that he had been hiding for so long would have been exposed in a matter of minutes. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also cautious out of habit. After all, this kind of wireless call was likely to be eavesdropped. Besides, Li Yifu was also a cultivator, so he should be familiar with the disguise method of cultivators. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's email, he naturally understood what Xiao Ruofei meant. He didn't need to make it clear in the phone or email. Unexpectedly, his caution helped him avoid trouble. If Monica knew that he was Xiao Ruofei, he really didn't know how to explain it. Xiao Ruofei also reminded him in his heart that when Lui Hai arrived, they must avoid Rossi when communicating. Monica said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, Rossi is very talented in languages. He has mastered at least 5 languages by self-study. Besides Italian, he's good at English, German, French and Portuguese. He can also understand some of your Chinese." "Awesome." Xiao Ruofei gave Rossi a thumbs up. Rossi smiled shyly, explaining, "Mr. Xia, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call. It's just that it's rare to hear such pure Chinese, so I couldn't help but listen carefully." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, there's nothing to hide. By the way, the Freemasons you just heard is an overseas Chinese organization. They're very powerful. Even the mafia doesn't dare to confront them. I contacted them in the hope that they can help you and your brother to get through this crisis." Monica was very moved. "Mr. Xia, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome. As I said, I believe in fate. You have a Huaxia friend surnamed Xia. This is our fate. So I'll try my best to help you within my ability." Monica nodded her head heavily. She felt very fortunate in her heart. She said secretly, "Xia, I didn't expect to get such great help from your compatriots just by mentioning your name. It's the greatest fortune in my life to know you." Monica and Rossi were a little tired. They rested quietly in the back seat. Xiao Ruofei also leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Time ticked by. Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes, turning his head and saying, "Monica, Rossi, stay in the car. I'll go down and check." "Did something happen?" Monica hurriedly asked. "I heard the sound of a car." "I'm not sure if it's my friend," Xiao Ruofei said. "To be sure, I need to confirm it first." "A car? Did you hear the sound of a car?" Monica looked at her brother and asked. Rossi also shook his head blankly. They didn't know that Xiao Ruofei's hearing was many times sharper than theirs. When the car was still far away, he had already noticed it. If Monica and her brother wanted to hear the sound of the engine, they would have to wait for at least 1 or 2 minutes. Xiao Ruofei left the pistol to Monica and opened the door with his bare hands to get out of the car. When facing ordinary people, Xiao Ruofei didn't need a hot weapon like a pistol at all. The bushes were very dark at night, but Xiao Ruofei could see very clearly. He nimbly avoided the thorns and quickly went out. At this time, the car on the opposite side had slowly turned into the small road. This road was very narrow and overgrown with weeds. They had stopped in the bushes for a long time but no car drove by. Now that a car came, there were basically 2 possibilities. One was that Lui Hai had arrived, the other was that the Gehrman family had sent people to chase them here. The second possibility couldn't be ruled out. Maybe Monica or Rossi had been placed with a tracking tool. Xiao Ruofei didn't check them carefully just now. Xiao Ruofei looked around and felt relieved. Although the headlights were a bit dazzling, he still saw the situation inside the car with his super eyesight. There were 4 people sitting in the Ford off-road vehicle, all of them had Asian faces. And the person sitting on the left side of the back seat matched the photo sent by Li Yifu. On the off-road vehicle, a strong man sitting on the co-pilot seat turned back and said, "Brother Hai, who are we going to meet tonight? You actually came here from Milan in person. And the meeting place is too strange. How could you choose such a desolate place in the middle of the night?" Big Brother Hai was a sturdy man in his 40s. He had a full beard and looked a bit rough, but his bright and spirited eyes occasionally revealed a trace of cleverness. It was obvious that he wasn't as simple and honest as he looked on the outside. Brother Hai was Lui Hai, the leader of the Italian branch of the Freemasons. Of course, he wasn't a reckless man. Otherwise, how could he sit in such an important position? Lui Hai said lightly, "Ali, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't you know the rules? And, the guest we're going to meet tonight is very distinguished. Be smart and don't make any trouble for me. Ali nodded, I know, brother Hai. Louis Hai was still a bit confused. 2 hours ago, he received an overseas call from Li Yifu, who gave him such a task. He was deeply impressed by Li Yifu's solemn tone. Li Yifu asked Louis Hai to obey this person called Xia Tian unconditionally and respect her as much as he respected him. Although Louis Hai didn't understand, he still took 3 of his best subordinates and rushed to Turin from Milan in the middle of the night. Actually, it wasn't just Ali. Even Louis Hai himself was curious about this distinguished guest. The car was getting closer and closer to Google Maps' standard location. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared 20 to 30 meters in front of the car. The driver quickly stepped on the brakes. Just as the car was about to hit the person, it finally came to a steady stop. Before the driver scolded, that person walked to the side of the car and asked lightly, Is that Louis Hai? Ali frowned and shouted, How dare you? Brother Hai's name is you. Louis Hai sized up Xiao Ruofei with the help of the light. He was too young and plain-looking, but he was exactly the same as the photo Li Yifu sent him. He hurriedly said, Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm Louis Hai. Hello, Mr. Louis. Xiao Ruofei nodded faintly, Thanks for your hard work, you came here very quickly, Louis Hai said cautiously, You're welcome. Just call me a Hai. Uncle Li had instructed us to listen to your arrangements. Just tell us what you want us to do. Actually, Li Yifu was more serious than this when he called him. Li Yifu told Louis Hai that Mr. Xia's identity was very honorable, and they should respect Mr. Xia as much as they respected him. Li Yifu's position in the Hong sect was very high. He was not only one of the bosses in the U.S. headquarters, but also had a huge financial resources. His father Li Jiuzhou was the legendary boss of the Hong sect, so his influence in the Hong sect was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Li Yifu asked Louis Hai to respect Xiao Ruofei as much as he respected him, which was equal to elevating Xiao Ruofei's status to the level of a boss in the Hong sect. Louis Hai found it hard to understand, even if Xiao Ruofei was the son of a top wealthy family, Li Yifu wouldn't pay so much attention to him. The heads of those wealthy families might be treated like this, but the younger generation was nothing in Li Yifu's eyes. Even so, Louis Hai dared not neglect Li Yifu's order, so he treated Xiao Ruofei with great respect. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony, he nodded and said, Okay, Hai, I have 2 friends here. You need to find a safe place to settle us down. No problem. Louis Hai said without hesitation, We have our own branch in Turin, it's absolutely safe there. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, They can understand Chinese. Let's not talk about it on the way, we'll talk about it when we get there. Louis Hai only heard from Li Yifu that it might be related to the local mafia, but Li Yifu didn't know the details. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he immediately nodded and said, No problem. Xiao Ruofei said, Wait a minute, I'll bring them out. After that, Xiao Ruofei went back into the bushes, opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz and got in. Monica asked, Mr. Xia, are your friends here? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Yes. They will settle you down first. Once you arrive, you will be safe. Let's go out now. Okay, said. She didn't worry that Xiao Ruofei would cheat her. Because if Xiao Ruofei had bad intentions, he didn't need to go through so much trouble, nor did he need to save Rosie for her. In addition, the 2 of them could be said to be at their wits' end and could only trust Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei started the car and drove out of the bushes to Louis Hai's off-road vehicle. He opened the door and got off, saying to Louis Hai, I have 3 people here. In addition, I need you to help me deal with this car and make it disappear completely. This Mercedes-Benz was used to take Monica to Towers Villa. It would definitely become an important clue for the Gehrman family, so it must be cleaned up. Louis Hai nodded and said, No problem. Leave it to us. After that, Louis Hai pondered for a moment and said, Ali. You 3 drive Mr. Xia's car and go back by yourselves after cleaning it up. Okay, brother Hai. Ali said hurriedly. Louis Hai then said to Xiao Ruofei respectfully, Mr. Xia, you can let your friends get on the car. Xiao Ruofei nodded, walking to the Mercedes-Benz and opening the door, saying to Monica, Monica, let's change to that car. After that, Xiao Ruofei carried Rosie easily, and Monica followed him to the off-road vehicle. All the seats in the car were empty. Monica and Louis Hai sat at the back while Xiao Ruofei sat at the co-driver's seat. Louis Hai naturally drove the car himself. The two cars drove out of the path one after another. Ali drove the broken Mercedes-Benz and disappeared in the night, while Louis Hai drove towards Turin City. Because Xiao Ruofei had told him in advance, Louis Hai didn't speak much on the way, so it was very quiet in the car. After entering Turin City, Louis Hai drove through the streets and alleys. About half an hour later, they arrived at a small building. This small building was a typical French building, and it seemed to have been built for a long time. In fact, the entire block was filled with old buildings like this, which gave it a unique style. This French building had a small courtyard. Louis Hai flashed his headlights several times in front of the door. Someone opened the door at once. It was a Chinese young man in his 20s. Louis Hai stuck his head out of the car and waved his hand. The young man immediately pushed the door open to both sides. Louis Hai drove the car into the courtyard. As soon as the car stopped, Louis Hai unfastened the seat belt and got off the car, trotting to the other side to open the door for Xiao Ruofei. Louis Hai said respectfully, "Mr. Xia, please." The young man who opened the door was stunned by the scene. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Thank you." After Xiao Ruofei got off the car, Louis Hai said to the young man, "Yong, arrange 3 empty rooms. There are 2 guests here, take them to have a rest." "Oh, push a wheelchair here." Louis Hai was obviously not as rough as his appearance. His carefulness could be seen from this detail. "Okay." Yong ran into the small building at once. Xiao Ruofei said to Monica, "You and Rossi go to have a rest first. You'll be safe here. Don't worry. I'll solve the Gehrman family's issue as soon as possible. You don't have to flee abroad." Louis Hai raised his eyebrows when he heard the Gehrman family, but he didn't say anything. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Xia," Monica said. Yong pushed a wheelchair over quickly. Xiao Ruofei carried Rossi off the car and put him on the wheelchair. Then he patted his shoulder, saying, "Have a good rest." Yong pushed the wheelchair and led Monica into the small building. Louis Hai also stepped aside, walking into the small building with Xiao Ruofei. Yong, after settling the 2 guests down, informed Jingfeng and the others to come to the small conference room in 10 minutes. "There's something important to discuss," Louis Hai said. "Okay, Brother Hai," Yong said. Considering Rossi's inconvenience, Yong arranged a room for them on the first floor. When they walked to the staircase, Louis Hai said, "Mr. Xia, this way please." He took Xiao Ruofei to a small conference room on the 2nd floor, then he was busy making tea for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, Hai, don't be so busy. Let me tell you about the situation first." "Yes." Louis Hai walked to the opposite of Xiao Ruofei and sat down. Xiao Ruofei deliberated for a while, saying, "You heard it just now. It's related to the Gehrman family. Those 2 people just now are my friends." Xiao Ruofei briefly told Louis Hai about Monica's matter, and finally said, "That's about it. My request is very simple, that is to completely solve Monica's problem. Do you have any suggestions?" Louis Hai pondered for a while, saying, "Mr. Xia, we know about the Gehrman family and the Moore family. Now the Gehrman family's power is expanding rapidly in Turin. If there's no issue with tolls, the Gehrman family will give me some face, but now," Xiao Ruofei said directly, "don't worry about the Gehrman family. I don't have any good impression on this mafia family. Just destroy them. I'm worried about the glorious society's retaliation." Louis Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking, "Young master. It's easy for you to say that." In the whole of Italy, the Gehrman family was indeed not a big force, but it was not something that could be destroyed so easily, but since Xiao Ruofei said so, Louis Hai couldn't refute, mainly because of Li Yifu's warning. Otherwise, he would have slapped any young man who dared to boast like that in the Freemasons. Fighting and killing all the time wouldn't make a difference. Louis Hai frowned, saying, "Mr. Xia, if we want to wipe out the Gehrman family, we must mobilize people from all over the country. It's impossible to hide such a big movement from the glorious society. Do you need a lot of people?" Xia Ruofei asked, how many people do you have in Turin? There are hundreds of people who are capable of fighting. Louis Hai said, but the German family has already gained a firm foothold in Turin. Their tentacles have spread all over Turin's restaurants, construction companies, and other fields. We don't have enough people to destroy their entire family. It's impossible to kill them in one strike. When they come back to their senses and start to mobilize people, or even ask for help from the glorious society, things will be troublesome. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while, asking, Hi, if you don't mobilize people from other places, but only attack the German family in Turin, how will the glorious society react? Louis Hai felt this question was ridiculous. He had just explained that the people in Turin couldn't defeat the German family. What was the point of this assumption? But since Xia Ruofei asked, he didn't dare to not answer. After thinking for a while, Louis Hai said, Mr. Xia, if it's another small force, the glorious society will definitely help the German family. After all, the German family is backed by one of the elders of the glorious society. But if it's us, the Freemasons, they will probably wait and see. End of chapter 1122. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.